Chapter 1. The Urban Overhaul System. Parallel World, Dragon Nation, Ice City. Inside the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, third floor office. Lindong slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the scene before him with a bewildered expression. Where is this? Where is my Maserati? Where is the beauty by my side? Where is my JK Lolita, white stockings, Katir girlfriend? Why am I here? The last thing he remembered was driving his sports car with a girlfriend he had just met less than half an hour ago, speeding down the road, only for an out-of-control dump truck to suddenly veer into their lane from the opposite direction. Ouch! Recalling this, Lindong felt a sudden phantom pain surge through him. Damn it! He quickly lowered his head to check. Phew! Thank goodness. Little brother is fine. But now another question arose. So where am I now? Just as Lindong was puzzling over this, a flood of unfamiliar memories, regardless of his consent, instantly rushed into his mind. Talk about forced assimilation. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through him. Just as Lindong was on the verge of passing out, the memories in his mind merged. Soon, Lindong understood his current predicament. Well, yes, he had crossed over. He had crossed over into a parallel world almost identical to his previous life. However, the difference was that in his previous life, Lindong held the protagonist template. His parents were the wealthiest in China, ensuring a life of comfort and luxury, where sports cars and girlfriends were changed more frequently than underwear. In this life, he had crossed over into the body of an ordinary junior clerk in the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Though it was a stable job, the daily 9-to-5 grind came with a meager salary, barely enough to scrape by. If that were all, Lindong might have been fine with it. After all, he had already enjoyed everything in his previous life, and slacking off in this one wouldn't be so bad. But the problem was that a rather thorny issue now lay before him. Ice City, located in the northeast of Dragon Nation. In recent years, due to the downturn in manufacturing, overcapacity in industrial products, and various other reasons, the economy had been on a steady decline. Many young people, seeking better opportunities, had left their hometown, resulting in a severe population drain. Left with no choice, Ice City had to actively take self-rescue measures. That's right, vigorously developing tourism. Every winter, Ice City heavily advertised nationwide to attract tourists for activities like skiing, ice skating, and more. However, despite these efforts, the results were minimal. In the office, the middle-aged individuals seated before him were all leaders of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. With winter approaching and the peak tourism season just around the corner, the atmosphere in the room remained gloomy and oppressive, almost palpable enough to wring out water. In the room, Wang Dawei, the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, let out a heavy sigh, the tourism promotion plan in his hands lying helplessly on the table. He looked up at his colleagues gathered around the conference table, his eyes filled with anxiety and hope. Everyone, you all know our situation, Wang Dawei said in a low voice. The pressure this winter is greater than ever. The development of Ice City's tourism industry has reached a critical juncture of survival. Our advertising investments have increased year after year, but the growth in tourist numbers hasn't met expectations. Where exactly is the problem? Dawei, it's true. Nowadays, every region is actively developing winter tourism projects, and the competition is unprecedented. Although Ice City has unique ice and snow resources, we seem to have consistently failed to find a breakthrough in experiential projects. Service support and brand building, Deputy Director Xie Yin chimed in. Moreover, the demands of a younger generation of consumers are becoming increasingly diverse. They seek novelty and personalized experiences, and our traditional ice and snow projects have limited appeal to them. If this continues, we'll likely have to lay off staff next year, added Lu Yang, the head of the marketing department, his face clouded with worry. Hearing this, Lindong's heart skipped a beat. Layoffs? Aren't layoffs usually targeted at newcomers like him? Surely they wouldn't lay off the leadership. Damn it. Layoffs, right after crossing over? I haven't even settled in properly yet. Can't I just live peacefully for a couple of days? This is bad. This is starting off on hell mode. However, before Lindong could get too worked up, the words that appeared before his eyes dispelled his doubts. Urban Overhaul Tourism System, Binding in Progress. Binding successful. Host, Lindong. Function, attract more tourists by transforming the city. The more tourists the city attracts and the higher its popularity, the greater the rewards you will receive. Rewards include, but are not limited to, wealth, power, physical enhancements, etc. Looking at the prompt before him, Lindong's eyes lit up. A system. But then again, it made sense. The out-of-control dump truck hadn't sent him to report to the King of Hell, but had instead hurled him into this parallel world. As a transmigrator, having a system was only reasonable. Moreover, looking at the system's rewards, Lindong felt a surge of excitement. Although he had been wealthy in his previous life, it had also taught him a profound lesson. Money, while it could buy some happiness, it wasn't omnipotent. Take his philandering, cheap father, for example, a billionaire, immensely wealthy. But after fathering Lindong, he lost his virility, never to rise again, forever deprived of a man's joys. What difference was there between that and death? Agonizing. Too agonizing. It was precisely because of this that Lindong in his previous life had been uniquely favored. And in this life, looking at the system before him, Lindong felt a flicker of excitement. There's even a shop system. Let me take a look. With a slight mental nudge, he opened a shop to find a dazzling array of items. Everything one could imagine. Money was the cheapest, while physical enhancements came at a steep price. Especially the highly conspicuous, indomitable stamina ability at the very top, with an exchange value as high as 500,000 popularity points. At that moment, Lindong couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This thing held an allure for men comparable to gold. And soon, the system issued its first task. Current transformation plan. Utilize the internet to promote Ice City's specialty foods and attract positive reviews from 5,000 tourists. You have the following options. 1. Frozen pears. Freeze varieties such as Huagai pears, Chobai pears, Bai pears, and Jinba pears under extreme cold conditions until they turn dark black. When consumed, they require thawing and offer a unique texture icy, cool, and sweet. A traditional winter specialty fruit in the northeastern region. After promotion, expected popularity increase, 100,000.
2. Sticky bean buns. Crafted from yellow millet flour and red bean paste. These delicacies are soft, glutinous, and sweet, making them an essential winter snack in northeast China. Projected popularity post-promotion, 5,000. 3. Red sausage. This smoked sausage boasts a rich flavor and firm texture, serving as a well-known culinary emblem of the northeast region. Projected popularity post-promotion, 2,000. With a chuckle escaping him, Lindong couldn't help but react to the task before him. Options. And it seemed there were even anticipated responses post-promotion. This appeared too simple. However, at that very moment, the room fell silent as everyone cast him furious glances. Director Wang Dawei's displeasure was evident as he directly confronted Lindong, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at during a meeting? Do you believe we've made mistakes over the years? Or perhaps you have a superior suggestion?" At that moment, Lindong's immediate superior, Lu Yang, the head of the marketing department, chimed in with sharp rebuke. "Lindong, enough. While the leader speaks, you sit there grinning. What kind of decorum is that? Young people should adopt a humble attitude and learn from their experienced predecessors, rather than deliberately opposing everyone to appear competent." Listening to Lu Yang's tirade, Lindong merely smirked, refusing to back down. "Of course, I have suggestions. But some individuals seem only capable of wielding their seniority like a weapon, offering little else of value. It's no wonder the tourism industry in Ice City has been languishing for years. With such people in charge, what kind of welcome can we offer to tourists? Director, do you truly believe visitors will appreciate this? Tourists come to Ice City to smile, not to witness someone with a stern face deliver hollow platitudes. Everyone. If we wish to rescue Ice City's tourism industry, I have a plan." At this proclamation, the office was taken aback. Chapter 2. Sliced frozen pears on a platter. Aiming to pamper. Lindong was a recent recruit at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, having just secured his position. Lacking both experience and connections, he was often overlooked and treated as a mere errand boy, especially by Lu Yang, who regarded him as a servant, delegating tasks such as driving, fetching meals, and buying cigarettes. Lindong typically accepted this treatment without protest. Yet today he seemed transformed. Upon hearing Lindong's words, Lu Yang's face flushed with anger, and he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Lindong, you, a mere rookie, dare to speak to me this way? What gives you the right? Do you think you are someone of importance now? Let me tell you, without us seasoned individuals paving the way, you are nothing. Young people need to learn respect for their elders. Don't think that a little cleverness makes you forget your place." Lindong, unfazed by Lu Yang's outburst, simply turned his gaze toward Director Wang Dawei and smiled. "Director, what are your thoughts?" Faced with Lindong's demeanor, Director Wang Dawei displayed a look of astonishment. A newcomer daring to speak boldly in front of everyone, claiming to save the tourism industry of Ice City? Under normal circumstances, he would have scoffed at such audacity, dismissing it entirely. Yet, given the dire circumstances facing Ice City, he found it impossible to disregard any potential solution. Moreover, Wang Dawei surprisingly felt that Lindong's statements held a semblance of truth. After all, visitors came to Ice City for joy and happiness, not to witness a few leaders with stern faces delivering bureaucratic platitudes. Even when Wang Dawei took his daughter on trips, she often admonished him, saying, "Dad, lighten up. Why do you always look so serious, as if someone owes you money? People are too intimidated to even talk to you." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dawei began to waver. Given the circumstances, what if this young man truly possessed the capability he claimed? He glanced at the audacious youth before him and spoke in a low voice. "What is your name?" Observing this, Liu Yang thought Wang Dawei was about to support Lindong, and his expression brightened instantly. "Director, his name is Lindong, just a newcomer here." "Lindong, is it? How confident are you in your proposal?" Wang Dawei inquired. Liu Yang's face suddenly stiffened. "Confidence? Director, since you ask, I shall be straightforward. Given a month, I will organize the renovation of various tourist attractions and the city itself, transforming Ice City into the most popular tourist destination in the Dragon Kingdom by the end of this year." Upon hearing Lindong's words, Liu Yang felt a surge of panic but maintained a facade of disdain. "Huh, anyone can boast. You think you can handle this? Dream on. Do you have any idea how much coordination this requires? Do you understand how difficult it is to implement?" Liu Yang feigned a moral high ground. Yet inwardly, he calculated his own interests. He had always been responsible for organizing tourist attractions, which were lucrative endeavors, with plenty of profit to be made. Now, a young upstart appeared, seemingly aiming to usurp his livelihood? Absurd. However, what Liu Yang could not have anticipated was that upon hearing Lindong's bold claims, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Dawei's eyes, though he quickly composed himself and replied slowly, "Youth is indeed characterized by vigor, yet mere enthusiasm is insufficient. This is not a trivial matter, and relying solely on words, you will find not only my skepticism but that of your colleagues as well. This is a significant undertaking." Unfazed by the skepticism directed at him, Lindong smiled slightly and declared, "Director, then allow me to make a solemn pledge. A month is too long. Grant me just 1 week. If I do not deliver results, I shall resign immediately." At this proclamation, the office fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that Lindong would dare to make a military order with the director. It is important to note that this is a wager of genuine value, not a trivial matter. Wang Dawei was equally astonished that Lindong had the audacity to challenge him. Observing the young man before him, he paused in silence for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. "Excellent. The youth possesses vigor and ambition. I have high hopes for you. Henceforth, this promotional plan will be led by your marketing department. Liu Yang, although you are the department head, Lindong will take charge of this initiative. I expect you to refrain from leveraging your seniority and to cooperate with him. With that said, I eagerly anticipate your performance. But remember, you have only 1 week." Listening to the director's words, Liu Yang was rendered speechless. After all, he was the direct superior of this young upstart. How could he allow this novice to take the reins of such an important matter, and to be instructed to assist him? What a farce. He instinctively protested, "Director, this seems rather inappropriate." "Lindong, after all, are you questioning my decision?" Wang Dawei countered. Internally, he thought that at this juncture, one must try anything to salvage the situation. If he could rely on you, why would he need to depend on such an inexperienced newcomer? Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Director, I wouldn't dare. I will cooperate fully. I will present the results in a week." "Very well, the meeting is adjourned." After the meeting concluded, within the marketing department's office, Liu Yang's expression darkened as he gazed at Lindong, who was brimming with enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical that Lindong could alter the status quo of the tourism industry in Ice City. The accomplishments I have struggled for years to achieve, and you, a mere newcomer, think you can accomplish them? I am eager to see how you will report to the director in a week." He even exchanged glances with his colleagues, signaling them. In an instant, the members of the marketing department understood. "Oh dear, Lindong, I have been exceedingly busy lately. I may not be able to assist you. Indeed, I too have a multitude of tasks. Perhaps you should seek help elsewhere? There's no way around it. It's the end of the year, and I truly cannot spare any time." Faced with the attitudes of his colleagues, Lindong was not taken aback. He cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yang, a trace of a cold smile gracing his lips. Clearly, that fellow was up to his old tricks again. However, Lindong had never expected much from this group of inept and parasitic individuals. On the contrary, upon returning to his workstation, his first action was to open his interface. In his mind, he silently recited, "Select promotional target, frozen pear." Soon, new options reappeared. Promotional target selected, please choose a promotional method. During the promotional period, the following issues were encountered. The majority of tourists visiting Ice City are southerners who have never seen snow, and due to dietary and environmental factors, they tend to be shorter on average, earning them the nickname Southern Little Potatoes. Therefore, when they attempt to enjoy frozen pears, they often struggle to take a bite due to the size of the fruit. Next, you have the following options. 1. Eat it if you like. If not, leave. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Adapt or get lost. Is there something wrong with large frozen pears? I gaze upon you as one would a frozen pear. The exquisite arrangement of sliced frozen pears. What is this talk of southern small potatoes? Please join me in uttering. Princess, please enjoy the pear. Is the frozen pear too large to savor? Then let us present it in an elegant platter of slices. Delicate, romantic, detailed, gentle. In our icy city, we pride ourselves on our indulgent offerings. Upon witnessing the available options, Lindong experienced no hesitation whatsoever. Excellent. I shall choose the sliced frozen pear platter. Indulgence is all that matters. Promotional video is currently being generated. Generation successful. Currently being deployed. Notice, the popularity rating is rapidly soaring during the promotion. Please endeavor to renovate the Ice City shop before a multitude of visitors arrives. Ensure the physical offerings align with the promotion. Chapter 3. The sliced frozen pear platter has taken off. The evening following the release of the video, a certain live streaming room on Douyin was bustling with viewers. Even before the host made an appearance, countless comments and GIFs began flooding the screen. If one were to inquire who commands such immense popularity on Douyin today, the answer would undoubtedly point to the renowned travel blogger, Lumao. Each year, she travels across the country, and her exquisite makeup and gentle demeanor have endeared her to numerous fans and viewers. The key is that many watch her videos to bask in the endless beauty of Dragon Country. Where is Lumao planning to travel next? Indeed, winter is fast approaching. She wouldn't halt her updates, would she? Hurry up with the updates. Meow, I adore you. Soon, under the urging of her audience, Lumao finally graced the screen. Glancing at the comments, she smiled and said, "Oh dear, it's winter, and I'm preparing for my next travel destination." Upon hearing this, a wave of excitement surged through the live stream. Are you really going to travel during winter? Could it be Sonya? Really? Are there swimsuits involved? Haha. I absolutely adore Meow as swimwear. However, Lumao doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. I must disappoint you. This winter, I plan to visit the Northeast. Upon hearing this, the audience fell momentarily silent. Traveling to the Northeast in winter? What on earth for? With temperatures plummeting below zero, are you seeking a survival challenge? Indeed. People from the Northeast typically venture south during winter. What could a southern dweller like you possibly want in the cold? To this, Lumao explained, you are unaware, but I am, in fact, a true southerner. The south is warm, yet winter lacks snow. You may find it hard to believe, but I have never witnessed a snowfall of that magnitude. Even when it does snow, it lasts only a few hours. Just a sprinkle of tiny snowflakes that quickly melt away. Therefore, this winter, I intend to visit the Northeast and truly enjoy the snow scenery. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream finally grasped her intention. Nevertheless, at that moment, despite having spoken her thoughts, Lumao remained somewhat perplexed. Standing at a modest height of 1.55 meters, she is not considered short in the southern regions of China. However, in the north, she would be readily identified as a quintessential southern little potato. It is particularly amusing to observe that many southern little potatoes are instantly recognized when they travel to the Northeast. While engaging with the audience in her live stream, she instinctively posed a question. I am genuinely curious about something. I have read online that people like us are easily identifiable as southern little potatoes when we visit the Northeast. Can anyone in the chat enlighten me on how you recognize us? Upon uttering these words, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Isn't it obvious? They exclaimed. The most distinctive trait of southern little potatoes is their penchant for light-colored down jackets, adorably cute hats, and the sight of them perched on their luggage, their feet dangling above the ground. The moment they encounter snow, they exclaim in awe. Which northeastern native behaves like that? Furthermore, these southern little potatoes love to engage in snow drifting, unaware that such activities are merely a ruse employed by us northeasterners to entertain our children. Indeed, who among the northeastern folk rises early to visit the morning market for breakfast? In such frigid weather, the local youth seldom muster the enthusiasm to wake up early for a meal. It is only the southern little potatoes who exhibit such fervor. No worries, we northeasterners, being the robust folk we are, simply enjoy watching the antics of southern little potatoes. Feeling the audience's enthusiasm, Lumao couldn't help but smile. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. I have heard that prices in the Northeast are quite low and that portions are exceptionally generous. Is that true? In the next instant, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Absolutely true, Meow. The portion sizes of Northeastern cuisine are astonishingly large. Just ordering 2 dishes would likely feed you southern little potatoes for an entire day, especially when it comes to classic Northeastern dishes like dumplings and sweet and sour pork. A single plate would leave you utterly amazed and fully satisfied. Indeed, the prices are quite reasonable, particularly for winter fruits and vegetables. Frozen pears and persimmons are both affordable and delicious, not to mention the barbecues and hot pots that offer exceptional value. Moreover, Northeasterners are known for their hospitality. When you visit, they will surely want you to sample everything. So, do refrain from declaring that you are full at the dining table. Otherwise, the host may feel that they have not catered to you adequately. That said, while the portion sizes are generous and the price is low, one must ensure to bring ample warm clothing, for the cold here is no laughing matter. Remember to equip yourself with a complete set of hats, gloves, and down jackets. While enjoying the snowy scenery, one must also be mindful of staying warm. Gazing at the barrage of comments, Lu Miao Miao felt a surge of excitement. Yet an underlying concern began to surface. The reason was simple. As a quintessential Southerner, her appetite was rather modest, and she could easily feel satiated after a mere bite. Having watched videos online showcasing the considerable appetites of Northeasterners, and as a travel video blogger venturing alone to the Ice City, she found ordering food to be quite challenging. While she wished to sample a variety of dishes, the overwhelming portions would likely lead to waste, as she wouldn't be able to finish them. Thus, it seems that sometimes, generous portions can be more of a burden than a blessing. This is akin to the way a grandmother believes you haven't eaten enough, while a mother thinks you are cold. Such a sweet burden. Especially that frozen pear. Upon seeing the dark and hard frozen pear, Lu Miao Miao felt an immediate pang of desire, eagerly wanting to sample it. However, after glancing at an online guide, she was taken aback. What? Just suck on it directly? How wild is that? The key was that this frozen pear was enormous. It was larger than half of her face, and the thought of directly biting into it was rather daunting. So, should she indulge in the frozen pear during her trip to Ice City or not? Just as Lu Miao Miao was hesitating, she stumbled upon a video. The title was straightforward. Please say, "Princess, please eat pears." To welcome the southern little potatoes, many businesses in Ice City have launched beautifully arranged frozen pear slices. Instantly intrigued, Lu Miao Miao clicked to watch. In the video, a restaurant had prepared a special presentation of frozen pears to welcome southern tourists. A glistening dark frozen pear was artfully sliced and arranged on a crystal-clear ice platter, adorned with delicate sugar sculptures resembling snowflakes. Not only did it appear utterly charming, but the portion of each slice was just right. All one needed to do was pick it up and enjoy. There was no need to bite directly. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao was captivated. As a refined and graceful Southerner, she had always been taught by her elders to maintain decorum while eating. Though the frozen pear was undoubtedly delicious, she found it difficult to abandon her reservations about biting into it directly. But if it were presented as elegantly sliced pieces, that would be entirely acceptable. Ha! This is splendid. Which establishment is this? The presentation of the frozen pear slices is exquisite and adorable. I must try this. With that, Lu Miao Miao promptly liked and shared the video. As a travel blogger with millions of followers, her endorsement undoubtedly propelled the video to the pinnacle of popularity. In no time, many southern little potatoes, who had never seen snow, stumbled upon this video while searching for travel tips for Ice City. The reactions were almost identical. Oh, how adorable. Yes, and it's already sliced, making it so convenient to eat. I could never manage to bite into such a large frozen pear. It must be freezing to hold. I'm tempted. This frozen pear presentation is indeed perfect for us Southerners. I must visit Ice City this winter to enjoy the snow and eat frozen pears. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the southern little potatoes, the video sparked outrage among many locals from northeast China. Why slice the frozen pear? It lacks soul. Heresy. This is absolute heresy. The correct way to enjoy a frozen pear is to leave it whole, after soaking it in water to thaw. Take a small bite, and then savor the juice. Isn't it akin to pouring out the soup from a soup dumpling? I cannot accept this. The essence of a frozen pear lies in savoring its juice, but not too aggressively. Retaining a hint of juiciness, I savor each bite of the pear's tender flesh, a taste that is truly authentic. The old Northeasterners have a penchant for such delights. But what on earth is this frozen pear sliced into? Goodness. I finally comprehend why pineapple pizza incites the ire of Italians. Chapter 4. You know nothing of promotion. Meanwhile, Lindong observed the view count of this video, nodding in satisfaction. In less than 2 days, the views surpassed 500,000 and were subtly inching towards 1 million. It is noteworthy that the video account of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau had always been managed by Lu Yang, who typically posted rather mundane content that failed to entice the younger generation, resulting in abysmal view counts for promotional videos. Hardly any of them exceeded 50,000 views. With such subpar content, how could they hope to attract tourists nationwide? Dream on. With the aid of the system, Lindong's video had achieved in a single day what Lu Yang could only accomplish in a month. How could such incompetence dare to bark before him? However, Lindong was not in a rush to gloat. A more pressing matter demanded his attention. Indeed, it was the system prompt indicating the need for a swift transformation of the city's restaurants to ensure the offerings matched the promotions. If the southern patrons saw the enticing presentation of this frozen pear and were moved to visit, only to find no such dish available, it would amount to outright consumer fraud. Thus, without hesitation, Lindong sought out Director Wang Dawei once more. Is the director in? Come in. Upon entering the office, Lindong was momentarily taken aback to find Lu Yang present. A glance at Lu Yang's expression instantly revealed the truth to Lindong. Oh, it seems he has taken advantage of my diligence to whisper disparaging remarks to the leadership. Seeing Lindong enter, Lu Yang did not conceal his disdain, openly stating, young people will always be young, preferring to go it alone. Why do they fail to grasp the strength in numbers? At this rate, trouble is inevitable. and your recent obstinacy has drawn considerable discontent from colleagues. How can someone incapable of fostering teamwork shoulder such a significant responsibility? Wang Dawei pondered Liu Yang's words. Recognizing that solitary endeavors indeed reflect mere brute courage, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the correctness of his decision. Nevertheless, upon seeing Lindong, he nodded and inquired, "Ah, Lindong, you've arrived. How is the situation? Do you require assistance?" Indeed, assistance was necessary. Lindong cast a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Liu Yang, a smirk betraying his derision. "However, I require your help, Director. Not the assistance of those who are merely adept at covertly undermining others." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang immediately bristled. "Lindong, what do you mean by that?" "What I mean is abundantly clear to you," Lindong retorted with a cold laugh. "You claim I lack understanding of teamwork? Why do you not mention that it is you who has deliberately concocted excuses to dissuade my colleagues from cooperating with my endeavors?" Liu Yang retorted angrily. "Your inability to collaborate with your peers is not my concern." Immediately, he turned to Wang Dawei and insisted, "Director, you must not heed his baseless accusations. I have never uttered such words." "Of course, you have not," Lindong replied coolly. "You merely reallocated every individual willing to assist me." He continued, "To be frank, I never expected you or your incompetent entourage to be of any help. What are you anyway? What qualifies you to question me? Let me ask you this. In the past few months, how many videos has the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau's account released? What is the total view count? How many comments have been made? How many tourists have been attracted?" Lindong retorted mercilessly. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. "The internet is the most vital means of attracting tourists today, and what have you accomplished with this account? Have you no knowledge of the matter? Or are you simply too embarrassed to respond? If so, allow me to provide the answer." Lindong shot him a glance and stated, "From July of this year until now, over 3 months, this account has published 23 videos, accumulating a total of 150,000 views. That means each video averages less than 10,000 views. The comments are even more pitiful, totaling fewer than 500. Is this the collective power of your entire team? It pales in comparison to what a female streamer might achieve. If you truly cannot manage, why not learn from them?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's face turned crimson. "You only know how to shout nonsense. Do you understand how difficult it is for a video to gain traction today? You speak from a place of ignorance. If you are so capable, why don't you step up?" "Step up? Who said I haven't?" Lindong replied. "Oh, you certainly wouldn't know. I requested the official account and password for the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau to upload videos, but you completely ignored me. Hence, I utilized my own account instead." With that, Lindong forcefully placed his phone on the table, declaring, "Open your eyes and behold. Using an account with no fan base, I garnered 700,000 views and over 6,000 comments in just 2 days. The comments section is filled with Southern tourists expressing their desire to visit Ice City. That is what promotion looks like. You understand nothing about promotion. You are merely a sycophant. The results I achieved in 2 days, you would not be able to replicate in 3 months, let alone a year. Now, who is merely talking without action, and who is making a commotion?" As Lindong placed his phone down, the video began to play. Various unfamiliar trends emerged, such as southern potatoes, sliced frozen pears, and princess-themed pear-eating challenges. The key point was that the view count was truly explosive, and the promotional effect was remarkable. In that moment, Liu Yang's complexion turned pale, while Wang Dawei found himself in a state of disbelief. He was a native of Ice City, having lived there for over 40 years. However, I have never heard of the method of arranging frozen pear slices on a plate. For a moment, he was taken aback and instinctively inquired, "What exactly is this frozen pear slice presentation, Lindong? Isn't frozen pear typically consumed as juice? I fear this method may not be particularly palatable." Upon hearing Wang Dawei's question, Lindong elucidated, "Indeed, this approach may compromise the flavor significantly. Yet, sometimes, matters cannot be assessed solely on taste. One must sample it to truly understand. My concern is that they might not even order the frozen pear. You may find it hard to believe, but many visitors to our Ice City are from the south, drawn here by the allure of snow. Their culinary habits diverge from ours, favoring smaller portions that are intricate and visually appealing. Though the taste may be slightly inferior when prepared this way, it at least ignites the curiosity of those tourists to try it. Only then do we have the opportunity to further recommend the proper way to enjoy frozen pears. Otherwise, if they lack the desire to order, how can we continue our recommendations?" As Lindong's words resonated, Wang Dawei found himself in deep contemplation. He recalled that his daughter had voiced similar sentiments. Some domestic products possess excellent functionality and efficacy, yet due to poor marketing, their sales remain dismal. Lacking recognition, consumers may not even be aware of the product, let alone consider purchasing it for experience. With this thought, Wang Dawei glanced at the video views, then at Liu Yang, his voice turning stern. "Liu Yang, did I not instruct you and your colleagues in the office to fully cooperate with his work? Is this your notion of cooperation? If this occurs again, I shall hold you accountable." At that moment, Liu Yang's expression resembled one who had just ingested a fly. Upon witnessing Wang Dawei's stance, Lindong seized the opportunity to press on. "Director, I actually have another request while I'm here. Speak. This video serves merely as a promotional tool, yet it is imperative that we implement it effectively. If tourists arrive and do not encounter the sliced frozen pears at all, they will undoubtedly perceive our promotion as deceptive, which would tarnish our reputation. Therefore, I wish to promote this concept throughout Ice City. What do you think? Lindong asked. That is a good idea. Wang Dawei nodded. However, implementing it will undoubtedly pose challenges, as many merchants have never even heard of this concept. You must be prepared for that. No worries. Although they may not be familiar, they will surely comply to earn profits. If customers order, they will undoubtedly produce it. Lindong smiled. I have a plan, though it may require a budget. How much? Wang Dawei furrowed his brow slightly. While he was pleased with Lindong's video, was it too abrupt to request a budget now? Not much, probably just a few tens of thousands. A few tens of thousands? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Dawei nodded. That is manageable. Just submit an application, and I'll sign it. You can go directly to finance to collect the funds. All right. Indeed. Lindong found himself at a loss regarding how to implement this strategy. Is that surprising? In his previous life, he was merely a spoiled rich kid, oblivious to the struggles of the world, and thus lacked any understanding of such matters. Fortunately, the system was remarkably capable and offered him assistance. Please select a method for implementation. 1. Mandate that merchants provide sliced frozen pears for customer presentation. Effect: popularity 5,000, reputation 5,000, merchant trust 5,000. 2. Encourage merchants to learn the art of presenting sliced frozen pears. Effect: popularity 1,000, reputation 1,000, merchant trust 1,000. 3. Provide merchants with free instructional videos on slicing frozen pears, along with complimentary exclusive slicing tools, and offer free promotion for those willing to learn. Effect: popularity 50,000, reputation 20,000, merchant trust 20,000. With just a glance at the options, Lindong understood immediately. Was there any need for deliberation? The third option was clearly superior. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly selected the third choice. Soon, new notifications appeared before him. Instructional video is being generated. Instructional video generation successful. Please utilize your abilities to distribute the instructional video to the merchants. Upon seeing this notification, Lindong realized that while the system could illuminate a path for him, achieving his objectives ultimately depended on his own efforts. Returning to the office, he suddenly noticed a shift in the gazes of his colleagues, who now regarded him with a hint of trepidation. Just as Lindong pondered this change, those who had previously been uncooperative swiftly gathered around him, eager to inquire. Lindong, I've finished my tasks and can assist you now. Indeed. For the sake of our Ice City's tourism, a little extra effort is well worth it. Willing to brave any challenge. Observing the reactions of his peers, Lindong began to comprehend the situation. It made sense. A person with no qualifications had, in a short span, taken on such a significant task, and even had the audacity to disregard Liu Yang's authority. In the eyes of his colleagues, there was likely only one conclusion to draw. He must have influential backing. Moreover, Director Wang Dawei had already proclaimed that he was under his protection. Not only that, but once the others learned that Lindong's video had gone viral, they were filled with regret, and those who realized the opportunity sought to join him in sharing the spoils. Lindong was not surprised by their ulterior motives. However, he genuinely needed their assistance at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well, given the circumstances, I shall assign some tasks. A few of you, please compile a list of the most popular restaurants in Ice City each year and gather their owners into a group. There should be quite a few tourists this time. It would be beneficial to support one another. Once you finish, let me know, but remember, no one should speak until I do. Additionally, I need a few people to accompany me outside to procure some supplies. By the way, Liu Yang, Chief Liu, would you mind driving for me this time?" As Lindong's voice faded, Liu Yang, who had been eavesdropping nearby, felt his face flush once more. Driving for his subordinate? What an absurdity. As a department head, he could hardly bring himself to accept such a role. Yet, the director, Wang Dawei, had insisted he fully cooperate. Faced with the gazes of his colleagues, he felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine, I'll drive." Observing the palpable frustration on Liu Yang's face, Lindong couldn't suppress a sneer. "Opposing me? You'll regret it." Soon, under Liu Yang's reluctant guidance, Lindong arrived at a factory specializing in various kitchen utensils. Upon entering, Lindong got straight to the point. "Hello, I am here to place an order." "An order? What do you wish to order?" The factory owner glanced at Lindong, surprised by his youth, and casually inquired about the quantity. "Just to clarify, smaller orders might be postponed." "Well, not large, just around 20,000 units. Lindong estimated before continuing. "Do you have apple slicers?" 20,000. The owner was momentarily taken aback. He had expected a minor request, but was confronted with a significant one. He instinctively straightened up and asked, "Which type of slicer?" "The standard apple slicer. The kind that can slice apples into wedges for plating," Lindong replied, producing a prepared photo to illustrate his request. The owner examined the photograph and quickly understood. However, he was puzzled. "We do have them, but are you certain you want 20,000? These have been slow to sell here. You wouldn't want to back out later, as that would create complications. He pondered the local habit of simply biting into apples, noting how an apple slicer might be deemed unnecessary. Understanding the owner's concerns, Lindong reassured him, "Rest assured, we will take all 20,000 units. I represent the Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau. But I have one condition. We need the order fulfilled quickly, as we require it before the arrival of tourists." Upon hearing Lindong's affiliation, the owner felt a wave of relief and confidently promised, "You can count on me. Just give me 3 days, and I will ensure the products are ready. Thank you for your assistance. By the way, you are from the Culture and Tourism Bureau, correct?" The tall owner suddenly appeared shy, hesitating before asking, "Could you possibly do me a favor?" "Of course, what is it? Regardless of the purpose for which you need these slicers, could you recommend our factory?" The owner's expression reflected his resignation. "Orders have dwindled significantly in recent years, and I must admit, we have been operating at a loss. If this continues, we may not endure much longer." Lindong was taken aback by the request. Had the situation become so dire? No wonder Ice City was striving to develop its tourism industry with such urgency. A moment later, he nodded in response. "All right, I shall do my best." After placing the order and signing the contract, Lindong left the factory. Along the way, Luyang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What do you need an apple slicer for? What purpose does this contraption serve?" Casting a sidelong glance at Luyang, Lindong's lips curled into a faint smile. "Do you wish to know?" Luyang replied. "Beg me, treat me to a meal, and I shall divulge." Lindong chuckled lightly. "You." Luyang was incensed. However, recalling Wang Dawei's earlier words, he took a deep breath. Young and capable, backed by the director, such a person must either possess extraordinary talent, come from wealth, or have significant connections. Having previously crossed him, it seemed there was little to be concerned about in acknowledging his mistake now. After all, Luyang had achieved his current position not by sheer ability, but rather through flattery, an outcome that was no mere coincidence. What he relied upon was a thick skin. A moment later, gritting his teeth, he called out, "Lindong, I admit it was my fault to target you earlier. But I am genuinely curious about the significance of your actions. Grant me this favor, and I shall treat you to a meal." Surprised by Luyang's sudden concession, Lindong felt a mix of astonishment and mild disappointment. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. "All right, rest assured, you shall not regret this meal." Soon, the two arrived at a moderately renowned restaurant in Ice City. It was not yet the peak tourist season. Although winter had arrived, the snow had yet to fall, resulting in a relatively sparse crowd within the establishment. The two quickly found a table. Just as Luyang was about to order, Lindong abruptly stopped him, saying, "Say nothing, I shall order." With that, he waved for the waiter, cleared his throat, and inquired, "Do you have frozen pears? May I order one?" "One?" The waiter paused, glancing at Lindong, then immediately broke into a smile. "You must be visiting from the south, right?" "Yes, indeed. We do have frozen pears. Would you like one or a plate?" I would like a plate of frozen pear slices. Do you have that?" "Ah, frozen pears? Sliced?" Upon hearing this, the waiter was taken aback. Even several nearby patrons, upon listening, were equally bewildered. Who slices frozen pears? What on earth? Some even burst out laughing at the absurdity. The onlookers regarded Lindong as if he were a fool. Noticing the waiter's confusion, Lindong promptly retrieved his phone, opened a video, and asked, "I saw a video online stating that Ice City has frozen pear slices available this year. Is that not true?" "Alas, I have traveled thousands of miles just for this. Let me check with the kitchen." The waiter hesitated before responding. "All right then." Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Tungfu restaurant, upon hearing the waiter's words, the chef's voice immediately rose by an octave. "What? Frozen pear slices? I perceive him as a frozen pear sliced on a plate. Is this truly how one consumes it? It is utterly unorthodox. Do we not simply take a bite and savor its essence? Another southerner, I presume? And their essay video, which has even gone viral, whose eccentricity conceived such a method of consumption. Nevertheless, despite these sentiments, as a chef, he reluctantly endeavored to try it. Yet, this attempt proved consequential. Once he tried, complications ensued. A frozen pear, repeatedly subjected to freezing. The most authentic way to enjoy it is to immerse it in water to thaw, then puncture a small opening to extract the juice. However, the dilemma arises. If it is thawed and then sliced, it becomes soft and disintegrates. Conversely, if left frozen, the pear's hardness becomes formidable, rendering it a solid block of ice, making it perilously slippery to cut. In an instant, the entire kitchen found itself in a quandary. Chapter 6. If one can consume coconut with a straw, why can't one do the same with frozen pears? Shortly, observing the haphazardly sliced frozen pear pieces, Lindong subtly shook his head and sighed. As anticipated, to excel in one's craft, one must first wield the right tools. The frozen pear is not akin to other fruits. It cannot simply be sliced proficiently with skill alone. Specialized instruments are requisite. He gestured towards the frozen pears on the table and inquired, "Is this the best your knife skills can offer?" The waiter quickly smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but we genuinely lack this method here. The issue remains that elsewhere, frozen pears are not readily available. Would one venture to other locales for frozen pears, if not for the Northeast? Lindong chuckled. Never mind. I am not attempting to put you in a difficult position. Please convey this to your chef and ask him to prepare another plate. With that, Lindong handed over the slicer. The waiter, momentarily stunned by the small tool, complied nonetheless. After all, in these recent years, the economy of Ice City has been lackluster, and tourism has barely progressed. Customers are indeed kings. However, upon seeing the small implement, the chefs at Tungfu were incensed. That little rascal, could he be here to undermine our establishment? Or perhaps he is here to peddle tools. Slicing frozen pears? Is he deliberately seeking trouble? Yet, just as he was poised to erupt, the proprietor of Tungfu, Jiang Sheng, hurriedly emerged. Hurry, hurry. Lao Su, do you comprehend nothing? Do you know who that individual is? He is from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City. He is not here to trouble us. He is here to bestow upon us immense fortune. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Su Yi paused in disbelief. Frozen pear slices equate to immense fortune? Lao Jiang, has your mind been afflicted like his, kicked by a donkey? Who among us Northeasterners regards this as anything but a jest? You're the one who has been kicked by a donkey, Jiang Sheng retorted. Who among us Northeasterners would come to our restaurant to eat frozen pears? They are either made at home or purchased en route. Have you not considered? Those who dine with us are predominantly tourists from the South. They travel vast distances, spending money to indulge. Southerners appreciate refinement. Presentation must be exquisite, and it ought to be elegant and convenient. You cannot simply present such a large frozen pear. It leaves others at a loss as to how to indulge. I often wondered why, in previous years, tourists showed little interest in frozen pears. We even struggled to give them away, thinking they must not be palatable. It turns out this was the reason. Furthermore, the two guests who arrived today made a promise in the group chat. If we successfully improve today, we will be featured as the premier restaurant recommended by the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau tomorrow. Is this not a stroke of fortune? Here, I present the tutorial for slicing. Can you manage this task? Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's explanation, Su Yi finally began to comprehend. Yet, even so, skepticism lingered within him. I refuse to believe that those from the South would venture all the way here just to savor such inauthentic fare. I foresee that they will undoubtedly struggle to sell it. Nonetheless, he begrudgingly took the slicer and commenced the task. Little did he know, the first attempt would astonish him. Su Yi seized the slicer, applying an unexpected force, and with a firm press, the partially thawed frozen pear revealed its inner flesh, which resembled icy granita. Surprisingly, this small slicer managed to cut through the solid mass effortlessly. It even removed the core, causing the surrounding flesh to bloom like a flower, undeniably enhancing its visual appeal. Observing this scene, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. Soon, the platter of sliced frozen pear was presented. This time, as he gazed upon the carefully arranged slices, Lindong finally expressed satisfaction. Simultaneously, the proprietor, Jiang Sheng, approached with a smile, inquiring, surely this sliced frozen pear cannot be problematic? It appears quite commendable. Lindong nodded, while Lu Yang remained silent, hesitant to interject. Witnessing this exchange, Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of surprise. Who exactly was this young man? Despite his youth, he wielded such authority that even Director Lu followed his directives. However, before he could ponder further, Lindong spoke again. This is merely a partially thawed frozen pear. Please bring forth a fully thawed one. Understood. Before long, as he observed the frozen pear before him, Lindong feigned confusion. How does one consume this? In an instant, everyone was left in stunned silence. Jiang Sheng suppressed his curiosity and explained, first, take a small bite with your teeth, and then, I understand how to eat it. Lindong interjected, shaking his head. But the issue lies in the fact that I have lived in Ice City for many years. Yet, do the tourists who have only recently arrived know how to consume it? The sliced frozen pear is merely one solution. You should be well aware of its texture. Of course, I understand your intentions. You wish to present the finest flavors to attract customers. However, you must also consider that many of these tourists are unfamiliar with this method of consumption. Are you planning to instruct each one individually? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng glanced at the frozen pear and finally grasped the young man's intention. He was guiding him on how to cater to Southern patrons and ensure their satisfaction. Despite this, he pondered deeply yet remained utterly at a loss, ultimately mustering the courage to inquire. Although I am aware of the question, I truly cannot conceive of a solution. Unthawed frozen pears can be sliced for a fruit platter, while thawed pears can simply be served with a straw for sipping. Lindong looked puzzled. Isn't that how coconuts are served? Surely, it cannot be unfeasible when it comes to frozen pears. A straw? At that moment, Jiang Sheng's mind erupted with realization. Indeed, such a simple notion, how had it eluded him? Northerners tend to be rather casual with their food, mirroring their personalities, whereas Southerners are meticulous and favor cleanliness. A straw is precisely fitting, isn't it? Instantly, he agreed wholeheartedly. I understand. Well, let us prepare, as it is likely to snow soon. At that time, many tourists from across the nation will surely flock here. Your establishment is the most popular in our Ice City, and we must ensure our reputation shines. Lindong nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Meanwhile, Gazing at the frozen pear platter alongside the straw, Lu Yang was utterly bewildered. As a northerner himself, he had never contemplated this angle, especially the apple slicer. Was it truly meant for frozen pears? The straw was indeed the piece de resistance. Yet the issue remained that locals had never entertained such an idea. If a young lady or lad were to request a straw with their frozen pears, the elders would undoubtedly scoff, saying, "A straw for frozen pears? How pretentious! You resemble a straw." However, just when the two believed the matter had concluded, Lindong's next utterance nearly toppled them from their seats. "By the way, could we have some sweet tofu pudding? Do you have it?" "Yes, we do." "Oh, and please ensure it's sweet, not savory." Upon hearing this, nearly every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Lindong, their glares tinged with barely concealed ire. Sweet tofu pudding. What an abominable delicacy. In the Northeast, is it not always savory tofu pudding? Chapter 7. Collaborating with Lu Miao Miao on video content. The adage holds true. Different lands nurture different people. The culinary preferences for tofu pudding between the North and South have long sparked heated debate. Thus, two factions emerged, the Northern Savory Party and the Southern Sweet Party. Each faction firmly believes their method is the truest representation of authenticity. Therefore, in the Northeast, when someone proclaims a desire for sweet tofu pudding, nearly all locals will regard them with incredulous disdain. This transcends mere authenticity. It is a matter of pride. Lindong was not the least bit surprised by the crowd's reaction. He calmly articulated, "One cannot expect Southerners, who have cultivated their dietary habits over many years, to alter them within just a few days in our Northeast. Many of our dishes are substantial and rich. After indulging, Southerners might indeed crave sweet tofu pudding as a delightful dessert to cleanse the palate. Wouldn't you agree?" The crux of the matter is that if one were to assert the absence of certain offerings, patrons might ponder how a store of such considerable size could lack these items, leading to an impression of inadequate preparation and ultimately, a faltering business. Of course, this does not imply that we must transform our traditional savory tofu pudding into a sweet variant. We certainly do not indulge in sweet tofu pudding. However, when those from the southern regions arrive and desire it, we cannot afford to be without, can we? Such an approach does not align with our hospitality. Do you understand? Listening to Lindong's words, Jiangxing nodded. He fully comprehended this principle. Yet, understanding is one thing, acceptance is another. After all, their establishment has long been renowned as an old brand, emphasizing authenticity. Introducing frozen pear platters and sweet tofu pudding would transgress ancestral teachings and be utterly outrageous. After a prolonged internal struggle, recalling the dismal state of business in recent years, Jiangxing gritted his teeth and nodded. He may not agree, but there are plenty who will. However, just as he instructed the kitchen to prepare sweet tofu pudding, Su Yi, donning a chef's hat, could no longer contain himself. Veins bulging on his forehead, he seized a kitchen knife and erupted in fury. "What? Sweet tofu pudding? Who in Northeast China consumes sweet tofu pudding? This person must be deranged, right? He must be looking for trouble. Absolutely. I refuse to believe that these frozen pear platters and sweet tofu pudding can actually sell." After leaving Tongfu, he returned once more to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. At this point, Lu Yang was utterly convinced. Setting aside Lindong's background, his work capabilities had left him completely astounded. Where did this person acquire such inventive ideas? He had even forgotten the previous insults hurled at him. Reputation? What does that matter? Did he not see that director Wang Dawei was backing him? Thus, he dared not misbehave any further. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the director's office to report on the work situation. Upon hearing his words, Wang Dawei was left speechless. What? They purchased 20,000 apple slicers to distribute to merchants for free? Merchants who actively rectify their issues will be prioritized for recommendations to tourists by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? What? Frozen pears are now a habit? Sweet tofu pudding? Listening to this series of extraordinary measures, Wang Dawei stood there, astounded. But upon reflection, he realized that Southerners indeed have a penchant for such delicacies. After a long silence, he could only sigh softly and remark, "This young man certainly possesses a plethora of clever ideas. However, I wonder how effective these measures will ultimately prove." Meanwhile, after addressing this matter, Lindong did not remain idle. The system had presented new tasks. The physical rectification plan has commenced. Current effectiveness, average. Many merchants still harbor skepticism. Please intensify efforts. The system will assist you. In a few days, a cold wave will sweep through the north, and winter will soon arrive, bringing a multitude of travelers. You have the following options. 1. Continue with video promotion. Effect, popularity value 5,000. 2. Engage in communication with more merchants. Effect, popularity value 3,000. 3. Collaborate with the travel blogger and internet celebrity Lu Miao Miao to record a promotional video at Tongfu. Effect, popularity value 700,000. An internet celebrity? A travel blogger? She plans to visit Ice City this year? Lindong paused for a moment at this prompt. The results were already standardized. Did he still need to choose? As for Lu Miao Miao, the travel enthusiast, he had some recollection of her. With over 5 million fans, her videos consistently garnered over 1 million views each. If there were an opportunity to collaborate, the results would undoubtedly be splendid. However, Lindong found himself perplexed regarding how to contact her. Fortunately, just as he was about to make a decision, the system had already facilitated everything for him. Hello. I am a staff member from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, the same person who filmed the frozen pear platter previously. I heard that you were planning to visit Ice City soon and would like to collaborate on a promotional video. What do you think? On the other end, Lu Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the invitation. She immediately recalled the frozen pear slices. Oh, so it was he who created that. Quite interesting indeed. Since she was going on a trip, and he was from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, collaborating on a video seemed to be a mutually beneficial scenario. Thus, after confirming his identity, Lu Miao Miao agreed without a second thought. A few days later, a cold wave swept in, transforming Ice City into a winter wonderland. Lu Miao Miao embarked on her journey, her excitement evident as she gazed at the snow outside the window. Soon, the two met. However, upon seeing the young man who came to greet her, Lu Miao Miao was slightly taken aback. Who are you? Oh, I'm the one who contacted you earlier. I'm Lindong, he replied with a smile. These are our staff members. We're preparing to shoot video material along the way. Do you mind? Hello. I'm Lu Miao Miao. I don't mind at all, she responded with a smile. The two engaged in delightful conversation, discussing various topics throughout their journey. In Lu Miao Miao's live stream, upon seeing Lindong's appearance, many viewers began to express their admiration. Wow, this guy is quite handsome. I'm in. He definitely possesses a certain charm. And he is so tall. Is this the allure of Northeast China? Oh no. Miao Miao, I love you. Please don't change your heart. Soon, mealtime arrived. This time, Lindong took the initiative to host, choosing Tungfu as the venue. Naturally, the expenses would be reimbursed by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Lu Miao Miao, not one to hold back, ordered a selection of classic Northeast dishes, including guabao roe. As the dishes were served, their generous portions left many southern viewers in her live stream utterly astonished. Wow, is there really this much? This is too generous. The southern palate expressed its shock. Northeast cuisine is indeed hearty. The value for money here is simply astonishing. The hearty portions of Northeastern cuisine come at such a modest price. Truly a testament to the integrity of the seller. As a southerner, I find myself shedding envious tears, nay, drooling with envy. The sight of that abundant platter of meat is invigorating. The cost of half a portion down south allows one to indulge to their heart's content in the Northeast, which is indeed a remarkable deal. Are you not concerned about incurring losses, dear proprietor? Casting a glance at the barrage of comments, Lindong sensed the moment was ripe and immediately seized the opportunity to express confidently. Rest assured, here in the Northeast, we pride ourselves on our honesty. We emphasize generous servings, delicious and affordable. He continued, I hope our friends from the South can come with open hearts and appetites to dine with us. At this juncture, Lindong swiftly shifted gears and added, of course, there will inevitably be unscrupulous merchants seeking to take advantage by artificially inflating prices. You need not worry about that. If you encounter any merchants charging exorbitantly, feel free to lodge a complaint. If we catch them in the act, they will surely face consequences. Observing Lindong's earnest assurances, Lu Miao Miao could not help but stifle a laugh. Initially, she harbored some apprehensions. What if her host turned out to be a middle-aged individual with whom she had little in common? Wouldn't that lead to an awkward situation? However, it now seemed that such worries were unfounded. Moreover, from the tone of the other party, she could sense the warmth, straightforwardness, and hospitality typical of Northeasterners. Chapter 8. A focus on pampering. Before her sat a feast that was not only visually appealing and aromatic, but also remarkably affordable, causing Lu Miao Miao's appetite to soar. Yet, her curiosity was piqued by something else altogether. She had heard that frozen pears from the Northeast could now be sliced and elegantly arranged. Was that true? Were they available here? Fear not, they are indeed here, came the assured reply. Before long, exquisitely arranged slices of frozen pear were presented. To add to the charm, the server, reminiscent of Haida Leo, cheerfully proclaimed, Princess, please enjoy this pear. This delightful scene once again amused Lu Miao Miao, and even the viewers in the live stream were equally entertained. They really do have sliced frozen pears. They look quite appealing. Haha, this size is indeed perfect for us to enjoy. Right, I have sensitive teeth, making it difficult to chew on larger pieces. I can only take small bites. Oh, these slices look so adorable. However, the presentation was not yet complete. The server returned with an entire frozen pear. Lu Miao Miao paused momentarily and inquired, what is this? This arrangement of sliced frozen pears is not fully thawed. Its texture is akin to that of a slushy, Lindong explained. While this method of consumption is amusing, it is not the most authentic way. In the Northeast, the genuine way to enjoy frozen pears is to let them thaw completely, bite into them, and sip the juice inside, correct? Lu Miao Miao instinctively picked up the conversation, asking, I've seen a video on this before, but I found it curious how large these frozen pears appear. Wouldn't it be cold to take a bite and sip? And wouldn't my hands get all wet? Oh, you need not worry about that. We have a splendid solution. Upon finishing her words, a waiter promptly produced a straw and inserted it into the frozen pear. Lindong smiled and remarked, This method of consumption is something we usually do at home. For esteemed guests like you, who have traveled from afar, using this straw makes it much more convenient. Would you care to give it a try? Observing this custom, Lu Meow Meow's eyes brightened with intrigue. She leaned down, took a sip, and her eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons. Oh, this is truly delightful. So sweet. It feels even sweeter than eating a pear. Indeed, that is the essence of a frozen pear. Moreover, with this thawed frozen pear, once you have savored the juice, there is no need to consume the fruit flesh, making it particularly suitable for those who are not fond of chewing. If one desires a more textured experience, sliced frozen pears would be more appropriate, Lindong explained with a grin. It's akin to how some individuals relish sugarcane, while others prefer sugarcane juice. Upon hearing this, Lu Meow Meow's live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, I am genuinely intrigued. I had thought one could only suck it with their mouth. But I never anticipated the use of a straw. It is said that this new method was specially introduced this year to welcome visitors from the south. In any case, the locals in northeast China have never encountered such a way of enjoying it. Laughter erupted as she continued. How charming. It seems that Ice City truly caters to southern tourists. But then again, what can one expect when you're just little potatoes from the south? Our own children don't even enjoy such treatment. The service here is indeed meticulous and thoughtful. Who would have guessed that Northeasterners possess such a gentle side? And the prices are remarkably reasonable. Compared to traveling abroad, visiting Ice City is not only safer and more comfortable, but also offers incredible value for money. I absolutely adore this. This year, I must visit Ice City during my holiday. At that moment, Lu Meow Meow began to sample the dishes on the table. Although the flavors were delightful, the cold weather in northeast China rendered the dishes somewhat greasy. After just a few bites, she began to feel overwhelmed. Yet, with the live stream ongoing, she hesitated to voice her discomfort. The delicious taste of the frozen pear had led her to unknowingly finish it all. Just as she pondered whether to order another, a waiter approached from a distance. Hello, would you care for some tofu pudding? If so, we will provide a complimentary bowl for each customer. Tofu pudding? Lu Meow Meow's eyes sparkled once more. The aroma of tofu pudding immediately wafted through her mind. This is a delightful treat, exceptionally good for cutting through grease. However, she quickly recalled something. It seems that in northeast China, only savory tofu pudding is available, which would significantly diminish its effectiveness in alleviating heaviness. Moreover, it appears that the beloved sweet tofu pudding favored by southerners is not found here. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly inquired, may I ask, do you only have savory tofu pudding here? Or, we offer sweet, savory, and spicy varieties. The waiter responded with a smile. It depends on your preference. If you prefer sweet, we even have a special frozen pear juice tofu pudding. A new creation developed this year. What? There's such a thing? Lu Meow Meow was utterly taken aback. The level of service was simply extraordinary. Who previously remarked that the Northeast is filled with boorish men. Just take a look at them. How delicate their hearts are. Soon, the sweet tofu pudding was served. Lu Meow Meow eagerly took a taste. How fragrant. How refreshing. The greasy feeling from the earlier dishes vanished instantly. Her appetite surged. The subtle fragrance of the pear, combined with the tofu pudding, created a unique flavor. Even in the South, she had never encountered such a taste of tofu pudding. Truly delightful. Upon observing the sweet tofu pudding being served, the audience in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. What? Sweet tofu pudding? What is going on? The Northeast actually has sweet tofu pudding. No way. Aren't they supposed to eat it savory? Moreover, not only is there sweet, but also spicy. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Is this really in the Northeast? When I wanted to try sweet tofu pudding back then, I was met with a disdainful glare. This is truly a lavish reception for the little potato from the South. Ice City has truly gone all out. Ha ha ha, what can we do? They really pamper the little potato from the South to the extreme. Ice City is indeed making a grand show of indulgence. After finishing the meal, Lu Meow Meow was immensely satisfied. They hadn't even begun to explore Ice City yet. In that moment, she couldn't help but feel excited. Before leaving, she smiled at the audience in front of the camera and said, to be honest, this trip to Ice City has truly surprised me. Really. Whether it's the service or other aspects, everything is so thoughtful. It feels just like home. To my friends from the South, if you're interested, I strongly recommend a visit to Ice City. It's not just about seeing the snow, but also about the local delicacies. I believe you won't be disappointed. Soon, with the help of the staff, the collaborative video of Lindong and Lu Meow Meow was released. In no time, it went viral across the internet. Within a day, the views surpassed 1 million. Countless little potatoes from the South were captivated by this scene, especially since it was the first snow of the year in Ice City. However, alongside its explosive popularity, numerous locals from the Northeast were left utterly shocked upon seeing this video. Chapter 9. Locals in Outrage. In an instant, under the video, countless Northeasterners could no longer contain themselves. What? Sweet tofu pudding? What? Frozen pears can be sliced on a plate? The little potato from the South has quite the privilege. They would directly bite into it when the esteemed Mr. Pooh arrives. The people of Ice City were enraged. Ice City, you shameless traitor. Withdraw this immediately. Northeasterners cannot stand for this. I can tolerate sliced frozen pears. I can also tolerate frozen pears with straws. But this sweet tofu pudding, I truly cannot bear it. Heresy. This is undoubtedly heresy. Just because of this sweet tofu pudding, Ice City is hereby expelled from the North today. Moreover, many esteemed literary figures were passionately lamenting in the comments. Savory tofu pudding is ancestral wisdom. It must not be altered. Such a reversal of heavenly principles. An act of great rebellion. The harmony of rites and music has collapsed. The pudding of tofu, sweet in the south and savory in the north. What constitutes authenticity has been debated for centuries. As the year of Guiyin draws to a close, the potato invades the north. The northeast shows weakness. An Ice City is offered up, forsaking the savory to pander, in hopes of winning the favor of the tofu. Historians assert that after a century-long conflict between the north and the south, the Ice City has finally surrendered its treasures. Today, sweet tofu pudding. Tomorrow, sliced frozen pears. Thus, one can enjoy a peaceful night as sleep, only to awaken and find the little tubers arriving once more. Observing the local comment section, it is evident that the residents are utterly bewildered. Countless little tubers from the south are positively delighted. What does this signify? It signifies that the Ice City is genuinely and wholeheartedly indulging its visitors. In a moment, those southern dwellers who initially harbored doubts or hesitations resolved to purchase tickets to the Ice City. Meanwhile, after Lindong and Lumao departed, Jiang Shang, the proprietor of Tungfu, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He was uncertain whether this turn of events was fortuitous or detrimental, while the state of business remained ambiguous. He found himself the subject of ridicule among his peers in the industry. Frozen pear platters? Frozen pears with straws? Sweet tofu pudding flavored with frozen pears? How utterly embarrassing. Even Sue-Yi could not contain her exasperation. Look at this. I told you so. This is utterly unreliable. Just look at how many days have passed. Has our business improved? Not in the slightest. Even the locals who used to frequent our establishment have ceased coming. Hearing Sue-Yi's words, Jiang Shang couldn't help but let out a sigh of despair. Had he truly misjudged the situation? As expected, that young man was far too inexperienced. Just as he wallowed in his despondency, a throng of patrons suddenly surged through the entrance. Judging by their attire, puffy jackets, furry hats, and scarves, it was unmistakable. Little tubers from the south had finally arrived. Without exception, they ordered frozen pear slices, frozen pears with straws, sweet tofu pudding, and northern dishes. The kitchen and dining area were soon brimming with patrons, and the staff found themselves overwhelmed. Another order of frozen pear slices. A few more bowls of sweet tofu pudding. We need more. Hurry up, don't dawdle. There are still many waiting outside. Many had come inspired by that promotional video. Sue-Yi, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. It was well known that such a crowd was rarely seen. Even during peak tourist seasons, business had never been this fervent. Moreover, upon arriving, the first thing many did was to specifically request frozen pear slices and frozen pear tofu pudding. Having worked as a chef for over 20 years, Sue-Yi had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. However, at that moment, he had no time for further contemplation. The kitchen knives were nearly sparking from the incessant use. It was not until nightfall that the guests began to disperse. Exhausted, Sue-Yi emerged from the kitchen, trembling hands reaching for a cigarette as he muttered, "This is truly bizarre. Why is everyone ordering this?" Meanwhile, Jiang Sheng's joy was barely containable. The day's revenue had skyrocketed. Over the course of just one day, the earnings surpassed 100,000. These were no mere little tubers from the south. This is undoubtedly a southern golden bean. Ever since I opened this shop, business has never been so flourishing. With that, he couldn't resist and promptly shared a photo of his bustling business on his social media. In an instant, those who had previously mocked him were left shedding tears of envy. Almost immediately, inquiries began flooding in the group chat. Why are there so many customers at your place? Indeed, why does it feel like we still have so few people here? Oh, it seems a few southern customers visited today, but they only asked if we had frozen pear slices and sweet tofu. Once we responded negatively, they all left. Could it be that they went to Tungfu instead? By the way, Lao Jiang, how exactly do you prepare those frozen pear slices? We tried, but found it quite challenging. At that moment, everyone suddenly understood. What does authenticity matter? What does it matter if the sweet or savory tofu pudding is favored? As long as there are customers who relish it, and it sells, that is what counts. Who would turn away from profit? When the crowd began to inquire about Jiang Shang, he finally found joy. At last, he could hold his head high. Yet, reflecting on the assistance he received from the younger generation, he felt a surge of gratitude and remarked, "Now you understand envy. Do you? The Tourism Bureau had already provided you with instructional videos and tools for free, yet you failed to adapt? Are you all as stubborn as mules? If you don't prioritize your customers, why would they choose to spend their money at your establishments? What are you thinking?" It was only then that everyone recalled this matter. It turned out that the path to prosperity had already been laid out for them. They simply lacked the trust. In no time, most shops in Ice City embarked on vigorous renovations. Some even went so far as to post slogans outside their doors to attract the attention of southern customers. Frozen pear slices. Sweet frozen tofu pudding. Meanwhile, the owner of the processing factory that Lindong had previously visited also began receiving a flood of orders for apple slicers. Initially, he paid it no mind. It wasn't until the orders piled up that he finally realized the young man from the tourism bureau had not deceived him. They truly had publicized their offerings. Watching his revitalized factory, the owner felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. On the other side, Lindong was not surprised by the sudden popularity of the videos. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. Indeed, that was to accompany Lumao for a day of fun, in front of the Sophia Church, under the night sky. The full moon cast a unique charm over the icy landscape. Upon seeing such a scene, Lumao became instantly animated and exclaimed, "Lindong, can you do me a favor? The moonlight is so beautiful, and the church is stunning. Could you take a photo of me?" After spending the day together, Lumao was not only satisfied with Ice City, but also with the young man before her, who possessed such refined manners and gentlemanly qualities. The barriers between them gradually diminished, and their proximity grew ever closer. Taking the camera, Lindong pressed the shutter. In the next moment, a system notification reappeared before his eyes. Main Task 1. Promotion of Ice City's distinctive cuisine has been completed. Current popularity value, 1. 28 million. Main Task 2. Underway. Current transformation plan. To create a perfect fairy tale world in Ice City. Taking a beautiful photo can help visitors cherish delightful memories. Yet, while the world of fairy tales is enchanting, reality can be harsh. As the saying goes, the moon waxes and wanes. You have the following choices. 1. Go with the flow and accept your fate. The moon's phases are a natural law. It cannot be defied. If luck permits, take a picture of the moon. If not, so be it. If you cannot capture a photo, what concern is it of mine? That is a matter for the heavens. Effect. Popularity value 5,000. Reputation 1,002. Defy fate. Reverse destiny. Utilize a drone to create an artificial moon. The full moon over St. Sophia Cathedral shall eternally rise for the little potatoes of the south. Effect. Popularity value 500,000. Reputation 200,000. Chapter 10. Still need a budget? An artificial moon? Lindong instinctively looked up towards the sky. On this snowy winter night, a luminous full moon hung high over the night sky of Ice City, resembling a lantern of crystalline ice illuminating the solemn and mysterious silhouette of St. Sophia Cathedral. Snowflakes danced gracefully, like sprites falling from the heavens, shimmering in the moonlight, gently blanketing the cathedral's emerald onion dome, gradually cloaking this historical edifice in a pristine, immaculate shroud of snow. In this world, tranquil and adorned in silver, the cathedral appeared exceptionally serene and sacred. The ancient red brick walls, under the white snow's reflection, deepened in hue, emanating a soft, warm glow that contrasted with the stark moonlight, creating an illusion of transcending time. The colorful windows flickered in and out of visibility amidst the interplay of moonlight and snow, exuding a mysterious and romantic glimmer. The square before the cathedral was transformed into a pristine velvet carpet of snow, crunching underfoot, harmonizing with the serene night. At this moment, St. Sophia Cathedral was as beautiful as an ice palace from a fairy tale. No wonder Lumao insisted on having her photo taken. This scenery is indeed remarkable. Lindong instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the full moon. At that moment, the beauty seemed to lack something. Observing Lumao in the distance, excitedly playing in the snow, building snowmen, drawing in the snow, and taking photographs, Lindong instinctively inquired. Fortunately, tonight is a full moon. But if the moon doesn't appear if it doesn't, I can only chalk it up to bad luck, right? Lumao took the camera, glanced at it, and expressed her satisfaction with Lindong's photography. It's truly beautiful. Have you studied photography? Just for a few years, Lindong replied, scratching his nose. In his previous life, during his innocent youth, he had devoted considerable effort in this area to pursue an artistic girl. Alas, today, I am fortunate enough to capture such a splendid moon, but for other visitors, I wonder if they will share the same fortune. Lumao spoke with a hint of regret, acknowledging that many tourists do not share the same privilege as her. They cannot visit this place at will as she does. Upon hearing this, Lindong's eyes sparkled with sudden realization. Indeed, when southern visitors come to the Ice City, aside from marveling at the scenic beauty and indulging in delectable cuisine, what is the paramount activity? Naturally, it is capturing photographs. Yet, if Lumao's promotions feature the moon, while other tourists arrive to find it absent, although they understand the cyclical nature of the moon, the disappointment remains palpable. Lindong's mission became clear, to ensure every visitor departs without regret. He glanced at Lumao, excitement illuminating his face. I understand. Thank you, he exclaimed, hastily bidding farewell and requesting a ride back to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Observing Lindong's enthusiasm, Lumao was left in perplexity. What is going on with him? Unbeknownst to her, Luyong interjected with a smile. This fellow is preoccupied with enhancing our tourism industry. The idea of frozen pears served with straws and sweet tofu pudding was his brainchild. I suspect he has conceived yet another innovative approach he wishes to implement. Oh, it was his idea? Lumao's expression shifted to one of surprise. Recollecting the frozen pears, she instinctively smiled, casting a glance at Lindong's hurried departure, softly murmuring, "This guy is truly intriguing." Meanwhile, in the third-floor office of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Director Wang Dawei was exceedingly busy. Ordinarily, he should not have been so overwhelmed. However, due to the first snowfall, a sudden influx of southern tourists had dramatically increased the reception pressure. Thus, he found himself working overtime. Yet, as he observed the surging number of tourists and their spending, he felt the effort was worthwhile. It had been many years since Ice City had experienced such vibrancy. Contemplating this, a smile crept across his face as he muttered, "Lindong. This rascal truly possesses remarkable talent." Just then, the office door swung open, and Lindong rushed in, breathless. Wang Dawei instinctively looked up, ready to reprimand the newcomer for not knocking, only to be greeted by the sight of Lindong, which instantly softened his demeanor. "Easy there, Lin. What is the rush?" "Director," Lindong gasped, catching his breath before stating, "I have something to discuss." "Ah, perfect timing, as I also have matters to discuss with you." Wang Dawei set aside his pen, observing the young man before him with increasing satisfaction. In recent years, Ice City's economy had been in decline, leading to a significant exodus of young talent towards more prosperous regions. Young individuals like Lindong, who chose to remain locally and possessed capability, were indeed rare. Recognizing his potential and ambition, Wang Dawei resolved to offer him an opportunity. However, before Wang Dawei could finish his words, Lindong interjected directly, "Budget. I need more budget." Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't I just allocate tens of thousands to you a few days ago? And now you need more? Do you truly believe the Cultural and Tourism Bureau is a treasure trove?" Nevertheless, despite his skepticism, the previous allocation had proven remarkably effective. The rise in the reputation of Ice City alone had drawn in tourists, which was undoubtedly worth the expenditure. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Wang Dawei inquired, "What do you intend to use it for? To purchase drones, to acquire lights, to create an artificial moon?" "Huh." Wang Dawei was left bewildered. "An artificial moon? What on earth is that?" However, Lindong offered no further explanation, simply stating, "There is no time to waste. A large influx of tourists is expected imminently. Director, if you trust me, allow me to proceed." Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei's heart raced. Indeed, a substantial number of tourists were about to arrive. Throughout the year, this was the only opportunity for Ice City to showcase itself to visitors from afar. Now was not the time for hesitation. Thus, in the next moment, he decisively asked, "How much?" "I'm not certain yet. Just approve a budget of 200,000 for now," Lindong replied after a moment's thought. 200,000? Wang Dawei's expression stiffened slightly, but recalling Lindong's previous successful transformation of frozen pears, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Fine. I approve. Just make sure you don't bring us disgrace." "Great." Lindong beamed at the immediate approval. "By the way, there's one more thing." "What is it, Director?" "Effective immediately, you will no longer work in the market department," Wang Dawei stated. "Huh." Lindong was taken aback. "Am I not to continue in the market department? Is this what they call killing the donkey after the grinding?" However, Wang Dawei's next words left him in astonishment. "The market department is understaffed, and you lack room to exert your abilities. The Tourism Bureau's promotion division is in need of a section chief. You shall take on that role. However, this is the peak tourism season, and the pressure will be immense. You must withstand it." "Is this a promotion? So soon?" Upon reflection, it didn't seem strange at all. After all, wasn't he the other department in dire need of personnel? Moreover, he required greater authority to implement his transformative plans. Thus, Lindong nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Very well. Report for duty tomorrow, work diligently, and if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to approach me." Chapter 11. What on earth is an artificial moon? The following day, within the office of the Tourism Bureau's promotion division at the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, the usually listless staff appeared extraordinarily animated. Each individual was engaged in lively discussions about the impending personnel changes. "Have you heard? The former section chief Zhang has been transferred to the group, and the announcement of the new section chief is likely to be made today." As soon as the words left one individual's mouth, another chimed in. "Oh, I've managed to dig up some inside information. It is said that the new section chief will undoubtedly be Zhao Ming from our department. The gentleman possesses exceptional professional capabilities and remarkable public relations skills. It would be unreasonable not to promote him." The middle-aged man beside him nodded in agreement, expressing his sentiments. Indeed, Zhao Ming has orchestrated several large-scale events with remarkable finesse. I believe this position is rightfully his. Moreover, young Wang, while strong business acumen is one aspect, the crucial element is the man paused, then spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "I've heard whispers of connections behind him. His father Shu, is it appropriate to speak of this?" At that moment, the office door swung open, and a man in formal attire, likely in his 30s, entered, holding a document and wearing his customary confident smile. This individual was none other than Zhao Ming from the publicity department of the Tourism Bureau. His presence was immediately noted, and colleagues flocked to him. Quick-witted young Wang was the first to approach, wearing a broad grin. "Ah, isn't this our future section chief Zhao? Congratulations. You truly deserve this, De Ming." We all look forward to elevating our publicity work under your leadership. Engineer Liu, standing nearby, clapped Zhao Ming on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, if you become section chief, we old pals will be fortunate indeed." Amidst the flurry of accolades and admiration, Zhao Ming smiled graciously, addressing his colleagues. "Thank you all for your trust and support. However, the personnel changes have not been officially announced yet. I hope everyone maintains a calm demeanor. Regardless of the outcome, I will continue to dedicate myself to my responsibilities and work alongside all of you to enhance the overall strength of our publicity department." Despite his words, a trace of pride lingered on his face. He had anticipated this personnel shift. Although the power within the Ice City Tourism Bureau was limited, it was still a highly coveted position, with countless individuals vying for entry, let alone the role of section chief. Publicity, after all, involves a cost that can be summed up in a single phrase. As for the results achieved, that remains uncertain. Though many attributed previous accomplishments to his exceptional abilities, everyone was acutely aware of the underlying truth. To put it plainly, it was merely a facade supported by financial means. Nevertheless, the colleagues in the department tacitly chose to remain silent on the matter, for no one wished to invite trouble upon themselves. As the time for the personnel changes drew nearer, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense and delicate, with everyone's gaze occasionally darting toward the clock on the wall. Zhao Ming sat at his desk, calmly perusing documents. After all, Director Wang from the Cultural Tourism Bureau had already indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this position of section chief should rightfully belong to him. Just then, a message popped up in the internal group chat of the publicity department, announcing the new appointee for section chief. Everyone instinctively paused their work, holding their breath as they gazed at the screen. When the unfamiliar name flashed before their eyes, the entire office was enveloped in shock and uproar. How is this possible? The new section chief is actually Lindong? Lu Gong widened his eyes, incredulously exclaiming, "Isn't that Zhao Ming?" Someone, with a perplexed expression, murmured in confusion, "Lindong? I've never heard of this individual." Even Xiao Wang appeared utterly astonished. His brow furrowed as he repeatedly confirmed the announcement's content before turning to Zhao Ming. He observed that Zhao Ming's previously confident demeanor had abruptly stiffened, as if frozen in ice. At that moment, Zhao Ming felt as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this be? Wang Zhu had clearly stated otherwise. Just then, in the internal group chat, Wang Daowei also chimed in, "I almost forgot to mention, Lindong has been temporarily assigned here. Though he is relatively young and inexperienced, do not underestimate him. You must cooperate fully with his work to navigate this peak tourist season." Wang Zhu's words startled everyone even more. It was evident that this individual had someone backing him. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming's suspicions were only solidified. In the publicity department, colleagues began to whisper among themselves, their gazes sweeping over Zhao Ming, filled with sympathy, astonishment, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ming suppressed the turmoil within and managed a smile, albeit one he knew was likely more grotesque than a frown. It appears that Director Wang has other considerations. Regardless, we must respect the decisions from above, welcome our new section chief, and diligently perform our duties. Upon uttering these words, the murmurs in the office subsided, replaced by a complex and awkward silence. At that moment, the door to the publicity department swung open, and a young man burst in with fervor. The receptionist even attempted to stop him, saying, "Excuse me, if you are here for business, you need an appointment. This is a work area, and you cannot enter." "Oh, I'm not here for business," Lindong replied, glancing at her as he produced his ID badge. "From today onwards, I am the section chief here. My name is Lindong." The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present was taken aback. The receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief as she accepted the ID badge Lindong offered, meticulously verifying it. Once confirmed, her face transformed with astonishment, her voice slightly trembling. "Ah, Section Chief Lin, welcome to our publicity department." This sudden turn of events caused the atmosphere in the office to freeze, only to erupt into a buzz of discussion. Is this the new Section Chief Lin? So young. He looks barely in his 20s. He must have connections, right? Becoming a section chief at such a young age? Have they lost their minds up top? TSK, it seems like the higher-ups are oblivious. Our department's days are likely going to be challenging again. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming stood to the side, staring at the young man before him, equally bewildered. So young? Could this fellow have connections even deeper than mine? Zhao Ming instinctively believed that Lindong must also possess a significant background. After all, someone capable of overshadowing him could not possibly lack influence. However, if that is the case, why have I never heard of such a figure? Although he thought this, he cast a fleeting glance at the other person, his eyes suddenly betraying a hint of disdain and cunning. A young man in his 20s? Could he truly make waves? Even if you have the support of Director Wang. What of it? If you err, Director Wang cannot save you. Upon finishing his thought, Zhao Ming donned a warm facade, approaching with a smile and saying, "Greetings, Director Lin. I am Zhao Ming, the head of publicity here. Everyone in the group has been made aware of this matter. Welcome aboard. However, with the peak tourist season approaching, I wonder if you have any insights to share?" Yet, in the next moment, The smile on Zhao Ming's face froze once more as he heard Lindong respond. I do not possess any particular insights, but I do have an urgent matter to attend to. May I ask if you are aware of how one might create an artificial moon? At that instant, not only Zhao Ming, but everyone in the office wore expressions of shock. They often say a new official ignites 3 fires. But demanding an artificial moon upon arrival, what on earth is that? Chapter 12. Exploring alternative solutions to the drone dilemma. Indeed, an artificial moon. Observing the silence in the publicity department, Lindong reiterated with conviction. However, seeing the astonished faces of his colleagues, he felt no inclination to elaborate, merely stating, my current concept involves using a drone with a light ball suspended beneath it, mimicking the appearance of a moon. Do you know where one can custom make such a drone and light ball in Ice City? As soon as Lindong's words fell, the office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Director Lin, what is the intended use for this artificial moon? Isn't it a tad too surreal? One queried. Indeed. While it sounds quite sci-fi, what practical application does this drone with a light ball masquerading as a moon serve? Is it for urban beautification or illumination? It seems unnecessary. Another added. Seeing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Lindong could only shake his head in exasperation. With such a mindset, it's no wonder tourists would hesitate to visit, expecting people to spend money while simultaneously denying them enjoyment. How could that be possible? Nonetheless, now that he had assumed the role of a department head, Lindong felt little need to explain further. He simply stated, I am not here to discuss this matter with you. This is a directive. You need only assist me in locating manufacturers. I will handle the rest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming could not suppress a derisive snicker. He had thought him to be formidable. It turned out he was merely an uneducated scion. Did he genuinely believe he could act as if he owned the place? Consequently, he deliberately stepped forward, adopting a mocking tone. Director Lin, have you considered the costs, safety, and feasibility of customizing such equipment? After all, we are the publicity department. Every budget needs to be meticulously accounted for, ensuring the project's safety and effectiveness. This is not merely your whim. Oh, you need not worry about the budget. Director Wang has already approved it, Lindong replied nonchalantly. A glance at Zhao Ming's expression made him instantly aware of the implications. No wonder something felt amiss. It turns out to be a cunning figure. However, Lindong did not immediately erupt. After all, he is now a section chief, backed by the director. Even if you are a dragon, you must coil for me, Lindong declared decisively. Who was responsible for the previous Lantern Festivals in Ice City? Surely there should be some experience involved. Every year during the Lantern Festival, Ice City hosts a lantern fair, also known as a lantern exhibition, featuring either floral lanterns or ice sculpture lanterns, which has become a local custom. Although the number of tourists has not been overwhelming in the past, it has attracted many locals. Upon hearing Lindong's remarks, someone immediately responded. The lantern exhibition? Is it a problem of planning or technology? It should be planned by Zhao Ming. As for technical issues, that is generally Lu Gong's responsibility. Zhao Ming, overhearing this, wore an even more triumphant expression. You think I cannot manage you, young one? Just as he was about to speak, Lindong interrupted him directly. Who is Lu Gong? Come with me. We have matters to discuss on the way. With that, Lindong departed immediately. In an instant, the office was enveloped in silence. The newly appointed section chief showed no regard for Zhao Ming whatsoever. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man referred to as Lu Gong glanced at Zhao Ming and then at the already departed Lindong, gritted his teeth, and hurriedly followed. At that moment, Zhao Ming's face turned increasingly grim. Meanwhile, in the car, the driving Lu Gong dared not utter a word. Instead, Lindong initiated the conversation. Which factory provided the lighting fixtures we collaborated with previously? It should be Ice City Lighting Factory. We've always sourced from there, Lu Gong replied cautiously. Can they customize? Well, but for drones, we truly have no knowledge, Lu Gong said, adding that using drones to suspend lanterns presents safety concerns, particularly regarding power issues. Why is that? Currently, the small drones available on the market likely lack sufficient hover time, and for an artificial moon, it would be impractical to rely solely on batteries. We would need a power line connected, but that compromises safety. No worries, we will tackle one issue at a time. Let us head to the lighting factory first. Soon. At Ice City Lighting Factory. Due to the annual collaboration with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Lindong effortlessly met with the responsible party. However, upon seeing Lindong, the other party was momentarily taken aback. Supervisor Zhao, this is our newly appointed section chief from the publicity department, named Lindong, Lu Gong quickly interjected. Oh, Chief Lin, indeed a promising young talent. The other party promptly retracted any condescension, introducing himself as Wang Kuei, the responsible person and designer. I heard from Lu Gong that you have a special task this year, correct? Yes, Lindong nodded. Then opened his phone to display the promotional video generated by the system, asking, I need a lantern ball like this, with brightness, color, and size close to that of a full moon, connected via wiring, and capable of prolonged operation. An artificial moon? Wang Kuei's brows furrowed slightly. Such an unusual request was truly a first for him. After all, who would embark on the endeavor of creating an artificial moon without reason? He couldn't help but ponder. In fact, These matters pose no significant issues, and if we aim to replicate the moon's appearance, I will require the height at which it will be suspended for accurate calculations. Moreover, should we truly strive to achieve such an effect, the dimensions and weight of this moonlight fixture are likely to be considerable. By the way, where do you intend to hang it? A drone? A drone? Wang Kuei was taken aback. A drone carrying a light orb, an artificial moon? This concept is unprecedented. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped the idea. However, while this approach seems feasible and might yield splendid results due to the absence of traditional obstructions, one must question its utility. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly serve a purpose. Lindong reassured him. Yet, there is another concern, Wang Kuei interjected. Although it may not be our issue, I must remind you that small drones lack stability. Are you aware of this? If we proceed, we must utilize larger drones. Indeed, that is true, Engineer Liu remarked, somewhat reluctantly, before turning to Lindong. Seemingly awaiting his decision, Lindong, without a moment's hesitation, nodded affirmatively. Let us proceed. Order 3, 2 as spares. Simultaneously, a prompt reappeared before Lindong. During the process of creating the artificial moon, you have encountered a series of challenges, and you have the following options. 1. Abandon the endeavor. It's a thankless task, let it go. After all, visitors will understand. The moon's phases are natural. If one cannot capture beautiful photographs, it is merely fate. Effect, popularity 2000, reputation 2000. 2. Approach it half-heartedly. Since there will be a moonlight fixture, perfection is unnecessary. Just find a place to hang it. Good intentions are what matter, and while the result may fall short, at least it shows sincerity, does it not? Effect, popularity 2000, reputation 500. 3. Explore alternative avenues. The drones available on the market may not achieve the desired effect. However, you might consider a different route. The Drone Association of Ice City Industrial University is developing a tethered drone that operates quietly, carries substantial weight, and maintains stable flight. Originally intended for illumination in disaster areas. Perhaps this piques your interest. Effect, popularity 500, 000, reputation 50, 000. Upon reading the system's prompt, Lindong's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He spoke decisively. Let us go to Ice City Industrial University. Chapter 13, a surprise awaits. Go to Ice City Industrial University? What purpose does that serve? Can't we resolve the drone issue? I knew it. Young people are always impulsive, brimming with enthusiasm, yet they never consider the consequences of their actions. Not only do they expend effort in vain, but they also waste precious funds. These budgets are hard-earned money, squandered so thoughtlessly. Director, what is the actual utility of this artificial moon? Instead of seeking solutions, you are off to a university, which seems akin to desperate measures. This is sheer folly. At this moment, Zhao Ming was in the office lamenting to Wang Dawei, appearing quite earnest in his grievances. Wang Dawei, however, had grown accustomed to such displays. It seemed he had become quite used to this sort of occurrence. Nonetheless, given Zhao Ming's somewhat unique position, he refrained from showing any discontent, merely waving his hand and saying, "All right, I understand. I will inquire about it. However, I must remind you to cooperate with his work and handle your responsibilities diligently. This is the peak season for tourism in our ice city, so please avoid any potential mishaps." Upon leaving the office, Zhao Ming felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. That insufferable brat. What qualifications does he possess to be a section chief? How could he not even spare a glance in my direction? Does he truly deserve such a position? Returning to the publicity department, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly, setting aside the question of the artificial moon's utility. Spending such a significant sum to create a useless decoration was enough to irk him. He was eager to see how this would unfold. Meanwhile, Lu Miao suddenly received a message from Lindong. Glancing at her screen while skiing, she paused, a look of confusion crossing her face. A surprise? What surprise? Wait, Haven T, I already visited the Sophia Cathedral? Nevertheless, Lu Miao held a favorable impression of Lindong and, without a second thought, agreed to meet. That evening, they met in front of the Sophia Cathedral. This time, Lindong arrived alone. Upon seeing him, Lu Miao immediately tiptoed and waved, calling out, "Over here, over here." The snow in Ice City had begun to fall heavily, and Lu Miao, a quintessential southern girl, was starting to feel the chill. Outside the cathedral, a thick layer of snow had accumulated. Yet for someone like Lu Miao, this was a rare and beautiful sight. Noticing Lu Miao's rosy cheeks from the cold, Lindong couldn't help but chuckle. "You made it." "Yes. Weren't you the one who invited me?" Lu Miao replied with a light laugh. "Now tell me, what surprise do you have in store? Did you not notice anything different here today compared to the previous days? Something different?" Lu Miao looked around in confusion, realizing that there seemed to be no significant change. If anything could be noted, it was that the area around the Sophia Cathedral, which had previously been rather quiet, was now bustling with tourists. Moreover, they all appeared to be like Lu Miao, enthusiastic southern visitors excited by the snow. Seeing the increased number of tourists didn't strike her as particularly unusual. "How about this? I took a picture of you before. So why don't you take one of me today?" Lindong suggested with a smile. "Sure." Lu Miao readily agreed. However, as she took the camera and aimed it at Lindong, she suddenly realized the issue. Wait a moment. The moon hasn't come out today. It probably won't look as good. It is a pity. It seems this is the only way to capture it, Lu Miao Miao remarked with a tone of regret. With a click, the photograph was taken. After all, it was during the full moon when she arrived. Once the image was shared, it instantly garnered over 100,000 likes and collections. Many tourists flocked to the Ice City, one of their aims being to capture similarly beautiful photographs. However, the moon, as we know, is subject to the whims of nature, always experiencing phases of obscurity and brilliance. Glancing at the photo, Lu Miao Miao sighed softly. Had she known, she would have invited Lindong to take pictures together. However, just as Lu Miao Miao extended the camera towards him, Lindong slowly shook his head and said, "Oh, I forgot something." "What is it?" "I told you I would give you a surprise." Lindong smiled. "I will perform a magic trick. Please close your eyes." "Close my eyes." Lu Miao Miao felt a bit puzzled, yet complied. "Count to 10, then open your eyes." "All right." As soon as Lu Miao Miao shut her eyes, she suddenly heard Lindong exclaim, "All staff, action." Soon, she heard the sound of a massive fan and the rush of wind. Before long, the tourists in the square began to exclaim in excitement. "Hey, look, what is that? Oh, is it really? It has appeared. Quick, take a photo. Wow, it's so beautiful." In that moment, curiosity overwhelmed Lu Miao Miao. Yet she adhered to their agreement and only opened her eyes after counting to 10. She looked around, momentarily stunned. Where was the promised surprise? Then, Lindong handed her the camera once more, saying, "Could you take another picture for me?" "Sure." When Lu Miao Miao picked up the camera again, she was utterly astonished. The moon? It was indeed a full moon. But just moments ago, the moon had not been visible. Moreover, given the passage of several days, it was illogical for it to be a full moon. She instinctively glanced around, noticing that nearly all the tourists were excitedly pointing at the moon overhead. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was not the moon at all. Rather, it was a luminescent orb, strikingly similar to the moon. Above the orb hovered a drone, suspending it in the optimal position for a photograph. The pure, silvery light cascaded down. Under the moonlight, the Sophia Cathedral once again radiated its previous splendor. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao was left speechless. This is the surprise, an artificial moon, Lindong said with a smile. The moon may wax and wane, but in our Ice City, we ensure that tourists leave without regrets. With drones suspending light orbs, we create an artificial moon, allowing visitors to capture stunning photographs regardless of the natural moon's presence. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Miao Miao felt her heart melt. If the moon does not appear, the Ice City will create one for you. How utterly romantic. Moreover, Lindong's next words made Lu Miao Miao's heart flutter even more. And, Lindong whispered, with tickets for traveling to Ice City or local admission passes, we have dedicated personnel providing photo editing services specifically for visitors, ensuring that every traveler leaves with a stunning photograph. Chapter 14. The artificial moon has captivated hearts, and the locals are feeling the pressure. At this moment, tourists near St. Sophia Cathedral are utterly enchanted by the sudden appearance of a full moon. What is romance? What is indulgence? This is the very essence of romance and indulgence. Is taking photos without the moon unattractive? Then let us create one. Many travelers have journeyed thousands of miles to Ice City, particularly drawn by the videos and images shared by Lu Miao Miao. Initially, they feared they would return disappointed without seeing the moon. Yet, unexpectedly, the moon truly emerged. In an instant, countless visitors began photographing the spectacle and spontaneously recommending it online. On a renowned travel-sharing platform, numerous posts from travelers flooded in, extolling the artificial moon at St. Sophia Cathedral. At first, I never anticipated Ice City would so lavishly indulge us southern potatoes. This artificial moon is simply enchanting. If southern friends have the chance to visit Ice City, they must not forget to explore St. Sophia Cathedral. I initially thought I wouldn't be able to capture any photos, yet Ice City astonishingly created an artificial moon. Beneath the posts and videos, countless southern visitors were once again captivated. As long as you desire it, the moon shall be yours. Ice City, you've truly moved me to tears. I must visit at least once in my lifetime. This is simply too indulgent. The snowy night at St. Sophia Cathedral is breathtaking. And that full moon has truly pampered us southern potatoes to the heavens. It is said that with a ticket or admission pass, one can apply for complimentary photo editing services. Sisters, I am genuinely enamored. This is so romantic. What is this domineering, CEO-like affection, huh? Truly, it is the city of romance. Ice City shines brilliantly. Observing this outrageous scene, the locals are once again feeling overwhelmed. Little potatoes, I want the moon. Ice City, all right, we'll arrange it. Locals, I want the moon. Ice City, you resemble the moon to me. Who knew it could be this playful? Ice City, I hardly recognize you. Just last night, I was discussing with my partner how Ice City lavishes attention on outside visitors. As we talked, I found myself in tears, feeling a pang in my heart. For so many years, I have not seen Ice City put forth such effort. We locals have never witnessed this. As a resident of Ice City for 22 years, this is my first experience. Ice City, let us not be in touch anymore. I fear the little potatoes may misunderstand. It's not just about the frozen pears. Some morning markets have already begun serving sweetened tofu pudding. This life is unbearable. I'm feeling so envious, truly envious. I feel as if I am the stepchild, while the southern little potatoes are the beloved ones. It's been over a decade since I felt that jealousy of my mother giving my snacks to other children, and now it has resurfaced. Alas. Meanwhile, gazing at the artificial moon in the sky, Lu Miao's fondness for this city had surged to an unparalleled height. The Ice City truly lavished care upon its visitors. At that moment, she suddenly recalled something Lu Yang had mentioned a few days prior. Curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "Is this artificial moon you're doing?" "Not solely my effort. The staff of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau has contributed significantly as well," Lindong replied modestly, without seeking praise. "And the idea originated from you?" "Ah, indeed. That was my suggestion," Lindong smiled, though it is still a work in progress, with much yet to be accomplished. Despite his words, Lu Miao's gaze towards Lindong had completely transformed. First, there were sliced frozen pears artfully arranged, followed by sweet tofu pudding, and even frozen pear straws. Now, an artificial moon. This fellow truly knew how to indulge others. Yet, soon a tinge of disappointment crept into her heart. "Is this the only surprise you have for me?" "Yes," Lindong responded, momentarily taken aback, oblivious to the underlying tone. "Oh, it's nothing. I had anticipated more surprises," she replied. The following day, Zhao Ming returned to the publicity department as usual, only to find his colleagues regarding him with peculiar expressions. Confounded, he felt a sense of unease. He had not spoken ill of Lindong behind his back during this period. Initially, everyone had been in agreement. But why was the atmosphere today so strange? Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought, took a sip of water, and continued his mockery. "So, where is our chief Lin? I hope he isn't still busying himself over that ridiculous artificial moon. They say young people should remain grounded and not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Does he really believe that having some connections gives him the right to act recklessly?" However, this time, his usual supporters fell silent, as though struck dumb. Just as Zhao Ming was enveloped in confusion, Engineer Lu, responsible for the technical aspects of the artificial moon, could no longer restrain himself. He sighed, glanced at Zhao Ming, and asked, "You didn't check your phone last night, did you?" Zhao Ming hesitated. After work, he had gone out with friends to indulge in revelry. Who had time to play with their phone? Wasn't the company of lovely ladies more appealing? Seeing Zhao Ming's expression, Engineer Lu shook his head and said, "The artificial moon project has achieved remarkable success, and it has garnered attention beyond just Ice City. Since yesterday, it has been trending on Weibo, even reaching the top 10, with discussions exceeding 500,000. This afternoon, even CCTV covered it. Our tourism industry in Ice City is poised for explosive growth this year. Everyone, prepare for overtime." At that moment, Zhao Ming was utterly bewildered. It became popular? An artificial moon alone has gained such fame? How is that possible? What grounds does he have? He's just a wet behind the ears kid. How can he make Ice City's tourism flourish? Almost frantically, he unlocked his phone. Soon enough, he ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. Without even searching, he stumbled upon 3 or 4 related entries prominently displayed. Remarkably, this surge in popularity was not fabricated. It was genuinely fueled by countless netizens engaging in discussions. The artificial moon, the Sophia Cathedral, the pampered little potato from the southern city, and the Ice City. How foreign this all felt. In that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. Why was this happening? He was certainly familiar with the Sophia Cathedral, located in the heart of the Ice City. Yet, the question lingered. How could such a mere attraction gain sudden fame simply by the addition of an artificial moon? His fingers trembled as he, in disbelief, clicked on the link. What met his eyes left him astounded. The very artificial moon he had long dismissed as worthless was now suspended above the cathedral by a drone, transforming into a photographic marvel for countless southern tourists during the moonless nights. It was only at this moment that Zhao Ming finally grasped the reason behind Lindong's insistence on creating this artificial moon. This was the underlying motive. Chapter 15, What to Do Without a Horse. Simultaneously, upon learning that the artificial moon project had garnered immense popularity, Director Wang Dawei was filled with joy. The reports from CCTV further propelled his exhilaration. It was truly a sensation. The Ice City had genuinely ignited. That mischievous brat, Lindong, was indeed formidable. A seemingly ordinary artificial moon had been masterfully marketed by him. As for the budget, 200,000, was that exorbitant? In comparison to the results, it seemed trivial. At that moment, Lindong brought forth another piece of good news. Oh, the 200,000 budget had not been fully utilized. Hearing this, Wang Dawei felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Wait, not fully utilized. No, you young man. Hurry and find a way to spend it all. We cannot afford to halt the marketing of the Ice City. Intensify the efforts. You must continue to strive. Money is not an issue. This is merely the first snowfall of the Ice City. Several significant holidays lie ahead. Christmas, New Year's. You must remember, ensure absolute success. The budget is ample. The only concern you need to have is how to spend it, how to allocate the funds wisely. Do you understand? Oh, And what was the name of that internet celebrity? Lumao, right? For the next few days, do not come here. Accompany her instead. She is well versed in these matters. Treat her as a consultant, and we will reimburse all expenses. Everything we do is to ensure the satisfaction of the tourists. Regarding Wang Dawei's attitude, Lindong felt somewhat baffled. However, he had no qualms about spending money. After all, spending money was a straightforward task. Upon returning to the publicity department, as soon as he entered the office, Lindong was met with an unexpected sight. Almost everyone stood up and began to applaud. The resounding cheers reverberated throughout the entire office. It is worth noting that everyone was equally thrilled. As a Northeasterner, who wouldn't want to see their hometown gain national recognition? This was a matter of pride. What had eluded these individuals for years was now accomplished by Lindong. In no time, many approached him, offering their congratulations. Director Lin, you are truly impressive. No wonder such a young individual has ascended to the position of department head. Indeed, they possess considerable talent. Indeed, the promotion of the artificial moon is simply extraordinary. We had never even contemplated this idea before. By the way, have you heard? Today, CCTV will also cover it. The impact of this promotion is something our city has not experienced in many years. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office reached a crescendo. Lindong chuckled softly, raised his hand to signal for silence, and then spoke. Actually, this success is not solely mine. I merely proposed an idea, and the key lies in everyone's hard work. Director Lin, you are too modest. To be honest, at first, none of us truly understood the concept. You might not believe it, but initially, we all thought you were wasting money, huh? Well, experimentation is the sole criterion for truth. Lindong nodded and added, however, we must not become complacent. A greater challenge lies ahead. The influx of visitors will only increase, so the service in our city must keep pace. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. Although everyone was enthusiastic, Zhao Ming's expression had darkened to the point of being almost ghastly. His gaze towards Lindong was a mixture of anger, helplessness, and jealousy, his face tinged with a pallor of frustration. However, Lindong paid little heed to Zhao Ming's impotent fury, for at that moment, a new notification from the system appeared before him. The artificial moon project has achieved resounding success, but it is not enough. You must continue to strive. Please transform St. Sophia Cathedral into a true fairy tale world. You have the following options. 1. Utilize projection technology to display thematic animations outside the cathedral. Effect, popularity 5002. Recruit personnel to dress as animated characters outside the cathedral to attract customers for photos. Effect, popularity 8003. Transform fine steeds into flying horses for visitors to photograph. Ice City prides itself on authenticity. Effect, popularity 200,000. After glancing at the notification, a smile crept across Lindong's face. This idea was simply brilliant. However, this time, he did not call upon the other members of the publicity department. Due to the explosive popularity of the artificial moon, visitor numbers had surged, predominantly comprising tourists from the south, and everyone in the publicity department was exceedingly busy. Therefore, Lindong decided to take matters into his own hands. He directly called Lu Miao and said, Miao, let us go horseback riding. Riding horses? Upon hearing this, Lu Miao was slightly taken aback. She thought, can one really ride horses in Ice City? How wild is that? Throughout the journey, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, is it in the city or the suburbs? There is an equestrian club in the city, but Lindong rubbed his nose and continued, it's an indoor riding arena. It feels somewhat lacking in character. Then what about this time? There is a horse ranch in the suburbs, and I am planning to check it out. Can you ride? Lu Miao inquired with curiosity. Just a little, Lindong nodded. In my previous life, when I had nothing to do, I either drove cars or rode horses, so it could be considered quite fitting. However, I am unable to ride. Lu Miao revealed a look of distress. No worries, I shall teach you, came the reassuring reply. But won't it be particularly cold riding in winter? Indeed, I suppose it would be, she responded, her face contorting in concern. I am somewhat afraid of falling. I've already had quite the mishap while skiing. That is indeed a valid point. Yet, upon Lindong's arrival at the equestrian center, he observed an alarming lack of visitors. After meandering through, he discovered that the stables housed only a scant few horses. This sight piqued his curiosity. Before long, the proprietor of the riding school approached them inquiring, I am the owner here. How may I assist you? We came to take a look, but it seems you have a limited number of horses available? Lindong queried. Are you not aware? The owner responded, his expression one of puzzlement as he gazed at Lin Yan, then shook his head. This year, our tourism in Ice City has skyrocketed, attracting many travelers from the south, which has led to most of our horses being rented out. Rented out? Lindong was taken aback. Indeed, the ice and snow world has plenty for visitors to enjoy. The owner continued. And once the river freezes, we will have horses. And even camels. It struck him as peculiar. Just a few years back, tourism in Ice City was languishing, yet this year it had surged unexpectedly. Hearing this, Lu Miao couldn't help but chuckle lightly. At this moment, Lindong finally grasped the situation. Oh no, have I inadvertently placed myself in a bind? It appears I have arrived too late. Nevertheless, Lindong persisted with his inquiry. May I ask, do you have any horses available for rent? I am a staff member from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City, seeking to rent a horse for promotional purposes. The owner paused, taken aback, but quickly began to scrutinize the two before him. Their faces seemed oddly familiar. Moments later, realization dawned. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, you two are those internet sensations from this year, and the little one from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, aren't you? Do you know me? Lu Miao Miao asked with a smile. Absolutely. The thriving tourism this year is largely thanks to your efforts, the owner declared. My riding school had been operating at a loss for several years, but thanks to you two, I anticipate a modest profit this year, allowing us to keep afloat. Come in, come in. It's chilly outside. The owner's demeanor became warm and inviting. After engaging in conversation with the owner, Lindong finally understood the situation. It appeared that during the surge in tourism, some had sensed an opportunity and rented out all the horses from the equestrian center. No wonder they had been so difficult to find. Yet this left Lindong in a quandary. What was to be done in the absence of horses? Just then, a sharp whinny echoed from outside the center. A robust black horse suddenly burst into the icy landscape, frolicking with unrestrained joy. Its entire body is adorned with a coat as exquisite as fine black satin, smooth and lustrous, while its eyes resemble two gleaming obsidians, unfathomable in depth. The long and powerful neck is slightly raised, and the staff nearby cannot restrain it. However, at the moment Lindong laid eyes on this magnificent creature, his vision was instantly illuminated. Such elegance, such stature. It is truly breathtaking. A splendid steed. Chapter 16, Horse Training. Boss, what kind of horse is this? Lindong instinctively inquired. Oh, you mean Xiaoqi? The boss glanced outside and replied. This horse is the finest specimen in our stable, intended to be used for breeding. Given its exceptional genetics, is this horse not available for rent? It's not that it can't be rented, the boss chuckled ruefully, but rather that it hasn't been rented out. How could such a beautiful horse not be rented? Lu Miao Miao asked, her curiosity piqued. It's just that this horse has a fiery temperament. Ever since its last trainer left, no one has been able to tame it, not even professional trainers, let alone ordinary visitors. The boss shook his head. No one rents it out regularly. After all, if a visitor were to fall, we would be liable for medical expenses. Now I understand. Just then, Lindong suddenly spoke up. I'll give it a try. You? Try what? The boss looked perplexed. I'll see if I can tame it, Lindong replied with a light smile. I've spent a few years at a stable abroad and have some experience. Upon hearing Lindong's words, the boss was taken aback. Truth be told, while he appreciated Lindong's contributions to tourism in Ice City, he held little faith in this young man. It is well known that taming a horse is not a task accomplished in a day or two. It requires a long-term bond. How could a young novice, on his very first day, accomplish what all the professional trainers in the stable could not? Sensing the boss's hesitation, Lindong reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, I'll prioritize safety. If anything happens, it's on me. After much contemplation, the boss finally gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Miao Miao looked at Lindong with deep concern and said, Lindong, please be careful. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Dressed in professional attire, Lindong slowly stepped into the snow. As he gazed at the magnificent black horse before him, a smile graced his face. A fiery temperament, you say? Then this is precisely what I adore. He approached the black stallion gradually, and in that moment, everything around seemed to freeze. Sensing Lindong's presence, Xiaoqi lifted its head, exhaling forcefully, ready to charge at the unfamiliar figure. Yet, Lindong did not flinch. Instead, he smiled gently and extended his hand, tenderly touching Xiaoqi's nose with utmost care, as if handling a fragile work of art. But at that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiaoqi suddenly let out a loud whinny, raising its front hooves high, attempting to drive away the stranger before it. Watch out! Lu Miao Miao exclaimed from a distance. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lindong subtly shifted his stance, deftly evading the oncoming impact. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly mounted the horse, landing securely upon its back. As he felt the weight upon him, Xiaoqi galloped even more fervently, attempting to unseat the reckless rider. Lindong clung tightly to the horse's back, synchronizing his movements with its rhythm, exclaiming, Yes, precisely, this is how we run. During this exhilarating moment, he tugged at the reins in an attempt to control the spirited steed, yet Xiaoqi was undeterred, charging ahead with even greater fervor. Unfazed, Lindong grasped the reins firmly, leaning forward slightly, melding his form with the horse's, lowering his center of gravity, as if becoming one with it. The snowfall intensified, swiftly obscuring their figures from view. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao wore a look of concern, while the proprietor offered words of reassurance. Rest assured, I can see he possesses remarkable skill. They will return. Time elapsed, and amid the swirling snow, the silhouette of man and horse finally re-emerged within the sight of the two observers. Xiaoqi, now panting heavily, had shed its initial hostility, instead gently licking Lindong's hand, transforming from wild and unruly to gentle and loyal. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Miao Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. while the proprietor's expression turned to one of astonishment. He truly managed to tame it. He marveled. This fiery steed had been the bane of their horse farm for years. How had this young man achieved such a feat? At that moment, Lindong spoke up. Boss, would it be possible to rent Xiaoqi for a while? The proprietor raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, absolutely not. This horse is a treasure of our farm. Lu Miao Miao frowned, thinking the proprietor was being rather ungrateful. Yet, the next words from the boss left her momentarily speechless. You have already done us such a tremendous service. Charging you would be utterly ungracious. Furthermore, your rental of this horse would benefit the tourism in our ice city. Therefore, you may use this horse free of charge. Just cover the cost of feed. If you require someone to tend to it, a modest wage will suffice, but no rent. Upon hearing this, Lu Miao Miao finally grasped the situation. The proprietor was, in fact, a man of his word. She felt unexpectedly touched. As a southerner, she had never ventured to the Northeast before, but upon her arrival, she discovered the warmth and sincerity of the Northeasterners, akin to the heartiness of their cuisine, full of genuine spirit. Boss, how can I accept this generosity? She questioned. What is there to feel awkward about? A grown man fretting over such matters? If you continue, I may truly become agitated. Very well then, Lindong sighed in resignation throughout the journey, reflecting upon how it was his first experience of a government-funded trip without having spent the allocated budget. Meanwhile, Lu Miao Miao chuckled softly to herself, finding the boss quite amusing. Indeed, he is quite hospitable. However, you just mentioned that this horse has a fiery temperament and currently only heeds your commands. No one else can manage it. Lu Miao Miao instinctively inquired, what is the purpose of renting this horse if it cannot accommodate visitors? Rest assured, the mountain dweller possesses his own ingenious strategies. Meanwhile, in the office of the publicity department of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Zhao Ming's eyes had turned bloodshot. Ever since Lindong's arrival, not only had all his limelight been snatched away, but he also had to contend with an overwhelming workload, predominantly consisting of challenging tasks. When had he ever endured such indignity? Moreover, whenever he inquired about Lindong, the responses were alarmingly uniform. Director Lin? Oh, he went to the horse ranch today. Yes. He went with that internet celebrity, Lu Miao Miao. What for? I have no idea. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming's jealousy soared to unprecedented heights. Why should everyone be so busy while that fellow Lindong still had the leisure to indulge in frivolities at public expense? This was a task that should have been his to handle. It was all that guy's fault. As anger surged within him, he forced a smile and remarked, Director Lin certainly has exquisite tastes. While we are burdened with so much work, he chooses to squander time with an internet sensation. What are you saying? Director Lin claims he is renting a horse for publicity purposes. Someone nearby rolled their eyes and couldn't help but interject. Renting a horse? Huh. Does he not realize that we can hardly rent horses in Ice City anymore? The ice and snow world has already taken them all. This was a sheer waste of everyone's time and budget. Chapter 17. The CPU is overheating what? You intend to place this horse in front of the Sophia Cathedral? Absolutely not. You yourself have stated that this horse has a fierce disposition. Aside from you, no one else can approach it. Although it would indeed serve a great promotional purpose, what would happen if it injured a visitor? The risks are far too great. Visitor safety must come first. In the office of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Wang Dawei furrowed his brow, listening to the discussions among the department heads, feeling somewhat helpless. Especially when Lindong had the audacity to bring back a horse. Everyone was taken aback. This horse? Aren't all the horses for this year over at the Ice and Snow World? Director Lin, what is the meaning of this? To this, Lindong offered no further explanation, merely requesting Wang Dawei to arrange for the horse to be placed in front of the Sophia Cathedral. Unsurprisingly, this proposal was immediately met with opposition from the others in the room. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ming secretly reveled in delight. Renting a horse for publicity? If it were truly that simple, wouldn't we have done it long ago? It seems that his previous promotional attempts were merely a stroke of luck. Observing the dissent among the crowd, Zhao Ming's jealousy and resentment transformed into uncontainable joy, and he couldn't help but gloat. Lindong, Lindong. Even with the director backing you, what does it matter? Today, you too find yourself in this predicament. Upon reflecting on this, he spoke with an air of nonchalance, a trace of sardonic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Chief Lin, I must say, everyone has their valid points. The safety of the tourists is paramount. We, as promoters, must not lose sight of our original intentions for the sake of superficial publicity. Lindong was not taken aback by Zhao Ming's underhanded remarks. However, he was astonished by the sheer folly displayed by the man before him. Could he truly presume that Lindong would fail to conceive what he himself could? A champagne reception, is it? With this thought, Lindong found himself suddenly amused. Do you even have a say in this matter? Lindong cast a cold glance in his direction. Do you truly believe that a mere flicker of acknowledgement entitles you to assume such importance? Lindong. Zhao Ming's countenance darkened, as he was publicly reprimanded in front of nearly everyone in the office, turning a shade of deep indigo. What do you mean by what? Am I not the chief? Or are you? Lindong arched an eyebrow, letting out a scoff. Pray tell, Zhao Ming, when did this promotional department become your personal domain? Even if you are the chief of the department, it is not a dictatorship. Zhao Ming's face flushed crimson as he stubbornly retorted. I am merely considering the safety of the tourists. You are judging me with the heart of a petty person. Enough, interjected Wang Dawei, stepping forward to mediate. It is expected to have disagreements in meetings, but personal emotions should not interfere. Zhao Ming, focus on your responsibilities. If you are feeling aggrieved, perhaps a moment outside would do you good. Lindong, I understand that you are also concerned about the promotion. But do you have a solution for the safety issue concerning the horse being placed in front of the church? Upon hearing Wang Dawei's words, a hint of a smile crept onto Lindong's face. Safety issue? That's quite simple. It truly requires no resolution. The room fell silent as everyone, including Wang Dawei, stared at Lindong in disbelief. No need to consider a solution for the safety issue? How could that be possible? Could it be that this fellow has devised a new approach? Curiosity piqued, Wang Dawei urged. Oh, please elaborate. Certainly, but before I proceed, Lindong glanced over at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, since you have taken issue with me, I kindly ask you to step outside. I would prefer you not to disrupt the proceedings further. In that moment, Zhao Ming's expression froze. Was he being summarily dismissed? After all, he was a veteran in the bureau. Had he no dignity? However, the inconvenient truth was that, despite his seniority, he had to adhere to Lindong's directives. At this juncture, Zhao Ming cast a desperate glance towards Director Wang Dawei, as he realized that perhaps only Wang Dawei could offer him assistance. Yet, Wang Dawei merely shot him a sidelong glance and stated, Did you not hear Chief Lin's words? Zhao Ming, please attend to your tasks. Before long, Zhao Ming was ushered out like a stray dog. In the office, with Zhao Ming's incessant noise now absent, Lindong felt the atmosphere improve considerably. Casting a glance at his colleagues, Lindong spoke with an inscrutable demeanor. Do you recall the earlier artificial moon project? I am aware of that, came the reply. Indeed, the church has recently been inundated with visitors on an almost daily basis, a stark contrast to the past, when such crowds were virtually non-existent. The crowd nodded in agreement. In truth, Lindong remarked, the influx of tourists is not solely for leisure, but primarily for photography. The artificial moon did garner a wave of admiration, yet it seems insufficient. There appears to be an elusive element missing. This sentiment is understandable, considering it is a historical landmark situated in the city center. The space is rather limited, and if visitors truly seek entertainment, they would likely prefer the ice and snow world or the riverside, where there is ample room, Wang Dawei added instinctively. Thus, Lindong continued. We should cater to the needs of photographers. Many tourists have expressed that the combination of the artificial moon, the snowy landscape, and St. Sophia's cathedral resembles a fairy tale realm. Hence, I pondered whether we might transform the vicinity of St. Sophia's cathedral into an authentic fairy tale world. Upon hearing Lindong's words, the office staff wore puzzled expressions. A fairy tale world? What on earth? However, one cannot entirely blame them. This group consists of middle-aged men from the north, most in their 40s, with the youngest over 35, entirely unfamiliar with the concept of a fairy tale world, likely having only heard of it from their daughters. They could not comprehend the connection between a fairy tale world and Lindong's rental of a horse. Soon enough, someone inquired, what does that have to do with your horse rental? Have you never heard the story of the prince on a white horse? Lindong was taken aback, thinking at the very least they must have heard it from their daughters. Indeed, they had. At that moment, the crowd finally grasped the concept, yet remained perplexed. But the horse you rented is black. Lindong was momentarily left speechless. In exasperation, he resorted to his trump card. He looked at the group of earnest, simple-minded northeastern gentlemen and implored, let your imaginations run wild. If there is no white horse, why not adorn the black one to resemble a winged steed? Are you familiar with Disney? Think of that kind of fairy tale world, complete with a flying horse. As soon as he spoke this, a profound silence enveloped the office. Nearly all minds seemed to be processing the idea at a feverish pace. A flying horse? One with wings? They mused, and it suddenly appeared feasible. Wait, are you suggesting that this black horse is not meant for tourists to ride? Lindong nodded, realizing that if it were dressed as a flying horse, tourists would surely not be able to ride it. They would instead rush to pose for photographs. This indeed guarantees the safety of the visitors, as a dedicated caretaker for the flying horse would suffice. At this moment, the office staff began to respond positively. Those who had previously opposed Lindong now displayed expressions of remorse. Although young, Lindong truly excelled in promotional matters. Yes, it feels as if we have become outdated, unable to keep pace with the times. They lamented. Initially, I was opposed, thinking they were merely allowing tourists to ride this horse. However, upon reflection, one realizes the impossibility of such a notion. With so many visitors and but a single horse, how could it be feasible? Chief Lin, I must admit my earlier objections were ill-considered. I seek your understanding. Faced with the collective opinion, Lindong humbly clasped his hands and spoke. The intentions of all esteemed seniors are commendable. After all, the safety of tourists is paramount. Being younger, I tend to express myself rather bluntly, and I apologize for any offense caused. I hope for your forgiveness. Soon enough, this proposal was unanimously approved by all present. Several departments within the Cultural and Tourism Bureau promptly sprang into action. Some were tasked with crafting wings for the flying horse, while others began renovations in the square to facilitate photo opportunities. Of course, all of this transpired unbeknownst to Zhao Ming, who had been unceremoniously ousted. He felt as though he had lost face to the point of embarrassment. Why should the director expel him for the sake of this individual? Yet, upon further contemplation, he could not discern any viable solutions from Lindong. He could only comfort himself with the thought that Lindong likely had no real answers either, and was merely acting to spare himself humiliation in front of Zhao Ming. Indeed, that must be the case. Meanwhile, within the office, everyone else was bustling with activity, except for him. He instinctively approached and inquired, "Is there more work to be done?" "You don't know?" Lu Gong, who had received a new assignment following the artificial moon project, glanced at Zhao Ming and chuckled. "It's fine. After all, you opposed this project, so it's best you don't participate." "What project?" Zhao Ming was bewildered. "What? The plan to bring the horse to the front of the church has actually been approved? How could that be?" Lu Gong offered no further explanations, simply stating, "Chief Lin said you should take a break. You need not partake this time." 2 days later, as the weekend approached, the number of tourists visiting Ice City once again shattered records. This year's snowfall in Ice City was significantly greater and more enduring than in previous years. The Sophia Cathedral was besieged by countless visitors, almost all of whom were jubilant southern tourists, ecstatic at the sight of snow. As night fell, the crowd outside the cathedral not only remained steady but grew in number. The reason was quite simple. Indeed, there was no moon tonight. However, before the Sophia Cathedral, there was an artificial moon. As dusk deepened, countless southern tourists eagerly awaited before the cathedral. Soon, accompanied by a chorus of gasps, a full moon, guided by drones, began to ascend slowly. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of cameras capturing the moment. It seemed the enthusiasm of the tourists had been felt. Shortly after the moon rose, snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, began to fall from the sky. "Ah, snow. What a heavy snowfall. Ha ha ha, it's snowing again. Let us have a snowball fight. Woohoo." Observing the crowd in the square, the local residents in the distance could only shake their heads in resignation, murmuring to those beside them, "Behold, these are undoubtedly southerners who have never witnessed snow. This spectacle unfolds every winter. Their winter amusement lies in observing the snow, while our delight during this season is to watch these southerners." However, tonight, the square in front of the church seems to have transformed in some way. In a nearby corner, an area shrouded in plastic tarpaulin exudes an air of mystery, piquing the curiosity of numerous visitors. Suddenly, the tarp is drawn back by the staff. Before long, a pathway is cordoned off in the center of the square with iron railings. A red carpet is unfurled with astonishing swiftness. What could this be? A red carpet, indeed? Is there an event tonight? It appears so. Look over there. Photographers are already capturing the moment. As the visitors ponder, a resounding and impassioned neigh shatters the silence, rolling in from the distance. The sound resonates like a mighty bell, striking a chord within every heart present, instantly capturing the attention of all. Following this, a thunderous clatter of hooves breaks the stillness, akin to the beating of war drums, shaking the very ground beneath. A magnificent black steed, exuding an extraordinary aura, gallops towards the end of the red carpet like a streak of black lightning. Its hooves dance gracefully yet powerfully, as if it could harness the speed of the wind. The horse's coat, as deep as ink, glimmers with an alluring sheen, its muscular form flowing with strength, embodying grandeur. Most striking of all, upon its back, a pair of magnificent black wings unfurl, each feather exquisitely detailed, adding an air of mystery and sanctity. Beneath the radiant moonlight, in front of the sacred church, amidst the swirling snow, a winged horse races from the far end of the red carpet, so swiftly that one might believe it could take flight at any moment. In that instant, nearly all the visitors were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Wait, is this? Oh my, how splendid. A winged horse. No, this cannot be real, can it? Am I truly witnessing a winged horse? Goodness, I actually saw a winged horse. Is this truly a fairy tale world? In an instant, countless southerners transformed into wide-eyed children, and many even shrieked in excitement. Some captured photos, while others posed for group pictures. Undoubtedly, the already popular Sophia Church has erupted once more. Soon, videos of the winged horse went viral again. That night, the Ice City tourism once again reached the trending topics. Terms like Ice City Winged Horse and Ice City Fairy Tale World climbed the charts once more. Meanwhile, outside the church, observing the exhilarated tourists, Lindong wore a faint smile. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, that is what matters. After all, the higher the popularity, the richer the rewards one receives. At the very least, the efforts of these past few days have not been in vain. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from nearby. Lindong. Hearing someone call her name, Lindong instinctively turned her head and discovered it was Lu Miao Miao. She paused momentarily. Didn't you say you were planning to go back in the next few days? Indeed, Lu Miao Miao replied, lowering her head. I've explored many places in Ice City. But today I realized that although I have visited numerous spots, I still do not fully understand this city. Oh, it seems this place surprises me every day. Lu Miao Miao cast a wistful glance at Lindong before looking towards the distant Fima, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "That is Xiaoqi, I senti it? Oh, you really kept this from me." Clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, Lindong explained, "Well, for promotional purposes, there must be an element of surprise, otherwise, it loses its charm." Lu Miao Miao fell silent for a moment, then a smile suddenly graced her face. "So, I am also preparing to give you a surprise. I have decided. This winter, I will spend it in Ice City." Lu Miao Miao tilted her head back, her smile radiant. "I truly want to see just how many surprises this city can offer me." Chapter 19. Ice City, you make me feel unfamiliar. You? Staying for the winter? Lindong was taken aback by Lu Miao Miao's decision. After all, enduring the winter in a place like Ice City can indeed be quite challenging. Especially for someone like Lu Miao Miao, a small potato from the south, who might find it enjoyable to visit for a bit of novelty, but would likely struggle to adapt to long-term living here. In response to Lindong's question, Lu Miao Miao playfully stuck out her tongue and softly asked, "What? Are you not welcoming?" "No, of course I welcome you. Anytime." Lindong finally grasped the situation and smiled. "Ice City indeed holds many surprises, trust me. This winter will not be boring for you." "Hee. All right. I see they are calling you again over there. You should go attend to your matters." "Okay, I'll be off. Wait for me a moment." It was only after watching Lindong's figure disappear that Lu Miao Miao let out a quiet sigh and remarked, "Surprises? Yet. The true surprise for me is not Ice City, but you." Meanwhile, with the emergence of Fima, the reports from CCTV, and the recent surge of attention on social media, Ice City's tourism has garnered national fame. In a dimly lit room in Ice City, a young man remained engrossed in the glow of his computer screen, meticulously reviewing and editing various video and audio materials. His name was Lin Zihong. Though he appeared to be an ordinary freelancer, he was, in fact, a renowned video blogger across the internet, boasting millions of followers on nearly every mainstream video platform, with each of his videos surpassing 1 million views. His content primarily focused on the contrast between northern and southern cultures to create engaging programmatic effects. For instance, just a few days prior, he had orchestrated several episodes featuring a one-day meal swap between southerners and northerners. "At noon, you serve me instant noodles? You know nothing. This is a famous dish from Guangdong, wonton bamboo noodles. It's so bland and flavorless. I could eat 200 of these and still feel unsatisfied. The ingredients lie beneath. Give them a stir. This morning, I find myself unoccupied and have prepared a delightful northeastern dish for you, accompanied by some cornmeal pancakes. Oh my. Are you all actually cooking directly in the pot? How could I possibly resist such pancakes? That is out of the question. This is a regional specialty, and you simply must partake. No, truly, I cannot consume another bite." Once a few videos were released, they instantly became a sensation, with almost every clip garnering over 1 million views, and some even exceeding 3 million. It can be said that leveraging the cultural differences between the North and South to create a buzz is his treasure trove. Meanwhile, he is devising ideas for his next video. In a moment of creative drought, he instinctively opened his social media feed. To his surprise, he stumbled upon trending topics about travel in the Ice City. Lin Zihong paused momentarily. "My hometown is actually trending? How rare." He clicked on it without thinking. What he discovered left him dumbfounded. Not only was he astonished, but he was also taken aback. Frozen pear slices? What on earth? And what are the straws? Sweet tofu pudding? Excuse me? A man-made moon? What? And flying horses? That evening, rather than finding inspiration, his mind was filled with images of Ice City travel. In the early hours of the following day, looking haggard, he let out a resigned sigh and decided to create a casual video. Soon, a video titled Ice City. "You Make Me Feel Strange" was born. The content was rather simple. He gazed tiredly into the camera and began to lament. "Today, we shall not exchange meals, for I believe I cannot eat anymore." Indeed, there is an ancient saying in the Northeast, "Guests are always welcome. However, we cannot forsake our own children." Ice City. Ever since the frozen pears were elegantly presented, the world has irrevocably changed. This is the first time I've witnessed such doting on a child. Eating frozen pears with an entire straw, as if fearing that the southern folks' delicate lips might find it unpleasant. Surely, you must not be aware that when Peter the Great visited, frozen pears were savored directly. Well, I shall refrain from further comment on that. Can someone explain to me what this sweet tofu pudding is? Is it flavored like frozen pears? As a native of the Northeast, having lived there for over a decade, I have never encountered such a spectacle. Moreover, I've seen videos where they now serve roasted sweet potatoes with a spoon. You cannot fathom that in the past. When we munched on sweet potatoes, our noses and mouths were smeared with it, and no one offered us a spoon. But that was not the concern. We all know the answer. Do we really need a spoon for sweet potatoes? I reckon you are the spoon. But that is not all. Are you familiar with Central Street? From childhood to adulthood, how many times have I fallen on my backside there each winter? And now, as soon as the southern folks arrive, guess what? The Ice City has laid down non-slip carpets overnight. When I saw it yesterday, I could hardly believe it. I rushed out to see for myself, and to my astonishment, it was true. In an effort to capture the enchanting night scenes for the potatoes, an artificial moon was erected at the church, And now even Pegasus has made an appearance? I never imagined that my hometown would transform into this spectacle. All because of a group of southern little potatoes. My friends, I am truly overwhelmed. It feels as though we, the locals, are now akin to the eldest child who suddenly finds themselves overshadowed by the arrival of a second sibling. No, I genuinely feel that we, the locals, are no longer regarded as kin, but merely as bonus gifts for topping up a mobile plan. To be frank, I feel quite envious. In previous years, our greatest amusement in Ice City was watching Southerners marvel at the snow while we relished in observing them. Yet this year, it seems to be the first time for the Southerners to witness snow, while we, the residents of Ice City, are experiencing Ice City for the first time. Furthermore, dear siblings, please refrain from inquiring about the attractions in Ice City for recommendations. This year, we locals are just as unfamiliar with it. Once, I was a stranger in a foreign land, but I never anticipated that one day I would feel like a stranger in my own hometown. Now I desperately seek a southern little potato to take this local out for an adventure. I implore you. Upon the release of this video, witnessing the bewildered expression, laughter erupted among the audience. Haha, it was utterly hilarious, my friend. It struck a chord. He was flustered. He was distressed. He was envious. I must inquire, was the absence of carpets previously due to the locals' disinterest? What nonsense. If you dare to make such a request, they would certainly respond. You look just like a carpet to me. The locals are indeed feeling quite envious. The carpet should have a 50-centimeter strip left on both sides for us Ice City residents to walk through. After all, we have fallen countless times over the years, and this sudden absence of falls feels rather unusual. Chapter 20. The Ice and Snow Amusement Park. Even Lin Zihong did not foresee that the casual rant video he recorded would go viral. Within just a day, the view count surpassed 1 million. The comments section bizarrely exhibited a polarized reaction. In simple terms, the Southerners were thrilled and declared their intention to visit Ice City this winter, while the Northerners were left feeling envious and overwhelmed. Moreover, it was even more absurd that due to the viral nature of this video, compounded by prior reports from CCTV, numerous media outlets on Weibo caught wind of the trend and began competing to report on it. Soon, a new term surged to the trending searches. Ice City. You make me feel so unfamiliar. Observing the myriad comments from Northeast residents expressing their bewilderment, netizens found amusement in the situation. However, the impact was far-reaching. The news of Ice City pampering southern little potatoes spread rapidly throughout the nation. Before long, Lindong, stationed at the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, received the news. It exploded. Bookings for train and plane tickets skyrocketed. With Christmas just half a month away, this holiday season is set to witness an unprecedented surge in tourist traffic. Lindong. Regardless of the methods or approaches employed, we must ensure that the emblem of our Ice City is prominently showcased. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to express your needs. Rest assured, all departments within the Bureau will wholeheartedly collaborate with you. Upon hearing Wang Douei's voice on the other end of the line, Lindong was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. It was only natural. Although he was presently unaware of the anticipated influx of tourists, the ticket bookings provided a clear indication of the forthcoming visitor numbers. Just then, a new prompt materialized before Lindong's eyes. The Sophia Church project has achieved resounding success. You have taken the first step towards creating a fairy tale world. However, due to geographical constraints and various limitations, tourists may not fully enjoy their experience. Please select a location in Ice City to transform it into an area where visitors can truly revel. Huh, has this system ceased to provide options? Staring at the prompt, Lindong was momentarily puzzled. Nevertheless, he brushed it off and instinctively began to ponder. To truly indulge in enjoyment, a vast area would undoubtedly be necessary. However, creating an authentic fairy tale world, that might prove to be quite challenging. While Lindong was deep in thought, he was interrupted by Lu Miao Miao's voice. What's the matter, Lindong? Oh, I was just contemplating where an Ice City could be related to fairy tales. Lindong replied with a smile. Fairy tales? Ice City? Lu Miao Miao exclaimed almost immediately. Frozen? What? That movie? The Disney one, Frozen? Haven't you seen it? The female protagonist can control ice and water. It was incredibly entertaining. Lu Miao Miao chuckled. How about we go to the cinema later? Just then, a new prompt suddenly appeared before Lindong's eyes. Do you choose Frozen? Objective. Transform the ice and snow world into a paradise for tourists. Effect. Popularity 2 million. Reputation 500,000. In that moment, Lindong was taken aback. Indeed, the ice and snow world. How could he have forgotten about it? The ice and snow world is a major highlight of Ice City. Each year, preparations commence ahead of New Year's Eve. Utilizing ice sculptures and various characteristic architectures of Ice City, they attract visitors. Of course, while significant preparations are made annually, the popularity of past ice and snow worlds has only been moderate, with revenues barely breaking even. However, this year's popularity would be entirely different. The world constructed of ice and snow indeed exudes a fairy tale ambience. With this realization, Lindong suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped Lu Miao Miao into his arms and spun around joyfully, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. This is it. This is the one." "What?" Lu Miao Miao's cheeks flushed slightly. "The movie? No, I meant Frozen. That's what I was referring to." Lindong quickly clarified, grateful for her reminder. "I had completely forgotten about it." Lu Miao Miao was momentarily stunned. "I'll treat you to the movie later. But I have a brilliant idea. Excuse me, I must take my leave for a moment." As Lu Miao Miao watched Lindong turn back to his work, she was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was he doing? Was he truly romantic? When she invited him to watch a movie, he had the audacity to claim he was busy with work. Was he really the epitome of a straightforward man? Yet, he exhibited a plethora of romantic gestures. This train of thought filled Lu Miao Miao with frustration, prompting her to stamp her foot and mutter in irritation, "What a fool." Meanwhile, Lindong sought out Wang Dawei once again. As he opened his mouth, he nearly frightened Wang Dawei to death. Director, how about I take charge of this year's ice and snow world?" Hearing Lindong's words, Wang Dawei almost spat out his drink. It is well known that although the ice and snow world has seen lackluster popularity in recent years, it remains a symbol of Ice City. The array of projects and the multitude of personnel involved are nothing short of vast, covering an area of 600,000 square meters, with thousands of craftsmen collaborating. The annual investment approaches nearly 100 million. For a young lad like you to even contemplate such a venture is audacious. Not even I, as the director, would dare to entertain such thoughts. Could you repeat that? Wang Dawei asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ah, no. I didn't mean to suggest taking on the entire project." Lindong finally recognized the inappropriateness of his words and clarified. "I am interested in managing one of the zones to host activities." "A zone?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei hesitated. The ice and snow world is divided into numerous zones, each possessing its own unique charm to attract visitors. However, even with this understanding, taking over a zone was certainly no trivial task. First and foremost, there was the budget. This was not a matter of small-scale operations. A single zone could easily require several million, if not tens of millions. Such a significant endeavor would necessitate approval from above, even for Wang Dawei himself. Thus, he refrained from providing an immediate response, furrowing his brow. After a lengthy pause, he finally remarked, "This is something I must ponder. I will get back to you shortly." As Lindong exited the office, Wang Dawei lowered his head in contemplation. This young man certainly possessed some ambition. Perhaps it would not hurt to trust him this once. After all, if this endeavor succeeded, it would greatly enhance my own credentials and perhaps even lead to a promotion. Furthermore, the ice and snow world is a profitable venture, generating revenue through ticket sales. Given the current circumstances, this year's visitor numbers are likely to surpass previous years. If successful, we could stand to gain a substantial profit. After much deliberation, Wang Dawei finally reached a decision. He made a phone call, remained silent for a considerable time, and ultimately gritted his teeth to utter a single word. "Go." Chapter 21. How about we hit the dance floor? What? We're handling a zone of the ice and snow world? Are you serious? No way. Director Lin, are you certain? Did the director agree? What is the budget? 20 million? Wow. Did he really agree? When Lindong shared this delightful news with everyone in the office, there was a moment of silence, quickly followed by a collective gasp. It was no wonder that the crowd was so unacquainted with such matters. However, it was indeed a first for them to establish a park within the ice and snow world after all these years. One must understand that the ice and snow world is the pride of the entire Ice City. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened and laughter filled the room. Who would have thought that our department would experience such a milestone? Haha, it truly took the initiative of Section Chief Lin. Remarkable. Nevertheless, Lindong clarified, everyone. You might be misunderstanding the situation. The establishment of this park is not solely the responsibility of our publicity department. In fact, it involves the entire bureau. And I am merely the overall coordinator, assigning a portion of personnel to partake in this project. So now, those who wish to join, please raise your hands. Upon hearing this, the office erupted once more. It was not just a task for the publicity department, but rather for the entire bureau. And Lindong was the primary coordinator. Although he had not been officially promoted, everyone understood the implication. The fact that the director entrusted such a significant undertaking to Lindong indicated profound confidence in him. After all, his previous promotional efforts had not gone unnoticed. Soon, many individuals in the office eagerly signed up, except for one person, Zhao Ming. Listening to the conversation between Lindong and his colleagues, he felt bewildered and consumed by jealousy. The reason was simple. This had nothing to do with promotion. The Ice and Snow World Park project was a self-operated initiative. It was not a free endeavor, but one that required ticket sales. This meant that the potential profits were exceedingly lucrative, especially this year with the influx of visitors. Typically, profits from such projects would be distributed as year-end bonuses for the project members. The benefits were evident. For Zhao Ming, such an opportunity had previously been beyond his wildest dreams. Yet, Lindong had accomplished it, and he was the one in charge. In that moment, Zhao Ming felt as though despair was closing in on him. Should he sign up? Everyone was aware of the animosity between him and Lindong. However, the prospect of this year's year-end bonus was too enticing. After a long pause, Zhao Ming finally relented, gritting his teeth. He feigned an air of righteousness and raised his hand, declaring, Section Chief Lin, I see that everyone in our department is quite busy, and I happen to have some spare time lately. To ensure the project proceeds smoothly and does not tarnish the Bureau's reputation, I will also sign up. Lindong cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, what does this scheming individual intend now, after having previously undermined me? However, Lindong did not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. Just when I need more hands on deck. He was joking, of course. He was about to dive into the affairs of the ice and snow world, and the publicity department would surely lack the bandwidth to manage anything else. Keeping Zhao Ming around? That could very well lead to him plotting against Lindong again. It was better to take him along and give him a taste of his own medicine. After all, he was the overall coordinator. As Lindong's decision unfolded, the uninformed gathered began to murmur among themselves. Who would have expected that the young section chief, Lin, possessed such a remarkable capacity for tolerance? Indeed, previously, Zhao Ming had been covertly undermining efforts, yet this time he was surprisingly included. With capability, connections, and a commendable temperament, he is indeed exceptional. Shortly thereafter, the project team for the park was finalized. In the office, Lindong took his seat at the forefront and commenced the meeting. The purpose of summoning everyone was straightforward. This year, we are tasked with overseeing a section of the ice and snow world, and we shall bear our own profits and losses. Therefore, I invite everyone to brainstorm ideas to enhance the reputation of Ice City and attract more visitors. Before long, discussions erupted within the office. What if we launched an ice sculpture lantern project, akin to previous endeavors? Too cliched. The youth show no interest. Projected effect. Popularity 1000. How about a sledding and gigantic slide attraction? Significant safety concerns exist, especially in low temperatures. A fall could lead to serious mishaps. Projected effect. Popularity 3000. With each suggestion made, the system before Lindong provided corresponding feedback. Unfortunately, these proposals yielded disappointing responses based on the system's evaluations. Soon, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, with furrowed brows as everyone pondered deeply. Creating an exceptional park proved to be far more challenging than anticipated, even with the support of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Eventually, someone proposed, Section Chief Lin, what if we create a fairy tale world like the one near the church? Perhaps we could incorporate a few Disney animated characters? Oh, how about Frozen? In truth, this had been Lindong's initial thought. However, the system's feedback presented an unexpected twist. It can be attempted but should not serve as the primary attraction. Visitors must enjoy themselves fully, not merely take photographs. Moreover, there may be copyright risks involved. Projected effect. Popularity 100,000, reputation 20,000, profit 30. Upon glancing at the notification, Lindong momentarily froze. Indeed, the copyright issue. This is the most formidable legal department. If we pursue this independently, we must also consider the potential revenue. Thus, Lindong shook his head once more, declining the suggestion. This concept felt overly conventional, and copyright posed a significant concern. The others readily concurred. This is indeed the case. Furthermore, I sense that today's youth are increasingly indifferent to the Disney formula. We must introduce elements that genuinely captivate the younger generation. It needs to be visually appealing, innovative, and engaging. So what activities do the youth enjoy most? As the room fell into silence once again, seemingly sensing Lindong's dilemma, the system presented further suggestions. The so-called delights of youth include drinking, smoking, and dancing. You have the following options. 1. Establish an ice and snow bar. Safety must be a consideration. Yet the allure is equally remarkable. Projected effect. Popularity 10,000, reputation 2,000, profit 10. 2. Create an ice and snow disco. Inviting domestic rock bands to initiate an outdoor dance party. The anticipated outcome. A popularity of 100,000, a reputation of 20,000, and a revenue of 5. An outdoor dance party at the Ice and Snow Festival? This seems rather appealing. While there are already enjoyable activities, what about the scenery? Without distinctive attractions, how does it differ from an ordinary nightclub? Wait, domestic rock bands? Suddenly, a spark illuminated Lindong's mind. Indeed, why have young people lost interest in Disney? It is not that they have grown weary. Rather, the rise of domestic animations has captivated their interest. Instead of spending exorbitant sums to acquire Disney's rights, why not utilize domestic animations directly? Distinctiveness is key. Ice sculptures are a hallmark of Ice City. Lanterns are too cliched, and Disney is prohibitively expensive. Therefore, why not create ice sculptures of characters from domestic animations? At that moment, the system also provided an evaluation. Domestic animation ice sculptures, highly suitable for contemporary youth. Plus, it can harness a wave of popularity. Similarly, ice sculptures based on popular domestic films would also be an excellent choice, provided that copyright authorization can be secured. Anticipated outcome. A popularity of 500,000, a reputation of 200,000, and a revenue of 25. Upon reaching this point, Lindong promptly made a decision. Observing the silent crowd, he slowly spoke, suggesting, "How about we dance?" Chapter 22. Is uniqueness insufficient? What about ice sculptures of the terracotta warriors? Dancing in the ice and snow world? Upon this proclamation, nearly everyone was taken aback. This notion had indeed never crossed their minds. Typically, dance parties are held in bars, not in an ice and snow wonderland. However, it is undeniable that contemporary youth have a penchant for such experiences. Indeed, a dance party in the frigid outdoors appears to be an unprecedented endeavor. Moreover, this concept seems to resonate well with the current generation. And do you recall the recent nationwide sensation of the third driving test? If we incorporate that, everyone is bound to be thrilled. Absolutely. This year's primary visitors are young people, a stark contrast to previous years. Soon enough, this idea garnered unanimous approval from all. However, with the project confirmed, a significant issue loomed ahead: the type of ice sculptures. After all, the theme of the ice and snow world is undoubtedly centered around ice sculptures. If we are to hold a dance party, it seems unlikely that we can adopt a fairy tale theme. Furthermore, it is apparent that someone has already considered the copyright issue. The crowd's gaze instinctively turned towards Lindong. In response, Lindong merely smiled and assured them, "Fear not. I have a plan in mind. You need not worry about this. Just assist in contacting the ice sculpture artisans. I will handle the copyright matter." And let us not forget one thing. While foreign lands boast their fairy tale worlds, our Dragon Kingdom possesses its own enchanting narratives. With a command issued, everyone quickly set to work. Meanwhile, Lindong began reaching out to various copyright holders. In making their selection, Lindong and Lu Miao engaged in a thorough discussion at the hotel, ultimately identifying several themes favored by the youth. Titles such as Kwai Ba, the King's Avatar, Fox Spirit Matchmaker, and Ling Cage all seemed quite appealing. However, Lindong harbored concerns regarding the potential cost of their copyright fees. In response to his apprehension, Lu Miao offered reassurance. Rest assured, domestic animation is not comparable to the extravagant Disney productions. To be candid, domestic animation is akin to the earnestness of Northeasterners and their cuisine, substantial and reasonably priced, devoid of any star-like pretentiousness. You need not worry about copyright fees. From my previous inquiries, I found that the licensing fees for certain domestic animations are quite low, and at times, they may even be offered free of charge. Of course, this sometimes presents its own challenges, as reduced fees can lead to lower profitability for those in the animation industry, resulting in meager incomes for many professionals. Upon hearing Lu Miao's words, Lindong nodded in understanding. The following day, Lindong reached out to various copyright holders of domestic animations. Upon introduction, he stated his identity and purpose clearly. "Hello, I am the head of the Ice and Snow World Project Group from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. I would like to inquire about the copyright fees if we wish to create an ice sculpture project based on domestic animation." The recipient of the call seemed momentarily taken aback, as it is uncommon for discussions about copyright fees to arise in such a context. With most inquiries relating to broadcasting or other commercial models, this was indeed the first instance they had encountered a request for ice sculptures. If it is for personal enjoyment or derivative works, generally speaking, we do not face copyright issues, especially within the domestic market where that is the default understanding. After a brief silence, the other party responded, "Though it is not entirely for personal enjoyment, it primarily has a profit-oriented aspect," Lindong clarified. "Oh, please hold for a moment. I'm not entirely familiar with this," came the response, followed by some commotion on the line. Soon after, another individual took over the call, their tone noticeably more enthusiastic. "Hello, are you indeed the person in charge of the ice and snow world?" "Yes, that is correct. You wish to utilize our characters for distinctive ice sculptures, is that right?" "Yes, indeed. I understand now. We can waive the copyright fees since creating ice sculptures can, in a sense, be considered a derivative work. However, we have one requirement." At this point, Lindong was momentarily stunned. They truly would waive the copyright fees? Such a fortunate turn of events. He quickly responded, "Please, go ahead. This year, tourism in Ice City has not been particularly booming. To be frank, we in the domestic animation sector share a common aspiration with your Cultural and Tourism Bureau to present what we cherish to a broader audience. Therefore, we will forego the copyright fees. We will send a few modelers to assist with relevant details, as we are certainly not experts in ice sculpture. But there are many nuances that the ice sculptors may struggle to grasp. All that is needed from your end is to assist in reimbursing travel and living expenses, while also granting our company personnel complimentary admission tickets. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lindong made a prompt decision without the slightest hesitation and readily agreed. To his astonishment, everything unfolded with remarkable ease. Of course, at that moment, Lindong had no inkling of the current fervor surrounding Ice City, which was perpetually trending on social media, with everyone eager to ride the wave of popularity. For those within their circle, what was the ice and snow grand world? What were ice sculptures? Was it not merely an ice sculpture exhibition? Such an entertaining endeavor, with such grand appeal. This represented an exceptional promotional opportunity. Was it not more enticing than spending money on traditional advertising? Hence, they felt they had struck a bargain. That day, Lindong swiftly reached out to several other copyright holders in the domestic animation sector. Without exception, they all agreed readily, providing responses that were quite similar. In fact, one company only symbolically charged a copyright fee of 1 yuan, with the stipulation that they also assist in promoting their work. In a single day, Lindong observed that his initial budget had nearly all remained intact. He was taken aback. Was it possible that this copyright fee would not even be spent? In that moment, he suddenly empathized with the southern potatoes experiencing the delights of northeast stew for the first time. This was truly astonishingly sincere. Observing Lindong's astonished expression, Lumao beside him chuckled. You may not be aware, but this matter has likely spread throughout the circle. No one is demanding exorbitant copyright fees. Anyone who does would surely be ridiculed. After all, the essence of domestic animation is rooted in sentiment. They would never exploit their own people. The notion of brotherhood transcends regions. Upon hearing this, Lindong could only nod in resignation. The situation had progressed beyond his expectations. What he initially thought would take 3 or 4 days to resolve was completed in less than a day. Soon, the construction of the Ice and Snow Grand World's domestic animation-themed park commenced. Modelers from across the nation flocked to Ice City, collaborating with local ice sculptors to discuss the finer details. And it was not just about the ice sculptures. They also began to work on the costumes, adornments, and lighting details for the evening. Initially, Lindong was apprehensive about the tight schedule and the possibility of missing the park's opening. However, with this rapid progress, the construction pace surpassed that of other parks. Yet, just as Lindong was filled with joy, the sudden appearance of Wang Dawei introduced a dilemma. While domestic animation was indeed a favored pastime among the youth, Wang Dawei, who came to inspect the site, furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of the ongoing ice sculptures. Although the popularity would undoubtedly be high, it lacked our cultural distinctiveness. Domestic animation is domestic animation, yet it seems to lack sufficient character. Primarily, for someone like me, who is not well versed in the realm of anime, the park's approach may not captivate individuals such as myself. Furthermore, I feel that you have yet to fully leverage the inherent advantages of ice sculptures. The greatest strength of ice sculptures lies not in intricate details or lighting. Rather, these aspects can be seen as shortcomings. The true advantage of ice sculptures is their ease of shaping and durability, making them ideal for constructing grand edifices for visitors to explore. I recall a year when an ice sculpture of the Great Wall was created, and it garnered tremendous popularity. Upon hearing Wang Dawei's suggestion, Lindong finally came to a realization. This was indeed a significant issue. However, in the next moment, a prompt appeared before Lindong. Maximize the potential of ice sculptures. You have the following options. 1. Continue with the ice sculpture of the Great Wall. Effect: popularity 20,000, reputation 2,002. Take a different approach. This year, switch to ice sculptures of the Terracotta Warriors. Effect: popularity 200,000, reputation 100,000. Upon seeing the prompt, Lindong immediately conceived an idea. Of course, we had previously crafted an ice sculpture of the Great Wall. So this year, let us create an ice sculpture of the Terracotta Warriors. Chapter 23. We too have our own fairy tale world. Ice sculptures of the Terracotta Warriors? Ah, what a splendid idea. Hearing Lindong's words, Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to offer a suggestion. After all, based on the promotional efforts so far this year, he found it challenging to gauge the preferences of the younger demographic. However, he never anticipated that Lindong would instantly devise a new plan. The brilliance of this idea felt particularly promising. After all, anyone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education would be familiar with the Terracotta Warriors. This would not only add a unique feature, but also enliven the park. Thus, Wang Dawei decisively approved. Excellent. Let us create the Terracotta Warriors this year. Moreover, upon hearing this news, other members of the project team also stepped forward, brimming with inspiration. Soon, the park was once again abuzz with excitement. A week later, the grand opening of the Ice and Snow World was upon us. To attract visitors, the opening day was deliberately scheduled for the day before Christmas. Undoubtedly, many tourists would flock to the Ice and Snow World to celebrate Christmas Eve. Concurrently, with the collaborative promotional efforts of Lindong and Lumao, ticket sales for the opening day reached full capacity. In no time, the entire staff of the Cultural Tourism Bureau was mobilized. Even personnel from other bureaus in Ice City were summoned. This year, the popularity of Ice City was unprecedented. As night fell, visitors began to enter in droves. Lumao was among them. Although she was not exempt from the entry fee, Lindong had thoughtfully provided her with a complimentary ticket. At that moment, Lumao was quite curious. This fellow had been busy for half a month, and she was eager to see what surprises he had in store. Along the way, she also visited several other parks. How should I put it? A bit cliched. Especially that Disney over there. What era are we in to still be talking about Disney? Other attractions, like ice sculpture slides and stunt performances, to be honest, aside from the unique ice carvings, are found in various places across the nation. For first-time visitors, it indeed offers a refreshing experience, but over time, it begins to feel rather mundane. Holding this perspective, Lumao soon arrived at the park location mentioned by Lindong. However, what greeted her was a scene of darkness. Huh, why is it dark? Indeed, why hasn't it opened yet? I made a special trip here. I had seen the promotion online. It was said to be a fairy tale world created by the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau. How strange. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the stage. A figure slowly emerged, holding a microphone, and began to sing a cappella. Running through the crowd, I cannot see, occasionally encountering loneliness, spinning in place, facing myself, I tiptoe a little closer, the dream resides just ahead. As the prelude played, almost all the audience members were momentarily stunned. The melody and lyrics of this song felt so familiar, yet suddenly, they couldn't quite recall it. However, memories from their childhood surged forth. The singer on stage continued to perform. I don't mind the rain-soaked face, with determined eyes. I appreciate the grandeur of a rainy day. Will I be able to see another side of the future, meeting hope? I no longer blindfold myself. The smiling face of tomorrow, the starting point of happiness, I chase the light of my dreams. It was only upon hearing this line that all those present finally reacted. Instantly, everyone was bewildered. Whether it was the visitors on site or the viewers in the live stream, they were all in an uproar. Wow, what song is this? Wait, is this the Light of Dreams? Yes, indeed, the theme song of the legendary Little General. That's why it sounded so familiar. Now I remember. Composed by Lin Junjie, sung by Wang Xinling. Nostalgia, pure nostalgia. Truly, I had never anticipated that this would evoke such childhood memories. The animation I cherished the most, without exception. The DNA ingrained in my bones stirred. Dongfang Tiexin and Nangong Wentian, a perfect pair. As the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax, the lights brightened once more. The ice sculptures of various characters from the beloved national animation The Legendary Little General, which carried the childhood memories of countless individuals, were illuminated. In an instant, many visitors even began to sing along spontaneously. The song soon concluded. Many attendees were already moved to the brink of tears. Who would have thought? Thousands of miles away from their homeland, in this distant ice city, they could hear the classic theme song of their childhood, brimming with nostalgia. The key was that, listening to the harmonious voices around them, many finally realized something significant. Even from 1,000 miles away, they were certainly not alone. Countless souls were beside them. However, this song was merely the beginning. In the following moments, a myriad of childhood theme songs and characters from domestic animation were illuminated in succession. From the valiant warriors of the Magic Army to the enchanting tales of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit's 7 heroes. From the mystical beings of Eastern Divine Babies to the spirited Shaolin Kids. From the strategic Go Youth to the epic Qin's Moon. Especially at the instant the theme song of Go Youth drew to a close. With the drop of a single stone, the entire venue suddenly lit up. It was only then that the crowd finally realized. Not far away, a monumental Go board loomed into view. And upon this board, astonishingly, stood the terracotta warriors. Countless ice sculptures of these warriors were meticulously arranged upon the board. In an instant, visitors and spectators erupted in excitement. Wow, they've even created terracotta warriors? Is this for real? What terracotta warriors? This is Ice Warriors. Goodness, this is truly a grand spectacle. The level of artistry has surged. Wait, what is this theme song? On stage, another familiar melody emerged. Who dares to challenge the emotional barriers? Gazing at the moon, my heart is forlorn. At that moment, a visitor finally made the connection. Wow, the moonlight. Yes, this theme song. It's indeed from Qin's Moon. It's true. And there's the ice sculpture of the moon girl. My childhood goddess. Uncle Gainya. Wait, these terracotta warriors look oddly familiar. No. This isn't just any terracotta warriors. Don't you remember the mechanisms from the Mo family in Qin's Moon? I remember. It truly resembles that scene. Who would have thought that one day, we could witness this scene come to life? Indeed. Moreover, such a scene could perhaps only be crafted from ice. After all, using other materials would be prohibitively expensive. It was genuinely moving to see so many beloved characters from domestic animation here, all evoking childhood memories. The Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau truly has a heart. As the opening ceremony came to a close, 3 bold characters gradually appeared on the central screen of the stage. Want to enter a fairy tale world? So everyone goes to Disney? But let us not forget, our Dragon Nation has its own fairy tale realm. Chapter 24, Chasing the Moon with Dragon and Phoenix. At the moment these words appeared, all present were momentarily stunned. Indeed, who decreed that only Disney could represent a fairy tale world? Our Dragon Nation has its own enchanting realm. The times have changed. Why should domestic animation be looked down upon? Who told you that foreign creations are inherently superior? Soon, some could not restrain their applause. Initially sporadic. But as more people were inspired or finally awakened, the applause quickly crescendoed into a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire venue. Even neighboring parks, such as the Ice and Snow World, could hear this resounding applause. At this moment, the crowd finally realized. Unbeknownst to them, the adjacent park, organized by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, had become overwhelmingly crowded with visitors, surpassing all other parks. Yet, this is far from the conclusion. As the applause resonates, the lights in the distance illuminate once more. Soon, a familiar sight reemerges before the eyes of all the visitors. It is a drone, adorned with a luminous orb. Observant tourists immediately recognize this object. Isn't that the artificial moon from the Sophia Church area? Indeed, it appears so. After all, this event is also hosted by the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, so its presence is hardly surprising. However, what could be the purpose of this suddenly suspended moon? Wait, what is that sound? In no time, a myriad of buzzing noises swiftly approaches from all directions. Yet, beneath the night sky, these sounds do not capture the attention of the visitors until the colorful lights on them flash one after another. At that moment, all the tourists finally discern the source of the sounds. Drones. Yes, indeed. In the air, an astonishing number of hundreds of drones have gathered, each flying steadily and forming specific formations. In the next instant, the lights blaze forth. In the sky, a vividly animated five-clawed golden dragon emerges, fierce and majestic. Beside it, familiar red lights flicker back to life. Not far away, two phoenixes, one blue and one red, encircled by flames, appear as if reborn from the fire. The moment these three mythical beasts materialize, they all gallop towards the radiant moon in the sky. Dragon and phoenix chasing the moon. In an instant, the audience, still reeling from their earlier emotions, is left utterly astonished once more by this spectacle. A phoenix? And a dragon? Goodness. This scene is breathtakingly beautiful. To visit Ice City and witness this grand ice and snow world is truly a fortunate experience. Remarkable, utterly remarkable. At last, some in the crowd begin to react, pulling out their phones or cameras to capture this moment. Amidst the throng, Lu Miao Miao stands in awe, completely mesmerized by the scene before her. The sounds of admiration surround her. Listening to the melodies of her childhood while witnessing this wonder, she truly feels the unique allure of Dragon Kingdom culture. It embodies a distinctive romance and gentleness that can only be inherited over thousands of years. Just like Ice City, even in its solitude, its essence remains intact. Go boards. Terracotta warriors, phoenixes, dragons. These are the treasures of culture. As a travel blogger, Lu Miao Miao meticulously researches each destination, recommending local attractions to her followers. Before arriving in Ice City, she had delved into much information about previous events held here. Yet, without a doubt, nothing has been as breathtaking as this. Moreover, her mind is preoccupied with another thought. Lindong. If memory serves, he should be the head of this park, right? How many more surprises can this young man bring me? Swiftly, the park is fully opened. Even visitors from other parks were drawn to the mesmerizing spectacle of the soaring dragon and phoenix, quickly flocking to this location. Soon, the park was brimming with guests. Almost all the staff members were engaged in maintaining order, with one notable exception, Zhao Ming. Indeed, Lindong had brought along this troublesome individual solely to prevent him from plotting behind his back. Therefore, the specifics of the project were entirely beyond Zhao Ming's purview. Even during the critical moment of the opening ceremony, Lindong casually assigned him a task and dismissed him. Today, we anticipate an exceptionally high number of visitors. Our staff will struggle to cope. Go purchase several air mattresses. When everyone grows weary, they can rest here, Lindong instructed. Zhao Ming, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of frustration. Was he now relegated to being a mere errand boy? Was there truly such a despicable person? Once outside the park, he could no longer contain his ire, muttering curses under his breath. Oh, full of visitors? You think a few characters from national animation will truly captivate them? They are not 3-year-olds. I await your financial loss and the subsequent blame you will face from the director. However, despite his words, Zhao Ming was beginning to doubt his own judgment after the previous incidents. Particularly this time, Lindong had not afforded him any opportunity for involvement. He was deprived even of the chance to play his usual tricks. It was evident that Lindong had taken precautions. As he continued to grumble, he proceeded to prepare to purchase the air mattresses. To his surprise, the person on the other end of the line seemed to misinterpret his request, responding, "What? You want to buy what? An air cushion boat? I don't have that here. Try asking elsewhere." Taken aback by this response, Zhao Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Little one, no matter how skilled you are at promotion, in my hands, you are merely insignificant trash. Your budget must be dwindling rapidly. You think you can exclude me? I am eager to see how you will justify yourself to the director." Without hesitation, Zhao Ming hung up and dialed another number. "Hello? Yes, I'm from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau." "No, you didn't hear incorrectly. I need an air cushion boat." "Yes, not an air mattress, but an air cushion boat." Meanwhile, Lindong remained oblivious to Zhao Ming's underhanded maneuvers. The overwhelming influx of visitors kept him exceedingly busy. Fortunately, the opening ceremony proceeded smoothly. The program was exceptionally well received, and the footage was swiftly edited and uploaded. Not long after, Ice City was trending once again. Indeed, throughout this period, discussions surrounding Ice City had never waned. The trending topics were straightforward and attention-grabbing. Ice and Snow World opening ceremony, childhood memories of Ice City. Ice City ice horse figurines, Ice City Dragon and Phoenix Soaring. A torrent of trending topics flooded social media. Audiences returning from work, eager for the latest updates. Clicked to watch without hesitation. The result was nothing short of explosive, causing the entire internet to erupt with excitement. Chapter 25. A group of drinkers. None of whom have shaken a bottle of milk. What on earth is this terracotta warrior? Is this real? Could it possibly be a composite? Upon checking the official sources, I was astounded to discover it is indeed authentic. Incredible. Even Qin Shi Huang is astonished. The terracotta warriors. Who would have thought I would become a mere substitute? From the neighboring pickled vegetable realm, this high-level gathering is one that truly cannot be stolen. How exquisite. Qin Shi Huang, stand aside. I must confront the bear. The reincarnated craftsman of the Qin dynasty. The might of the great Qin. What? The genuine terracotta warrior. Oh no. I've become a stand-in. From next door? The meat bun vendor rises in the dead of night. Wait, doesn't he have ice? Goodness. This truly is a small ice city, creating legends. Wait a moment. Where did this phoenix come from? Indeed. Why does this phoenix seem so familiar? Oh, isn't this the wealth of the neighboring Liao province? They even brought it out? It appears so. To indulge the small potato from the south, this ice city is truly ruthless. They've completely emptied their coffers and even borrowed from next door. Haven't they? However, that is not all. What astonished everyone even more was when classic national animations like the King's Avatar and Qin's Moon made their grand appearances. The audience was moved to tears. Countless childhood memories were rekindled in this ice city, especially when throngs of tourists began to sing Dream-S Light in unison. Gasps of awe filled the air. Who would have imagined witnessing national animations in an ice city? Indeed, my youth has returned. I can't hold back any longer. During the New Year holiday, I must visit the ice city. So many national animation characters have appeared. Why shouldn't our national animations be as celebrated as foreign ones? Our dragon nation has its own fairy tales. The fox demon, Little Fox, is here. Assassin Wu Liuqi. In an instant, many souls were ignited with youthful fervor. For the visitors, trending topics may not seem significant. However, the divine opening ceremony and the multitude of positive reviews serve as the finest advertisement. Soon, the busy Lindong received news. On the other end of the line, Wang Dawei was utterly bewildered. Wait a moment, Lindong. You need to wait. Goodness. We are fully booked again. It's impossible to secure tickets for New Year's Day. Hurry. We need to call in more staff. We must ensure everything runs smoothly. The safety of our guests is paramount. As the opening ceremony concluded and most performances wrapped up, the ice and snow world officially commenced. The popularity of the park ignited envy in neighboring attractions, particularly the nearby Disney-themed Ice Castle, which saw barely any visitors. The prices inside were exorbitant. Even the few children present swiftly turned and ran to the other side. Before long, it was 8:30 p.m. Just as the first batch of tourists had nearly explored the park, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The lights at the center of the stage illuminated once more. Soon, the sounds of rock music echoed through the air. Initially, the tourists were taken aback. What is this all about? Could there be another performance? To my astonishment, indeed there is. I must say, this is truly worth the price of admission. Absolutely. This lighting? Could it possibly be a dance party? On stage, the host's command to get moving instantly brought laughter to the audience. Really? Are we actually dancing? Ice City, are you serious? A dance party in the ice and snow world, you say? Who on earth conceived this idea? Yet, I must admit, it appears rather intriguing. Soon, guided by the music, many tourists began to let loose. What's wrong with dancing? It's not a bar. Just dance away. Observing this scene, all the viewers watching the live stream were utterly bewildered. Wait, there's dancing too? It actually seems quite entertaining. Shake, shake, shake. Let's get moving. This is pure comedy. I was just contemplating that I had seen enough of the ice sculptures, and yet here we are with something new. Glancing down at the crowd, it was a sea of southern little potatoes. Ha 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 ha, indeed. Also fluffy. These are not southern little potatoes. They are all corgis, dressed in light down jackets, adorable hats, bouncing around. It's simply delightful. To be honest, I never truly understood how northerners could instantly recognize southern little potatoes until now. I finally get it. However, this is not the end. As the camera panned to the center of the stage, at the forefront stood a little girl wearing a fluffy hat, swaying to the rhythm, her face beaming with joy. At a glance, she appeared quite young, perhaps only a few years old. Watching this scene, the viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their excitement. Oh my goodness, this child. Her sense of rhythm is remarkable. She will undoubtedly be a phenomenal dancer when she grows up. Indeed, and the amplitude of her sway, that little neck, is just incredible. If any clumsy college student were to try, their brains would surely be scrambled. This little one is absolutely adorable. Ha ha ha. Even the host on stage was left in a state of bewilderment. You've made me laugh so hard. What is going on with these southern little potatoes? A group of drinkers, yet they can't outdance a milk-drinking child? However, compared to the now exuberant southern little potatoes, countless locals were once again taken aback. Why is this happening? What on earth is a dance party? I've lived in Ice City for decades and never seen this. Are we not locals? Those southern little potatoes have only been here for a year, and they're already pulling off such antics? Yes. Ice sculptures, terracotta warriors, national animation, dragon and phoenix chases. And now dance parties. I'm feeling a pang of envy, truly. I had to travel to other places to experience these things. And now Ice City reveals that they have it too. In an instant, the locals of Ice City collectively felt overwhelmed. Yet, observing this scene, travelers from across the nation found even more amusement. After all, what does this signify? This clearly demonstrates that Ice City truly cherishes its visitors from afar. The surprises are ceaseless. Soon, with countless tourists beginning to book their tickets, the train tickets to Ice City during the New Year period swiftly sold out. Moreover, airfares skyrocketed several-fold. Not only that, but many local hotels and inns in Ice City were also snatched up in an instant. Undoubtedly, Ice City tourism has successfully made a name for itself nationwide, achieving unprecedented popularity. Witnessing this scene, Wang Dawei was filled with excitement. Such immense prosperity. Finally, it is Ice City's turn. Chapter 26. Locals? Locals, please stand back. The opening ceremony of the Ice and Snow World was a resounding success. As he observed the streets teeming with southern visitors, Wang Dawei could hardly contain his joy. Why? Tourism in Ice City had always been a lingering concern. For Wang Dawei, the tourism industry directly impacted his career trajectory. At his current position, advancing further through mere connections had become increasingly challenging. The only avenue left was to deliver tangible results. And now, he had accomplished just that. At this moment, Wang Dawei felt a sense of gratitude for initially heeding Lindong's arrangements. This thought piqued his curiosity. What exactly do frozen pears and sweet tofu taste like? With this in mind, he called out, Lindong, are you done with your work? Finished. What is up, director? Lindong, who had just delegated all responsibilities of the Ice and Snow World to others, turned back to respond. Nothing much. If you're free today, would you accompany me for a stroll? I'd like to assess the visitors' reactions firsthand, Wang Dawei replied with a smile. Sure. Listening to their exchange, the others in the office unveiled envious and jealous glances. This was no ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. Wang Dawei had completely regarded Lindong as a trusted confidant. Instantly, the office was filled with an air of palpable envy. Look at Chief Lin. He has only been working for such a short time and has already ascended to this level. Indeed, it seems the director intends to cultivate him as a successor. How enviable. There is no denying it. Just look at the accomplishments Chief Lin has achieved this year. None of them were simple tasks. His capabilities surpass that of an entire department. Especially in the publicity sector, the presence of Zhao Ming seemed to have been entirely forgotten. Who is Zhao Ming? I'm not familiar with him. As they traveled, Wang Dawei gazed at the bustling Ice City and couldn't help but sigh. I recall this time last year. Although there were quite a few tourists, we had never witnessed such a grand scene. Just look. Every single one of them is. Wang Dawei paused. Southerners? Lindong interjected with a smile. Enthusiastic visitors from the south. That's right, southern little potatoes is just a term of endearment. Speaking of which, New Year's is just a few days away. Lindong glanced at the street, shaking his head as he remarked, by the time it arrives, I estimate the number of tourists will have doubled, and the popularity will undoubtedly explode. Indeed, Wang Dawei nodded in agreement, sighing, this year, our Ice City's tourism revenue is likely to reach its highest point in nearly 2 decades. Thus, the so-called southern small potatoes are actually southern golden beans. Wouldn't you agree? The two engaged in conversation while strolling through the newly carpeted Central Park, passing by street vendors who were already serving roasted sweet potatoes. Even Wang Dawei couldn't help but admire Lindong's meticulousness. So this is what life is like for people from the south. To be honest, this is my first experience of southern living. Let us go try that frozen pear platter and sweet tofu. Soon, the pair found themselves queuing at a particularly popular restaurant. However, to Wang Dawei's surprise, a server approached them, glancing at the two before inquiring, you two are locals from my city, right? What is the matter? Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. Apologies, the server said with a hearty smile, gesturing towards the long line behind them. Could we perhaps negotiate? Would you mind coming back another time to dine with us? I can offer you a discount then. Why? This time, Wang Dawei was completely stunned. Was it no longer possible for him to enjoy a meal? The main issue is that there are too many tourists right now. Just look at all these people behind you. They are all visitors from the south who have traveled a long way. We ought to be considerate and accommodate them. Especially since this is the only time this year for such an influx. It wouldn't be in our nature to neglect our guests, the server explained. You can come back anytime after the rush, right? Of course, if you really wish to eat today, you can. Here's your number, 48. At that moment, Wang Dawei was utterly bewildered. What the heck? As a local in Ice City, I'm being discriminated against. Of course, the notion of discrimination was merely a jest. After all, the server had a point and was merely trying to negotiate. Yet, it felt somewhat amiss. While Wang Dawei was still in a daze, he heard someone nearby at the restaurant shout through a megaphone, locals, please step back a bit. When you decide to eat is not the issue. These southern small potatoes have traveled here by plane and train. Can you really bear to let them wait in line? Rest assured, we will certainly offer you a discount later. But for now, let the southern small potatoes eat. In an instant, the crowd in line couldn't help but chuckle. Listening to the remarks, Lindong quickly shook his head in protest. To be fair, this was not my idea, Wang Dawei. However, glancing at the queue, Wang Dawei shook his head and said, then let it be. Yet, just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly recognized him. Hey, ISNT that? Yes. It seems to be him. The director of our Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Indeed, it must be him. I encountered him the last time I visited. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor of the restaurant emerged and greeted him, exclaiming, "Ah, Director, how wonderful to see you. Why did you not announce your arrival? There's no need to queue here. Please proceed to the VIP room." However, upon hearing the owner's words, Wang Dawei's brow furrowed. He discreetly stepped back and displayed the number in his hand, stating, "No, I have already queued. I am number 48. Not to worry, you carry on with your duties. I am not here for any surprise inspection. I merely seek a simple meal." Despite Wang Dawei's desire for discretion, in this era where everyone possesses a mobile phone, maintaining a low profile is exceedingly challenging. This year, the adoration of the southern small potatoes by Ice City has significantly enhanced the Tourist Bureau's reputation among many visitors. Before long, some bold tourists approached to engage in conversation, even requesting photos and recording videos. The titles of these videos were sensational. Ice City is on fire. Every restaurant is fully booked. Even the director of the Tourist Bureau must queue. And in honor of the southern small potatoes, locals must step aside. The director's status holds no weight. In the videos, the sight of Wang Dawei and Lindong being recognized as locals and subsequently advised to step back left viewers in stitches. I can't believe locals are being discriminated against in their own city. Locals, step aside. Director? What kind of director? Oh, a local? Then you must queue behind the tourists. Ha 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 ha. A director of the Tourist Bureau is less important than a southern visitor. Ice City is truly sincere. Chapter 27. What on earth is this hovercraft? Though he had stood in line for quite a while, Wang Dawei seized the opportunity to garner goodwill for the Ice City Tourist Bureau. Not only that, but through discussions with tourists, he gained a general understanding of their circumstances. Why did they choose to travel to Ice City? Because it seemed incredibly enjoyable. Indeed, primarily, Southerners have never seen snow. I have long wished to visit, but I previously came across some travel guides that warned of exorbitant prices in certain areas. What was it called? Ah yes, Snowtown. Hence, I hesitated to make a decision. Alas, it is a dilemma. After all, this is our own country. If one travels abroad and faces high prices, that's understandable, but to be overcharged domestically by fellow countrymen is truly disheartening. However, after seeing numerous videos about Ice City this year, I realized that although Snow Town may exploit tourists, Ice City itself offers honest value. Haha. My reason for visiting was sparked by a video featuring frozen pears. Yes, there is a travel blogger named Lumao, whose videos about her trip to Ice City are quite entertaining. Well, given that things have been rather unstable abroad in recent years, one should definitely explore within the country. I heard that the neighboring Cherry Blossom region has seen a decline in visitors this year. They have even resorted to smear campaigns against Ice City. Moreover, I noticed the comments on each video, with locals being quite defensive. It was rather amusing, prompting me to come and see for myself. Soon, Wang Dawei had gathered a substantial understanding of the overall situation. Undoubtedly, this year's tourism in Ice City has flourished, all stemming from that video created by Lindong. Even Wang Dawei himself could not have anticipated that his offhand arrangements would yield such remarkable results. Observing the gradually improving reputation of Ice City in the hearts of the tourists, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This is as it should be. Ensuring the contentment of visitors is paramount. Only then will they be willing to spend their money. When tourists are willing to spend, the people of Ice City can thrive. Such is the nature of the tourism industry. However, despite his elation, Wang Dawei was left bewildered when he saw the proprietor personally arranging the frozen pears and serving the sweet tofu pudding. He stared in astonishment at what was once a simple frozen pear, now transformed into an exquisite presentation, even adorned with intricate carvings. He was genuinely taken aback. While it was visually appealing, it lacked authenticity. As for the sweet tofu pudding, after sampling a spoonful, his mouth began to twitch in disbelief. It was simply too bizarre. The tastes of Southerners were truly peculiar. Before long, he nearly fled, dragging Lindong away with him. He hastily found an inconspicuous little shop at the corner and exclaimed, "Boss, give me a bowl of tofu pudding. Sweet or savory?" "Just savory." "Ah, a local, I see." The owner glanced at Wang Dawei with a teasing smile. "Aren't you going to try the sweet tofu pudding?" After indulging in a generous bowl of authentic savory tofu pudding, Wang Dawei finally regained his composure. Casting a glance at Lindong, who was struggling to stifle his laughter, he retorted, "Go ahead and laugh. I simply cannot get used to that. It's all about making money, not being picky," Lindong jested. "By the way, when will you introduce me to your little girlfriend?" "What little girlfriend?" Lindong was momentarily taken aback. "Lu Miao Miao," Wang Dawei replied, exasperated. "Do you think I'm blind? She came to borrow my car late at night, saying she was going to the hotel to discuss the upcoming renovation plans with you. And you say she is not your little girlfriend?" "No, director, I didn't." Lindong quickly waved his hands. "You've misunderstood. I was truly going to discuss." All right, be quiet. Don't say anything more. Wang Dawei shot Lindong a disdainful glance. Even if it's a misunderstanding, don't you realize she has feelings for you? Does she? Lindong asked, puzzled. Can't you see the signs? Wang Dawei exclaimed in frustration. Lindong, you are so considerate, gentle, and romantic towards the tourists. Why is it that this doesn't work with Lumao? Regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, you must remember to take her out for a meal. She has been busy helping you with the videos. You definitely need to show some appreciation. All right. That afternoon, in the office of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, everyone gathered for the meeting appeared undeniably fatigued, sporting dark circles under their eyes. The unprecedented influx of tourists had significantly heightened the work pressure on the staff. Nevertheless, the excitement was palpable on their faces. The reason was simple. The immense success of the ice and snow world not only indicated the triumph of this promotional effort, but also promised substantial gains for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. However, just as everyone began to calculate the anticipated revenue, a significant issue emerged. What is this expenditure of 3 million? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. 3 million? This is certainly not a trivial sum. The total budget for the ice and snow world is merely 20 million, most of which is allocated for the wages of the ice sculptors. Even Lindong was taken aback, as he had no recollection of approving such an expense. Beside him, Wang Dawei couldn't help but furrow his brow. 3 million? What could it possibly have been spent on? Before long, someone began to sift through the accounts. The moment they glanced at the records, they were astounded. What? This 3 million was spent on an amphibious hovercraft? As soon as this statement was uttered by Section Chief Lin, everyone in the office was left bewildered. A hovercraft? Why is it so exorbitantly priced? Surely it couldn't be one of those enormous hovercrafts designed for land use? I recall that Jackie Chan featured one in a movie. But wait, what purpose could such an item serve? Has Section Chief Lin embarked on yet another unconventional venture? The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Lindong, as they had grown accustomed to his previous endeavor involving the artificial moon. Even Wang Dawei looked to Lindong, awaiting his explanation. Lindong took a moment to examine the records, then shook his head and stated, I did not purchase this. I did not approve this expenditure. Where's the finance department? Bring in the individual responsible for this. Upon hearing Lindong deny having authorized the expense, Wang Dawei's expression darkened ominously. If Lindong did not approve it, then who authorized this payment? Who dared to engage in such underhanded dealings right under his nose? Soon, a young woman was summoned. Upon encountering the intense scrutiny of her colleagues, she appeared utterly bewildered. Wang Dawei glanced at her and inquired, please explain the nature of this 3 million expenditure. The young woman, nearly trembling with fear, stammered. A few days ago, Section Chief Lin mentioned the need to purchase a hovercraft, and given the urgency of the situation. Lindong's brow furrowed. Are you certain I spoke directly to you about this? I don't recall such a conversation in the past few days. And no, it wasn't you. It was someone from your project team named Zhao Ming. During the opening ceremony of the ice and snow world, he called me and said that you had instructed him to make the arrangements and that it was urgent. The young woman's face turned pale as she realized the gravity of the situation. As a newcomer, she had assumed Zhao Ming was a trusted associate of Lindong and had taken him at his word, only to find herself in a predicament. Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei felt a surge of anger. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming furiously, no expenditure can be approved without Section Chief Lin's signature and written authorization. No matter how urgent the situation may be, that principle cannot be overlooked. Do you not understand this? How can you even call yourself part of the finance team? This is utter madness. 3 million? What on earth is this expenditure of 3 million for the hovercraft? Chapter 28. Amphibious Hovercraft Ice Surface Drift. It is no wonder that Wang Dawei is now fuming. In recent years, the Dragon Country has implemented stringent anti-corruption measures. And as part of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City, despite this year's commendable achievements, it is imperative to avoid any ambiguous financial transactions. Otherwise, there will be accountability from above. Forget about Lindong. Wang Dawei himself would be in deep trouble. Furthermore, this is a staggering sum of 3 million. If it is discovered that this immense amount is entirely unrelated to the promotion of Ice City's cultural tourism, Wang Dawei's career prospects could very well reach an impasse. Under Wang Dawei's wrath, the finance officer was left in tears. After all, she was merely a recent graduate, her eyes reflecting an innocent naivety. Having finally secured a position in finance, she never anticipated she would find herself in such a predicament. The key issue was that, under normal circumstances, she would adhere to the regulations, requiring formal documentation for approval. However, this time, for the ice and snow world, the director had insisted on expediency, stating that everything should be simplified, and that Lindong's word was sufficient. Thus, when Zhao Ming approached her, she approved it without a second thought. Not far away, upon hearing Zhao Ming's name, Lindong felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Sure enough, it was that scoundrel again. Initially, he thought that bringing him into his circle would prevent any mishaps. Yet, he was still ensnared by Zhao Ming's treachery. Soon, Zhao Ming was summoned into the room. As he caught sight of the gazes directed at him, he immediately grasped the situation. However, He remained unfazed. On the contrary, a sinister smirk crept upon his lips, as though he reveled in his cunning success. But this hovercraft was indeed purchased at the behest of Section Chief Lin. He then produced his mobile phone and played a recording. The voice on the phone was unmistakably Lindong's. Your task is to procure the hovercraft budget from finance. Although the recording was somewhat garbled, Lindong's voice was still discernible. Upon hearing this, Lindong furrowed his brow and retorted, I said inflatable beds. I asked you to buy a few for the staff to rest on. I did not instruct you to procure a hovercraft. To be honest, Lindong had never anticipated that a mere casual remark would lead Zhao Ming, that scoundrel, to transform a few hundred yuan's worth of inflatable beds into a 3 million yuan hovercraft. You should have written a memo instead of sending me on an errand with your verbal instructions. Zhao Ming, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, retorted with a sarcastic tone. Section Chief Lin, this is precisely what you stated. Don't attempt to shift your professional blunders onto me. Lindong's heart ignited with fury. This vile creature. How utterly revolting. Meanwhile, Wang Dawei inhaled deeply, turning to inquire, is it possible to return it? It's likely not feasible. It has already been transported. If we attempt to return, we will incur depreciation costs, which would amount to a significant sum. Wang Dawei was seething with anger at the thought. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that he could not take any action against Zhao Ming. For, if one were to pursue the matter rigorously, he possesses recordings. And the primary responsibility lies with Lindong, the chief overseer. After all, theoretically speaking, even a mere inflatable mattress costing a few hundred yuan requires authorization. It is precisely for this reason that the efficiency of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau was lamentably low in previous years. Now, just as things were beginning to improve, yet another predicament has arisen. However, as he contemplated how to account for this situation to his superiors, he failed to notice the subtle shift in Lindong's expression. Initially marked by anger, it transformed into surprise, and eventually, the corners of his mouth even curled into a faint smile. This was not due to any other reason, but because a new prompt from the system appeared before Lindong. Successful transformation of the ice and snow world. National comic ice sculptures, childhood memories, ice horse figurines, dragon and phoenix chasing the moon. A grand gathering of revelers. Ice City now boasts its own fairy tale realm. New tasks have been assigned. The ice and snow world provides entertainment for visitors. Yet with the explosive popularity of Ice City's tourism, the influx of tourists has soared, creating a demand for more attractions. Please develop new recreational projects for travelers. You have the following options. 1. The Songhua River is now frozen. Implement a dog sledding project on the ice. Effect: popularity 20,000, reputation 5,000. Note: this project may attract criticism from certain dog lovers. 2. Construct a new ice and snow world on the river surface. Effect: popularity 10,000, reputation 2,000. Note: tourists may find it somewhat repetitive and lacking novelty. 3. Launch an amphibious hovercraft drifting project on the river. Bored with ordinary drifting? Come and try drifting with hovercrafts. Note: purchasing hovercrafts requires time, but the returns are substantial. Effect: popularity 200,000, reputation 200,000, revenue 25. As Lindong beheld the prompt before him, a spark ignited in his eyes. Such fortuitous opportunities. Naturally, with the skyrocketing tourism in Ice City, the number of visitors had become overwhelming. It was imperative to devise ways to develop more entertaining attractions. The fully frozen Songhua River had always been a favored spot for both tourists and locals. Previously, many horses were rented out on the river for visitors to ride and photograph. Yet, given the current circumstances, one could surmise that the horses would be utterly exhausted. Fortunately, a sudden opportunity for an amphibious hovercraft had arisen. In other places, drifting occurs either on water or land. But here in Ice City, visitors would experience drifting on ice. One must ponder, where else in the nation offers such a privilege? Nowhere. This project would undoubtedly become a hallmark of Ice City. The potential profits are remarkable. Moreover, this is not just a fleeting opportunity. It could be utilized this year, next year, and even the years to come. Truth be told, Lindong found himself somewhat grateful to Zhao Ming for his underhanded tactics. Were it not for Zhao's scheming, he would likely still be fretting over how to ensure that visitors had an enjoyable experience. Reflecting on the mischief this fellow had caused him, Lindong suddenly conceived an idea. He deliberately feigned an expression of distress, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Zhao Ming, so you mean that the decision to purchase the hovercraft was entirely mine, with no involvement from you, correct? Hearing Lindong's words and observing his expression, Zhao Ming could not help but feel a sense of pride. How naive, challenging me. Do you think I am easy to fool? Witnessing Lindong's current predicament brought him immense satisfaction. Thus, he promptly replied, of course. I am merely a messenger. Very well, since the responsibility lies with me, I shall not shift it onto others, Lindong said slowly. The reason for this hovercraft purchase is mine alone, so I cannot blame anyone else. Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei was taken aback. Lindong had voluntarily accepted the blame? This was no trivial matter. It was crucial to note that his own future could very well be jeopardized because of this. He quickly interjected, at that moment, the situation was urgent. Director, I understand. You need not elaborate further. Lindong shook his head. I am the project leader. Therefore, the responsibility rests with me. Hearing this, Wang Dawei could not help but sigh. Lindong is truly capable, possessing both skill and thoughtfulness. Yet, he lacks cunning. No matter how talented one is, if they are undermined in such a manner, their future remains bleak. To be honest, Wang Dawei wished to protect him. However, now that Lindong had spoken, there was little he could say. The others present began to voice their thoughts as well. Alas, this hovercraft situation is merely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding worth 3 million? Zhao Ming could not help but respond sarcastically. Indeed, it was quite a minor misunderstanding. However, the very next moment, Lindong, who had been silent for a long while, suddenly spoke up, uttering a statement that left everyone in the office bewildered. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? He asked. Oh, regarding the hovercraft? It is not a misunderstanding. I specifically instructed Zhao Ming to make the purchase. Is there an issue with that? Did you not hear Zhao Ming say earlier that it was all arranged by me, with him having no involvement? My reasoning is this. The Songhua River has completely frozen over, and with the influx of tourists this year, our recreational facilities are undoubtedly insufficient. There is no time to construct new ones, so I opted to purchase a large hovercraft to initiate an ice surface drifting activity on the river. If it proves successful, we can continue this next year. This way, our ice city would gain an additional unique activity. Chapter 29. What are your true intentions? Initially, when the crowd heard Lindong willingly accept responsibility, their sentiments mirrored Wang Dawei's. Alas, what a pity. Indeed, what a shame. Originally, Section Chief Lin was a highly capable individual, meticulous in his work, yet he lacks guile. That scoundrel Zhao Ming. I never anticipated that, at a critical moment, this wretched individual would act treacherously behind the scenes. Although Section Chief Lin has stepped forward to take the blame, we are unlikely to be significantly affected. However, this year's year-end bonuses may be in jeopardy. Indeed, given the success of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau's work this year, we might end up facing criticism instead. Truly, one rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. After days of interaction, Lindong's capabilities have been acknowledged by all, with hardly anyone expressing dissatisfaction. After all, he has never flaunted any bureaucratic airs. His demeanor is consistently amicable. Most importantly, he has taken on the most substantial and challenging tasks himself, never delegating them to others. It can be said that from the initial skepticism of the crowd to the present, many within the organization have come to respect and even admire Lindong. Particularly, when Lindong chose to take the blame, many sighed in regret, casting disdainful glances at Zhao Ming. Just when everyone believed Lindong's career was at an impasse, his subsequent words left them utterly astonished. An air cushion vehicle? And drifting on ice? What on earth could that possibly entail? For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Wang Dawei, unable to believe his ears, quickly inquired, what did you say? An air cushion vehicle? Drifting on ice? Indeed, Lindong replied, casting a cold glance at the bewildered Zhao Ming. This is one of my concepts. Engineer Zhao, could you please explain to everyone the working principle of an amphibious air cushion vehicle? Zhao, standing nearby, immediately stepped forward to elucidate. The principle of an air cushion vehicle is quite straightforward. It utilizes a high-power blower, essentially a large fan, to force a substantial amount of air into the bottom of the vessel. This air is then contained by flexible skirts around the vessel's base, preventing the high-pressure air from escaping. As a result, a layer of high-pressure gas is formed between the vessel and the water or ground, effectively lifting the vessel off the surface and reducing frictional resistance during travel. Thus, an air cushion vehicle can operate not only on water but also on land. Upon hearing Zhao's explanation, the audience was momentarily taken aback, as the technical jargon was overwhelming. Wang Dawei furrowed his brow and asked, what about on ice? Is that feasible? Absolutely feasible, Zhao exclaimed with enthusiasm. In fact, the efficiency of an air cushion vehicle on ice is the highest compared to water and land, due to the smoother surface. The interference of high-pressure gases is significantly reduced. Moreover, the wear on the air cushion vehicle while traversing ice is considerably less, and vice versa. However, we must ensure that the area is sufficiently thick and wide. Fortunately, our ice city provides just such a venue. Once the river freezes, it becomes a perfect space for this activity. It can be confidently asserted that drifting an air cushion vehicle on ice is entirely viable. Upon hearing Zhao's words, the crowd was once again astonished. This is indeed possible. Most attendees were natives of Ice City, having spent many winters enjoying various activities on the frozen river. Over the years, they had experienced nearly every winter pastime, from horseback riding to sledding. Yet, the concept of drifting an air cushion vehicle on ice was entirely new to them, let alone the tourists from the south. Even the local dignitaries could not suppress their curiosity, eagerly yearning to give it a try. After all, the thrill of galloping across the icy expanse has long waned, not to mention the inherent risks involved. It has become rather antiquated. Moreover, on the ice, neither horses nor sleds can achieve remarkable speeds. Aren't hovercraft significantly faster than these alternatives? In an instant, the crowd voiced their agreement, feeling there was some merit in this notion. Indeed, I have never experienced an ice hovercraft, but had I known such an attraction existed, not only tourists, but even locals would undoubtedly flock to it. It sounds rather exhilarating. Additionally, horseback riding is quite physically demanding, especially in winter when one is bundled in layers. Movement becomes cumbersome, and the prospect of drifting on a hovercraft might yield splendid results. Listening to the crowd, Zhao Ming was taken aback. He had intended to acquire a hovercraft to ensnare Lindong, only to find that others had conceived an ice hovercraft drifting project. Was he then simply wasting his efforts? In a fit of frustration, he hastily doused their enthusiasm with cold water, asserting, "Can one truly drift on ice? Such a large and heavy object on the surface raises significant safety concerns. Haven't there been incidents in previous years where vehicles broke through the ice?" "You are overthinking it," interjected Engineer Zhao coldly. "Those accidents occurred due to reckless behavior during the thawing season. The ice is now solidly frozen, and vehicles can indeed traverse it. But a hovercraft is heavier than an off-road vehicle," Zhao Ming protested. "It will undoubtedly damage the ice." At this point, Lindong could no longer contain himself. He shot Zhao Ming a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Didn't you attend high school? How did you come to be here? Is your mind filled with nonsense? Who told you that greater weight necessarily inflicts damage on the ice? Do you not understand the relationship between pressure and force? The contact area of a hovercraft is vastly larger than that of an off-road vehicle, resulting in significantly lower average pressure. In fact, it may inflict less damage than horse hooves. If you are foolish, then remain silent. If you are not, then you are deliberately obstructing the development of our ice city's cultural tourism." "Zhao Ming, what are your true intentions?" This time, Lindong had learned to cast aspersions. What a jest! Who couldn't he wield the banner of righteousness? Did he truly believe he was the only one capable of noble sentiment? With just a few sentences, Zhao Ming was left dumbfounded. Was it possible that Lindong had indeed navigated his way through this challenge once more? He was unwilling to accept it. The crux of the matter was that once Lindong had cast his accusation, Zhao Ming found himself nearly speechless. In the eyes of the onlookers, he seemed to have but two paths. Either he was foolish or malicious. Regardless of which he chose, the crowd's perception of him could not improve. At this critical juncture, he could only muster the resolve to say, "I may not be well versed in hovercraft, but I am merely concerned for the safety of the tourists." This excuse had served him well numerous times in the past, yielding favorable responses each time. Yet this occasion was palpably different. Wang Dawei slammed the table with great force, rising with an expression of fury. "This is outrageous. The amphibious hovercraft project, valued at 3 million, stemmed from your actions. You did not even bother to consult, nor did you express the slightest doubt. You simply instructed the finance department to approve the purchase. Although Lindong is the overall supervisor, as a member of the project team, you cannot escape responsibility for such a grave error. The crucial point is that Lindong has not shirked his duties. Instead, he has been diligently working to salvage the situation and minimize the losses. And you? Beyond your idle chatter and schadenfreude, what have you accomplished? The collective efforts of the entire Cultural and Tourism Bureau this year nearly went to waste because of you. Even now, you dare to pressure me with concerns regarding the safety of our visitors. In previous planning sessions, have you not uttered the same words? It seems you are intent on leaving this position. If that is the case, starting tomorrow, you will be relegated to the archives to sort documents. I do not wish to see you again." Chapter 30. I refuse to believe this can truly succeed. As Wang Dawei's words echoed in the office, everyone instinctively gasped in shock. To be reassigned to the archives? That place was almost a forgotten corner of the bureau. Officially a lateral transfer, but in reality, it was a demotion. Once assigned there, the hope of ascending the ranks would be virtually extinguished. Witnessing Wang Dawei's explosive anger left everyone taken aback. This was the first time they had seen their director so enraged, evidently incensed. Even Zhao Ming's usual companions fell silent, bowing their heads in the face of the situation. Listening to the director's words, Zhao Ming felt himself freeze in place. The archives? That cold, eerie room that was nearly forgotten? How could he possibly show his face there? Being sent to that place would effectively ruin his future. Everyone understood that only those who had committed significant errors within the bureau ended up in that dreaded position. At that moment, Zhao Ming was filled with regret. He lamented his decision to oppose Lindong. If promotion was unattainable, so be it. Being a small supervisor in the bureau was quite satisfactory. He wanted nothing to do with the archives. At that moment, cold sweat began to trickle down his brow, and he hurriedly adopted a humble demeanor, pleading, "Director, that was not my intention. From now on, department heads, please cast your votes." The atmosphere in the office shifted as everyone exchanged glances. Lindong, without hesitation, raised his hand. Observing this scene, the others shared glances and followed suit, lifting their hands in agreement. Theoretically, if the votes exceeded 70, Zhao Ming would have no chance of redemption. In that moment, Zhao Ming's face bore a look of desperation as he turned to the few department heads with whom he once shared camaraderie, hoping they might lend him a helping hand in this critical moment. However, those present, if they were not foolish, understood the gravity of the situation all too well. Opposing Lindong is tantamount to defying the director. As the saying goes, one's demise does not equate to another's. In the midst of a tranquil atmosphere, the remaining members of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau slowly raised their hands. This resolution was passed unanimously, with no dissenting voices. Instantly, Zhao Ming's face blanched in horror. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. Lindong's subsequent remark further etched a look of panic upon his visage. Zhao Ming, what are you waiting for? The archives room in our bureau is a significant position. I believe it is quite suitable for you. There, the abundance of documents and books, coupled with the serene environment, allows for undisturbed study and the opportunity to acquire relevant knowledge. Next time during a meeting, pay more attention before the leaders speak, Lindong advised earnestly. Yet, everyone understood the unspoken truth. When would there be another meeting to heed such advice? Perhaps in another lifetime. The icy demeanor of the director only deepened Zhao Ming's despair. As he departed, he cast a venomous glare at Lindong, exclaiming, I refuse to believe that this ridiculous ice drifting will truly attract tourists and become a hit. 3 million in investment. I'm eager to see how many years it will take to recoup. Lindong slowly glanced at him and replied, You needn't concern yourself with that. It is no longer within your purview. Once Zhao Ming left, the tension on Wang Daoi's face relaxed. However, Zhao Ming's words before his exit rekindled his worries. The reason was simple. In recent years, numerous cities across the Dragon Country had endeavored to develop their tourism sectors. Yet many, in their pursuit of performance, squandered vast resources without yielding any returns, resulting in numerous unfinished projects. Consequently, the higher-ups have tightened their oversight. This implies that even if the hovercraft ice drifting project proves feasible, it would still face scrutiny if it fails to meet anticipated profits. Given the current circumstances, Wang Dawei could only proceed with caution. He glanced at Lindong and said, Since this project was your proposal, you should see it through to completion. The New Year's holiday is just around the corner. Try it out as soon as possible to assess the results. Receiving a definitive response, Lindong nodded. In reality, with the system's assistance, he was almost entirely confident that this project would indeed flourish. Thus, he assuredly replied, Rest assured. Leave it to me. The New Year's holiday arrived swiftly, and this year's celebration was unlike any other. From the presentation of frozen pears to the artificial moon, from sweetened tofu pudding to the grand opening ceremony of the Ice and Snow World, the excitement in Ice City surged for an entire month, never dropping from the trending topics. As the New Year's holiday approached, countless tourists from the south began their journey to Ice City. Soon, multiple transportation routes in the Ice City, including air, rail, and road, became bustling with activity, leading to unprecedented congestion. Within the train station and airport, amidst the throngs of people, many were clad in light-colored down jackets, fresh faces experiencing the sub-zero temperatures for the first time. And almost without exception, they were all from the southern regions. Countless southern travelers swiftly flocked to the Ice City, which was already teeming with visitors, causing it to be utterly packed. At the Ice City train station, Lin Zihong was leaning against the exit, scanning the surroundings while holding a camera, seemingly capturing moments. He was awaiting someone. As a social media influencer, he had been profoundly moved upon witnessing the Ice City, and unexpectedly, his video reflecting this sentiment had gone viral. Thus, for this New Year's holiday, he decided to seize the opportunity. He invited several friends to visit the Ice City, perfectly timing it to create a new video. Before long, a group of young people pushing luggage spotted him and called out, Lin Zihong, over here. Once they gathered, they immediately began to chatter excitedly about their upcoming travel itinerary. However, after a short while, their attention shifted toward Lin Zihong, and they inquired, Zihong, as a local, what do you suggest we do? I must admit, this year's Ice City is unfamiliar to me as well. Lin Zihong replied, somewhat helplessly. Not just you. This is my first time seeing such an Ice City. Laughter erupted among them. But you must be familiar with the routes, right? Which attractions should we explore first? Lin Zihong pondered for a moment and suggested, the Sophia Church has an artificial moon at night, and it's supposed to snow this evening, making it an ideal time for photographs. The Ice and Snow World is similar. The ice sculptures look stunning when illuminated at night. Plus there's a grand dance party for thousands. But since it's still noon, I recommend we head to the river in the afternoon. It's south conveniently close to the Ice and Snow World, and after that, we can go dancing at night. The river? The group paused at his words. The Songhua River. It's already frozen over and quite wide. We can enjoy various activities there every winter. It's a beloved pastime from our childhood. A unique feature of our Ice City. After all, you can't find this experience elsewhere. Oh, is that so? But what activities are available on the river? Curiosity piqued once more among the group. Well, there's not much, honestly. I've never participated in any, but you can certainly give it a try, Lin Zihong chuckled. There's dog sledding, horseback riding, and a few years ago, there were drifting activities, jeep cars with ropes pulling people behind them. However, that was discontinued after an accident where a tourist got injured, so I'm not sure if it's available this year. Alright then, let us head to the river and see what awaits us. Chapter 31. This scene is truly unprecedented. As Lin Zihong had described, the ice city was overwhelmed with visitors, with every location bustling with crowds. They were all southern travelers. As they marveled at the scene, the group swiftly made their way to the river. With a sudden drop in temperature, this mother river of northeast China appeared to have been gently caressed by the hand of nature, instantly transforming into a serpentine white jade ribbon. As the sun cast its slanted rays upon the broad and solid ice surface, the crystalline layer refracted dazzling light, resembling countless minute diamonds embedded within, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Witnessing this spectacle, nearly everyone was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was breathtaking. Lin Zihong seized the opportunity to elaborate. This year's river freezing has proceeded smoothly, without the occurrence of a military freeze, allowing everyone to enjoy the area. Upon hearing his words, curiosity sparked among the crowd. What exactly is a military freeze? In truth, the river's ice cover does not always present such a smooth facade each year. When a sudden drop in temperature occurs, a military freeze can take place. At such times, the ice surface becomes adorned with orderly, crescent-shaped ice rings, creating a landscape of undulating heights and intricate formations, resulting from the compression and stacking of ice blocks into circular icebergs. This phenomenon is quite rare. While visually captivating, it renders the river unsuitable for tourist activities. Lin Zihong explained with a smile. At that moment, the crowd seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation. Observing the flat expanse of ice before them, they noticed that quite a number of tourists had already arrived. Eagerly, they began to capture the moment with their cameras. For those hailing from the south, such a vast expanse of ice was undoubtedly a marvel. They could scarcely imagine that in the summer, this area is a wide flowing river. Watching the excited expressions of the crowd, Lin Zihong shook his head and remarked, it's really nothing extraordinary. You may not have seen it before, but for us locals in Ice City, this is an annual sight. Moreover, I have practically exhausted all the activities available on this river. It's nothing novel. Look over there. They're dog sledding and horseback riding. To be honest, we locals have encountered much grander scenes. As he spoke, Lin Zihong suddenly paused. What is happening over there? Following his gaze, the group discovered a row of ice cream cones had inexplicably appeared on the ice, cordoned off by a warning line. In the center of the cordon lay a vast expanse of unoccupied ground. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, instinctively asking, Zihong, is this a new attraction? I have no idea. Lin Zihong furrowed his brow, pondering. Although he hadn't ventured out much in recent years, he had not heard of any new attractions on the river. The key detail was the substantial area designated for whatever this was. Moreover, there were dedicated staff members on duty. However, perhaps due to his habitual joking manner, none of his friends believed him, and they began to tease and speculate. You, a local of Ice City, claim ignorance? Do you expect me to believe that? Zihong, you're just pulling our leg. Surely, you're trying to surprise us, right? It must be something big, given the size of that area. What grand activity could possibly take place on the ice? Ice skating, perhaps? However, it seems unnecessary to occupy such a vast area. Listening to the speculations of the crowd, Lin Zihong felt utterly bewildered. For this time, he genuinely did not intend to surprise his friends. He was genuinely unaware. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to explain, the others remained skeptical. Curiosity began to stir within him as well. Reluctantly, he approached and inquired, "Excuse me, what is the purpose of this enclosed area?" A staff member quickly responded, "We are uncertain at the moment. We were only instructed to come here. We are also in the dark about the specifics, but it appears to be something significant." Something significant? What could possibly be significant on the ice? Surely, they weren't planning to race cars on the ice? Drifting with off-road vehicles? No, that couldn't be right. Wasn't that banned? Curiosity swept through the crowd. Just then, a massive tarpaulin was abruptly pulled aside. Instantly, a colossal object, comparable to a truck, came into view. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, a thunderous roar erupted. Soon, this behemoth, accompanied by a fierce wind, sped across the river's surface at breakneck speed. With a stylish drift and tailspin, it came to a halt right before the astonished crowd. In that moment, nearly all the visitors on the river were left in utter disbelief. "What on earth is this?" they exclaimed. "Weren't there only sleds and horseback riding available on the river? What is this? Is Ice City introducing something new? Wait a minute, this looks somewhat familiar. Isn't that a hovercraft? How did it end up on the ice for recreation? And it drifts. Is it even safe to play with this? I want to try. I want to try." Instantly, a multitude of visitors rushed forward. At that moment, Lindong hurried over, glanced at the gathered crowd, and began directing the staff. "Quickly cordon off this area. We must ensure safety. Set up a ticket booth here. Line up for tickets here." Before long, a massive sign was erected, boldly proclaiming, "Ice Surface Hovercraft Drift." The visitors erupted with excitement once again. What? Drifting with hovercrafts? Now that's an extravagant venture. Is this not a scene from a fast-paced action film? But I've never ridden one of those before. Let us give it a try. The crowd is still small. Thus, a long queue quickly formed at the ticket booth. Meanwhile, Lin Zihong was left bewildered by the sight of the enormous hovercraft. Where on earth did such a large hovercraft come from? It appeared to be brand new. Ice City. How cunning you are! Must you go to such lengths to please the southern little potato? Yet, observing the hovercraft before him, the others began to chuckle. Patting him on the shoulder, look, I knew it. You must have known about this all along. This is the surprise, right? So it turns out to be a hovercraft. Moreover, the thrill of drifting was undeniably exhilarating. Let us proceed and join the queue. At that moment, Lin Zihong felt utterly despondent. You must listen to my plight. I swear, I have never encountered such a scene before. Regrettably, no matter how he attempted to clarify, his friends remained skeptical. Yet, what truly tested Lin Zihong's composure lay ahead. Upon reaching the ticket booth, the attendant glanced up and called out, "Ah, a local, are you? There are plenty of small potatoes from the south these days. Perhaps you should come back later and let them have their fun first?" Even his so-called friends behind him began to tease. Indeed, Zihong, you big lump from the northeast, why not give way to us southern small potatoes? Exactly. There will always be other opportunities. In that instant, Lin Zihong felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. Other opportunities? The river is frozen for only a few months. Once it thaws, the fun is over. Who knows if the next few years will bring another military blockade on the river? If that happens, he won't be able to enjoy it again. Thus, he hastily exclaimed, "I am here with my friends." After some explanation, the attendant waved him through. Before long, the air was filled with gasps and shrieks from the river. The air-cushioned boat was far more exhilarating than any dog sled. In no time, many tourists in line cast envious glances and began snapping photos to share online. This very action reignited the popularity of ice drifting with air-cushioned boats. Chapter 32. The perplexed Wang Dawei brothers. Have you ever experienced an air-cushioned boat? You have. But have you ever tried drifting on ice? It's truly exhilarating. The speed is simply breathtaking. Who would choose a dog sled or horseback riding when you can drift on an air-cushioned boat? As a result, numerous videos and photos of ice drifting with air-cushioned boats began to circulate online. Simultaneously, the local tourists in Ice City were still enduring the torturous wait in line. The crowds were overwhelming. Whether at the church or the ice and snow world, it was simply packed. Amidst this chaos, a video of ice drifting with air-cushioned boats suddenly surged to the trending list. It was only at this moment that many tourists began to comprehend the excitement. Oh, Ice City is at it again, introducing something new. This time, it's air-cushioned boats on ice. A thrilling spectacle on the Songhua River. In that moment, many were intrigued. Regardless of whether it was the Sophia Church or the ice and snow world, visiting at night offered better value. Why not enjoy some drifting on the river during the day? Soon, many tourists flocked to experience the allure. Once again, long lines formed on the river. Not only that, but even the nearby dog sledding and horseback riding activities benefited, as many tourists, seeing the long wait ahead, decided to try their hand at drifting instead. Observing the long queue of visitors, Lindong nodded in satisfaction from a distance. I must thank that rascal Zhao Ming. If it weren't for his mischief, I might never have thought of such a brilliant idea. Moreover, at this rate, it is estimated that the investment will be recouped in just a few years. Thus, this sum of money poses no issue. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao emerged from the side. As someone who had significantly aided Lindong, she was invited to partake in the inaugural trial run of the hovercraft drifting project. The results were remarkably impressive. Throughout the experience, there were continuous screams, and upon disembarking, she found her legs trembling slightly. It took her a while to regain her composure. However, seeing the tourists nearby beginning to scream as well, she couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this project is undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, without a doubt, it will attract the most visitors. Do you not agree? Lindong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lu Miao Miao explained with a smile, there's no denying it. Sled dogs and horseback riding are not exclusive to Ice City, but drifting on ice, requiring such an expansive surface and ample space, can only be experienced here. As a tourist, I would gladly wait in line for this. Great minds think alike. Lindong praised. Oh, I'm merely a latecomer to the idea. It was still your concept, after all. Well, strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely my idea. Lindong suddenly recalled someone currently in the archives, a faint smile forming on his lips as he remarked, "You might not believe it, but I was rather compelled into this. Of course, I don't believe it. Believe it or not. But speaking of which," Lindong's eyes suddenly lit up as he addressed Lu Miao Miao. "This project has indeed inspired me. Wait for a moment, and I shall surprise you." "Great. I'll be waiting." Lindong's assertion was not unfounded. Just moments ago, during their conversation, the system had provided new prompts. The hovercraft drifting project has achieved resounding success. However, the influx of tourists has left Ice City's attractions still in high demand. Please develop more recreational projects. You have the following choices. 1. Ice hot air balloon. The ice and snow world had previously invested heavily in an ice and snow Ferris wheel for tourists to enjoy the scenery. The frozen Songhua River is perfectly suited for hot air balloon launches, allowing visitors to appreciate the stunning vistas of Ice City from above. Effect: popularity 200,000, reputation 50,000, revenue 25. 2. Ice hockey on the river. As one of the ice sports, it is highly competitive and demands exceptional physical fitness, which may appeal to some visitors. Effect: popularity 5,000, reputation 2,000, revenue 5. 3. Animal photo opportunities on ice. The expansive ice surface can host not only sled dogs and horseback riding, but also the rental of some non-aggressive exotic animals such as Arctic foxes, reindeer, and ostriches for visitors to interact with and photograph. Effect: popularity 100,000, reputation 20,000, revenue 25. Upon reviewing the options before him, Lindong was somewhat astonished. This time, the choices differed significantly from before, judging by their potential. Both the first option of the hot air balloon and the third option of animal photography appeared quite promising. Thus, Lindong began to contemplate. A child would choose. I shall take them all. Soon, Lindong returned to the office once more. Inside, Wang Dawei was furrowing his brow, clearly troubled about the Jiangshan hovercraft drifting project and its potential for success. However, upon seeing Lindong's return, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly inquired, "How is everything?" "The situation is quite favorable. We have a full house of tourists," Lindong replied with a smile. "Moreover, it's trending online. Unfortunately, things have become rather rushed, and the crowd is overwhelming. We may need to dispatch more personnel to assist." "Not to worry. I have already sent them over," Wang Dawei responded, finally relaxing slightly. Yet, his furrowed brow remained tense. Lindong, perceptive as ever, noticed the unease and asked, "Director, is something amiss? Has anything else occurred?" After a moment of silence, Wang Dawei sighed deeply and said, "Indeed. To be honest, Ice City has certainly gained popularity. However, as the saying goes, fame brings complications. The city is facing troubles now." With that, he showed Lindong a video. In the footage, a so-called beauty influencer was vehemently criticizing Ice City's tourism industry. The crux of the matter centered around the dog sledding project. The influencer, with a face that appeared to have been subjected to a donkey's kick, lamented passionately into the camera. "In foreign lands, 7 or 8 dogs pull a single sled, but here in Ice City, only 2 dogs are used per sled. How pitiful for these dogs. They are clearly friends of humanity. Just look at them, spiritless and clearly mistreated. This is utterly cruel. I strongly urge everyone to refrain from visiting Ice City and to avoid riding the dog sleds. No trade means no exploitation. I also implore the relevant authorities to address this issue." Below the video, countless netizens expressed their outrage. Is there no humanity left? Such cruelty towards dogs. Indeed. Look at these sled dogs. They lack any vitality. Can the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau see this video? Must we profit at any cost? How tragic. These furry companions deserve kindness. I also have dogs at home. I stand for sled dogs. Say no to exploitation. Lindong was momentarily taken aback by these comments. He had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary tourism project in Ice City would be criticized in such a manner by netizens. In that instant, he recalled the system's earlier warning. The project might draw condemnation from dog lovers. Observing the comments, Wang Dawei felt overwhelmed. Chapter 33. What on earth is this hot air balloon on ice? In the office, Lindong was discussing strategies with Wang Dawei. The video had been posted by a popular influencer on Douyin, boasting over 300,000 followers and identifying as a beauty blogger. A glance at her self-introduction revealed multiple cosmetic surgeries, leaving her appearance unrecognizable, and a divorce history rivaling that of the famed Wang Feng. In matters pertaining to this subject, both Lindong and Wang Dawei find themselves rather unacquainted. Fortunately, there exists an individual well-versed in the matter, none other than Lu Miao. Soon enough, Lu Miao was summoned to the office. Upon her initial entrance, she appeared somewhat reserved and awkward. Thankfully, she was familiar with Lindong, and after Wang Dawei exchanged pleasantries, he excused himself under the pretense of a prior engagement. It wasn't long before Lu Miao laid eyes on the video in question. Instantly, her brow furrowed in discontent. "Why is it her again?" Lindong inquired instinctively. "Not just acquainted," Lu Miao scoffed. "Merely a clown seeking attention. Have you seen the typical view counts on her videos? They barely reach any significant numbers. I reckon she saw the surge in tourism in Ice City and, envious of the attention, decided to create a video to ride the wave. And lo and behold, millions of views in no time." Lindong sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, as he had little knowledge of such matters. "What do you mean by dog lovers?" Lu Miao continued. "To put it nicely, they call themselves an animal protection organization. To put it bluntly, they are merely pawns of foreign influences. Do you genuinely believe they care about the dogs? Far from it. They advocate for canine rights over human rights, masquerading their intentions with benevolence, whilst behind the scenes lies a lucrative business. Just look at the comments below. Aren't they filled with vitriol directed at her? Is it true that there are individuals who purposely upload videos to incite outrage?" Lindong pondered. "Well, there's no denying that even infamy counts as fame," Lu Miao replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to such occurrences, her indignation evident. "When I first began using Douyin, I too felt sympathy for the dogs, as I own one myself. However, I soon realized that this group behaves erratically. Stray dogs have even begun to attack children, prompting the authorities to cull them. Yet, I cannot fathom why this group is not apprehended. Whose life holds more value? That of a human or a dog? Furthermore, I've also participated in sledding with huskies in Ice City and inquired with the owner. He stated that this year, due to the influx of tourists, the dogs are simply exhausted, not because they are burdened by heavy loads. In many foreign countries, sled dogs pull not just one person but significant cargo, and the friction on snow is far greater than on ice. These individuals speak without knowledge. Lumao continued, moreover, I heard from the owner that many of these dogs are strays. They are taken in, well-fed, and nurtured, merely waiting for these months to host tourists and earn some income. If we don't allow the dogs to pull sleds, should we then have humans do it? As Lumao articulated her thoughts, Lindong began to grasp the situation more clearly. Nevertheless, addressing this issue remained paramount. He instinctively proposed, what if we create a video to debunk these claims? That would be futile. The view count would undoubtedly be dismal, Lumao countered, shaking her head. Rumors can be spread with ease, but debunking them requires substantial effort. My suggestion is to disregard this matter entirely. Once the hype surrounding Ice City dissipates, they will naturally lose interest, as they will no longer be able to profit from riding the wave. Lindong comprehended Lumao's perspective. However, he was not inclined to sit idly by. At that moment, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared before him. Father once said, only magic can defeat magic. Since dog lovers oppose it, let's expand the scope. You can use poison to counter poison. Implement a complete ban on the sled dog projects in Ice City and strive to develop new alternatives. Effect: popularity 1,000,000, reputation 50,000. But why did the reputation decrease? Yet, popularity did indeed increase. Wasn't this akin to riding on someone else's coattails? Staring at the prompt, Lindong found himself in a quandary. Fortunately, the system provided a subsequent suggestion. When angry netizens redirect their fury, you can take tangible actions to protect the sled dogs and regain reputation. Effect: popularity 500,000, reputation 100,000. Oh, this could work. Soon, Lindong devised a plan. When he relayed this idea, along with the previous hot air balloon project, to Wang Dawei, the latter appeared rather hesitant. Primarily, with Ice City's meteoric rise, every move made by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau now impacted the city's reputation and the substantial interests of tourists. If such a significant issue were mishandled, the consequences could be catastrophic. After pondering for a moment, Wang Dawei gritted his teeth and declared, fine, I entrust this matter to you. I have faith in you. As for the hot air balloon, I will find a way to assist you and will expedite the process. With that, Wang Dawei began making phone calls, chatting amicably with the other party. Lindong, understanding the situation, discreetly left the office. The hot air balloon project was something he could not assist with at this time. Within Ice City, he indeed had connections. With a mere word, he could procure necessary items in a short time. However, some things were simply unavailable locally. For instance, the pair of phoenixes at the Ice and Snow World opening ceremony. That was personally arranged by Wang Dawei through the neighboring province's Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Such matters were beyond Lindong's capability to resolve. Thus, he decided to concentrate all his efforts on addressing the current sled dog issue in Ice City. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, no problem seemed insurmountable. Soon, 2 videos were released. In response to netizen suggestions, Ice City banned sled dogs from pulling carts. What dog lovers? No. This is the grim reality for sled dogs. With just a slight push, she could send all the sled dogs in Ice City to the dinner table, driving the price of dog meat in Ice City down to 22 yuan per pound. What dog lovers? This is clearly the grim fate of sled dogs. You claim the sled dogs work too hard, but now that they are no longer required to work, you feign ignorance. Without jobs, working dogs face abandonment or worse, slaughter. Upon the release of this video, it undoubtedly went viral. In no time, the comments section was flooded with angry netizens awakening to the reality. Indeed, the sled dogs were originally working animals. Now that they have lost their purpose, their caretakers are also devoid of financial means. The inevitable outcome is all too clear. Consequently, the internet sensation faced a backlash. The comment section was filled with vitriol. Truly, it was like a living hell. Indeed, if dogs are not pulling sleds, shall humans do so instead? Strangely enough, I have viewed the video, and it is said that after the Tourism Bureau prohibited the dogs from pulling sleds, the gentleman had no choice but to take the reins himself. The sled dogs must be thinking, thank you very much. I was earning my keep just fine. Working only 4 months a year, I was living a life more leisurely than humans, and now look where I am headed, to meet my great-grandmother. Seriously, what kind of nonsense is this? I remember visiting Ice City, where I participated in this very activity. The dogs, though they worked hard, earned their reward of 2 eggs after pulling a mere 200 meters, and by the end of the day, they were joyfully engaged in their work. If they were truly exhausted, you could not drive them away. Have you ever seen these dogs being abused by their owners? No, you have not. And this is what you call cruelty? Truly, the broadcaster has managed to reduce the price of dog meat in Ice City with just 1 video. Can you also lower the price of beef? No. I mean, can you save the cows? I do quite enjoy beef, dear influencer. Could you also lend your voice to the cows? Though the sled dogs have lost their lives, they have attained freedom. Who would have thought that in this day and age, we would still encounter living saints? You rendered the sled dogs unemployed. So why don't you adopt these jobless sled dogs? Observing the outpouring of anger in the comments, the initial broadcaster who criticized the sled dogs was taken aback. At first, she merely sought to ride the wave of popularity, to showcase her own supposed kindness and superiority, but she never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. As she read the comments, her composure crumbled, and she became flustered. Must I accept that iCity should adopt my suggestions? Is it not the fault of the Tourism Bureau for their inaction? This is clearly a case of deflecting blame. Those who criticize me are simply petty individuals. When you touched their cake, they began to attack me, claiming I was only after views and profits. Can you tell me what kind of views you petty individuals bring? Or do you have wealth to offer me? Your spending power is even less than that of a dog. Do you not realize this? Upon uttering these words, the comment section erupted once more. Meanwhile, in the archives of the Tourism Bureau, Zhao Ming, who had been exiled to this position, began to twist mentally. He recalled his former glory, yet now, due to some young upstart, he found himself in such dire straits. He felt a sense of unwillingness. However, no matter how much he resisted, there was no remedy. At this moment, his sole hope was that Lindong would also stumble and find himself in a similarly tragic situation. In the archive room, aside from him, there was only an elderly man nearing retirement. In utter despair, Zhao Ming could only pass the time on his phone, anxiously awaiting Lindong's downfall. At this moment, his mind was entirely consumed by visions of Lindong facing criticism from above. However, he was taken aback when he opened his phone and saw the iCity hovercraft trending on social media. In the video, the comment section was filled with ecstatic tourists rushing to experience the hovercraft rides. At that moment, Zhao Ming was utterly bewildered. How could this become so popular? What warranted this? The irony was that the hovercraft was not even purchased by Lindong, but rather by his unilateral decision. Why hadn't he considered this aspect? Had he not shifted the blame at that time? This situation could have been a testament to his own merit. In that instant, Zhao Ming felt an overwhelming frustration that made him want to spit blood. However, as he gazed at the trending topics, a negative news piece suddenly caught his attention, causing him to pause. Upon clicking it, he discovered it was about the iCity sled dogs. Instantly, he was filled with delight, his eyes gleaming with malice. Oh, the inevitable has arrived. The fervor of dog lovers is not to be underestimated. This time, I am eager to see what capabilities you possess. It was not unfounded for Zhao Ming to feel optimistic. Previously, there had been numerous conflicts between various authorities and dog lovers across the nation. Yet the latter had always emerged victorious. One could say that the tenacity of dog lovers was something many chose to avoid. Nevertheless, this time, his desire to see Lindong falter once again fell flat. This was because the iCity's Cultural and Tourism Bureau swiftly released several videos, even launching a live broadcast. In the live stream, Lindong, accompanied by Lumao, began interviewing the owner of the sled dog carriage project from earlier. Brother, what happened to those two dogs? They were not allowed out anymore. The Northeast brother appeared quite helpless before the camera. Is it true that having one dog pull a person is exhausting? It certainly is on snow, but on ice, a little effort can glide quite far. After stating this, the brother even demonstrated, saying, "Haven't you all seen curling competitions?" Furthermore, the netizens accused them of mistreating their dogs, claiming their nails were worn down and that they weren't allowed to rest. What mistreatment? Those dogs were once our treasures. We rely on them to earn money in winter. They eat better than we do. Especially with winter approaching, we even buy meat and eggs to fatten them up. It's just that there are too many tourists lately, hence their fatigue. He added that these creatures recover their energy quite quickly. As for their nails, that was from their initial excitement. They easily wore them down on their own. They wore them down themselves? Is that true? Yes. They asked why we only let one dog pull a person instead of more, but isn't that absurd? The brother stated helplessly, one dog doesn't pull fast enough. If you had 4 dogs pulling together, I guarantee we wouldn't be able to stop. At that point, not only would the dogs have their nails worn down, but people might also fall. We've been running this project for over a decade now. Do you think we wouldn't know what we're doing? Can we see your dogs? That's probably not possible. They've already been sold. Why sell them? There is no alternative. Without pulling the sled, I can no longer sustain my family. I am solely relying on the influx of tourists to earn some income. The man from Northeast China sighed deeply, confessing, in truth, I do not wish to sell them. Yet, I have a wife and children to provide for. The weight of his predicament was palpable. It appears you are now pulling the sled yourself, I observed. Indeed, it's 50 yuan per trip, he replied. May I inquire where these sled dogs ultimately end up? I do not know. Let us not speak of it further. At this moment, the imposing figure of the northeastern man, standing at nearly 6 feet, visibly darkened with despair. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were stirred with indignation. Are the lives of dogs not valued? What of human lives? Advocates for animal rights expressed vehement condemnation. It is evident that the proprietor genuinely cares for the dogs. The man continued, do you know why sled dogs are called sled dogs? Whether it's a husky or an Alaskan Malamute, they possess boundless energy. Is pulling sleds not a way to channel that energy? Have you ever witnessed their destructive tendencies? Initially, both humans profited and the dogs enjoyed themselves, yet now discontent has arisen among both the dogs and humans. How disheartening. Those who claim the dogs are exhausted have likely never worked overtime themselves. Soon, similar interviews proliferated. In this moment, netizens began to awaken to the truth. Sled dogs were inherently bred for the purpose of pulling sleds. Just as concerns for the future of the sled dogs intensified, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau released a video to clarify certain rumors. They stated that the sled dog program was not being abolished, but rather reformed. If any sled dogs are found injured and forced to work, please contact official personnel. The Bureau also acknowledged that due to an overwhelming increase in tourist numbers, the workload for the sled dogs had become excessive, leading to signs of fatigue. They advised visitors to allow the sled dogs ample time to rest and to explore alternative activities such as ice hovercrafts, ice hot air balloons, and ice bumper cars. In response to previous rumors leading to the sale of many sled dogs to dog meat restaurants, the Bureau reported that they had successfully rescued over 20 sled dogs from traffickers. Henceforth, as long as the dogs are in suitable condition, they will adopt a new mode of operation on the river, no longer pulling sleds, but allowing visitors to take photographs with them. Upon the release of this video, netizens erupted in applause. This is what it truly means to be a dog lover. In stark contrast to a certain influencer who only focuses on maintaining her public persona while disregarding subsequent issues, the distinction is clear. In an instant, many tourists found their appreciation for the Ice City tourism sector renewed. However, it was at this moment that someone detected an anomaly. Wait a moment. Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, hold on. I have heard of ice hovercrafts, but what on earth are ice hot air balloons? And what of ice bumper cars? What new projects are you launching? Is Ice City embarking on yet another venture? Chapter 34. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon at this moment. The viewers fervently indulging in the live stream finally began to comprehend the situation. A hot air balloon on ice. Goodness, who would have thought one could ride a hot air balloon over the Songhua River? Did you not hear? This year, the Ice City is inundated with tourists. The dog sledding activity is already fully booked. Surely, the Cultural Tourism Bureau has unveiled yet another new attraction. Wouldn't that allow us to ascend and behold the splendid scenery? Indeed, capturing photographs in such a setting would be magnificent, especially since it is in close proximity to the ice and snow world. The Ferris wheel over there has already formed a lengthy queue. Why not try this side instead? Oh, what is this about ice bumper cars? I must go and experience it. In no time, numerous tourists hurried towards the river, embarking on a new round of amusement. The ice hovercraft drifting activity quickly became overcrowded once again. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming, who had initially intended to gloat over the Cultural Tourism Bureau's misfortune, also clicked into the live stream. He anticipated witnessing the barrage of criticism from dog lovers directed at the Bureau. However, upon opening the page, he was greeted by the sight of a clarification video released by the Bureau, which elicited a derisive chuckle from him. Huh, a clarification video, you say? Are you not aware of the formidable power of those dog enthusiasts? Who would listen to your explanations? Having said that, he glanced at the comments section. To his astonishment, there was a rare absence of negativity. Instead, it brimmed with praise. This is true love for dogs, far superior to some self-righteous individuals. Indeed, there was neither a one-size-fits-all approach nor negligence. No wonder the Cultural Tourism Bureau of the Ice City has flourished this year. They genuinely care for the tourists and the sled dogs. Though it is an ice city, it possesses a distinct warmth. How could a city that so cherishes its little southern potatoes be anything but delightful? Haha. With that, I am even more inclined to visit the Ice City. In an instant, Zhao Ming felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered motionless. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ming, Lindong was oblivious to his dismay, as he was busy alongside Wang Dawei. With the influence of Director Wang, the hot air balloon was swiftly arranged. By that evening, it was expedited to the river. Observing the throngs of tourists still waiting on the river, Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. Is there really such a crowd queued for the hovercraft? Indeed, Lindong chuckled. Do not underestimate the spending power of the tourists. After all, both dog sledding and horseback riding can be exhausting, whereas the hovercraft is not. That makes sense. Wang Dawei exhaled in relief. With this, the expenditure should not pose a significant issue. Well, there is still a slight concern, Lindong replied ambiguously. What concern? Wang Dawei's heart raced, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, the Ice City had finally welcomed a wave of prosperity. He was keen to avoid any last-minute setbacks. Hastily inquiring, what is the issue? Speak up so we can resolve it promptly. Well, actually, Lindong shifted the conversation, smiling as he conservatively calculated. It seems not only will we not incur losses, but we may even turn a profit, and quite swiftly recoup our investments. What's the point of this question? Wang Dawei couldn't help but roll his eyes. To be honest, seeing the current state of Ice City brought him genuine joy. After all, profits had been made and a good reputation established. Who wouldn't he be pleased? However, just as the preparations for the hot air balloon were complete, Lindong suddenly spoke up. Oh, right, Director, there's one more matter. Wait, are you the old man from Jackie Chan Adventures? Why do you always speak like that? Spit it out. Wang Dawei jested. For the hot air balloon project, could you help me promote it? Promote? How? Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. With something new like this, some tourists are bound to have safety concerns, Lindong replied with a smile. My idea is that, as the head of our Cultural and Tourism Bureau, why not try it out yourself? Perhaps live stream it? This way, tourists would surely feel more at ease. Is that really necessary? While Wang Dawei was still pondering, Lumao, not far away, suddenly chimed in. Actually, it is. We may have completely offended that influencer before. They might already be seeking to tarnish Ice City's image. Thus, it's best to ensure everything is perfect. Seeing the eager expressions on Lindong and Lumao's faces, Wang Dawei steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and said, All right, I'll do it, but I don't know how to live stream. I'm afraid it'll be awkward. Besides, I have no idea what these viewers and tourists even like. This tall, middle-aged man, standing at 6 feet, surprisingly revealed a hint of shyness and awkwardness. This expression left Lindong momentarily stunned. You're the director. Why are you shy? He exclaimed. Come on. Work and promotion aren't the same thing. Wang Dawei retorted. The driver beside them quickly added, Actually, the director is like this when he's with his daughter too. It's normal. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. However, Lindong was unfazed and said, It's fine. Just say whatever you feel, as long as it's sincere. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Soon, in the live streaming room, Wang Dawei and the hot air balloon were ready. Meanwhile, the comment section was rife with criticism. Initially, a beauty influencer, who spoke ardently in defense of Ice City's sled dogs while trying to promote her products, was now losing her composure. She had hoped to ride this wave of popularity to establish her own reputation, but instead of achieving her goal, she earned the title of Living Llama from netizens. Many angry commenters even unearthed images of her purchasing counterfeit goods. Witnessing her carefully cultivated reputation crumble, her resentment towards Ice City grew exponentially. In a bid for revenge, she swiftly engaged online trolls to launch a smear campaign against Ice City. Anything hastily created for attention surely has safety issues. Ice City has problems with skiing every year. Don't they realize that? Is the safety of this hot air balloon guaranteed? I wouldn't dare to ride it. If you want to go ahead. Ice City's reputation for being unscrupulous isn't new. I would like to offer a suggestion. Perhaps the local residents of Ice City should take a ride in the hot air balloon, seeing as I have no desire to meet an untimely end. However, the emergence of disparaging comments from paid reviewers has incited laughter among the onlookers. Is it truly necessary for these hired critics to be so glaringly obvious? One must wonder, to whom has Ice City inadvertently stepped on toes? Such lowbrow criticism is quite astonishing. Are those orchestrating these smear campaigns merely newcomers to the digital realm? Are you a girl or a boy? How amusing. As if locals would ever have the opportunity to partake. The director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has even taken to the skies himself. It is absurd to think that local residents would have any chance. They have explicitly stated that locals should step aside to accommodate the southern newcomers. Upon witnessing these reactions, the beauty influencer was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Just as she was preparing to tarnish Ice City's reputation, the city responded with remarkable swiftness. Instinctively, she clicked on the video, and after merely a glance, her mind nearly faltered. There was the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, adorned in a festive red floral coat, live streaming while simultaneously performing a dance routine. What is this madness? In Chapter 35, the local residents once again found themselves taken aback. One cannot deny that Wang Dawei is wholeheartedly dedicated to the tourism industry of Ice City. He has truly thrown caution to the wind. The inaugural flight of the hot air balloon? As a leader, he was the first to ascend. What? Is he not relatable enough? Does he not understand what the youth enjoy? Is he afraid of a lack of atmosphere? Then let him simply dance a routine. Initially, Wang Dawei was somewhat reserved. After all, he is a leader. However, upon Lindong's suggestion, he changed out of his suit and donned the festive red floral coat, instantly altering the atmosphere. The moment the music began, Wang Dawei felt as though he had reclaimed his youth. Once upon a time, he was the dazzling prince of the disco scene. Just let loose. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Can you believe it? The director is also dancing now. This year, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City is genuinely giving it their all, with even the director personally engaging in the festivities. You cannot deny that a change of attire makes all the difference. You might think he has shed his clothing, but in reality, he has removed his mask. Dancing in a hot air balloon. This grand vessel seems surprisingly stable. Wasn't that the scoundrel who attempted to defame the event? And you dare call this unsafe? Please, director. Stop dancing. I am frightened. Come down, so that I may also partake in the joy. Simultaneously, the video of Wang Dawei dancing in the hot air balloon swiftly ascended the trending topics amidst the jests of netizens. After a considerable time, Wang Dawei finally descended from the hot air balloon. Glancing back at the balloon, he felt a twinge of longing. The view was quite splendid, albeit a bit chilly. How did the live stream fare? In the bustling chatroom, Lindong and Lumao could hardly contain their amusement. Well, it went well, I suppose. With a sigh of relief, Wang Dawei responded. Although he was aware that Ice City tourism had surged in popularity nationwide this year, deep within his subconscious, he still believed that as a middle-aged man, lacking eloquence, merely changing his attire and performing a dance would attract minimal attention. Little did he know, in the eyes of netizens, his audacious act of dancing in a flamboyant floral coat atop a hot air balloon was anything but a sign of social anxiety. Rather, it represented a different connotation of social fear, not one of trepidation, but of sheer astonishment. The moment Wang Dawei descended from the hot air balloon, his phone rang. On the other end was a call from his daughter. He glanced at the screen, exchanged a greeting, and answered. However, upon hearing her voice, Wang Dawei was left utterly dumbfounded. Dad, that person in the floral coat dancing on the hot air balloon is you, right? Ha ha ha. When did you learn to do that? Her words struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had always maintained a stern demeanor, particularly during meetings, where he was accustomed to wearing a serious expression. Alas, his authoritative persona had been compromised. With a resigned sigh, he admitted, yes, that was me. But who told you? Internally, he seethed, wondering which traitor had betrayed him. The response from the other end nearly caused him to collapse. Ha ha ha, do I need anyone to tell me? That dance video of yours has already gone viral. Millions across the nation have seen it. Dad, I never knew you had such moves. Our family group chat is ablaze with shares. Grandpa and Grandma almost didn't recognize you. At that moment, Wang Dawei felt his carefully crafted image shatter. The persona he had painstakingly built was crumbling before his eyes. What did it mean to say they almost didn't recognize him? He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Well, it's just work. No worries, Dad. It's actually quite impressive. You seem much younger. Really? He replied, intrigued. Indeed. I feel you and this year's Ice City share a resemblance. Oh, in what way? Wang Dawei was taken aback. How could he possibly be likened to Ice City? Don't you see? Ice City has been diligently striving to make progress, being the eldest son of the Republic. However, these efforts sometimes fail to yield significant results, inevitably fading over time. It wasn't until this year, with the tourism industry flourishing, that it experienced a renaissance, much like you shedding your Zhongshan suit for that vibrant floral coat. Her words plunged Wang Dawei into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, he was not alone in his existential crisis. A group of locals from Ice City was equally taken aback. Indeed, just moments ago, Lin Zihong had disembarked from the hovercraft. Exhilarated, one could not deny the thrill of this new venture. The hovercraft boasted powerful engines, and, most importantly, it was safe. As soon as the seatbelt was fastened, it felt akin to riding a roller coaster. Is it not more exhilarating than other attractions? However, as a local, Lin Zihong felt a pang of jealousy watching the Ice City prepare these activities specifically for the southern newcomers. He was quite envious, indeed, very much so. Just as he disembarked from the airboat, he hadn't even uttered a word when, not far away, a hot air balloon suddenly descended onto the river. Oh, a hot air balloon. Wait, they can actually ride in a hot air balloon? How thrilling it would be to take photos up there. I must try that. Zihong, stop daydreaming. Hurry up. Yet, at that moment, Lin Zihong, gazing at the hot air balloon before him, felt his already envious heart shatter completely. No, Ice City. What on earth are you doing? Why are there new attractions? After all these years living here, you never allowed me to enjoy these activities during winter. Why is it that the southern newcomers arrive and everything is suddenly available? Am I no longer a local? Initially, everyone said, oh, Ice City has nothing fun. We're tired of the local attractions, and who in their right mind would venture out in the frigid winter? Only the southern newcomers appeared as if they had never seen the world. Yet now, with the arrival of the boomerang, it was disastrous. Damn it. Now we are the ones who seem inexperienced. The key issue is that locals are now facing discrimination. In any bustling establishment, the moment we open our mouths, it's always, locals, please step back. Let the southern newcomers enjoy first. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zihong took a deep breath, glanced at his friends, and exclaimed, let us change our scarves. Why? From now on, I too shall be a southern newcomer. Don't ask, just know that I want to partake in this. Not only is there a hot air balloon, but also bumper cars. What? Aren't you a local? Haven't you seen the world before? No. This year, the sights in Ice City are truly beyond my experience. Chapter 36. Wait, where did this white fox come from? There are numerous locals, like Lin Zihong, feeling equally defensive. Almost all locals, upon witnessing the transformation of Ice City, felt as if they were the neglected children in a family welcoming a second child. Initially, when the crowd saw frozen pears arranged on plates, frozen pears with straws, and sweet tofu pudding, they could console themselves, thinking, the southern newcomers simply lack experience. They wouldn't appreciate authentic delicacies. As genuine Northeasterners, they looked down upon such exotic foods. Yet, just a few days later, they witnessed roasted sweet potatoes being served with spoons and carpets laid down on Central Street. This was all tolerable. After all, they are tourists. A little pampering is acceptable. After all, we Northeasterners are robust and don't mind such trivialities. Who could blame the delicate southern newcomers? Then, events took a ridiculous turn. A man-made moon, ice from the Pegasus Tower, ice sculptures of the Terracotta Warriors, a unique national animated ice sculpture exhibition, dragon and phoenix chasing the moon, mass dance parties, airboat drifting, hot air balloons on ice. By this point, all locals could no longer contain themselves. Seriously, even if we cater to tourists, this is not how one goes about it. Damn it, Ice City. How many hidden cards do you still have up your sleeve? Are you coming back? No way, I want to go out and play too. Starting today, I am also a little potato from the south. It is evident that after the defensive line was breached, many locals shared the same sentiment as Lin Zihong. One by one, burly men began to impersonate southern little potatoes. There was no choice. The allure was simply too great. Before long, even the few projects recently developed by Lindong were besieged by southern little potatoes and local impersonators, creating a veritable bottleneck. Observing this scene, Wang Dawei, who initially felt overwhelmed, was now devoid of any concerns. A glance at the river revealed a once familiar icy expanse, now bustling as if it had transformed into an entirely different place. The corners of his mouth almost involuntarily curled upwards. With this, his standing in the city was ascending at a meteoric pace. It is worth noting that there has been a prevailing notion over the years. Investments do not extend beyond the Shanhaiguan Pass, once the pride of the Republic. With the passage of time, it has now fallen to a state of neglect. The Northeast has seen a significant outflow of population, with many purchasing homes and seeking employment in places like Sanya. Even among the taxi drivers there, a considerable portion are from the Northeast. Those who remain in the local area are also grappling with economic downturns and plummeting incomes. The tourism industry has become the sole beacon of hope. Yet this year, Ice City has made a remarkable achievement. Just days ago, during a city meeting, the entire Cultural and Tourism Bureau was publicly commended by the mayor of Ice City. Judging by the mayor's tone, it seems that by the end of this year, a promotion might be within reach. Reflecting on this, Wang Dawei suddenly felt a surge of gratitude towards Lindong. He couldn't help but instinctively praise him. Little Lin, you rascal. Impressive. Just as the hovercraft idea concluded, you conjured up this hot air balloon concept. Your ingenuity knows no bounds. And look, the tourists are particularly drawn to this. In front of Wang Dawei, Lindong remained humble. I merely proposed an idea. The successful implementation was thanks to the assistance of my colleagues in the bureau. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain. If others treat me with respect, I shall reciprocate tenfold. On several occasions prior, Wang Dawei had staunchly supported Lindong against the tide of dissent. Listening to Lindong's modest words, Wang Dawei felt increasingly satisfied, secretly marveling at the situation. Speaking of which, the position of deputy director is likely to change by the end of the year. Although this kid lacks experience, his abilities are exceptional. This surge of popularity in Ice City owes much to him, and he is quite modest as well. Should I mention this to the higher-ups? This thought flashed through his mind, startling even Wang Dawei himself. After all, Lindong had only joined the Cultural and Tourism Bureau less than a year ago. However, reflecting on the various developments of this period, Wang Dawei gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, forget it. I'll wait and see how things unfold after this new year. What did you say, Director? Oh, it's nothing. Wang Dawei shook his head, inhaled deeply, and remarked, it's all right, you carry on. It seems that the influx of tourists continues to surge. I fear our offerings may still be insufficient. As he uttered these words, Wang Dawei felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Lindong had already contributed immensely. However, the sheer volume of visitors this time was simply overwhelming. Train and plane tickets to Ice City had entirely sold out. Some individuals even flew in from neighboring provinces and then rented vehicles to reach the destination. This scenario far exceeded the initial expectations of the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau. Even the neighboring province's Cultural Tourism Authority was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden influx of visitors. They had assumed these tourists were heading to their own attractions, not realizing they were flocking to Ice City. In that moment, it felt as though a stampede of 1,000 frustrations surged through the minds of the other cultural tourism departments. Just as Wang Dawei finished speaking, Lindong looked up, scratched his head, and said, well, I've already devised a solution. Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. Had he already come up with a plan? Wasn't he either a viral sensation accusing us of mistreating the sled dogs? Oh, indeed, Wang Dawei nodded, recalling this significant issue that arose following Ice City's tourism boom. Fortunately, Lindong had skillfully turned public opinion around. Yet, Wang Dawei couldn't help but wonder why Lindong had reacted so swiftly and even volunteered to take a hot air balloon ride to counter the smear campaign. This made him admire Lindong even more. The youth of today certainly possess a nimble intellect. In this era, relying solely on experience to navigate challenges might no longer suffice. Lindong chuckled lightly. Later, we decided that when some of the sled dogs became fatigued, they wouldn't pull sleds anymore, but would instead pose for photos with the tourists. Surprisingly, this garnered even more attention. How did it gain traction again? Wang Dawei was bewildered. Initially, he had felt a thrill when Ice City started to gain popularity, but now, the word itself was becoming tiresome. How could it possibly gain more popularity? This was utterly perplexing. How could these tourists from the south become so enamored with taking pictures alongside sled dogs? At that moment, Lu Miao Miao, who had been listening nearby, suddenly cleared her throat and explained, actually, that was my idea. You see, we Southerners typically keep dogs, especially sled dogs, as pets. Without proper outlets for their energy, they tend to wreak havoc, which can make them appear rather foolish at times. Lumao looked a bit embarrassed, seemingly recalling her own two mischievous dogs. However, here, both the Huskies and Alaskans were exceptionally well-behaved, making it understandable why tourists were fond of them. The question remained, though, why had it become so popular? Well, then pet influencers took videos from here and compared them with their own silly dogs, adding commentary, and it went viral again. The comments were filled with requests for their own silly dogs to come to Ice City for training. And our previous measures regarding the sled dogs received widespread acclaim. So, then I pondered, since visitors delight in taking photographs, why not introduce more photo opportunities? Lumao instinctively glanced at Lindong, and upon inquiring, he concurred. Photo opportunities? Indeed, and they must embody the distinctive charm of our Ice City. Distinctive charm? Wang Daoi's mind raced, and he blurted out. Surely we aren't considering bringing out some cats? After all, in his subconscious, aside from dogs, what was more adored than cats? However, in the depths of winter, is it not somewhat inhumane to bring out cats for such purposes? Not at all. There are simply better alternatives, Lindong replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden gasp erupted from a nearby group of tourists observing on the ice. Wang Dawei instinctively raised his eyes, only to behold clusters of fluffy white fur balls nestled in the arms of several southern potato-like visitors, emitting soft whimpering sounds. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. Wait, what is this? White foxes? Where did these white foxes come from? Chapter 37. Questioning, understanding, and becoming the king of Zhou. Meanwhile, on the river, with the appearance of these adorable creatures, the southern visitors went into a frenzy. Even before the white foxes could steady themselves, several eager hands began to wander. Before long, the White Fox photo op project attracted yet another wave of tourists. However, the owner of the vehicle did not immediately commence business, but instead approached Lindong to greet him. Little brother, nice to see you again. Is the timing all right? Hello, Boss Song. Thank you for your efforts. Your timing is impeccable. Lindong responded. The newcomer was none other than Song Yi, the owner of the previous horse ranch. Initially, the ranch had seen some business, but this year, tourism in Ice City had exploded nationwide. Even the remaining few ponies in the ranch had been rented out, leaving Song Yi with an empty establishment. Just as he was feeling bored, he received a call from Lindong. As the horse ranch owner, Song Yi had numerous connections and swiftly helped Lindong secure new tourism plans and projects. Indeed, it was these adorable white foxes. However, Ice City lacked a breeding base for white foxes. Yet, this did not pose a challenge for Song Yi. Last night, he drove overnight to the neighboring Mudanjiang City and rented all the white foxes from a breeding farm, then hurried back to Ice City. And here we are, just in time. Upon witnessing the full truck of white foxes, Wang Dawei was left in shock. Lindong, did you foresee this scenario? Lindong paused, contemplating that he couldn't reveal the assistance of a system, after all. The moment Lumao suggested this idea, the system had promptly analyzed its feasibility. The results were extraordinary. Thus, he hastily concocted a reason, saying, actually, I primarily asked Boss Song to see if he could rent other distinctive animals. But the idea of white foxes came to mind spontaneously. Oh, I see. Upon realizing the situation, Wang Dawei nodded, his expression one of resignation as he waved his hand and remarked, forget it. You may handle this as you see fit. As he walked away, Song Yi hurriedly approached and whispered, what about that section chief Lin? What do you think of the fee standards of this white fox? After all, he is a businessman, and it is only natural for him to seek profit. Yet, he is also a shrewd individual who understands that his earnings are entirely reliant on Lindong. Observing Song Yi's expression, Lindong immediately grasped the underlying implication. He thought to himself, no wonder Zhao Ming and I have always been at odds. There must be substantial profits in such projects. However, with the assistance of the system, Lindong regarded monetary matters as trivial, and his previous affluent lifestyle had even led to a certain weariness of extravagance. In contrast, seeing the eager anticipation of the tourists, he adopted a serious demeanor and stated, you have worked hard. This is the money you rightfully deserve. But do not forget one thing. While dining is acceptable, do not shatter the livelihoods of Ice City. Whoever dares to undermine the sustenance of Ice City, I will not hesitate to retaliate against them. At this proclamation, Song Yi's countenance shifted dramatically, for his words bore deeper meaning. In the past, when section chiefs had come, it was merely a matter of passing through a layer of grease. The affluent were reimbursed in full, while the common folk were subjected to a 3-to-7 profit split. Typically, he would only need to offer some benefits and slightly inflate the prices to resolve the matter. Yet, it was precisely because of such practices that many tourist attractions engaged in exploitative behaviors. However, this time, the attitude of the young man before him mirrored that of the previous section chiefs entirely. Soon, Song Yi comprehended the gravity of the situation, inhaled deeply, and nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Having spent many years in Ice City and possessing considerable connections, though not particularly acquainted with Lindong, he was already aware of the current dynamics within the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The youngest section chief in the bureau, backed personally by the director, had garnered immense praise from numerous shop owners following several measures this year. Such an individual was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. As Lindong's words settled, Lu Miao Miao, observing his figure, found herself momentarily entranced. At that instant, Lindong seemed to grow extraordinarily towering, reflecting on the transformations within Ice City over recent times. The surprises orchestrated by Lindong suddenly clicked for her. No wonder tourism in Ice City has thrived this year. With someone like him, how could it not flourish? It was a pity, however, that he had such a dense head. Meanwhile, shortly after Song Yi returned, tourists began to flock to inquire about prices. Boss, I saw that we can take photos and even hold it. How much is it? After a moment's hesitation, Song Yi replied, 30 yuan per person. To his astonishment, this statement elicited gasps from numerous tourists. What? 30 yuan? In that moment, Song Yi felt a wave of panic wash over him. Oh no, did I quote too high? Surely Section Chief Lin doesn't think I'm trying to rip them off. The primary reason for the elevated prices is that these little creatures were transported from a neighboring district. As Song Yi flusteredly attempted to explain, the surrounding tourists finally grasped the situation and erupted into laughter. No, dear proprietor, you've misunderstood. We are simply astonished that for 30 yuan, we can take photographs, cuddle, and pet them. What an incredible deal. One initial thought they had misheard the price. Indeed, in other places, it would undoubtedly cost much more. The prices in Ice City are truly reasonable. At that moment, Song Yi finally comprehended that it was not that he had priced them too high, but rather too low. One could sense that while one party felt they had gained a bargain, the other felt the same. However, observing the multitude of tourists around him, he was unperturbed. With such numbers, he was bound to make a handsome profit. As the white foxes eagerly nestled into the arms of the southern little potato, a chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. Many tourists, not forgetting to capture the moment, began posting their photos online to flaunt their experiences. Soon enough, the white fox photography project was once again thriving. What an adorable little creature. Oh no, how utterly charming. So fluffy. I wish I could pet it. The southern little potato exclaimed. Today, I held a fox, while the little fox chimed in. Today, I received affection from so many lovely ladies. It was evident that both parties were quite satisfied. Hee. What good fortune to have captured this moment. The location is right on the river within the Ice and Snow World Park. 30 yuan for photos and cuddles. By the way, does kissing cost extra? The fox even takes the initiative to kiss you. The owner of the fox was training it not to kiss everyone indiscriminately. Oh dear. What if I suddenly empathize with King Zhou? That night, when Daji transformed into human form to seduce King Zhou, she was taken aback when he coldly commanded, transform back. To question King Zhou, to understand King Zhou, to become King Zhou. Ha ha ha. This year's portrayal of King Zhou seems to be particularly abundant. Witnessing this scene, even Lu Miao Miao could no longer contain herself. She tugged at Lindong's sleeve, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, Lindong, I want to play too. That little creature is so adorable, and it resembles a Samoyed. Shall we take a photo together? Chapter 38. So it was you, the sly one. Photograph? Absolutely. Lindong readily agreed to Lu Miao Miao's request without hesitation. Lu Miao Miao had indeed assisted him greatly during this time. Soon, Song Yi specially brought over the most beautiful white fox. As soon as they appeared, the little creature burrowed straight into Lu Miao Miao's embrace, making soft whimpering sounds. One must admit, the charm of such an adorable creature is indeed formidable for the southern little potato. Unable to resist, Lu Miao Miao buried her entire face into the little creature. Oh my goodness. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at the scene before them. The white fox is so cute, and Miao Miao is adorable too. How infuriatingly cute. I simply must hold one. Oh no, what a pity. I don't have time to visit Ice City this year. I wonder if there will be another opportunity next year. If there are any further developments, I shall certainly make a visit. After casting a glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lindong boldly spoke up. Rest assured, such experiences will be available in the future. We warmly welcome tourists from all corners of the nation to explore Ice City. However, since this is Lu Miao Miao's live stream, many fans and viewers had not seen her earlier videos, prompting them to instinctively inquire. Oh, is that true? Will there be more next year? Who is this person? Is it confirmed? It was rumored he was a staff member from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, yet he appeared quite youthful. Can his words truly be trusted? Indeed. If it's genuine, I would book my tickets right now. At that moment, upon hearing Lindong's voice, Lu Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Lindong with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Wasn't it agreed that they would take a photo together? Now, after taking the photo, he suddenly began promoting Ice City again. What a workaholic. Nonetheless, despite her momentary discontent, she had no intention of undermining Lindong. Instead, cradling the white fox in her arms, she smiled and said, Do you not know who he is? Why not take a guess? Upon her words, the barrage erupted instantly. Who is he? I don't know. It seems this guy has been quite close to Miao Miao these days. Oh no, could he be Miao Miao's boyfriend? No way. My youth has been shattered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What do you mean impossible? Did you not see how Miao Miao's gaze nearly melted when he spoke? Everyone was watching him, but I must admit, he is indeed quite handsome. After all, Lu Miao Miao, with her sweet appearance and gentle demeanor, is the beloved white moonlight in the hearts of many fans. Suddenly, a man appears by her side, and it seems Lu Miao Miao harbors quite a fondness for him. How could the audience not feel a tinge of jealousy? After glancing at the barrage, especially upon seeing the mention of boyfriend, Lu Miao Miao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively glanced at Lindong beside her. Noticing his lack of reaction, her expression dimmed slightly. If only it were true, that would be wonderful. However, she still explained to the audience, "Oh you, not a single one of you guessed correctly. Do you remember the Frozen Pear display? This year's Frozen Pear display in Ice City, the artificial moon, the flying horse, the ice and snow world, the ice sculptures of the terracotta army, the dragon and phoenix chasing the moon, and even today's hot air balloon and hovercraft drifting, not to mention these adorable little white foxes, all originated from his ideas." His name is Lindong, the head of the publicity department of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City this year, and he is a local. Now do you understand? Upon Lu Miao Miao's revelation, the live stream erupted with excitement. So it was him. No wonder Ice City felt so enjoyable this year. It was all his concept. It's no wonder he became a department head at such a young age. Young people truly are impressive. Indeed, this year, Ice City has genuinely garnered a wave of goodwill. It is truly romantic. No wonder Miao Miao is so smitten. To be honest, if someone treated me like that, I would surely be moved. However, aside from the praises, another voice emerged. Indeed, it came from the disgruntled locals of Ice City, who had long been harboring a sense of resentment. This year's residents felt as though they had been sharply betrayed by their own city. Countless individuals were on the verge of breaking down. Initially, it seemed that the matter would fade into obscurity. Yet now, the very instigator of it all has unexpectedly stepped forward. In an instant, the live broadcast room was filled with agitated locals, all expressing their outrage. What the heck? It turns out to be this guy? Damn it. This is infuriating. Is it all his idea? How despicable. Lindong, you rascal. Why have you lavished all your affection on those little southern potatoes? Can't you also show some love for your fellow locals? Damn it. To think he is one of us? As expected, we have a traitor among us in Ice City. Observing the emotionally charged locals in the live stream, Lindong shyly rubbed his nose, ready to explain. However, before he could finish his thought, Lu Miao Miao suddenly stood up, sternly declaring, "Can we really blame Lindong? He only joined the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau last year. You all shouldn't be so harsh." Everyone paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, oh no. Miao Miao is genuinely smitten. This is it. She is starting to defend him. It was just a joke, Sister Miao Miao. To be fair, these two seem quite compatible. It was only then that Lu Miao Miao finally realized what was happening. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Lindong, curious, leaned in to catch a glimpse of the comments. Alarmed, Lu Miao Miao hurriedly covered the screen, exclaiming, "Don't look. Just don't." "Oh, all right, I want to look," Lindong replied, somewhat perplexed. "Forget it, you can look." Lu Miao Miao seemed to have an epiphany, resolutely deciding, "Who knew I had to be so direct with a blockhead?" When Lindong glanced at the screen, he found the comments filled with two phrases. "Ha, she's flustered. She's flustered." Just then, Lindong checked the time and suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Miao Miao. Close your eyes. I have a surprise for you." "A surprise?" Lu Miao Miao paused in confusion. "What kind of surprise?" "You'll find out soon enough." Is that all right?" In an instant, Lu Miao Miao's heart raced, a flurry of emotions stirring within her. Could it be that he is about to confess? Not in front of so many people. How could he? Just as she closed her eyes for a brief moment, the sound of bells rang out. As her curiosity piqued, Lindong's voice suddenly broke through. "All right, you can open your eyes now." The next second, upon witnessing the scene before her, Lu Miao Miao stood frozen in place. The night had deepened, the sky adorned with a crescent moon, and the stars twinkled like diamonds. Across the vast expanse of ice, the clear, melodious sound of bells resonated, drifting through the crowd and mingling with the chilly breeze, igniting a chorus of gasps in the frigid air. A red sleigh, drawn by 12 reindeer, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The lead reindeer, adorned with a striking red nose, held its head high as it galloped swiftly and steadily across the ice, accompanied by its fellow reindeer. The golden bells around its neck rang out in a continuous melody as they raced. With a single glance, Lu Miao Miao recognized it. "Is that a Christmas sleigh?" she mused. "What a pity, we missed it on Christmas Day," Lindong lamented, noting that he hadn't even thought of it at the time. However, at that moment, Lu Miao Miao's mind was utterly bewildered. "Wait, the white fox is still in my arms. How did you conjure up a Christmas sleigh? And where did these reindeer come from?" Chapter 39. The people of Ice City are truly tight-lipped. For most, while the white fox is undeniably adorable, it is not particularly unfamiliar. Its cuteness has led to the establishment of numerous mature industries dedicated to breeding pet foxes. After all, who wouldn't be enamored by such charming creatures? However, reindeer are an entirely different matter. Although they are not classified as first or second level protected animals, their dwindling numbers have placed them under protection. In northeast China, many have encountered the local roe deer, but for many locals, this is their first encounter with reindeer. Thus, when the Christmas sleigh drawn by reindeer made its grand entrance, the tourists on the ice erupted in excitement. Wait, is this a real reindeer? Are we sure it's not a roe deer? It truly is a reindeer. I believe there aren't many in the country, right? I think they might be a protected species. I just looked it up. It seems only the Evenki people raise reindeer in our country. That ethnic group has a total population of only 30,000. Wait, did the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau bring them down from the deep mountains? No way. Can we take photos with them? I want to join in. Can I snuggle with the white fox and with these two? I've only seen reindeer on television and in documentaries. I can't believe they're real. At that moment, Lu Meow Meow, utterly stunned, gazed at the reindeer before her, unable to suppress a mix of joy and frustration. So this is what a surprise feels like. Although it was indeed a surprise, it was regrettably not the one Lu Meow Meow had hoped for. Yet, the astonishment brought by the reindeer was far from over. Not far away. A chorus of gasps erupted from the tourists once more. A long, elegant crane appeared on the ice, exuding an air of aloof grace. A bright red patch on its forehead was striking. It was a red-crowned crane. This was a genuine first-level protected species. In an instant, all the tourists were in an uproar again. Wow, a red-crowned crane has come too? Is that even possible to summon? The connections of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau must be incredibly strong. Wait, didn't I remember Ice City having no red-crowned cranes? Look at the banner on it. The name seems to be associated with the red-crowned crane from Hugong. In Hugong, the sole red-crowned crane has been whisked away by the Ice City. Alas, I can only dare to take a photo. I wouldn't even dream of touching it. To be honest, this creature seems far more precious than I am. I had thought that reindeer were the pinnacle of what Ice City could offer. Yet here comes a red-crowned crane as well. Goodness, I now understand why so many locals are overwhelmed. If I were in their shoes, I would be equally astonished. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lindong, hearing Lu Meow Meow's words, responded with a smile. Didn't you say that your earlier suggestion was immensely helpful? The influx of tourists has been overwhelming. It seems not only are the sled dogs insufficient, but even the Arctic foxes are in short supply. Given this situation, we should prepare more, allowing the visitors to joyfully capture their moments. However, it is worth noting that in order to procure these rare reindeer, Lindong indeed relied on the system's assistance. Just a day prior, the system had issued a task. The photo project on the river achieved remarkable success. Yet the demand from tourists remains insatiable. Please continue developing new photo projects. You have the following options. 1. Contact the Evenki people to rent their reindeer. Effect: popularity 100,000, reputation 30,000, revenue 20. 2. Contact Hugong to rent their red-crowned cranes. Effect: popularity 50,000, reputation 10,000, revenue 20. 3. Contact Songhua River City to rent their Arctic foxes. Effect: popularity 200,000, reputation 50,000, revenue 30. This time, Lindong made no choice. Only children make choices. I want them all. Thus, he promptly began reaching out to all parties. Soon enough, Arctic foxes, reindeer, and red-crowned cranes made their grand appearances in Ice City. In no time, countless photos and videos began to circulate wildly online. On the first day of the New Year's holiday, as the crowd, just awakened from activities like hot air balloon rides and hovercrafts, lifted their eyes, they were greeted with multiple trending entries about Ice City. At that moment, the entire nation was left in disbelief. The Arctic fox is one thing, but Ice City, in its quest to delight visitors, has summoned even national protected species? Some couldn't help but jest. Isn't this borrowed? Truly, Northeasterners excel at charming visitors. I recall that previously, the phoenix from the dragon and phoenix pursuing the moon was also borrowed from a neighboring place. This is not merely charming visitors. They are adept at charming animals too. Wow, Ice City is truly remarkable. How do you have all this? The local big brothers and sisters are exceptionally discreet, with tales of flying horses and artificial moons. And now there are so many delightful attractions. Why have we never seen you share these before? Local kind souls, could you share some check-in routes and strategies? As soon as this was said, the locals were once again taken aback. Indeed, it is astonishing. We locals have never encountered such things. What does it mean to be discreet? I swear, I have not seen these either. Ice City, have some decency. Meanwhile, on the Songhua River, amidst the crowd, Lin Zihong, who had previously boasted about never having witnessed any grand scenes, had just descended from the hot air balloon. I must say, observing the Ice City from a great height is an exhilarating experience. The entire winter wonderland seems to lie beneath one's feet, akin to a magnificent work of art. At that moment, Lin Zihong gazed into the camera, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. I have lived in this Ice City for so many years. Such a long time. This is my first experience in a hot air balloon. Little did I expect, as a local, to one day bask in the glory of the southern little potato. After descending from the hot air balloon and managing to calm my racing heart, I looked up and was once again bewildered. Wait, what is that? A white fox. One can take pictures and even hold it? And it's only 30 yuan? Goodness, what on earth is this reindeer? Huh, a Dan crane? Wait, when did these creatures appear in our Ice City? Why was I unaware of this? No, it must be that I approached it incorrectly. I just took a flight up in the sky. How did I end up in a parallel universe? At that moment, Lin Zihong's previously settled emotions crumbled once more within half a minute. Chapter 40. The various cultural and tourism bureaus are in a cold sweat faced with this utterly unfamiliar scene. Lin Zihong felt akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden. Yet the most absurd part is that this Lu Laolao has grown up in this very Grandview Garden, the Ice City. Nevertheless, despite his disorientation, Lin Zihong keenly sensed an opportunity amidst the chaos. Soon, his video, which had once again gone viral, ignited fervent discussions online. Many netizens, unable to visit the Ice City for various reasons, began to see more details about the Ice City's affection for the southern little potato. What? You're telling me that guabao roe can now be cut into small pieces with scissors? What does that make of the wear and tear on my upper gums over the years? Moreover, the essence of guabao roe lies in its freshly fried, tangy sweetness. The sugar and vinegar glaze should still be warm, making it tender and delightful. Once it is cut, it becomes cold and the glaze hardens. Heresy. This is undoubtedly heresy. I can no longer tolerate this. Stop it, Ice City. Do not go too far. The artificial moon has yet to be unveiled. Wait. What new addition has been made near the Sophia Cathedral? Ahem. What is this contraption? A warm house. When did we, in the Northeast, acquire this? What is this? You mean it was hastily constructed to protect the southern little potatoes from freezing? It even has a name, the Princess's Mobile Palace? This is clearly a potato greenhouse. Before the camera, as Lin Zihong witnessed these scenes unfold in the Ice City, he found himself on the edge of disbelief every single moment. However, despite his bewilderment, he tirelessly introduced the most authentic ways to enjoy various delicacies to tourists and viewers alike. With the video gaining immense popularity, more visitors began to experiment with these culinary delights. As the saying goes, every dish has its own admirers. Before long, many southern little potatoes, through their continuous endeavors, began to appreciate the allure of these authentic methods of enjoyment. Observing yet another surge in the viewership of his explosive video, Lin Zihong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Soon, he arrived at the final destination of the day, the enchanting ice and snow world. The interplay of lights and ice sculptures transformed the nighttime wonderland into a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Undoubtedly, the most captivating attraction was the mass dance event. As the music began to play, the atmosphere rapidly ignited with excitement. However, tonight's dance seemed distinct from previous occasions. On stage, a somewhat familiar face stood prominently at the forefront. A middle-aged man took the microphone, waved to the audience below, and exclaimed, "Welcome to our Ice City." Visitors from all over the nation. Following his words, the music swelled, and the man immediately assumed the role of lead dancer. Remarkably, he danced quite adeptly. At the moment the middle-aged man appeared on stage, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. From many seasoned attendees, there was a moment of astonishment. Who is that dancer at the front of the ice and snow world? They wondered. He dances quite well. Indeed, he must be an expert. Who is he? He seems rather famous. Hearing the audience's confusion, someone nearby quickly provided clarification. You don't know? That's Wang Dawei, the director of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. It really is him. I've seen that video before. Wasn't he the one dancing on a hot air balloon while performing driving skills? No, I thought he was merely showcasing. Now he is actually performing here? Laughter erupted. To attract tourists, the director is indeed going to great lengths. Indeed, Uncle Wang, at his age, dances remarkably well. He must have been quite the handsome fellow in his youth. Before long, news of the director of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau leading the dance spread like wildfire. The sight of the usually serious middle-aged man suddenly rejuvenated on stage sent the audience into fits of laughter. Soon, the entry about the director's dance performance climbed to trending status. Beneath this trending topic, discussions flourished. Is this truly the director? Has Ice City really expanded to such grand heights? No wonder tourism is thriving here this year. Just look at their Cultural and Tourism Bureau director. So carefree. Absolutely. Tourism should be enjoyable. Who wants to visit a place with a stern-faced representative? Interestingly, the locals remained unfazed. This time, it was the outsiders who were taken aback. Especially those from hometowns, also vigorously promoting tourism. Huh. What is so impressive about that? It's just dancing. Our Cultural and Tourism Bureau director can climb Mount Tai in 10 minutes. Our director in Hunan can complete 20 full-score exam papers in one breath. Our director in Sichuan can give birth to giant pandas. Our Shanxi director can drink an entire vat of aged vinegar in one go. Our Gansu director can perform the Dunhuang flying dance while simultaneously pulling noodles. Huh. Our Guangdong director can even outshine the director of Fujian. Exactly. What is so remarkable about Ice City? In the late hours of the night, witnessing the inexplicable surge in popularity, the official Weibo accounts of various provincial and municipal cultural tourism bureaus hastily issued clarifications. The director proclaimed, "No, I will not. Truly, I cannot." Yet he also welcomed tourists to visit. Observing these refutations, netizens found themselves in fits of laughter. This generation of internet users seems remarkably unconcerned with consequences, doesn't it? The director is human too. It is everyone's responsibility to protect him. The cultural tourism bureaus across the regions must be sweating profusely, right? Rise up, rise up. It made me laugh so hard, reminding me of a video I once watched, featuring two sisters competing over who had the more daring brother. My brother dares to eat anything. Does yours? Mine does too. Brother, no, I do not dare. However, amidst the merriment shared by tourists and the cultural tourism bureaus, some negative sentiments began to surface online. Numerous media accounts with substantial followings launched direct critiques against the tourism in Ice City. While Ice City craves a surge in tourism, it equally requires sober reflection. Can the explosive popularity of Ice City truly catalyze the revitalization of Northeast China? Indeed, Ice City has become immensely popular, but at what cost? Many proclaim Ice City to be a land of boundless wealth, yet I suggest we halt there. Fellow residents of Ice City, behind this facade of prosperity, where's your real economy? This wave of tourism fervor necessitates thoughtful contemplation. Sincerity is the ultimate strategy. Such authenticity has undoubtedly garnered immense goodwill for Ice City, earning a stellar reputation and attracting a multitude of visitors. However, will the relentless barrage of promotional campaigns lead to aesthetic fatigue? This warrants our deep reflection. Attracting tourists through various banal means is merely a fleeting phenomenon. Given that these media channels boast a considerable number of followers, Ice City soon found itself once again thrust into the spotlight. Rapidly, the comment sections became rife with disparaging remarks. Dear friends, who understands? The moniker of Southern Little Potato is truly distasteful. A brief discussion on this moniker reveals it to be a manifestation of women's desperate self-deprecation. It is indeed repugnant. Are we well acquainted? Ice City, enough already. Show some respect for your visitors. Meanwhile, Wang Dawei, having enjoyed a tour of the ice and snow world, just returned to the office. As he pushed open the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Within the office sat an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair and beard white as snow. Beside him, a middle-aged man sat attentively, serving tea to the elder. This middle-aged man was none other than Cheng Yun, the mayor of Ice City. A mayor of such stature adopting such a humble demeanor before the elder leaves little doubt regarding the latter's identity. Wang Dawei took a deep breath before slowly addressing him. Good day, old secretary. The elderly figure before him was none other than Li Feng, the former secretary of the Ice City Municipal Committee, who later ascended to the provincial committee until his retirement. Despite his retirement, he appeared to be a leisurely elder, yet his influence remained substantial. Many members of the current leadership in Ice City had been appointed by him, including Wang Dawei, the director of the Cultural Tourism Bureau, and the mayor of Ice City himself. Even in retirement, he must respectfully address him as old secretary. Upon hearing of Wang Dawei's return, Li Feng slowly turned his head to cast a cold glance in his direction. The cane in his hand struck the ground with a heavy thud, followed by a disdainful snort. Just look at the state of Ice City now. Wang Dawei, is this the good deed you've done? At that moment, cold sweat instantly broke out on Wang Dawei's forehead. Chapter 41. Have you eaten? It is quite common for the older generation to be stubborn, but it is particularly concerning when such obstinacy resides in those of high authority. Thus, when Li Feng's first words reached Wang Dawei's ears, a chill ran down his spine. It was clear that his unexpected arrival was not for commendation, but rather for admonition. Meanwhile, Mayor Cheng Yun wore an expression of helplessness, as if to say, there is nothing I can do about this. Li Feng spoke slowly. What on earth is happening in Ice City this year? While catering to tourists is certainly important, I have no objections to that. But what has become of our city's traditions? Where has our cultural heritage gone? Dawei, one must not forget their roots. The legacy of our ancestors cannot be disregarded. Do not be deceived by the current influx of tourists. Indeed, we are thriving. However, remember that the fervor of tourism is fleeting. Have you considered whether Ice City may fall into disarray once that passes? Relying solely on what Ice City currently offers, it is impossible to retain visitors. And are you unaware of Ice City's uniqueness? I won't even mention the reindeer parading for photographs with tourists. But why must they be dressed as a Christmas sleigh? I do not object to other regions celebrating Christmas, nor to the public engaging in such festivities. But our officials must never endorse this foreign holiday. Do you not understand? Have you forgotten Ice City's history? Have you forgotten the suffering endured by our northeastern provinces many years ago? As each word resonated, Wang Dawei began to panic. Truth be told, he had not initially paid attention to these matters. He was completely unaware of the Christmas sleigh issue. At that moment, Mayor Cheng Yun intervened to defuse the situation. Oddly, this is not entirely Dawei's fault. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau has been quite busy lately, with many projects managed by various departments. As for the Christmas sleigh project, I believe it is under the purview of Lindong, the head of the publicity section, a young man lacking experience. It is only natural for him to make some mistakes. After speaking, Cheng Yun subtly gestured to Wang Dawei, indicating that he should quickly shift the blame. Hearing Cheng Yun's words, Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback, then he became conflicted. The reason was simple. He could not repay kindness with enmity. If he were to deflect blame this time, it would undoubtedly tarnish Lindong's impression in old Li's eyes. Should Lindong wish to advance in the future, even if it were merely a promotion to deputy director, it would not be smooth sailing. Wang Dawei could manage the appointment of a section chief, but beyond that, he had no influence. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke directly. While it is indeed our department head who is responsible, I am the one who approved this project. Li Lao, I will take full responsibility. Upon hearing Wang Dawei's words, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Lindong's background had been previously investigated by Cheng Yun. His resume was impeccably clean, yet perhaps too pristine, lacking any substantial connections. Typically, such inconspicuous figures are merely scapegoats, are they not? Listening to Wang Dawei, Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and retorted, "Oh, so you acknowledge your mistakes?" "No, there is a reason for everything," Wang Dawei replied, his scalp prickling as he hastily explained. Despite Lindong's youth, he possessed a keen intellect. The recent boom in the tourism industry in Ice City was significantly attributed to him. One could even assert that without his influence, the city would not have flourished this year. Thus, I firmly believe that his actions are justified. Li Feng, surprised to see someone he had once nurtured speak so passionately in defense of a young man, felt a sudden intrigue toward this Lindong. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. "In that case, let him come in the day after tomorrow to provide an explanation." "Understood." Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Lindong. Visitor attraction project successfully completed. However, numerous disparaging remarks about Ice City have surfaced online. Of course, relying solely on the attraction is insufficient to capture the hearts of tourists. Showcasing the cultural charm and depth of Ice City is of utmost importance. You have the following options. 1. Utilize video to promote Ice City's unique culture. Effect: popularity 5,000, reputation 2002. Launch new related projects for promotion. Effect: popularity 200,000, reputation 100,003. Do nothing. What need is there for repeat visitors? Effect: popularity 50,000, reputation 20,000. Note: a special task has been triggered. Please make a choice and complete the task within 1 day. A time-sensitive task? Lindong furrowed his brow at the notification. The system certainly has its quirks with each new task. As for the disparagements, to be honest, Lindong had grown accustomed to them. Just as he was pondering how to accomplish this task, his phone rang. On the other end, Wang Dawei's voice seemed somewhat off. "Lindong, are you free the day after tomorrow?" I should be. Come in for a meeting in the morning. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it, Director?" Lindong asked, somewhat puzzled. "Nothing, we can talk when you arrive." "All right." After hanging up, Lindong began to contemplate how to showcase the culture of Ice City. The city certainly had a rich heritage. The key was how to initiate projects and capture the attention of tourists. That was crucial. Additionally, Lindong speculated on the reason for the time constraint of this task. Just moments ago, Lumao had sent him a video. In the video, the adorable little white foxes, having just begun their work, were shown exhausted with dark circles under their eyes due to the overwhelming number of visitors. Observing the diligent efforts of the white foxes, Lumao could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. It seemed that the influx of tourists to Ice City was experiencing an unprecedented surge. Could it be attributed to the overwhelming number of visitors? Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that after a busy day tomorrow, he would be attending a meeting the following morning. Time flew by swiftly. On the final day of the New Year holiday, early in the morning, Lindong entered the office punctually. However, upon stepping inside, he was momentarily taken aback. He found Wang Dawei standing behind an elderly gentleman, looking quite distressed. Upon noticing Lindong's arrival, Wang introduced them. "Oldly, this is Lindong, the head of the publicity department at our Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Many of the projects in Ice City were spearheaded by him. Lindong, this is our esteemed former secretary of Ice City, and this gentleman is the mayor, Cheng Yun." Hearing Wang Dawei's introduction, Lindong felt a slight stiffness in his posture. The gravity of the situation was indeed substantial. Moreover, it appeared that the former secretary's position was even more significant than he had anticipated. Yet, Lindong did not succumb to trepidation. After all, one with integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. He merely nodded slightly and responded politely, "Good day, Oldly." "Good day, Mayor." At that moment, Li Feng regarded the composed young man before him, refraining from immediate confrontation. Instead, he softly acknowledged him with a non-committal and then inquired, "You are Lindong, correct? Dawei mentioned that Ice City's remarkable success this year can be largely credited to your ideas. Am I right?" "The younger generation does not dare to claim such credit. I merely contributed a few suggestions, and the implementation relies on the collective efforts of my colleagues. Humility is commendable, but excessive modesty may border on insincerity." Li Feng cast a discerning glance at Lindong and continued, "Indeed, your prowess in publicity is commendable. Your contributions have played a significant role in Ice City's success. Thank you for your kind words, Oldly." However, Li Feng's tone shifted abruptly, becoming more incisive. "And what is the situation with the Christmas sleigh? Surely you are aware that this is a foreign holiday?" Taken aback by this remark, Lindong paused. A foreign holiday? This detail had eluded him. Yet, it was merely Christmas, was it not? Why then did this elder react so vehemently? Instinctively, Lindong cast a glance, only to be met with a sudden prompt from the system. As an official, one should not promote Christmas, especially in Northeast China, where this holiday carries certain implications. For the Dragon Kingdom, Christmas symbolizes a painful chapter in its modern history. In the three northeastern provinces, Christmas represents the suffering of the Dragon Kingdom's people. There was a general from the Eagle Nation, MacArthur, who once declared he would drink from the Yalu River and cross it before Christmas, ending the conflict to return home for the holiday. Upon reading the system's message, Lindong quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. So that was it. Furthermore, considering the elderly gentleman's age and position, his background must be quite remarkable. He may have even witnessed these events firsthand. While others might deem his reaction excessive, Lindong did not share that sentiment. However, at this moment, he remained entirely composed, for he had already made ample preparations prior to this encounter. At this moment, observing Lindong's prolonged silence, Li Feng could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. Behind him, Wang Dawei was anxiously signaling, urging Lindong to explain himself. However, it was at this very moment that Lindong unexpectedly spoke up, uttering a phrase that left Wang Dawei utterly dumbfounded. "Li Lao, have you had your meal?" In an instant, both Wang Dawei and Mayor Cheng Yun widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. "Wasn't the elder reprimanding you? And you respond with this? It's as if you were interjecting while your parents were engaged in a heated discussion, asking if they had eaten. What difference does it make? How dare you, young man?" At that moment, Wang Dawei lost his composure and scolded, "Lindong, show some respect to your elders." Realizing the impropriety of his words, Lindong quickly corrected himself, saying, "Li Lao, have you had your meal?" In that instant, Wang Dawei's composure shattered. "Lindong, what on earth are you doing?" Even Cheng Yun beside him could not suppress a surge of anger. This young man was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, remarkably, Li Feng remained unfazed. He keenly sensed that the young man before him had a deeper meaning behind his words. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and replied, "I haven't eaten yet. Why do you ask?" "Li Lao, it is like this," Lindong said softly. "If you have the time, I would like to take you on a tour of the Ice City today. They say that seeing is believing. I am confident that after visiting the Ice City, you will understand." Upon hearing this, the three of them were momentarily taken aback, and Li Feng even displayed a glimmer of appreciation. Moments later, he suddenly broke into a smile. "Excellent. What a profound saying. Seeing is believing. In that case, I shall accompany you young ones today to take a stroll. It will be delightful to see this year's Ice City." Chapter 42. How did you manage to gather them all? Along the way, Wang Dawei was consumed with anxiety. After finally seizing an opportunity, he leaned in and whispered, "Lindong, what exactly are you up to?" "Rest assured, Director," Lindong replied with a light chuckle. "I have everything arranged." "Arranged?" Before Wang Dawei could fully grasp the situation, Lindong took the lead, guiding everyone through the Ice City. Although it was the last day of the New Year's holiday, the streets were teeming with people. Many young individuals had traveled from far and wide, infusing the city with vibrant energy. Witnessing this scene, even Li Feng could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. It truly was bustling. It had been many years since Ice City had experienced such liveliness. So many young people. Reflecting on this, Li Feng's expression darkened. Once, this place sparkled like a jewel set atop the northern realm, a dazzling hub of prosperity. As a significant center of economy and culture in Longhua, Ice City harmoniously blended its unique European flair with Eastern charm, captivating the attention of both the East and the West. In those days, the central street was lined with consulates from various nations, and the chimes of the Ma Dai Air Hotel reverberated through the bustling throngs that filled the thoroughfare. Along the banks of the Songhua River, riverboats incessantly traversed the waters, embodying the vibrant tapestry of commerce and trade. The industrious spirit of commerce flourished, with educational and research institutions scattered across the city, illuminating its nights with a brilliance akin to daylight, showcasing the charm and vitality of an international metropolis. Even the capital of the Dragon Nation was nearly established in this icy city. However, as time flows and the world changes, this once boisterous prosperity has faded into the annals of history. The once bustling central street now appears desolate and lonely, with only the weathered European-style buildings standing resolutely, silently narrating tales of glorious yesteryears. During the off-peak season for tourists, many shops along the street have quietly shuttered, their signs swaying in the breeze as if whispering memories of the once thriving crowds. Even the formerly busy port docks now host only rusted cranes and a few solitary vessels, with the cold river winds howling past, carrying with them an air of desolation and emptiness. Many local youths, feeling a sense of bleakness about their futures, have departed from their homeland in search of opportunities in other cities. The sight of young people filling the streets today is, to be frank, a first for Li Feng in decades. Pondering this, he could not help but let out a quiet sigh. Perhaps he had indeed been overly stern. Young individuals, possessing talent yet lacking experience, ought not be held to excessive scrutiny for minor mistakes. Just then, Lindong beside him began beckoning everyone to partake in breakfast. They did not venture to renowned eateries, nor did they drive in search of a specific place. Rather, they casually approached a local morning market stall. clad in thick coats and scarves. None of them were recognized. Upon noticing the potential customers, the vendor, an elderly woman, immediately greeted them with warmth. "What can I get for you? Fried cakes, egg pancakes, and a bowl of tofu pudding, please." "Certainly." After a flurry of activity, the woman returned, exclaiming, "Here is your tofu pudding. By the way, do you prefer it sweet or savory?" Lindong paused momentarily at this question. "Is sweet tofu pudding still available? Haven't you ventured out much lately?" This year, We've had many visitors from the south. They tend to favor sweet tofu pudding. Lindong had indeed heard of this trend, but assumed it was only available in select establishments. He gazed at the tofu pudding before him, shaking his head, and inquired, "By the way, how is business this year?" "It's splendid. I haven't seen so many people in years. Business has improved significantly, especially during the new year." "Oh, there were so many that it was almost overwhelming." The woman couldn't help but express her sentiments. "But it's a blessing. Earning a little more is always welcome for the new year. It must be quite exhausting to be out so early." "Exhausting, indeed, but we fear not the toil. Only the toil without reward," she sighed. "To be honest, business has become increasingly challenging these past few years. In earlier times, we would sell more in a single morning than I do now in half an hour. I wonder if we will still see so many tourists next year." Upon hearing these words, Lindong remained silent for a considerable time before slowly responding, "Rest assured, it will come to fruition." At that moment, he had grasped Lindong's intentions. "Indeed. Have you eaten yet?" The local populace of Ice City also requires sustenance. They too must earn a living. They are not afraid of hard work. Rather, they fear that their toil may yield no reward. The recent surge in Ice City's popularity has brought forth benefits not solely to tourist attractions, but also to luxurious hotels and renowned restaurants. More significantly, it has provided opportunities for those ordinary individuals striving to earn their hard-earned money. Reflecting on this, Lindong nodded subtly and instinctively cast a glance at the young man nearby, regarding him with newfound respect. At that moment, Lindong's question momentarily stunned the three individuals present. With a smile, Lindong held up his bowl of tofu pudding and inquired, elderly, "Do you think my bowl of tofu pudding is sweet or savory?" "Lindong, what are you doing?" "Stop fooling around," Wang Dawei interjected hurriedly. "I don't know. A single taste will reveal the truth, won't it?" Lindong replied, shaking his head. "Indeed, a taste will unveil the answer," Lindong said meaningfully. Wang Dawei and Chung Yun were left baffled by the peculiar exchange between the two. However, Li Feng's body tensed slightly. He instinctively surveyed the surrounding crowd and quickly comprehended the situation. Before long, a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Yes, a taste will indeed reveal the answer." "Haha, you clever little fellow. It's no wonder Wang Dawei was willing to endure my reprimands just to protect you. Clearly, he did not misjudge you." Wang Dawei, taken aback by the sudden praise, paused momentarily. Lindong continued, "Tourists are actually unaware of whether our Ice City's tofu pudding is sweet or savory. Thus, the best approach is to let them sample it first. We should draw them in with a captivating gimmick before showcasing the cultural richness and charm of Ice City." "This is your line of thought, is it not?" "Indeed," Lindong reflected. Naturally, he would not disclose that this was entirely due to the system's assistance. "It seems you have been well prepared," Lindong inquired nonchalantly. "So, when do you intend to commence?" "It has already been arranged," Lindong replied with a smile. At that instant, a sudden wave of awe and cheers erupted from the crowd on Central Street. A group of unusually attired individuals emerged onto the street. The leading man donned an exquisite roe deer fur robe, meticulously crafted from multiple layers of fur, retaining the original brown hues and furry texture of the animal. The robe was spacious and warm, adorned with intricate hand-embroidered patterns at the collar, cuffs, and hem, complemented by a pair of deerskin boots. The accompanying woman wore a long robe fashioned from the same roe deer fur, with a slightly flowing skirt that, despite its thickness, appeared neither cumbersome nor heavy. Upon her head rested a striking roe deerskin hat, with lifelike eyes embedded within. In an instant, the surrounding tourists could not help but engage in lively discussions. "Oh, what is this? More reindeer. What an adorable hat. So fluffy. It even has antlers and eyes. Ha ha ha. This is not a reindeer antler hat. It seems to resemble a cap of the silly roe deer. This attire, could it possibly belong to some minority group? Wait a moment, reindeer? Is this not reminiscent of the Awenki people I encountered previously?" As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Old Master Li felt his body stiffen at the sight before him. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with tears as he murmured, "No. This is not the Awenki. This is the Orican." Upon hearing this name, Chung Yun beside him was rendered utterly speechless. Wang Dawei instinctively exclaimed, "What in broad daylight is going on? The Orican? One of the least populous ethnic groups in the Northeast? At the inception of the Dragon Kingdom, their numbers barely exceeded 1,000, and after all these years, they have finally grown to over 8,000. However, they sustain themselves through hunting, residing deep within the mountains and forests. The name Orican itself bears dual meanings, one who uses reindeer, and another, people of the mountains. Thus, this ethnicity is shrouded in mystery. How is it that they suddenly appeared in the heart of Ice City?" In that moment, Wang Dawei instinctively glanced at Lindong and muttered, "How on earth did you manage to bring them here?" Chapter 42. Is Ice City lacking heritage? At this moment, with the arrival of the Oricon people on Central Avenue, the tourists erupted in excitement. On one hand, it was due to the adorably whimsical hat, and on the other, the crowd was intrigued by their identity. Several bold tourists approached to inquire if they could take pictures. Excuse me, what ethnic group does this attire belong to? We are the Oricon, one of the 3 lesser-known ethnic minorities of the Northeast. And what is this hat? Is it a reindeer antler hat? Where can we buy one? That is unlikely. This is not a reindeer antler hat, but rather a roe deer cap, often humorously referred to as the silly roe deer. However, hunting is no longer permitted. May we take a photo together? Certainly. Soon, news of the Oricon's presence on Central Avenue spread rapidly. It was morning, and many nearby tourists hurried over for photographs. Before long, videos of these moments were uploaded online. The moment they were shared, even the local residents of Ice City were taken aback. What? Oricon people? Are they truly Oricon? This is a group we locals have never encountered. And that hat is indeed adorable. Wait, when did they come down from the mountains? Aren't they typically known to dwell in the deep woods? Hold on. Could this be yet another scheme by the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau? It's quite possible. The last one to draw them out from the forest was reportedly Emperor Qianlong himself. Ice City, what new trickery have you conjured? They have remained hidden for so long. And just to welcome the southern little potato, you have summoned them from the mountains? You've even managed to bring out the Oricon and a Wanky. Ice City, are you truly unveiling your most precious secrets? The rarity of this is comparable to that of a giant panda. So what other marvels exist that I, a local, am unaware of? I apologize, dear southern little potatoes. These things are unfamiliar even to us locals. I too wish to take a photograph on Central Street. Fortunately, Heilongjiang does not harbor a true black dragon. Otherwise, we would certainly have been summoned by the Bureau of Culture and Tourism for a welcoming ceremony today. Meanwhile, as they listened to the venerable Mr. Li, both Qing Yun and Wang Dawei were momentarily taken aback. Despite their years of service, the Ernu clan boasts a sparse population, making it difficult for either of them to recognize each other's identities at a glance. Even Wang Dawei, the director of the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, could not. Yet, Mr. Li was able to identify them instantly. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, they noticed that, at some point, the old gentleman's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. That Mr. Li? As Chung Yun pondered, he observed that, with the ongoing photography session, the Ernu people had already approached them. One curious tourist inquired, I read online that the last person to rescue you from the mountains was Qianlong. Is this true? Just as the leading man was about to respond, Mr. Li interjected. No, the last time the Ernu people descended from the mountains was during the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army, during the war against the Japanese. Upon hearing this, the surrounding tourists fell silent. Initially, they simply admired the hats, finding them charming. However, it seemed that behind this minuscule ethnic group lay a multitude of untold stories. At that moment, the leading man turned to face Mr. Li, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, and finally to excitement. You are Mr. Li? Zikatin. It has been a long time. Mr. Li called out the man's name. How have you been? What brings you here today? With so many visitors in Ice City this year, it seems quite lively. Oh, we received an invitation from the Bureau of Culture and Tourism a few days ago to come and promote ourselves, Zikatin replied with a hearty expression. Not just us, but the Dahaner and Huzha ethnic groups have come as well. This revelation sparked renewed astonishment among the crowd. All 3 minority groups have arrived. Ice City has truly laid all its cards on the table. The people of our nation stand united. 56 ethnic groups are one family. To be honest, is there anyone left in Ice City who hasn't made an appearance? Haha, I must say, this trip to Ice City is genuinely worthwhile. However, I am more curious. Did the Ernu people really fight against the Japanese? In response to the tourists' intrigue, Mr. Li nodded, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. Indeed, when the Japanese invaded northeast China, the Ernu people fought valiantly. Not far away, numerous individuals swiftly took out their phones to record videos, and several media representatives promptly set up their cameras to capture the moment. As Mr. Li recounted that historical period with the familiarity of cherished memories, the crowd began to awaken to the gravity of the past. Many years ago, the Ernu people nearly faced extermination at the hands of the Japanese during their struggle for victory in the war. Upon hearing this, the surrounding tourists gradually stood in solemn respect. However, the astonishment of the crowd did not cease there. Before the cameras, reporters began to join the fray, approaching with inquiries. By the way, some visitors are quite curious. What is your itinerary for today? Where might we find you for photographs? We traverse daily from Central Park to the Northeast Martyrs Memorial, where a flicker of pride crosses the face of our compatriot. There lies the resting place of many of our predecessors and warriors. I wish to show them how far we have come since their sacrifices, how they shed blood and laid down their lives for this present moment. Today, Dragon Nation is no longer the feeble and helpless state it once was. Friends from thousands of kilometers to the south can now visit us safely, joyfully, unlike before when they suffered from war and foreign invasions. This era of prosperity is as our forebears wished. Their sacrifices were not in vain. These words resonated with a striking clarity. Plunging the scene into a moment of silence before a realization dawned upon the crowd, leading to a gradual applause that crescendoed into a thunderous ovation. Simultaneously, as the tourism industry in Ice City surged, many began to panic. They resorted to seeking online mercenaries to disparage Ice City. How pedestrian, lacking any cultural depth. Indeed. Another ice sculpture, hot air balloons. What else can one find to do here? Why bother traveling to Ice City? It's laughable that such a vast city has so little to offer. What does it matter if it's popular now? In a few months, will it not just be a heap of disappointment? Merely relying on flattery and sycophancy will not retain visitors. The urgency behind their actions is simple. With a populous dragon nation, many travel abroad during holidays, particularly to the neighboring cherry blossom and kimchi nations. However, this year presents a different scenario. With the explosive popularity of Ice City tourism, countless visitors flock there. While the tourism sectors of the neighboring cherry blossom and kimchi nations appear dishearteningly bleak. Hence, their desperation grows. They believe that if they can successfully tarnish Ice City's reputation, they might reclaim those tourists. Underneath the accounts fervently denouncing Ice City tourism, there is invariably a barrage of praise for the neighboring cherry blossom and kimchi nations. Yet, as their hired detractors utter their disparaging remarks, the comment sections are filled with laughter and mockery. What? Ice City lacks depth? Are you out of your mind? Comparing cultural richness with Ice City? Huh. Do you know where East Moscow is? Or the Eastern Little Paris? Or the only musical capital of Asia? Glancing at the homepage, it becomes evident, a blatant admirer of Japan. In this day and age, still clinging to the past? Praising the spirit of craftsmanship? More like the spirit of mediocrity. Perhaps seeing Ice City's latest trending topic struck a nerve, prompting this frenzy? Ice City's a wanky people, right? The fierce warriors against the invaders? Meanwhile, listening to the applause of the tourists before him, Lindong could not help but reveal a faint smile. They say the Ice City lacks depth? Let these petty tricksters realize what true cultural heritage entails. Patience, for the best is yet to come. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 43, I will not forget. At this moment, Old Master Li's face could not conceal his excitement. To be honest, although the Orican people are not as reclusive as the internet suggests, encountering them in the bustling heart of the Ice City still took him by surprise. No one expected Lindong to have invited them all out. Many tourists expressed their desire for Old Master Li to elaborate on this historical narrative. Observing the enthusiastic visitors, Li Feng did not hesitate to continue his explanation. The Orican naming convention separates the surname from the given name, with names often reflecting personal characteristics. For instance, his name is Zikatin, which signifies spirited and agile. They possess surnames as well, each having an Orican version that corresponds to a Chinese surname. Zikatin's surname is actually Meng, but if you inquire about his surname, he would inform you in Orican that it is Malayer. At this point, a curious tourist finally asked, "Excuse me, old master, what is your ethnicity? Are you also Orican?" "No, I am Han," Li Feng replied. "Then why do you know so much about the Orican people?" Upon hearing this, a proud expression suddenly graced Li Feng's face as he stood tall. The reason is simple. During the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army period, my ancestors and theirs fought valiantly together. They battled against the Japanese invaders. The people of the Ice City did not cower in the face of aggression, regardless of ethnicity. We united to vanquish the invaders and expel them from our land. As Old Master Li spoke, he even became a bit choked up. Meanwhile, Lindong silently stepped forward, removing his scarf and addressing the camera. "Dear tourists, I am Lindong, the head of the publicity department of the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau. Many of you may have already seen my videos over the past few days. I understand that today marks the final day of the New Year holiday, and many tourists are concluding their journeys. Some younger visitors may wonder why many, including the Orican people, harbor such animosity towards the Japanese. However, on this last day, I have an earnest request. Before you depart from this city, I hope you will visit the site of the 731 unit or the exhibition hall of the 731 unit's crimes. There, you will witness the atrocities committed by the Japanese against our people. You will come to understand everything. After experiencing the vibrant life of the Ice City today, please do not forget the suffering it has endured. Everyone, the grievances of our nation must not be forgotten. Never forget the shame of our country." As Lindong's words fell, the initially cacophonous street fell into an unexpected silence. It was at this moment that many finally recalled the paramount significance of the matter at hand. Indeed, the remnants of the 731 unit and the exhibition hall of its atrocities are situated in the Ice City. Even the tourists, who had been laughing and joking moments before, now wore solemn expressions upon hearing the number 731. For any citizen of the Dragon Nation who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education, this glaring figure is indelible. It represents the national suffering endured by the Dragon people, a collective enmity towards the vile aggressors that transcends generations. After a prolonged silence, a petite girl from the south reacted with an unwavering tone. She slowly raised her hand, her expression grave, and declared, "I, from Tsuzhou, Zhejiang, shall not forget, never forget national humiliation." In that instant, countless eyes instinctively converged upon her. The figure, often jokingly referred to as the little potato from the south, seemed to grow immensely tall in that moment. Seemingly inspired by her words, soon others mustered the courage to join in, proclaiming, "I, from Huangshan Anhui, shall not forget. Never forget national humiliation." In the next moment, the street erupted into a chorus of voices. "I, from Zhejiang Jiangxi, shall not forget. I, from Zhenyi Guizhou, shall not forget. I, from Changsha Hunan, shall not forget. I, and I, not far away." Even a young child, timid yet resolute, raised their hand and, in a sweet voice, exclaimed, and I. In an instant, the entire street resonated with this unified sentiment. Here, people from various regions, disparate cultures, and diverse ethnic backgrounds shared a common belief. Indeed, even after years of desolation, the Ice City remains etched in their memories, along with the suffering it has endured. Witnessing this scene, even Wang Dawei and Cheng Yun, who stood behind, were taken aback. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Glancing at the elderly, they found him moved to tears, his heart heavy with emotion as he grasped Lindong's hand tightly. Choked with emotion, he murmured, "Good, good, good. What a powerful never forget national humiliation." As this video resurfaced online, the Ice City rapidly gained prominence. However, this time, no one wore a frivolous smile. All bore heavy hearts and began to share the message fervently. The phrase Ice City, never forget national humiliation, soared to the top of trending searches. Moreover, numerous bloggers, even those unrelated to travel, began to post and promote this message voluntarily. Although I am primarily a gaming content creator and do not travel extensively, I still wish to convey a message to my followers who plan to visit the Ice City. Before you depart, I encourage you to visit the 731-unit Crime Evidence Exhibition Hall to gain insight into the history of our city, which is intrinsically linked to our collective past. Today, I shall refrain from recommending any films. Instead, I would like to discuss a movie from my childhood, Black Sun 731, which depicts the horrific deeds of the 731 unit. It was so harrowing that I could not bring myself to finish it, and I suffered from nightmares for several consecutive days. In my youth, I felt fear, but as I matured, I felt anger. Therefore, I hope that everyone will have the opportunity to visit the exhibition hall in person. While I am a medical content creator, today I wish to share an intriguing piece of information. Do you know why I have never recommended the frostbite ointment developed by the Japanese, despite its apparent efficacy? It is because the research data behind its development was obtained through the inhumane suffering of innocent civilians. Brothers and sisters, let us not forget our national humiliation. Chapter 44. Who told you that we cannot celebrate Christmas Eve? Immediately, those who lurk behind the veil of the internet, attempting to manipulate public opinion and tarnish the reputation of the Ice City, became utterly frantic. Their relentless smear campaign against the Ice City stemmed from their greatest fear regarding this matter. Yet, it has now transpired. Witnessing this, they launched a direct offensive, with many sock puppet accounts reaching out to the original poster through private messages. "Hello, could you please delete your recent response regarding the Ice City? I can assist with the payment. Hi, I saw your video. You were traveling in the Ice City, right? We have a draft about a disappointing journey in the Ice City. Could you share it? We will compensate you based on its popularity. You don't even need to post about Central Street. Just a rundown alley will suffice." However, this time, their scheme fell flat. In the face of national grievances, collaborating with such individuals would be tantamount to treason. In an instant, netizens and content creators began to expose these private messages, mocking them in the comments section. The comments were filled with scorn. Upon realizing that this tactic was ineffective, the Japanese became even more desperate, activating an alternative strategy. Indeed, for many years, they have utilized the substantial funds from the Foreign Affairs Ministry to recruit and cultivate numerous journalists and media personnel to launch attacks on the Ice City. Soon, reporters arrived on the scene. Observing Lindong and his companions preparing to leave, one reporter quickly positioned himself in front of them, microphone in hand, and posed an exceedingly pointed question, one that had long troubled the esteemed Mr. Lee. "Hello, I am a journalist from Pengbai News. May I interview you? May I ask why the Ice City has suddenly begun to promote patriotism today? Is it to attract more tourists under the guise of patriotism? If not, then what does your previously held reindeer Christmas event signify? It is worth noting that Christmas is a holiday of the invaders. Why does the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau?" As the reporter's words hung in the air, a moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, if one truly harbors love for the nation, what purpose does celebrating Christmas serve? Could it be that patriotism is merely a facade, while behind the scenes, business prevails? Old Master Lee could only sigh in resignation. As expected, trouble was brewing. However, in response to the inquiry, Lindong cast a frosty glance in his direction. After a brief pause, he directly articulated his thoughts. "Who told you that we cannot celebrate Christmas Eve?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the audience erupted in astonishment. Was he actually acknowledging it so brazenly? Just as the crowd stood bewildered, Lindong continued with statements that left everyone speechless. "Let me inform you all. The Christmas activities hosted by our Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau are indeed real. Furthermore, not only are they Christmas activities, but every year henceforth, Ice City will invite tourists to join us in celebrating Christmas Eve. You may wonder why. Allow me to enlighten you. On December 24th, 1950, which is Christmas Eve, our predecessors achieved a resounding victory in the second campaign of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Indeed, it was the most renowned battle of Chosin Reservoir. Prior to this, their general, MacArthur, had boasted of concluding combat before Christmas to return home for the festivities. Yet history proved that their grand designs came to naught. Thus, this Christmas Eve is not their holiday, but ours. It is a night of victory for the Dragon Nation, a night of peace for our motherland. Why should they, the vanquished, partake in this celebration while we, the victors, cannot? What is there to prevent our celebration? Not only shall we celebrate Christmas Eve, but we shall also indulge in dumplings. For we do not believe in some fictitious Jesus. We believe in our great nation and its leaders, in our valiant soldiers. I must ask, have you forgotten this chapter of history? In attempting to smear us now, what is your true intent? If you forget history, you forget your roots. If you are deliberately slandering us, you are nothing but a traitor. As his words settled, the crowd was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. Indeed, if the defeated can celebrate Christmas Eve, why shouldn't we? How right you are. Why should we not celebrate Christmas? We shall celebrate. Not only shall we celebrate, but we shall also eat dumplings. Have you not heard this saying? Eating dumplings on Christmas Eve brings forth a plump little one in the coming year. It is said that our ancestors, on Christmas Eve, even presented General MacArthur with a grand gift of dumplings. Did they directly wrap dumplings for him? Christmas Eve, wrapping dumplings for the defeated army. Amidst the discussions and uproar from the surrounding crowd, the expression of the Pengbai news reporter suddenly turned pale, initially believing this was an excellent opportunity to tarnish the image. Lindong's remarks not only failed to unveil any dark history of Ice City, but transformed it into a splendid promotional opportunity. At that moment, Old Master Lee's words behind him moved all the audience and tourists to tears. Indeed, enjoying dumplings evokes a poignant reflection. If only those predecessors who endured hunger and cold on the battlefield could witness the present-day Dragon Kingdom, where, at this time of year, no one need fear turmoil or invasion, and all can savor a steaming bowl of dumplings at home. How comforting it would be for them to know from beyond. Upon hearing the words of Elder Lee, the crowd felt a surge of emotion, and laughter erupted among them. Rest assured, Elder, in today's Dragon Kingdom, no one dares to bully us any longer. Indeed, we shall never forget the sacrifices of our heroes. Elder, as a veteran, should duty call, I will return to fight. Listening to the reassurances from the crowd, Elder Lee nodded appreciatively. At that moment, Lindong seized the opportunity to speak again. By the way, I forgot to mention something to everyone. Starting at 5 p.m. today, all major cinemas in Ice City will be open overnight for free to tourists. Everyone just needs to present their train tickets, plane tickets, or even an out-of-town ID to enter the cinemas and enjoy free screenings of On the Zinganling and the Battle of Pingjin Lake. On the Zinganling tells the story of the brave efforts of the Oricon people during the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army period, and the Battle of Pingjin Lake is well known, depicting how our predecessors prepared dumplings on Christmas Eve. Tonight, the tickets for the film featuring the Southern Little Potato are on us in Ice City. Instantly, the surrounding tourists erupted in cheers. However, at that moment, Wang Dawei was bewildered. He hurriedly pulled Lindong aside and asked, "What? Didn't you say it would be free? And do you even know how many cinemas we have in Ice City? Is our budget sufficient for this?" At such a critical juncture, we must not let anything go awry. Listening to Wang Dawei's concerns, Lindong suddenly chuckled. He replied softly, "Director, in times like these, you still worry about our budget? Are you aware of the preliminary statistics from our department regarding the tourism revenue during this New Year's holiday?" Upon hearing Lindong's words, Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed been exceedingly busy lately, such as leading dance performances at the Ice and Snow World stage, and had not paid attention to this matter. So he instinctively asked, "How much?" It is estimated that over 3 days, we will have received over 3 million tourists, generating a tourism revenue of 6 billion. The moment he heard this figure, Wang Dawei's eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice, suddenly raised by an octave, became almost unrecognizable. What? 6 billion? Upon hearing this staggering figure, Wang Dawei was utterly stunned. As the head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City, he had indeed seen much, but this number was truly overwhelming. It is important to note that Ice City is merely a city. Moreover, it is customary for most tourists to follow the migratory principle, seeking refuge from the heat in summer and from the cold in winter. Particularly in recent years, Ice City has seen very few visitors, while cities in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, such as Hainan, have thrived in tourism, generating substantial income. After all, the geographical location offers inherent advantages. In Wang Dawei's recollection, the total tourism revenue for the entire Hainan province during last year's New Year's holiday did not exceed 2 billion. Yet this year, the Ice City amassed an astonishing 6 billion in just one New Year's holiday. The revelation left Wang Dawei gasping in disbelief. Even the mayor of Ice City, Qing Yun, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the figure. It is rather disheartening to note that, As a former industrial core of the Dragon Nation, this old industrial city ranks last in per capita GDP among the 27 provincial capitals, an unequivocal bottom tier. The city has experienced several large-scale population migrations, causing it to fall below the million population mark. Consequently, one can only imagine the annual income level of Ice City. Yet, astonishingly, in just one New Year's holiday, it generated $6 billion in tourism revenue. For a moment, excitement welled up within him. However, after a brief surge of exhilaration, Wang Dawei's expression darkened, for a sense of unease washed over him. How could such high revenue be possible? This seemed amiss. At that moment, he felt as though he had won a lottery, overwhelmed by an intense sense of unreality. He quickly inquired, wait a moment, could it be that merchants are overcharging customers? How else could the revenue be so high? Upon hearing this, Lindong explained, with over 3 million tourists generating $6 billion in revenue, it translates to an average expenditure of merely $2,000 per person. The tourists nearby, having overheard, chuckled in response. Brother Dawei, spending only $2,000 over 3 days of the New Year holiday is considered expensive? Indeed, Wang Dawei had become familiar with the tourists, some even affectionately calling him Brother Dawei. Observing his presence, the surrounding tourists chimed in, exactly. An average daily budget for food, accommodation, and various enjoyable activities, along with delightful cuisine. We have never encountered such affordability during our travels. Absolutely. You are incredibly straightforward, which is why we love it here. In other cities, would $2,000 suffice? Especially during the New Year holiday? It might barely cover hotel expenses. No exaggeration, while Ice City may be a bit chilly and not ideal for living, it is genuinely a fantastic place for leisure. With low prices, excellent service, and a welcoming atmosphere, we spend our money joyfully, wouldn't you agree? Previously, a friend asked me if a budget of $180,000 for 4 people to visit Ice City would be sufficient. I said that if you manage your spending, $180,000 could last you a year here. The biggest expense would likely be the airfare, as ticket prices have surged due to the influx of visitors. Yet, enjoying the attractions remains quite affordable. Brother Dawei, you are incredibly genuine. Truly a friend from the Northeast. Hearing the praises from the surrounding tourists, Wang Dawei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the perception of Ice City was indeed quite favorable. However, what Wang Dawei never anticipated was that a visitor had captured and uploaded the moment when he was startled by the figure of 60 billion to the internet. In an instant, his bewildered exclamation of how can that be, coupled with his instinctive query of whether there might be any price gouging, reignited the fervor surrounding Ice City. The comments section was abuzz with onlookers, humorously mocking the situation. Dawei was so frightened that he thought it was a scam. 60 billion in just 3 days. No wonder Ice City treats its tourists so well. What a quaint little potato from the south. More like a golden bean. The irony is that I genuinely do not envy the profits. Ice City deserves to reap the rewards. Just look at their service attitude. So considerate. It is said that the famed Matty Ice Pops sold a staggering 100,000 in just 3 days. It's confirmed. Ice City is truly a hospitable place. I can't stop laughing. Sonia never imagined it would be outdone by Ice City this winter. The locals remarked, Ice City, you've changed. I hardly recognize you. To which Ice City replied, it's not that I've changed, but rather that the little potatoes have given so much. The tourism offices from the neighboring provinces commented, Binzi, I barely recognize you with how you pursue the ladies now. Binzi replied, do you have any idea how much the ladies spent on me in 3 days? 60 billion. However, as Ice City grows increasingly popular, those who have been covertly scheming suffer more. The reason is simple. Following Lindong's statement in front of the cameras, many tourists spontaneously decided to make their final stop of the New Year's holiday at the 731 unit site and the exhibition hall of the crimes of the 731 unit. Soon, the number of reservations for the exhibition hall reached unprecedented levels. Yet this time was unlike any before. While other areas of Ice City were bustling with joy and laughter, here, an unspoken silence enveloped the crowd. What instilled even greater fear in the Japanese was that this was merely the beginning. On the last day of the New Year's holiday, the weather turned inclement, blanketing the area in heavy snowfall. Nevertheless, the southern little potatoes did not waver. The line at the exhibition hall of the crimes of the 731 unit stretched long, nearly overflowing outside the venue. Many tourists, unaccustomed to the biting cold of the north, shivered yet continued to stand in line. Soon, upon hearing this news, the locals took spontaneous action without any official organization. At popular tourist spots like Central Street and Ice and Snow World, numerous taxi drivers prominently displayed signs reading, free rides for tourists to the exhibition hall of the crimes of the 731 unit. At the entrance of the hall, a long queue formed with many locals and firefighters collaborating to assist visiting tourists with their luggage. Additionally, many locals voluntarily distributed ginger tea, heat packs, and national flags to those waiting in line. It was from this very day onward, at the entrance of the 731 unit crime exhibition hall, that individuals from every corner of the nation, regardless of their city of origin or ethnicity, and irrespective of the color of their down jackets or the hue of their plush hats, shared an undeniable commonality. They all clutched a vivid crimson, the very color of the national flag. Witnessing this spectacle, at that moment, they were filled with trepidation. Chapter 46. Forging Swords for the Nation, Veiling One's Identity. Observing this scene, there remained a persistent journalist, still attempting to unearth opportunities to tarnish the reputation of Ice City. This was the same journalist who had previously been reprimanded by Lindong, losing all semblance of dignity. With the sight of taxis offering free rides to tourists before him, he could not resist the impulse to interview them. Are you providing free rides at the behest of the local government of Ice City? To this, the taxi driver shook his head and replied, "No, we organized this voluntarily." The journalist pressed on, "Then why would you choose not to profit and instead offer free rides? Do you not wish to earn money?" "Of course not." The driver glanced at him and stated, "It is precisely because of the efforts of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau that we have been able to earn money during this period. However, sometimes, for us, the people of the Dragon Nation, there are things that hold greater significance than money." Before the journalist could pose another question, he was interrupted. The driver continued, "Let me impart a simple truth. In our Dragon Nation, within the hearts of countless common folk, there exists a profound belief. Those who prioritize the people will be exalted by them in return. Individuals like you, a traitorous dog, will never comprehend this principle." Meanwhile, within the 731-unit crime exhibition hall, countless visitors stood in solemn silence. Every photograph, every piece of material, and every exhibit was harrowing. The souls of those who had once perished remained forever ensconced in darkness. This history weighed heavily on the Dragon Nation. Some gazed upon the scene, unable to suppress their emotions, covering their mouths as they quietly wept. Others bore expressions of rage, fists clenched, veins bulging on their foreheads. Some exhibited fear, turning away, unable to confront the brutality before them. A long sigh escaped the lips of another, who gently laid down chrysanthemums before the memorial. On the viewer's message board within the exhibition hall, a child, resembling a student, stood on tiptoe, inscribing a short poem in a tender script. "Today, my mother brought me here. If I have children in the future, I will bring them here as well, to tell them why we must strive. Why we must remember history, why we must revitalize China." The exit of the exhibition hall led into a dark corridor ascending upward, with the confessions of war criminals adorning the walls on either side. Within the profound passageway, only at the end could one glimpse a fleeting ray of light. Among the throng, a small girl, her face awash with fear, was evidently frightened by the contents of the exhibition hall. As she ran forward, she cried out, "Mom, wait for me." As the mother instinctively turned back, she heard a staff member beside her speak in a hushed tone, "Do not worry, I will lead her out. Dear visitors, do not look back, proceed forward. The exit is illuminated, filled with the warmth of humanity and the tranquility of a prosperous nation. Do not forget the path you traveled, marked by the suffering of our people and the animosities of our nation." Meanwhile, outside the exit, visitors concluding their tour did not depart immediately. The black stone monument inscribed with the atrocities of the 731 unit was blanketed in a layer of snow. Many tourists planted small red flags into the snow, while others quietly retrieved cigarettes from their pockets, lighting them and placing them atop the monument. When these images and videos were subsequently uploaded online, the internet erupted in response. This was not merely a cue, it was the backbone of our great nation. Who dares to claim that this generation is a lost one? Perhaps, the true significance of visiting this icy city lies here. Regrettably, the vast expanse of our nation has prevented me from witnessing this place with my own eyes. Unable to be there in person, I can only share a moment in spirit with the predecessors. As that elderly gentleman once remarked, if our forebears could see this era of peace and prosperity, they would surely find solace. I am reminded of a line from poetry. In ancestral rites, do not forget to inform your forefather. Soon, the 731 units monument became the final stop of the Icy City tour, once again trending at the top of social media. That evening, the topic's popularity soared, with no other subject able to rival it for the #1 spot. A post from the official Weibo account of the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau reignited the discussion. Statistics revealed that during the New Year holiday, the 731-unit memorial received 3.63 million visitors, a staggering increase of 3,592. In that moment, nearly all netizens comprehended the situation. It became clear why so many had previously attempted to tarnish the reputation of the Icy City. Fear had gripped them. 30 times the usual visitor count. No wonder they were terrified. Do they wish for us to forget this brutal chapter of history? Impossible. Not a chance. Observing this scene, many public intellectuals and media outlets nearly descended into chaos. Countless smear tactics were unleashed. On prominent platforms, familiar questions of reflection swiftly emerged. Is the recent media attention on the Icy City a result of overpromotion? Yet this time, countless netizens across the nation began to organize a counteroffensive. In the comments section, voices rose in defiance. This is merely the beginning. I believe the current promotion is far from sufficient. The Japanese Guandong Army had 3 biological warfare units. Currently, Only the 731 unit has gained notoriety, while the other two remain unknown. I urge all netizens and visitors to explore these sites as well. They are the remnants of the 100th unit and the 516th unit. The moment this post was shared, a multitude of supporters surged forth. Soon after, within the platform, a user named Ugly Person began to privately message him, requesting payment for the deletion of a post. Before long, their private conversation was leaked. Ugly Person: hello, could you delete your recent response regarding Ice City? I can settle the payment for you. Blogger: is this for real? Send me 50 to prove your sincerity. Ugly Person: what is V50? I don't understand. Just delete this response. I can only offer 3 yuan. Blogger: only 3 yuan. Ugly Person: that is quite a sum for you. You only earn 8 yuan an hour. Blogger: so where are you from? Ugly Person: I'm a user from Southern Mainland. Once the screenshot was shared, laughter erupted in the comments section. Yes, indeed. We in the mainland can't even afford tea eggs. This is hilarious, a classic Southern Mainland user. Just like a frog at the bottom of a well. The blogger then inquired, what follows after Palace Imperial Liquor? It seemed they had encountered a living informant. Clearly, this time the little rascal was genuinely frantic. You've pocketed the benefits given by the General Haven to you? 3 yuan? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau retweeted a post from the official account of Ice City Industrial University. Ice City Industrial University, from today onward. All visitors who have toured the 731-unit Crimes Exhibition Hall and other memorials can register online for a free visit to Ice City Industrial University. Shortly after, a second tweet was also shared. Ice City Engineering University, from today onward. All visitors who have toured the 731-unit Crimes Exhibition Hall and other memorials can register online for a free visit to Ice City Engineering University. Just as everyone was left in confusion, a photograph released by the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau abruptly shattered the silence. It depicted a sculpture of a figure bending low to the ground, obscuring its face. However, the figure held a sharp, long sword in its hand. The photo bore the resolute inscription, "Forge the sword for the nation. Conceal one's identity." At that moment, understanding dawned upon everyone. Isn't that the sculpture from Xi'an University of Technology? Wait a moment. I remember now. The 7 Sons of National Defense. The backbone of our dragon nation in resisting foreign foes. Indeed, both Ice City Industrial University and Ice City Engineering University are part of the 7 Sons of National Defense. Tears welled up as it was said that after visiting the 731 Hall, one could go to Ice City Industrial University, where it is rumored that one could even see the actual Dongfeng missiles. What? There are Dongfeng missiles? Not only that, but one could also visit the Aerospace Museum, which houses a considerable number of real exhibits, particularly in the missile exhibition section. The Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau has truly demonstrated their thoughtfulness, inviting tourists to witness today's flourishing prosperity and the human spirit before reflecting on the hardships of the past at the 731 site, and then visiting Harbin Institute of Technology to behold the might of our homeland. The Dragon Nation of today is no longer the vulnerable entity it once was. Chapter 47. Is it enough to hang 2 banners? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lindong continued to accompany Old Li as they explored Ice City. At first, Li Feng sought out Wang Dawei with the intent to impart a lesson, particularly regarding the disappointment he felt concerning the Christmas event. However, it was only today, while strolling down the street and witnessing Lindong's arrangements and the reactions of the tourists, that the old gentleman finally comprehended the situation. It became evident that no one had forgotten. The Ice City had not forgotten, Lindong had not forgotten, nor had the visitors from all corners of the nation. They had not forgotten the suffering the city had endured in the past. In fact, the current vibrancy of Ice City and the prevailing peace and prosperity serve as the finest tribute to the predecessors. At this moment, Li Feng's attitude towards Lindong underwent a complete transformation. He found himself instinctively expressing admiration to Cheng Yun, standing behind him. This young man, Lindong, is quite remarkable. Truly impressive. He possesses capability and means, and his unwavering commitment to his roots marks him as a promising talent. Lindong, however, remained oblivious to the subtle shift in praise from the old gentleman, responding humbly, "You flatter me, sir. I merely performed the duties expected of my position. I believe anyone in my place would make the same decisions, for it is the responsibility of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom." Contrarily, Wang Dawei, standing nearby, was taken aback by the old gentleman's words. Cheng Yun, not far off, maintained a seemingly neutral expression while a storm of emotions surged within him. The reason was straightforward. Despite Li Lao being just an ordinary old man, he wielded considerable influence in Ice City and even throughout the province. Many in the current leadership were his former students, including Wang Dawei and Cheng Yun, both of whom he had mentored. In their experience, they had never before witnessed such high praise from Li Lao for a young individual. The phrase "a good seedling" particularly struck a chord with the perceptive Cheng Yun, prompting him to seize the opportunity during their conversation to discreetly turn away and make a phone call, speaking in hushed tones. "Xiao Wang, Please inform the selection meeting for the Deputy Director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to be postponed for a few days. Yes, the situation has changed. Upon hanging up and looking up, he found Wang Dawei regarding him with a bemused expression. Feeling somewhat uneasy under that gaze, Cheng Yun shrugged helplessly and inquired, "What is the matter?" Wang Dawei teased, "I already told you not to rush. There's only one director, but many deputy directors. Adding one more doesn't make a difference." In truth, he had harbored thoughts of the position. However, in the realm of governance, where background and experience are highly valued, the selection of a deputy director was not solely within his purview. It required the approval of city and even provincial leadership to be valid. Come on, do you think I'm unaware? The issue is, how long has he been with your bureau? Don't you know that some old fogies in the city are sticklers for qualifications? Without capability, one may resort to relying on age and experience. And if the matter concerning Christmas is not addressed properly, it will undoubtedly be exploited by them. Cheng Yun expressed his exasperation. What about now? Li Lao possesses keen judgment. And I certainly have no objections. Cheng Yun shook his head and replied, "If it weren't for Li Lao, would you ever stop?" Cheng Yun glared fiercely, exclaiming in anger, "Do you think I am a fool? Even without Li Lao, considering the tourism revenue during this New Year's holiday, do you think I would not support him? Are you aware of our Ice City's annual GDP? It totals just over 5 trillion. Yet this fellow managed to rake in 60 billion in tourism revenue alone within 3 days. Who would dare oppose him when I can throw this data in their faces?" Despite receiving a few scoldings, Wang Dawei remained unfazed and cheerfully offered a cigarette, chuckling, "Now that's more like it." Moreover, this 60 billion in tourism revenue is merely the beginning. This income has resolved many of our citizens' employment and income issues, something others find difficult to achieve. The most crucial aspect is that Ice City's reputation has been elevated, and our public image is currently quite favorable. Perhaps future holidays may not be as bustling as this New Year's, but they will undoubtedly be much better than in the past. The so-called steady stream of income indicates that Ice City's tourism sector is on the verge of real progress. Wait a moment. As Wang Dawei and Cheng Yun shared a smoke, he began scrolling through social media. Suddenly, he froze in place upon seeing a bewildering trending topic. Indeed, during this period, as the director, Wang Dawei had also begun to learn about trending topics, thanks to Lindong's various clever maneuvers. After all, seeing Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau trending was quite exhilarating. He was also curious to see the absurd suggestions from netizens. Perhaps even Wang Dawei himself did not anticipate that, in midlife, work would lead him to suddenly become trendy again. Upon scrolling, he stumbled upon an entry. Ice City University of Technology fully opens to visitors of the 731-unit War Crimes exhibition. In that moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He even choked on his smoke, beginning to cough violently. What? Ice City University of Technology is open to visitors? How did this fellow manage to pull that off? It was no wonder Wang Dawei was so astonished. In recent years, Ice City University of Technology had rarely opened its doors to visitors. On one hand, it is a sensitive institution due to being one of the 7 sons of national defense, and on the other, the impact of recent pandemics had necessitated considerations for students' health. Wang Dawei had previously entertained this idea and even discussed it with the university leadership, only to be met with a firm rejection and a resolute attitude. Hence, he had abandoned the thought entirely. Yet, in the blink of an eye, how had they suddenly opened up? In that moment, Wang Dawei instinctively glanced at Lindong. Without a doubt, this was the work of that fellow. He instinctively asked, "Lindong, what on earth did you feed them?" "It's not like that. I merely shared my thoughts with them," expressing a desire for visitors to have the opportunity to explore the campus after visiting the 731 Units Crime Evidence Exhibition Hall, particularly to view the Dongfeng missile, which would surely bolster their spirits. Lindong cheerfully elaborated. "Do you know their school leaders?" Wang Dawei paused in surprise. "Well, do you remember the person at St. Sophia's Cathedral who took pictures under the moonlight?" Lindong gestured, saying, "That tethered drone was borrowed by me from them, and that's how I got acquainted." Just as Wang Dawei was momentarily bewildered, Lindong seemed to suddenly recall something and quickly spoke up. "Ah, of course. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." "What?" "After the New Year holiday, many schools across the nation, from elementary to high school, will be taking successive breaks." Lindong remarked, "This year, it is likely that many parents will bring their children to Ice City for fun. So they asked us to assist with some promotional efforts." Just a bit of promotion?" Wang Dawei found it hard to believe his ears. "Is it really that simple? How could that be?" He instinctively inquired. "So what do you plan to do?" "Well, actually, it's unnecessary. It's already been taken care of." Lindong pulled out his phone, revealing 2 banners that had already been prominently displayed at the entrance of Ice City Industrial University. The banners, emblazoned with red backgrounds and white text, proclaimed, "Dignity resides only on the edge of the sword. Truth lies within the range of cannon fire. We welcome students from all over the country to apply to Ice City Industrial University on some future day." Even Wang Dawei, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but let out a low curse upon seeing the banners. "Damn, you hung up 2 banners and they agreed. What's the difference between that and getting something for nothing?" Chapter 48. Things are heating up. Is the shaman taking the driving test? Hearing Wang Dawei's instinctive exclamation, Lindong suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem. Director, please mind your language. How can this be considered getting something for nothing? It's clearly a loan, although it is free. Oh, I forgot to mention that the tethered drone was also borrowed. It is said that after being promoted by the artificial moon, the drone gained considerable popularity. It was initially in the testing phase, but after some trials showed excellent results, they are now suddenly looking to mass produce it, and the number of orders is substantial. They are even contemplating sending us a few units as advertising compensation. Oh, and about that, the artificial moon in front of the cathedral also received a deposit. Later, the owner resolutely refused our money. It is said that just a few days ago, various cultural and tourism bureaus from many other places in Long Country called to inquire about pricing, and orders have skyrocketed. Additionally, that Pegasus was also borrowed for free. The horse farm owner only asked for a bit of feed money. The white fox, among other attractions, was procured by the proprietor from the neighboring city of Mudanjiang. Astonishingly, business has been bustling these past few days, leaving the white fox nearly exhausted. He has reaped substantial profits, alongside other attractions such as the red-crowned cranes and reindeer. Unfortunately, one cannot economize on the ice and snow world. The rights were not acquired at a cost, yet the wages for the ice sculptors have been duly paid. However, the entrance fees are indeed a source of revenue, and it is certain that this year will yield a return on investment, not to mention a considerable profit. Listening intently, Lindong recounted each project with the familiarity of a treasured heirloom. Even Cheng Yun, who stood nearby, could not suppress a gasp, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Truly, this year, the Cultural Tourism Bureau has struck gold. No, wait. It's as if they've encountered a genius. A prodigy in commercial strategy. This year, the Ice City's tourism has orchestrated such a grand spectacle. And yet, you tell me it's all based on borrowed resources? Faced with the astonished expressions of Cheng Yun and Wang Dawei, Lindong's face flushed, and he hurriedly waved his hands in protest. No, Director, Mayor. Please don't misunderstand. The hovercraft was indeed purchased with actual funds, and it will likely take years to recoup the investment. This statement plunged both men into silence. After all, the audacity of turning an air mattress into a hovercraft, while unspoken publicly, had long circulated in private circles. Even Cheng Yun was aware that this was not solely Lindong's fault. Now it seems, this contraption could inspire a new project and eventually yield returns in a few years. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Yun found himself pondering whether keeping this young man in the Cultural Tourism Bureau was perhaps a misallocation of talent. While both were still reeling from Lindong's outrageous maneuver, his next utterance left them utterly dumbfounded. By the way, old Li, Lindong said, since you're here today, after dinner, let us take a look at the ice and snow world. Upon hearing this, both men froze in place. Oh no, why must we go to the ice and snow world? Cheng Yun shot Lindong a frantic look, while Wang Dawei pulled him aside, whispering, what are you thinking? Are you unaware of the late-night events at the ice and snow world? The crowds dancing the night away. Do you intend to bring the old gentleman to such a raucous affair? Cheng Yun nodded in agreement, concerned for the elderly man's health. Indeed, he's not well, and wouldn't he withstand such excitement in the evening? Couldn't we choose another activity? To this, Lindong offered no immediate explanation. Instead responding with an air of mystery, rest assured, it will be perfectly fine. Observing the two men's furtive demeanor, old Li grew displeased and snorted in irritation. What is the fuss about the ice and snow world? I participated in the very first one back in '99. Little Lin, let go of your reservations. This is it. I'm eager to see what transformations the ice and snow world has undergone today. Upon hearing the words of elderly, Wang Dawei and Cheng Yun immediately fell silent, transforming into timid quails. There was no denying the evident truth. It appeared that in elder Li's heart, Lindong's standing surpassed even their own. Hadn't the manner of address shifted to little Lin? Soon, evening descended upon them, and the four arrived as anticipated. The ice and snow grand world was bustling with vitality. Observing the myriad ice sculptures surrounding them, elderly wore a curious expression. Lindong began to elucidate each one. These characters represent our domestic animated creations over the years. In comparison to Disney's so-called fairy tales, I believe these domestic figures resonate more profoundly with us. Listening to Lindong's words and witnessing the children and youth nearby, all eagerly posing with the ice sculptures, elderly couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, our dragon nation is not inferior to others. Why should our own country's animations be relegated to the sidelines? These are the essence of our culture. Upon realizing that elderly did not criticize the project as being overly juvenile, Wang Dawei finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, this was merely the prelude. Soon, the most iconic evening event of the ice and snow grand world commenced, the mass dance party. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, and at the center of the stage, the host, clad in a flamboyant red floral coat, seized the microphone and began to call out, everybody, 1, 2, 3. Let us get the energy flowing. Today, I have a delightful surprise for all you southern little potatoes. Let's welcome our guests. In the next moment, a group of peculiarly dressed individuals appeared on stage. They donned magnificent and intricate robes, adorned with vibrant colors such as red, yellow, blue, and white, embellished with numerous totemic patterns depicting birds, beasts, celestial bodies, and landscapes. Each person was crowned with feathered headgear, antler hats, or mirrored caps, while their necks displayed necklaces crafted from shells, bones, jade, and animal teeth. Their waists jingled with bells or rattles made of bone and metal. Quickly, someone recognized the attire and identity of this group, shamans. Yet, as the familiar music began to play, and this group commenced their synchronized dance, a wave of astonishment swept through both the live audience and the online viewers, particularly among the Northeasterners. What a surprise. I can't believe I've witnessed shamans dancing in the ice and snow grand world. Surely, I must be dreaming. I need to sleep a bit more. I urgently require a term that surpasses chaos. The inversion of the celestial order. The inversion of the celestial order. To explain to the southern little potatoes. When Northeasterners see this, it is akin to witnessing Mazu performing the Qinghai Shake. Oh dear, the sky is about to collapse for the Northeasterners. I cannot accept this. How could I, a traditionalist, be the one to witness such absurdity? What a disgrace. The last time I saw shamans was in My Fair Princess. And now they are dancing to the third subject. Chapter 49. The People's Delight. If you dislike it, who are you? As this scene unfolded, although many in the live stream were initially taken aback, they quickly acclimated. After all, in this year's Ice City, the appearance of a black dragon would hardly raise any eyebrows. It is not the first day of breaking defenses. The so-called breaking of defenses is, in fact, more a form of self-deprecation. Remarkably, numerous locals, having embraced this fantastical premise, began to appreciate it. Although I am not particularly fond of Subject 3 and find the song rather kitschy, the attire and the dance harmoniously blend without any sense of discord. To be frank, it is indeed quite visually appealing. If Tungfu can mimic a cat's meow, why should a shaman be unable to dance Subject 3? What is so peculiar about that? However, it was not long before the comment section was inundated with some ill-timed and even malicious dissenting voices. It seemed that this had crossed a line. Could traditional culture truly be treated in such a manner? A spectacle for the sake of attention. A clownish display. The inheritance and evolution of traditional culture must be founded upon respect. This is a blatant disregard for traditional culture. This constitutes oppression of minority cultures within the Dragon Country. Today they can obliterate your culture, and tomorrow they might erase your existence. Upon encountering these familiar comments, the audience in the comment section was initially taken aback, but soon they began to awaken to the absurdity. Wait a moment, this rhetoric sounds oddly familiar. It struck me that when foreign entities slandered us regarding the supposed genocide of the Xinjiang minorities, they had uttered similar phrases, right? The whole Xinjiang cotton issue, yes. Exactly. Why do they always resort to such slander against us? Ah, yes, because they are guilty of the same actions themselves. The Native Americans would surely attest to that. It seems the funding has arrived. So swiftly, the smear campaign is back in action. It's laughable. Finally, they latch onto a topic to malign Ice City. And they can't let it slip away. Hilariously, some have taken the bait. We are not genuinely breaking defenses. We are merely jesting, as this year. We locals have been breaking defenses almost daily. A little-known fact, the status of shamans in Northeast China is not as elevated as one might think. In the past, their spirited performances were met with silence from us locals. Yet many from southern regions seem to be the first to react, though we remain perplexed as to why. What other reason could there be? The dog food funding has come through. Meanwhile, at the scene, even Wang Dawei was bewildered. He had thought that bringing Li Lao to witness the dance party would be sufficiently explosive. Yet, Lindong had managed to coax the shaman into performing Subject 3. Had this young man consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Does he not realize that many from the older generation are quite traditional? Upon this realization, Wang Dawei instinctively spoke up. Li Lao, this appears to be a shaman, but what is the name of this dance? Li Lao inquired instinctively. It is a dance that has recently surged in popularity on various short video platforms, called Subject 3, Wang Dawei promptly explained. It is, in fact, something rather beneath the surface. I also feel it is somewhat inappropriate, as we must respect traditional culture. Ahem. Lindong, next time you speak with them, please inform them to halt this project. Just as he finished speaking, however, the voice of Elderly turned cold, and he began to reprimand. Halt. Why should we halt? What is wrong with Subject 3? Is there anything unworthy of the stage? Is it not entirely normal for cultural exchanges among different ethnicities to be celebrated with song and dance? Can't you see how much everyone enjoys it? Anything that resonates with the people is inherently good. Do you require guidance from you? How long have you been on the public payroll? And you already wish to oppose the will of the people? What the people find delightful, if you do not. Who do you think you are? In that instant, Wang Dawei broke into a cold sweat. He suddenly recalled something. Elderly was indeed a very traditional person. Nonetheless, within Elderly's home, there had never been any deities worshipped. If one had to mention it, there was only the grand portrait of the great leader in the hall. In Longhua, it is essential to respect the deities of traditional culture. However, if even the deities stand against the people, then they are no longer deities, but mere feudal superstitions unworthy of belief. Deities? How many disciples does he have? At this moment, Lindong also stepped forward, assisting Wang Dawei in his predicament, smiling as he spoke. Elderly, you have misunderstood the director. He merely fears that you might not appreciate this. In fact, for the past few days, he has been quietly dancing subject 3 as the lead. If anyone can connect with the tourists, it is undoubtedly the director. Upon hearing this, Elderly raised his eyebrows slightly. Is that so? Certainly. The director must be worried about your opinion of him being frivolous. Lindong cast a knowing glance. And in front of the elders, he would certainly feel constrained. If you do not believe it, why not let him take the stage and prove it? Dawei at this moment, Wang Dawei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had the distinct impression that he had been set up by this mischievous Lindong. This was an attempt to induce social embarrassment before the elders. Yet, observing Elderly's expression, he could only steel himself and take a deep breath. Moments later, the director of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the lead dancer of the Snow World's Subject 3, Brother Dawei, re-emerged wearing a flamboyant red floral outfit akin to that of the host, Zhuge. Instantly, the tourists below began to cheer, calling out, Brother Dawei, give us a performance. Come on. Witnessing the excitement of the tourists, Wang Dawei made a bold decision and began to let loose. Below the stage, as Wang Dawei exhibited his current demeanor, Cheng Yun wore a look of disbelief, while Elderly appeared quite pleased. I told you, it's merely a dance. It is not something that tarnishes morals. Why should it be deemed unworthy of the stage? Meanwhile, Lindong seized the opportunity to add, indeed, and Elderly, tonight is just the beginning. Although the introduction to Subject 3 was underway, host Zhuge began selecting lucky audience members on the spot. Who wishes to come on stage and perform? Please raise your hands. Ah, it's this petite girl from the south. May I ask where you are from? What is your ethnicity? Soon, a small-statured girl was invited onto the stage. Taking the microphone, she appeared quite exhilarated and said, I am from Hubei, of the Tujia ethnic group. Does your ethnicity have any traditional dances? Can you perform them? Does the hand-waving dance count? After pondering for a moment, the girl suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, oh, we also have a folk song called Dragon Boat Melody. Come, let us give it a try. Upon hearing this, Brothers Wood did not hesitate and immediately called out to the audience. Let us give a round of applause to this Tujia girl. And who else here belongs to the Tujia? If you can dance, come join us. Soon, as the music began to play, the Tujia hand-waving dance graced the stage of the ice and snow world. And this was merely the beginning. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, many initially shy southern participants eagerly joined in. The Dai people showcased their Huayao Dai dance. The Korean ethnic group performed their fan dance and long drum dance, while the Mongolian people displayed their bowl dance and chopstick dance. Although they lacked traditional costumes and necessary performance items, with the assistance of enthusiastic staff and visitors, they found substitutes. In no time, the stage of the ice and snow world was filled with diverse ethnic groups from all corners of the land, singing and dancing together. Watching this spectacle, Mr. Lee became increasingly satisfied. Nonetheless, he cast a meaningful glance at Lindong before inquiring, the youth of today are truly remarkable. This time, Lindong did not continue to be modest. Instead, he responded candidly, there's no choice. After all, our dragon country has grown strong. And while our adversaries dare not confront us openly, they can only resort to underhanded tactics. The Little Devils and the neighboring Americans are keen to undermine us with ethnic slurs, attempting to divide us. Therefore, we must show them what true national unity looks like. Chapter 50, Ice City. Here we come. Observing the scenes unfolding on stage, both the audience present and those watching the live stream erupted in excitement. Aren't they Southern participants? Who knew there would be so many ethnic minorities? In the eyes of Northeasterners, ISNT all of Dragon Country considered the South? Indeed, it's amusing. Who would have thought that one could witness various ethnic minorities in Ice City? Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over them. It was indeed the first time witnessing such a vibrant display of national unity, having previously only seen it on the Spring Festival Gala. This was the embodiment of true national unity. Initially, it was the Evenki people descending the mountain with their reindeer, followed by the Orkin people. Then the 3 lesser-known ethnic groups of the Northeast, and now so many different ethnicities from various regions. It was a pity that they were merely occasional tourists. How splendid it would be if they donned traditional attire from their respective cultures while appearing in Ice City. No, we could suggest this to our Cultural Tourism Bureau. Yes, this would not only promote traditional culture and minority ethnicities, but would undoubtedly generate considerable excitement. Consequently, many netizens quickly responded and began to contact their local Cultural Tourism Bureau, offering their suggestions with great urgency. Can we allow our ethnic minorities to shine in the Ice City as well? Indeed. Just look at the Ice and Snow World and Central Street. The spotlight has not solely been claimed by the Ice City. It is a rare opportunity for such explosive popularity. Let us embark on a journey to the Ice City together. Consider it an exchange of traditional cultures between the North and the South. I implore you. This time, cultural and tourism bureaus from across the nation did not choose to remain silent as they did before. The reason is simple. Firstly, the The suggestions made by netizens last time were merely playful jests, which the directors of various cultural and tourism bureaus could not fulfill. Directors are human, not superheroes. Secondly, when the news broke that the Ice City was expected to generate $6 billion in tourism revenue over the 3-day New Year holiday, nearly all regional cultural and tourism bureaus turned green with envy. Such immense prosperity has indeed been embraced by the Ice City. Who would not be envious of such income? Now, witnessing this lavish fortune, a portion is finally set to come their way. Many cultural and tourism bureaus promptly express their intentions. Arrangements are already in place. Our primary focus is on being receptive to advice. Soon, a series of promotional videos were disseminated. Initially, it was just the cultural and tourism bureaus from other cities in northeast China. The Orichan people are emerging. The Hezhe people have arrived. Ice City, here we come. Friends from the Xingho Korean ethnic township in Jimusi City will soon arrive in the Ice City to meet with tourists from across the nation. Ice City, we are coming too. As the scale of participation grew, even cultural and tourism bureaus from other provinces, which had initially not planned to involve themselves, could not resist the temptation and began their promotions. The Yi brothers and sisters have set off. Ice City, we are coming. The Uyghurs are also on their way. Tourists from all over the country, we will meet you in the Ice City. Simultaneously, we welcome everyone to visit and explore our hometown. The Zhuang people are joining us as well. However, we lack winter attire for our ethnic costumes. So we kindly ask the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of the Ice City to take care of us. Let us ensure no one gets frostbite. As various cultural and tourism bureaus and ethnic minorities appeared, the comments section erupted once more. No way. They really went. Is this for real? And there are so many ethnic groups, many of which I have never even heard of. This time, even many southern compatriots, just like the local residents of the Ice City before, were taken aback. What? I haven't even seen them locally. And you tell me they went to the Ice City first? Why are they only arranging this after the New Year's Day? I was just about to leave the Ice City. Oh, what a pity, I missed it again. This one do. If there's another opportunity, I must return. Opening a panorama of mountains and rivers, brothers and sisters dance. Initially uninterested in the snowy scenery, but if it is this, the Ice City truly deserves a visit. Now, it has transformed from a popular tourist destination into a grand celebration for the entire nation. It is indeed time to promote our own home situation properly. Previously, one could only glean knowledge from books and songs, but it is far more vivid now. Many of our southern friends are seeing, wow, our country has these too. Thank you, dear Southern Potato. I never anticipated that we, the locals of Ice City, could witness the diverse ethnic minorities from across the nation right from our homes. Alas, let us not dwell on it any longer, for we may soon be overwhelmed. At this moment, even Wang Dawei, who had just stepped down from his position, received this astonishing news. Staring at the promotional videos from various cultural and tourism bureaus around the country, he found himself utterly bewildered. He scarcely had time to change out of his flamboyant coat before he rushed over to Lindong, inquiring without hesitation, "What on earth? You, my friend?" I refrained from commenting when you brought forth the Awenki and Orichan ethnic groups, as they are indeed part of our local minorities. But how on earth did you manage to include minorities from neighboring provinces as well? Lindong, what is your secret? The current state of Ice City, a confluence of ethnic groups from all corners of the country, was beyond Wang Dawei's imagination. The grandeur of such a gathering was truly monumental. What perplexed him most was how Lindong, the head of the publicity department, achieved this feat in response. Lindong merely shook his head and remarked, "I did nothing of the sort. I merely offered a suggestion in private." Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively exclaiming, "Wait a moment. Are you saying that you?" Just then, the elderly Mr. Li let out a sudden huff, startling Wang Dawei into turning around. Mr. Li then spoke slowly, "You understand nothing. The saying goes, those who plant trees will provide shade for future generations. During the early stages of development, our 3 eastern provinces supplied 93 of the nation's total steel consumption and 78 of its power transmission. From the founding of our country until the year 2000, we contributed over 80 of our total output in taxes. Moreover, we supported various regions and cities with substantial amounts of pig iron, non-ferrous metals, steel, coal, timber, crude oil, grains, and more. This is what we refer to as aiding the construction of third-tier cities. Back in those days, nearly 40 of our production capacity in northeast China was diverted to support the development of these cities. Otherwise, with the resources available here, how could we have become a city with depleted resources? How could our esteemed Ice City have fallen to become the provincial capital with the lowest per capita GDP? Their willingness to readily agree is not solely due to wanting to capitalize on the tourism trend. More importantly, they remember our past kindness. We once supported them, and now they are here to support us. Chapter 51. Taking advantage of the situation, are we? Listening to Mr. Li's words, Wang Dawei paused, instinctively asking, "Elder, were you able to hear all of that?" "I may be old, but I am not deaf," Mr. Li retorted. No, I merely meant that the volume here is rather high. I thought you might not hear it," Wang Dawei replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. He then inquired, "So, Elder, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" At my age, satisfaction is rather inconsequential, Mr. Li replied, as he gazed upon the scene before him. Elderly let out a soft sigh. After all, this is a world belonging to the youth now. Yet, he often felt a twinge of concern, fearing that the younger generation had forgotten the lessons of the past. However, it seemed that perhaps his worries were unfounded. Rest assured, Elderly, no one has ever forgotten. Lindong nodded in affirmation. Although everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs and seldom brings such matters to the forefront, deep down, these memories remain etched in their hearts. The bond among gentlemen is as serene as water. Indeed, it is true. Yet, the ties among the various ethnic groups in Longwo run deeper than blood. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of reassurance crossed Elder Li's eyes. He patted Lindong's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Young man, Wang Dawei has not misjudged you. Entrusting many affairs of the Ice City cultural tourism to you was indeed the right choice. However, although the New Year holiday has concluded and the peak tourist season may momentarily subside, many brothers and sisters from other provinces will soon arrive in Ice City. The tasks ahead will surely become even more demanding. We must not only satisfy our tourists, but also ensure the satisfaction of our brothers and sisters from other ethnicities who come to support us. You must continue to strive forward. If you encounter any difficulties that Dawei, this incapable fellow, cannot resolve, do not hesitate to call Xiao Cheng. Feel free to express any needs you may have." Upon hearing Elder Li's words, Wang Dawei's expression instantly brightened with excitement. It is worth noting that in previous years, the budget of the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau was quite constrained. Even though he and Cheng Yun were considered fellow apprentices, no matter how much he pleaded, Cheng Yun remained unyielding. However, one could hardly blame Cheng Yun. It was not that he did not wish to develop the tourism industry in Ice City, but rather that previous efforts to vigorously promote tourism yielded mediocre results. Take, for instance, the Ice and Snow World, which has been an emblem of the city for over 20 years. Aside from the initial few years of profitability, it has incurred losses almost every subsequent year, particularly when the pandemic struck. To safeguard the health of visitors and residents, Ice City resolutely decided to close the Ice and Snow World. That year, the losses were devastating. From that moment on, both Wang Dawei and Cheng Yun faced immense pressure. Local residents could not comprehend why Ice City continued to spend substantial sums each year on a tourist attraction that consistently operated at a loss. Whenever news about the Ice and Snow World surfaced, it was met with a barrage of scathing comments. "I hear the Ice and Snow World has been losing money. It's a city emblem, yet they stubbornly continue to operate it year after year. It would be better to shut it down sooner. Haha, if they close it, where will those officials go to line their pockets? With that money, why not invest in improving people's livelihoods instead of these extravagant projects? They only care about maintaining appearances, utterly indifferent to the struggles of ordinary citizens." The leadership above is equally at a loss. They continue to operate despite annual losses, investing money without yielding results. To cease operations would mean an inability to attract tourists. The local income is already scant. Should the tourism industry fail to flourish, GDP will inevitably decline. Moreover, the ramifications of tourism extend beyond mere economics, encompassing countless related jobs. Without the Ice and Snow World, ice sculptors would be the first to face unemployment. The absence of this attraction would lead to a significant drop in tourist numbers, resulting in taxi drivers losing their livelihoods, delivery personnel facing joblessness, and shop owners suffering losses. Even the elderly vendors at the morning market would struggle to make ends meet, as there are simply not enough lucrative positions available in the Ice City. Is it to be expected that the residents of Ice City should leave their homes to seek work elsewhere? If this is the case, the population will inevitably dwindle further, with capable young individuals relocating to other cities, thus plunging Ice City into a vicious cycle. Therefore, in recent years, both Cheng Yun and Wang Dawei have persevered under immense pressure, resolutely pushing the tourism industry forward, albeit with great difficulty. Now, witnessing the burgeoning success of Ice City's tourism, they finally see the fruits of their labor. Reflecting on this, even Cheng Yun could not suppress a smile. Addressing Lindong, "Despite the challenges, we trust you will exercise sound judgment. Did you hear what the elder said? If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. If my office is unoccupied, feel free to call my personal number. Here it is." With that, he exchanged pleasantries and departed alongside Elderly, watching the two retreat. Lindong couldn't help but smile faintly. Although the past few days have been arduous, filled with numerous projects that have kept both him and his department exceedingly busy, they have finally passed the scrutiny of Elderly. As Elderly exited, Wang Dawei could no longer contain himself and pulled Lindong aside, whispering, "Can you please explain how you managed to initiate so many projects in just 3 days over the New Year's holiday?" Lindong felt a twinge of guilt at Wang Dawei's inquiry. He thought to himself, "I can't possibly admit that I have a system." Hence, he cleared his throat and hastily concocted an excuse. "Ahem, Director, this is all a collective effort, as the saying goes. 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Oh, come off it. I know the capabilities of the people in our department. While they can assist with errands, when it comes to project development and promotion, their combined efforts cannot match your ingenuity," Wang Dawei replied, exasperated. I recognize your knack for creative ideas. But let me reiterate, their assistance is a favor, while their non-assistance is their duty. Although they claim they do not seek compensation, you cannot truly provide nothing, understand? We must establish a reputation not only in the eyes of tourists, but also among businesses. Relying solely on goodwill is not a viable strategy. Do not let it come to a point where, upon investigation, we find that our ice city has merely produced some ice and snow. That would be utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Wang Daoi's words, Lindong nodded and responded, "Rest assured, Director. The time has been rather pressing these past few days, so I have yet to communicate the specifics. I will make sure to address everything individually." With that, Lindong extended his hand, laying it open before Wang Daoi. Observing this gesture, Wang Daoi was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition and instinctively inquired, "What is this for? What else could it be? Did you not mention that we should not shortchange anyone?" Lindong retorted with a hint of irritation. The previous budget was far from sufficient. In that moment, Wang Daoi's mind went blank. "What the? You little rascal. Are you taking advantage of the situation?" Chapter 52. This is not a fleeting moment, but rather the culmination of persistent efforts. Although the sense of being taken advantage of left Wang Daoi somewhat displeased, he could not reject Lindong's earnest gaze. Instead, he replied with a smirk, "I've noticed that sometimes you can be rather insufferable. Fine, fine, I shall allocate an additional budget in advance. Just be frugal with it. In a few days, I will also go to Chongyun to plead poverty." In the next moment, the two exchanged knowing glances. Hee. It must be said that ever since he was playfully urged by tourists to don a flamboyant floral coat and perform the third subject dance, Wang Daoi had completely shed the burdens of his directorial position and was beginning to embrace his true self. He could effortlessly engage with the many jokes shared by tourists and netizens alike. It seems he has come to realize an essential truth. When Ice City holds its visitors in high regard, they will come to experience its allure. As the head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, he must regard tourists as friends. Only then will they reciprocate and offer suggestions to enhance Ice City's tourism industry. Meanwhile, on stage, during a brief intermission, a journalist seized the moment to interview the host, Brother Zwa. "Brother Zwa, what are your thoughts on Ice City's unexpected surge in popularity this year? Is there anything you wish to convey to our visitors and the audience watching on screen?" The journalist was a legitimate reporter, identifiable by the press badge affixed to his down jacket. Upon hearing this question, many visitors in the audience instinctively fell silent. After all, numerous tourists from the southern regions had arrived in Ice City precisely because of its sudden acclaim, drawn by the overwhelming positive reviews circulating online. Curiosity filled the air, prompting several visitors to raise their phones, eager to capture Brother Zwa's response. In addressing the question, Brother Zwa did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Before I respond, I would like to ask the audience a question. Do you know why I am called Brother Zwa?" The moment this question was posed, a wave of laughter erupted from the audience. The rabbit dance. Exactly. When you participate in the rabbit dance, you chant the slogan, left, right, left, right. Indeed, that is why I am known as Brother Zwa. After acknowledging the audience's response with a smile, Brother Zwa continued, "In truth, the rabbit dance is not a novelty of this year. It has existed in previous years, with this year merely adding a vibrant disco element. Many have observed the sudden influx of tourists in Ice City, exclaiming how lively it has become. However, the ice and snow world in previous years was quite desolate. It would not be an exaggeration to say that during its most tranquil moments, there were merely 4 living beings within the park: the gatekeeper, myself, a colleague recording, and a solitary crow. Those times were truly disheartening. Not only was I saddened, but I had to accept that it was not a time of great fortune, but rather a period filled with mockery. I recall frequently sharing videos over several years, yet I had garnered only around 500 followers. The comments beneath my videos were often filled with remarks like, "Haha, you're unemployed again, aren't you?" Or "Haha, your year has gone down the drain." During the years when the park closed, the Ice and Snow World would grant us employees a day to enjoy the attractions with our children, free of charge. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable as there were hardly any visitors, allowing us to indulge in whatever we pleased. Yet, it was undeniably bittersweet, a magnificent place reduced to such solitude. At this juncture, the host, a robust man from the northeast who had tirelessly shouted for several consecutive days, his voice now hoarse and having lost 5 pounds without a single frown, found himself choked with emotion. Meanwhile, many visitors in the audience began to search for the account of Zhuyu. Today, Zhuyu, propelled to fame by the Ice and Snow World's resurgence, saw his follower count soar from just over 500 to an astounding 600,000 in mere days. Soon, some stumbled upon last year's videos, showcasing a small stage and an empty park where, apart from a handful of visitors, Zhuyu and a few staff members were practicing the rabbit dance, which hardly anyone would watch. The Ice and Snow World of that time seemed an entirely different realm compared to its present incarnation. Nonetheless, on the last day of last year's closure, Zhuyu faced the camera and his modest audience of over 500 followers, calmly stating, "The story of this winter has come to an end. Perhaps next winter, the park will be larger, and there will be even more entertainment facilities. Let us await the next winter with great anticipation. Witnessing this stark scene, many visitors were taken aback yet moved. Soon, resounding voices of encouragement emerged from the audience. Zuyugu, you are not unemployed. Your perseverance and dedication are commendable. Thank you for your persistence, Zuyugu. And to all the countless staff members, you have succeeded, and Ice City has thrived. Numerous netizens flocked to the comments section of last year's video, expressing sentiments like, I will come to explore on New Year's Day in 2024. Zuyugu has risen to fame. The ice and snow world is flourishing. Ice City is vibrant. The New Year holiday has concluded, and I too must return. Yet the surprises of Ice City continue. As I previously stated, let us meet again next winter. Ice City. If given the chance, we shall return. On the stage, as he listened to the audience's response, Zuyugu took a deep breath and proclaimed, the brilliance of Ice City unfolds at every moment. It is merely in this instant that such radiance has come to the attention of all. Thus, I firmly believe that Ice City did not achieve its fame overnight. It is certainly not a fleeting phenomenon, as some may claim, but rather a culmination of persistent dedication and passion from countless staff over a decade. Esteemed visitors, remember this. In the days to come, we shall be here awaiting your arrival. We warmly invite tourists from all corners of the nation to explore Ice City. As his words resonated, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience, rekindling the fervor of the atmosphere. Listening to Zuyugu's sentiments, Lindong felt a surge of emotion. Although this year's success was bolstered by many projects he completed with the system's assistance, it was ultimately the steadfast commitment of the local people that played a crucial role. In essence, he merely provided an opportunity. Just as Lindong was reflecting on this, his phone suddenly rang. Answering the call, he heard a colleague from the bureau urgently exclaim, Director Lin, it's bad. There's been an incident. Upon hearing this, Lindong furrowed his brow and inquired, what happened? Speak slowly. The colleague continued, a few foreign journalists have already gone to the ice and snow world, likely stirring up trouble. Ever since the 731 unit crime evidence exhibition gained notoriety, even several professors online, essentially those public intellectuals nurtured by the enemy, have begun to take notice. Foreign journalists? Lindong was momentarily taken aback before quickly grasping the situation. It seemed that the previous events had unsettled them, and now they were poised to create further discord. The voice on the other end hesitated, asking, Director Lin, should we intercept them? At that moment, a slight smile appeared on Lindong's lips. Intercept? Why would we do that? If they wish to observe, let them see as much as they desire. Their urgency only affirms that we are on the right path. Rest assured, no harm will come of it. Chapter 53. The enemy means business. Meanwhile, Wang Dawei, who had overheard this conversation, was momentarily stunned. What is going on? Lindong succinctly explained that some foreign journalists were coming to interview him. In an instant, Wang Dawei's voice escalated by several octaves. Wait, you're letting them in? Don't you know what they did before? Of course, I know, Lindong replied, glancing at the astonished Wang Dawei with a smile. They come here precisely to tarnish our reputation. They are likely intent on taking our words out of context or finding some obscure location to misrepresent us, claiming it embodies Ice City. Then why let them in? Wang Dawei was taken aback. Do you think if we deny them entry, they won't disguise themselves as tourists and continue their smear campaign? Lindong shook his head, clarifying, our best course of action is to remain calm and composed. However, Lindong's reassurances did little to alleviate Wang Dawei's anxiety. Instead, it intensified it. The issue is that while you may think this way, not everyone above shares your perspective. He hurriedly pulled Lindong aside and whispered, you must not idealize people too much. Even among those in higher positions, there are individuals who are nothing more than empty vessels, lacking substance. Not everyone possesses the capability and understanding like Oldley. As long as nothing goes awry, we might be fine, but should a crisis arise, not just you, even Chung Yun and I could very well suffer the consequences. This matter is serious. Have you truly made arrangements? Speak honestly with me. Upon hearing Wang Dawei's words, Lindong paused momentarily before shaking his head and responding candidly, in fact, I have made no arrangements at all. What? Wang Dawei's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling his blood pressure surge. Yet, Lindong spoke the truth. He had already completed all prior arrangements. His confidence in allowing the reporters to enter stemmed from the system providing crucial prompts at this decisive moment. The various projects during the New Year's holiday in Ice City have yielded commendable results. This transformation has been a resounding success. However, the popularity of Ice City has drawn the attention of many ill-intentioned individuals. But fret not, a splendid spectacle is set to unfold soon, so please remain patient. Initially taken aback by the prompts, Lindong felt a rare sense of relief after several days of relentless work, finally receiving a message that did not require his immediate attention. Nonetheless, his curiosity was piqued by the system's mention of a forthcoming spectacle. At that moment, Wang Dawei, overhearing Lindong's admission, was filled with indignation and was about to press further when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a pained expression crossed his face. He gestured to Lindong and retreated to a quiet corner to answer the call. As soon as the line connected, a barrage of scolding erupted from the other end. Wang Dawei, what on earth are you doing? As the head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, how are you conducting affairs? Do you know that the internet is in an uproar? As a dignified official, you even went up to dance? This is dereliction of duty. What kind of decorum is that? And pulling the minority groups into this, what are you thinking? A lack of respect for them. Furthermore, at this time, your publicity department is openly promoting the 731-unit Memorial Hall in front of tourists. What do you mean by that? History is indeed history, but it is in the past. Ice City has just successfully bid to host the Asian Winter Olympics, and yet you create such a scandal? What will our foreign friends, who are preparing to attend next year's Winter Games, think? What will foreign tourists and athletes think? Listening to the tirade on the other end, Wang Dawei could only respond with patience. Leader, we are doing this for the reputation of Ice City. The feedback from tourists has been quite positive. Positive, my foot. Aren't you trendy? Go check online. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. As he listened to the furious voice on the other end of the phone, Wang Dawei found himself utterly bewildered. Is the reputation of Ice City truly lacking? Even Lindong, standing nearby, couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire, Director, what seems to be the issue? I don't know, Wang Dawei replied, his mind racing as he began scrolling through his phone in search of answers. To his dismay, he was left in a state of shock. On the final day of the New Year holiday, Ice City remained as vibrant as ever. Yet, in stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere of the ice and snow world, the online sentiment surrounding Ice City had quickly turned sour within a matter of mere hours, if not just half a day. Initially, before the 731-unit crime exhibition gained widespread attention, only a few envious bloggers had sought to diminish Ice City's reputation by making disparaging remarks in a bid to stand out and ride the coattails of its popularity. What sacrifices had been made for Ice City to achieve such overnight fame? Would it all crumble into disarray once the tourists departed? Such evaluations, to be frank, were rather juvenile. Regardless of Ice City's popularity, it was essential for everyone to engage in some self-reflection. However, once the 731-unit crime exhibition became a sensation, particularly upon witnessing throngs of tourists braving the biting cold to queue outside the venue, the naysayers could no longer remain idle. Upon realizing that their attempts to discredit the exhibition by hiring individuals to delete negative comments and utilizing remote journalists were futile, they opted for a different strategy. Basic smear tactics were ineffective. They needed something more sophisticated. Soon enough, various new opinions surfaced online. Some individuals began posting as tourists, claiming, "Are you going to the 731 Memorial Hall? That place is genuinely eerie. Not only does it come with a chilling aura, but after wandering around for a day, you feel utterly drained. I suspect they've intentionally closed the ventilation, leaving you gasping for breath inside. Stepping outside for a few deep breaths of cold air feels like coming back to life. If you're planning a visit, I suggest you rethink your itinerary. There's no need to join the curious crowd." Others began criticizing bloggers who had exposed private messages and deleted posts, declaring, "What a performance. Clearly staged for attention." Nowadays, people will go to any lengths for views. In this era, it's easier to spread rumors than to debunk them. Enough already. Let us move on to the sales. They exclaimed. What is there to discuss? Anyone can create 2 accounts. This method of seeking attention is truly repulsive. Brothers, report them. Lindong merely glanced at the comments and immediately understood the situation. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, it was no longer the work of cheap trolls. They were employing strategic rhetoric. It appeared that the opposition was preparing to take serious action. Chapter 54. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. However, these comments were merely the tip of the iceberg. Soon, the site received numerous reports from users with foreign IP addresses regarding a post that had 3 sections deleted. The post was swiftly removed, the rationale being a violation of community regulations. Moreover, beneath the discussions about Ice City, there were additional comments. Skiing in Ice City pales in comparison to skiing in Hokkaido, the land of cherry blossoms. Indeed, Hokkaido's snow is world-renowned for its light, dry powder, cherished by skiing enthusiasts from all corners of the globe. Recently, I visited Ice City with friends, and to be candid, I was profoundly disappointed. It fell far short of my expectations, as the internet is inundated with promotional content about Ice City. I had envisioned a place adorned with exotic architectural styles, but what I encountered resembled my hometown, with only a few attractions of genuine interest, and, crucially, a complete lack of historical or cultural depth. The landscape was dominated by modern and contemporary buildings. Dare you claim that Ice City is lacking? Speak up. Are you a rarity? Is it rare to point out the flaws of Ice City? What kind of logic is that? To be honest, I initially held a favorable impression of Ice City and the entire Northeast, yet now, voicing a single critique invites scorn. Shortly thereafter, on a microblogging platform, a professor from a Chinese literature department spoke out, lamenting the situation. Why, in a flourishing tourist city, should there be a promotion of the 731-unit War Crimes Memorial? Are you unaware that the Dragon Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation have reconciled? Decades of friendship between the Dragon and the Cherry Blossom have been shattered in Ice City. Your actions will lead the world to perceive the Dragon Nation as a bellicose people. At a time when the globe is propagating the narrative of a dragon threat, you engage in such egregious acts. Ice City, you are a sinner of history. Furthermore, The surge in Ice City tourism has not only captivated domestic audiences, but has also reached international shores. Yet the discourse? Undoubtedly, it is decidedly negative. Numerous foreign media outlets have showcased videos of Dragon Nation citizens visiting the 731-unit War Crimes Memorial, conducting interviews with foreigners, who unanimously began to voice their criticisms. This portrayal renders the Dragon Nation populace as terrifying, undeniably aggressive. Indeed, I hesitate to travel to the Dragon Nation, fearing potential incidents. It feels utterly unsafe. Moreover, I have heard that Ice City is set to host the Asian Winter Olympics next year. However, the Olympics embody the spirit of sportsmanship, national pride, and internationalism, symbolizing peace, friendship, and unity. Yet, I struggle to comprehend how Ice City could successfully apply for such an event under the current circumstances. One could succinctly encapsulate the contemporary discourse surrounding Ice City in 2 phrases. It is chaotic, utterly chaotic. The entirety of Northwest Gene has descended into turmoil, a tangled mess. The crux of the matter is that, as an official entity, Ice City is utterly incapable of managing these issues. The reason is simple. No city is flawless. Imperfections and deficiencies are inherent. Ice City, too, possesses its own shortcomings. Previous instances of overt defamation are merely trivial matters. At most, one might resort to posting negative reviews or spending a bit of money to erase certain posts. However, a more sophisticated form of manipulation has emerged. It is evident that the neighboring country has begun to exert its influence. Indeed, they are employing rhetorical strategies. What is rhetoric? It involves deliberately misrepresenting the 731-unit evidence exhibition hall as a 731-unit memorial hall, thereby whitewashing its name. This is referred to as desensitization training. If the issue of deleting 3 posts cannot be resolved, then the focus shifts to addressing the individuals responsible for the problem. Precisely, it is the blogger who initially exposed private messages. By directly associating them with slander, opportunism, and other negative labels, their reputation is tarnished, leading others to dismiss their words. This is known as turning the tables. Criticizing the shortcomings of Ice City, the few flaws are exaggerated, creating an atmosphere that positions Ice City as inferior to other locales. This is an example of hasty generalization. Whenever a visitor perceives flaws in Ice City and voices their opinions online, they are immediately transformed into a local IP, masquerading as a native and unleashing unwarranted vitriol upon unsuspecting tourists, resulting in a loss of goodwill towards the Northeasterners and achieving a divide between the northern and southern regions of the nation. This is referred to as reverse impersonation. Subsequently, a spurious pretext is concocted, such as claiming that friendship between Long and Sakura has been irrevocably damaged, suggesting that Ice City is unworthy of hosting the Asian Winter Olympics. This is known as labeling. While these rhetorical strategies may appear simple, their impact is far more astounding than previous forms of defamation. Many unsuspecting onlookers can easily be misled. Even high-ranking officials, often concerned with maintaining a favorable appearance, will undoubtedly hold this matter against those involved. After all, for many in power, the aim is to avoid mistakes rather than seek achievements. Consequently, Wang Dawei finds himself in a state of exasperation. What is more troubling is that even Lindong seems to be at a loss for solutions. He cast a glance at Lindong and could not help but sigh. It now appears that the few journalists are not the primary concern. The real fear lies in the possibility of continued pressure from above. Therefore, the forthcoming developments are bound to be fraught with challenges. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dawei hastily sought assistance. He sent a message on his phone. Lumao. Public opinion can tarnish gold. Moments later, Lumao replied, not with lengthy discourse, but with a simple line of poetry. The calls of the monkeys on both banks cannot cease, as the light boat has passed through myriad mountains. Meanwhile, several foreign journalists with ulterior motives have taken their positions within the ice and snow world. In front of the cameras, they exhibit a remarkable level of professionalism from the outset. This is BBC News. The sudden surge in Ice City's tourism industry does not reflect the resurgence of the nation's economy. Rather, it is a harbinger of impending collapse. The people of Long have no funds to travel abroad. They can only afford comparatively cheaper domestic travels. Furthermore, it is known that the local government of Ice City allocates substantial funds annually to construct these aesthetically pleasing yet feudal ice sculptures aimed at deceiving tourists, rather than providing relief for the impoverished and homeless. On the streets, one can observe numerous individuals drifting aimlessly, homeless and destitute. Meanwhile, in a bid to augment local tourism revenue, the local government of the Ice City has resorted to coercing indigenous minorities to perform in the frigid weather. Furthermore, they assign special personnel to masquerade as tourists, portraying minorities from other regions, only to take the stage and perform. Those so-called minorities are undoubtedly actors they have arranged in advance. It is evident how utterly incompetent, corrupt, and tyrannical the local government is. Coupled with the BBC's distinctive somber filter, the atmosphere becomes palpable. However, just as several journalists became increasingly animated in their discourse, they noticed an abrupt silence descend over the audience at the ice and snow world. Even the music ceased. On stage, a host named Zhuyu Gu took the microphone and remarked, "These folk songs, I wager not everyone is familiar with, right? However, I believe the next song, although also a folk tune, is one everyone will surely know, even if you may not recall having learned it. With that, Zuyugu began to hum a few notes. Ding ding ding. At that moment, not only were the journalists filled with confusion, but even the audience below was perplexed. The tourists were baffled. They could not remember the name or lyrics of the song, yet the melody seemed etched in their very bones. Even the most musically challenged among them could gradually join in the humming. What song is this? It feels so familiar. Yes, I feel I must have sung this before, but the exact lyrics escape me. Wait, no, this seems to be that one. Our teacher used to teach us this in school, and during military training. We all sang it together. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. The victory song is resounding. Yes, this is it. This is the song of the motherland. Now it makes sense why it feels so familiar. In that instant, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Soon, led by the melody, even without background music, thousands of spectators spontaneously began to sing together, singing of our beloved motherland. We march toward prosperity and strength. We are diligent. We are brave. Independence and freedom are our ideals. We have overcome countless hardships to attain today's liberation. We cherish peace. We love our homeland. Whoever dares to invade shall face annihilation. Observing this scene, the foreign journalists, who had intended to continue their disparagement, were left utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be a folk song? Shouldn't the performers take the stage? How could everyone in the audience sing along? Some journalists, in their astonishment, directly approached tourists for inquiries. What is your ethnicity? Are you a minority? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Since you are a minority, how is it that you can sing this song as well? Or did the Ice City government teach you all from the beginning? At this remark, the surrounding tourists burst into laughter. The interviewed tourists glanced at the camera, smirking with disdain, and proclaimed, "Indeed, I am a member of a minority ethnicity, but irrespective of our diverse backgrounds, we share a unifying identity, that of the Chinese nation. As for your inquiry about why we all sing this song, can you guess where we learned it?" At that moment, several foreign journalists were left perplexed. They certainly understood Chinese and recognized the song as an anthem for the motherland, often performed during significant events in the Dragon Nation as ceremonial or opening and closing music. Despite their seemingly foolish remarks, their intent was not ignorance, but malice. After all, tarnishing the image of the Dragon Nation was part of their profession. Yet, the perplexity remained. Why did every visitor here sing along? This was the crux of the matter. To the astonishment of all foreign journalists and international audiences, this was merely the beginning. Unity is strength. This strength is iron. This strength is steel, harder than iron, stronger than steel. As the sun sets in the west, red clouds soar, soldiers take aim and return to camp. Soon, what was initially a lively scene of a winter festival transformed into a chorus of patriotic songs. This spectacle left everyone utterly speechless. It was once presumed that patriotism was a mere platitude, particularly among the younger generation, who were often accused of being a lost generation, brainwashed by various publications and incessantly influenced by so-called intellectuals advocating for freedom and democracy. Little did they know that this so-called lost generation had now raised the banner of resilience. While it was perhaps understandable that everyone could sing the anthem of their homeland, after all, this song was well known both domestically and internationally, earning its title as the de facto second national anthem. How could they all chant unity is strength? And what about as the sun sets in the west, red clouds soar? Where had these young individuals learned such songs? At that moment, someone seemed to recollect something, and a flicker of fear crossed their face. Wait, these songs are reminiscent of the ones taught during military training in the Dragon Nation, aren't they? Military training? What is that? A journalist questioned. In the Dragon Nation, young people practice formations during elementary school, participate in weekly flag-raising ceremonies, and every transition into middle school, high school, and university involves a special event known as military training. This program primarily focuses on basic formations and rudimentary firearm skills. Though often criticized by their own as mere formalities, these seemingly elementary principles are, in fact, invaluable. Formations can enhance mobilization and assembly speed, and the fundamental skills of handling firearms cannot be overstated. Despite currently being tourists from various regions, provinces, ethnicities, ages, professions, and identities within the Dragon Nation, should war ever erupt, they would undoubtedly take up arms and transform into defenders of their homeland. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that they are not merely a disjointed entity, but rather united by a common objective. Upon hearing this, several foreign journalists present simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Soon, they began to alter their narratives. Their rhetoric was as adaptable as their flexible moral standards and professional ethics. Just a moment ago, they were extolling the booming tourism in Ice City as a sign of the impending collapse of the Dragon Kingdom's economy. In the next breath, it transformed into a portrayal of the booming tourism as a means for the Dragon Kingdom to project its military prowess to the world. This segment of video swiftly made its way to foreign networks. In no time, the term Ice City tourism gained traction not only in domestic media, but also on international platforms. As numerous foreigners viewed these videos online, they were filled with curiosity. The most upvoted comment in the section read, "Since military training has already been conducted, why only teach basic firearm usage and drill training? Why not directly cultivate professional soldiers?" The moment this was uttered, the comments section was inundated with question marks. My friend, do you comprehend the implications of what you just stated? The Dragon Kingdom sees over 10 million candidates for college entrance examinations annually, with an additional 10 million soldiers recruited each year. This is no longer merely a theory of threat. It borders on terror. A land power possessing half of the world's steel production, not accounting for their concealed figures. Mastering miniaturization technology for nuclear weapons, maintaining a standing nuclear arsenal and intercontinental missiles, alongside such a vast number of professional soldiers, suggests that the Dragon Kingdom may have encountered extraterrestrial beings. If that day were ever to come, the Americans would hastily invite the Russians to join NATO. As for the fervent discussions taking place online, neither Lindong nor Wang Dawei had any inkling of it. One could even say, who could have predicted the situation would escalate to this extent? Initially, Ice City merely aspired to develop its tourism sector and generate revenue for the local economy. However, witnessing the tourists' unwavering unity, Wang Dawei felt a sense of satisfaction, lavishly showering praises. "Lindong, you clever one. How on earth did you come up with this idea? You've truly concealed this from me quite well. Left and right brother didn't divulge a single piece of information to me. Those pesky journalists aimed to sow discord among us, but now they must be bewildered." However, whether those journalists were indeed confounded or not, Lindong remained oblivious. At that moment, he was utterly perplexed. Listening to Wang Dawei's compliments, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Director, you've misunderstood. This wasn't orchestrated by me." "Really? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lindong shrugged helplessly, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Yet, observing the camaraderie among the crowd, Lindong surmised that this must be the splendid spectacle the system had alluded to. As he pondered, time swiftly approached the conclusion of the dance party. However, after the music ceased, Left and Right brother did not hasten to bid farewell to the tourists. Instead, he initiated the daily staple program of the ice and snow world. Don't rush to leave. Take a moment to check if you've misplaced anything. Indeed, you heard it right. It was a lost and found. The intriguing part was that every night, the items in the lost and found were remarkably diverse, including a plush hat resembling a small potato. Who lost the potato peel while dancing? There are children here. Which parent? Your child has dropped something here. Hurry over to the backstage to retrieve it. Some even lost their boyfriends while dancing. What did you lose? I lost my boyfriend. Is that really true? Oh, what is your boyfriend's name? Can you call out to him? I don't know. What? I have never met him, but I am certain that he is a tall, handsome man with a chiseled physique. Wait a moment. Didn't you say we could come here to look for lost items? I am here to find my boyfriend. Is that so strange? However, today's events seem a bit different, even quite ordinary. The host, upon receiving an item from the staff, glanced at it and raised his hand, placing it where all the visitors could see, loudly announcing, "Lost and found. Lost and found. Everyone, check your pockets. Which little potato has lost their phone? It's the one with this colored case. Everyone, please be quiet. Let the owner call out. It would be unfortunate to visit our ice and snow world only to lose your phone." Chapter 56, Pure Love, exclusively for the Dragon Kingdom. Upon realizing this was not about a lost boyfriend, but rather a serious matter concerning a lost phone, the visitors lowered their voices. Before long, someone finally realized their phone was missing and shouted, "Excuse me, that phone is mine." A young girl clad in a pale yellow down jacket and cotton shoes called out from the crowd. The surrounding enthusiastic visitors made way for her to reach the stage. Once on stage and confirming that the phone was indeed hers, she hurriedly bowed and expressed her gratitude, saying, "I'm so sorry. This phone is mine. Thank you. Thank you, everyone." However, just as she was about to take her phone, the host suddenly froze in place. For a moment, both were taken aback. The host glanced at the girl before looking at the audience, hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Wait a moment. I have something to say. Just now, to confirm whose phone it was, I looked at the screensaver." He continued, "The content of this girl's screensaver deeply moved me. It read, 'Pure Love. Exclusively for the Dragon Kingdom.'" These 8 words, uttered aloud, momentarily silenced the crowd. Many were reminded of a poignant memory. These words were penned in a diary by a young soldier who, at the tender age of 18, sacrificed his life due to conflicts at the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Perhaps it was coincidence, but it felt more like destiny. The moment those 8 words appeared in the bustling ice city, on the stage of ice and snow world, they did not seem out of place. Rather, the immediate reaction from the audience was one of deep emotion and admiration. In an instant, the voices of many filled the audience. "Well done, young lady. A strong youth equates to a strong nation. Perhaps the distance in time from our martyrs feels insurmountable, rendering their sacrifices intangible to us. Yet, this is a matter that is strikingly close. We have never truly lived in a secure world. We merely inhabit a secure nation. The homeland remembers, the people remember, the mountains remember, and the waters remember. We shall not forget the sacrifices made. Zuyugo, ISNT their large screen? Let us display this wallpaper on it. Indeed, let everyone see. We have not forgotten. The enthusiasm that had just dimmed was reignited by this wallpaper. At that moment, several foreign reporters broadcasting live finally realized the gravity of the situation, hastily attempting to shield the camera with their bodies to prevent their audience from witnessing the unfolding scene. Alas, it was too late. Soon, the vibrant 5-star red flag appeared on the large screen behind the dance stage of the ice and snow world, accompanied by the 8 resounding characters, pure love, only for the Dragon Nation. In an instant, this scene traversed the ocean at the speed of light, appearing on the morning news broadcasts of major foreign media outlets. The international community was once again set ablaze. Simultaneously, the phrase dominated the trending topics domestically. Unbeknownst to Lindong, the events occurring abroad were far from his awareness. The next morning, he rose early. The New Year's holiday had concluded. Yet the work at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City was far from over. At the train station, Lindong personally drove Lu Miao Miao away. Before departing, Lu Miao Miao lowered her head, fixated on the gaps between the tiles, and quietly inquired, "I'm leaving now. Do you have anything you wish to say?" Lindong paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "Wishing you a safe journey. Please take care on the road. It has been a pleasure collaborating during this time, and I look forward to our next partnership." At that instant, the anticipation in Lu Miao Miao's expression turned to bitterness. Was it merely a collaboration after all? Yet, she was not particularly surprised by his response. Especially during these past few days of the New Year holiday, she had heard much from other staff members at the Bureau. The rumored youngest section chief of the Bureau was said to possess remarkable abilities and an impressive background, and even the legendary Mr. Li held him in high regard. Yet, for someone like him, even discussions of marriage would likely require a match of equals, wouldn't it? Contemplating this, she could only force a smile, more painful than tears, and said, "All right, perhaps fate will bring us together again. Goodbye." Watching Lu Miao Miao's departing silhouette, Lindong shook his head helplessly. Although they had known each other for only half a month, he had sensed an underlying affection from her. She was indeed a good girl. Unfortunately, Lindong felt little in return. Casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, he quickly drove back to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, where many matters awaited his attention. However, this time, before Lindong could step into the office, he was intercepted by Engineer Liu. "Director Lin, please wait a moment before entering." "What's the matter?" Lindong was taken aback. "Someone from the Provincial Bureau has arrived and is reportedly furious about yesterday's incident. Moreover, you are late. If you go in now, you will undoubtedly face criticism. The director previously covered for you, stating that you were occupied with an important task and would be delayed. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid the situation for now." Upon hearing this, Lindong's brow furrowed slightly. Someone from the Provincial Bureau? Could it be about what happened yesterday? He recalled how Wang Dawei was thoroughly berated, unable to even defend himself. It was evident that the opposing party held a significant position. However, status does not necessarily equate to intelligence or integrity, particularly in that era. Many individuals who traveled abroad on public funds, influenced by their upbringing and education, continued to perceive the distant shores as the beacon of freedom, even exhibiting tendencies reminiscent of the Empress Dowager Cixi, measuring China's resources to curry favor with foreign powers. Of course, such individuals would not dare to act overtly, but were adept at undermining those beneath them while feigning compliance. With this thought, Lindong could not suppress a sigh, patting Engineer Liu on the shoulder with a serious tone. "It seems the enemy lurks within our ranks." At that moment, a system notification appeared before Lindong. "The series of measures you implemented in Ice City has been deemed excessively radical by higher authorities. In response to the criticism and scrutiny, you have the following options. 1. Compromise for the sake of your career. Effect: you secure your future, but the popularity of Ice City will gradually decline as a consequence of your choice. 2. Uphold your principles with dignity. Effect: under pressure from the opposing party, your subsequent actions will be fraught with challenges. While Ice City's popularity may rise slightly, the opportunity for explosive success will vanish and your ascent will be halted, leaving no room for advancement. 3. Confront their criticism boldly. Laugh heartily as you exit, declaring that you are not one to be trifled with. Although this may lead to the end of your career prospects, possibly relegating you to the archives, a turning point may yet arise in a critical moment. Effect: you will receive assistance from a benefactor." Gazing at the notification, Lindong was momentarily stunned. "What? You want me to confront them boldly? Is that truly permissible? If I end up in the archives, I'll be stuck with that Zhao Ming fellow." To be candid, were this advice offered by a real person, Lindong would not hesitate to slap them twice and retort, "That old man is quite sinister. I wouldn't trust you for a second." Yet, the system's prompts had always proven remarkably accurate, even predicting the events of the previous day. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Lindong chose to place his faith in the system. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Wang Dawei was being reprimanded. Work? What could possibly be more important than this meeting? Bringing out the minorities to perform, even reenacting the third subject. Was that your idea? Promoting the memorial for the 731 units atrocities. Was that your suggestion too? In pursuit of popularity, he truly employs every conceivable tactic. But do you understand the consequences this may entail? Currently, there is a widespread discourse promoting the notion of a Dragon Nation threat. and your actions are akin to handing a knife to foreign powers. Not far away, a rotund, balding middle-aged man became increasingly agitated as he spoke. Just then, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone instinctively turned to the sound. And there stood Lindong, expressionless as he entered. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the enraged middle-aged man and uttered words that caused everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. "Oh yes, it's me. What is the matter? Damn it." Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. Just a moment ago, Wang Dawei had been wearing a forced smile and whispering softly, but now he stared wide-eyed, struggling to believe his ears. To insult a superior is not an uncommon occurrence. After all, some individuals truly lack competence and relish in posturing. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this was an open confrontation, not merely a private reproach, but a public denouncement in broad daylight, before an audience. This transcended mere insults. It was a deliberate affront to authority. What exacerbated the situation was that the conference room was not solely populated by municipal officials. Many were from the provincial bureau as well. In an instant, Wang Dawei felt a chill seep into his heart. This was serious. Such an overt insult could hardly be brushed aside or minimized. Amidst the shock and disbelief, Wang Dawei felt a flicker of confusion. Something was amiss. Lindong typically handled matters quite well. Why had he suddenly adopted such an aggressive demeanor? Simultaneously, as Lindong's fiercely abrasive words reverberated through the office like thunder, the other attendees were momentarily stunned into silence before an uproar ensued. Particularly, several deputy directors, who were more senior and seasoned, immediately leapt to their feet to admonish him. "Lindong, what do you think you're doing? You insufferable wretch. Do you even realize whom you are insulting? That is the Deputy Minister of the Provincial Bureau of Culture and Tourism's Publicity Department. What is wrong with you this early in the day? Have you lost your senses? You should promptly apologize to Minister Wang. Minister Deng, please do not take offense. This fellow has likely been overwhelmed with work lately, and his mind is not quite clear. Please do not hold it against him." The deputy directors and section chiefs were not trying to absolve Lindong. Rather, they understood that the rotund middle-aged man before them was, to a certain degree, the direct superior of the Ice City Bureau of Culture and Tourism. This bureau is a unique governmental entity, overseen by both the Ice City government and the Provincial Bureau of Culture and Tourism's Publicity Department, albeit with different areas of jurisdiction. In simpler terms, when the City Bureau is in need of funds, personnel, equipment, or venues, it turns to the city government. For instance, if Wang Dawei notices a shortage of funds, he would immediately approach Cheng Yun to lament his plight. However, when it comes to the work content, such as organizing large-scale events, one must apply to the Publicity Department of the Provincial Culture and Tourism Bureau. If the Publicity Department disapproves, even if everything else is prepared, the event cannot proceed. For instance, the Publicity section of the city's Culture and Tourism Bureau, where Lindong currently works, frequently reviews and responds to activity applications from various communities. It can be said that once one offends this individual, everyone in the Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau will face dire consequences. At this moment, Minister Deng, who had just been scolded by Lindong, turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling that of a liver. He never anticipated that as a dignified deputy director, having just arrived at the city's Culture and Tourism Bureau, he would be chastised in such an unrestrained manner by a youth. It is worth noting that during meetings, those around him always wear smiles, eager to curry favor, terrified of offending him. Infuriated, he trembled as he pointed a finger at Lindong, stammering, "Why you?" Yet before he could gather his thoughts, Lindong seized the opportunity to speak. Observing the group around him, eager to display their worth to their superior, Lindong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "What am I? As the esteemed head of the Publicity Department, you cannot even articulate your thoughts? Oh, I almost forgot. You are merely a deputy director. Is a meeting more important than actual work? How dare you utter such words? Do you think merely convening meetings can attract tourists? Can it ensure that visitors have an enjoyable experience? I often wondered why Ice City has been vigorously developing its tourism industry in recent years, yet has seen little progress. It turns out it is you, this worthless creature, who is holding us back. Do you know what this is called? It is known as an incompetent commander leading to the demise of the entire army. What of my 731 unit war crime exhibit? This is the basic conscience of every citizen of the Dragon Country. Your relentless efforts to obstruct our publicity efforts reveal your true intentions. What is it? After years of serving as deputy director, are you no longer a citizen of the Dragon Country? Do you intend to turn your back on the people? Or have you accepted bribes from the foreign ministry of the Little Devils? Is this intentional?" Lindong spoke rapidly, leaving everyone stunned by his words, especially the question, "Do you intend to turn your back on the people?" Wang Dawei instinctively paused, muttering to himself, "Isn't this a phrase from Old Li?" However, when he heard the final query about accepting money from the foreign ministry of the Little Devils, he was taken aback. He quickly interjected, "Lindong, don't be ridiculous. You cannot say such things carelessly." This time, Wang Dawei's intervention was not merely to stop Lindong, but genuinely to protect him. The reason was simple. Even if one openly criticized a leader's incompetence, it would merely indicate a conflict or lack of emotional intelligence. likely resulting in some reprimand or minor repercussions. However, to suggest that someone had accepted money from the neighboring Little Devils could provoke an investigation from the provincial review team. Better safe than sorry, at that point. At least one of them might end up in serious trouble. Either Lindong would face accusations of slander, or Minister Deng had indeed accepted bribes. Thus, it was at this critical juncture that Wang Dawei intervened vocally. Meanwhile, Deng Chun, beside him, was so incensed by the conversation that his blood surged, leading him to slam the table and exclaim, "You insolent brat! Do not slander recklessly. I warn you, if this continues, you shall no longer work here." His words were undoubtedly assertive. As the head of the Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism, he wielded the authority to appoint and dismiss departmental officials. However, unbeknownst to others, beneath his seemingly furious demeanor lay a flicker of discernible panic upon hearing Lindong's remark. For he had indeed accepted a substantial bribe not long ago from a local businessman named Zhao, who merely required him to accomplish one task. That task pertained to Lindong. It was rumored that Zhao's son was on the brink of becoming the head of the publicity department at the bureau, only to have his position snatched away by none other than Lindong, who had relegated Zhao's son to the archives of the bureau. Consequently, Deng Chen's visit, ostensibly to oversee operations and reprimand Wang Dawei, concealed his true intention of targeting Lindong. Nevertheless, Lindong's recent performance had been exceptionally remarkable, leaving Deng Chun without any incriminating evidence. To his surprise, upon meeting him, Lindong erupted in anger. In that moment, Deng Chen's heart leaped with joy. Prior to this encounter, he had conducted a background check and discovered that this individual had no substantial connections. He had entered the bureau without any introductions, having passed the entrance examination on his own, starting from the most basic clerk position. With this realization, Deng Chen exhaled in relief, initially believing that the esteemed Mr. Li had some familiarity with Lindong. It now appeared that Mr. Li's appearance yesterday was merely to seek Wang Dawei. Had Lindong truly been related to Mr. Li, this matter would likely have become considerably more complicated, especially in the absence of any leverage. However, now he mused with a cold smirk. Dare you still insult me? What backing do you possess? Chapter 58. Difficult to handle? If it is difficult, then let it remain undone. With this thought, Deng Chen slammed the table once more and declared angrily, Lindong, you are utterly disrespectful. You refuse to cooperate with work. With baseless accusations, you slander your colleagues. I believe you are now unfit to hold the position of head of the publicity department at the Bureau of Culture and Tourism in Ice City. I hereby announce, in my capacity as the Deputy Director of the Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism's Publicity Division, your dismissal from this position, effective immediately. You are to retreat to the archives and organize the documents. Reflect upon your actions. Upon hearing these words, Lindong's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, it was the archives. Zhao Ming was stationed there. Lindong had heard on his first day in the publicity department that Zhao Ming had connections. It was clear now that the opposition was targeting him for a reason. Following Deng Chen's pronouncement, the others in the office were taken aback. For what Lindong could surmise, they too had reached similar conclusions. However, initially, none had anticipated that Zhao Ming could leverage connections within the provincial ranks. In an instant, many cast sympathetic glances toward Lindong. Even the department heads who usually hold Lindong in high regard found themselves lowering their heads slightly upon witnessing the scene, internally lamenting the youthful exuberance displayed. Indeed, if the criticism had been merely verbal, devoid of any personal insults, even if Mr. Deng harbored ill intentions, it would have been impossible for him to reassign Lindong to the archives. Alas, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he now possesses leverage against Lindong. At the same time, Wang Dawei, who overheard this exchange, was taken aback. Initially, in the face of criticism, he had hoped to mitigate the situation, to shrink a major issue into a minor one. However, as soon as Lindong entered, he launched into a tirade. This left the situation irreparably damaged, culminating in the current predicament. Yet, upon hearing of Lindong's transfer to the archives, Wang Dawei suddenly grasped the underlying truth. How naive he had been, initially believing that Lindong was acting out of concern for the image of Ice City, particularly with the upcoming Asian Winter Games in mind. To his astonishment, it was purely personal vendetta at play, reflecting on the recent period, during which Lindong had worked diligently to showcase a thriving side of Ice City. Wang Dawei felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he realized that Lindong had been unceremoniously relegated to the archives, facing the same fate as Zhao Ming. In that moment, he felt a profound sadness. Why should the diligent be targeted and suffer such a fate? What justification is there for good individuals to be treated with disdain? After a moment of silence, Wang Dawei seemed to have resolved to take a stand. He turned to Deng Chun and unexpectedly spoke up. Deputy Minister Deng, this situation seems rather inappropriate, does it not? What? Do you have an issue? Are you unwilling to cooperate with the work? Deng Chun, reveling in Lindong's misfortune, wore a smug expression. The satisfaction derived from wielding such power over another's career was immeasurable. However, he failed to notice that Wang Dawei's initial respect had vanished, replaced by genuine indifference and disdain. To dismiss the efforts and achievements of his subordinates merely because they voiced a dissenting opinion was a grave oversight. This year alone, the tourism revenue during the New Year holiday for the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau approached $6 billion, and the booming tourism sector had created numerous job opportunities for locals, enabling many to earn a living and enjoy a prosperous new year. And what of you, Deputy Minister Deng? To you, the livelihood of the citizens of Ice City seems inconsequential, does it not? Frankly, I now find myself believing that Lindong's criticisms were not unwarranted. When I respected you, I referred to you as Deputy Minister Deng, but now, I can only express one sentiment. Damn it. Each word from Wang Dawei was articulated with precision, resonating like a hammer striking the chests of everyone present, including Deng Chun. The director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau had openly lashed out. What was happening? In that moment, Deng Chun was utterly stunned. Wasn't it said that Lindong had no backing? Why then was Wang Dawei also stepping into the fray? However, upon being scolded by Wang Dawei, the temper that had just begun to settle within him surged once more. This was no mere junior staff member. He was, in fact, the subordinate closest to him in name. Instinctively, he felt the urge to reprimand again. Wang Dawei, have you lost your mind? Oh, do you wish to use the same pretext to have me removed? Wang Dawei sneered. Deng Chun, do not forget that your authority extends only to appointing or dismissing departmental officials, while I am the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. If you intend to rid yourself of me, you must first consult with Li Lao and Mayor Chung to see if they concur. Of course, I know that someone as petty as you won't let this matter rest, and when you return to the Provincial Bureau, you will undoubtedly try to undermine me in secret. Therefore, there is no need for your interference. With that, Wang Dawei took out a pen and paper, swiftly beginning to write at the desk. Soon, he forcefully slammed the completed document before Deng Chun, exclaiming in anger, "Today, I am applying for a transfer, not to another bureau, but to the archives of our Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The greatest contributor to the recent tourism boom can be relegated to the archives by your mere word. I believe that even as a director, serving in the archives is not beneath me. When you decide to reinstate Lindong, only then may you summon me again." With those words, Wang Dawei strode out, leaving the office in utter shock. Meanwhile, the news of Lindong's demotion to the archives quickly spread throughout the various departments of the Municipal Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Initially, many were hesitant to believe it, as Lindong's contributions were evident to all. It wasn't until someone revealed the truth that disbelief turned to understanding. Haven't you heard? He directly berated the head of the Provincial Bureau's publicity department. How could he not be dismissed? Sai Lin, oh Lin, so young and yet so reckless. Sometimes, patience brings tranquility, and taking a step back opens vast horizons. What a pity indeed. The Ice City tourism had just begun to flourish. What will happen next? Additionally, several ethnic minorities from other provinces have begun reaching out to us. What shall we do now? Soon, Zhao Ming in the archives learned of this news as well. Upon seeing Lindong enter, a smug smirk appeared on his face. The incident with the hovercraft had cost him dearly, and during his time in the archives, his sole hope was not to escape, but to witness Lindong's downfall. Finally, he awaited this opportunity. The moment Lindong pushed the door open, Zhao Ming immediately began with his sarcastic remarks. "Oh, is this not the illustrious head of the publicity department, Lin? What brings you to our archives today? Surely someone of your caliber cannot be reduced to working in the archives. That would be quite the injustice, wouldn't it?" Hearing Zhao Ming's derisive words, Lindong merely cast him a fleeting glance, retorting coolly, "After all this time, I had hoped you might have gained some wisdom. Yet, it appears a dog's mouth cannot yield ivory." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ming was instantly filled with indignation, unable to restrain himself as he exclaimed, "Ha, still feeling proud, are we? This archive room is easy to enter, but exiting is quite another matter. Who would have thought that the esteemed section chief Lin would find himself in such a predicament? Perhaps this is fate at play?" Before Zhao could finish his sentence, another individual pushed the door open, Wang Dawei. Wang Dawei, with a stoic expression, glanced at the two before placing down the items he carried and said, "Clear a space for me." Zhao Ming was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed that the focus was solely on Lindong? Why was Wang Dawei also brought into the archive room? Lindong, standing nearby, was equally stunned and instinctively inquired, "That director? You were also ousted?" "No." Wang Dawei replied slowly. "He wished to remove me, but he lacks the authority to do so. I requested the transfer myself. Primarily, after much contemplation, I found your criticisms to be exceedingly valid, thus I couldn't help but join in. However, I must admit, it is indeed quite satisfying." At that moment, observing Wang Dawei's nonchalant departure, Deng Chun was utterly bewildered. For Wang Dawei's actions clearly indicated one thing. Should anyone wish to target Lindong, they must first contend with me. The crux of the matter was, who exactly was Wang Dawei? A favored disciple of old Master Li, with a mentor who was the city mayor, Cheng Yun. Their stature granted them considerable influence within the province. Instantaneously, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Deng Chun's forehead. He had not intended to escalate the situation, especially since he possessed incriminating material. Shortly after Wang Dawei's departure, Deng Chun's phone rang. It was a call from someone in the province. He hurriedly answered, eager to provide an explanation, only to be met with furious shouts and roars from the other end. Trouble? If it's troublesome, then don't bother. Go explain it to old Master Li yourself. What? You can't explain? Then you can join them in the archive room. If they don't come out, you don't come out either. Upon hearing this, Deng Chun collapsed onto the sofa in utter despair. Wasn't it said that this fellow had no background? How had it escalated to this point? Chapter 59, What of Threats? Are we to prepare to concede land and pay compensation? Meanwhile, in the heart of Bing City, within a traditionally designed, elegant Chinese garden, the afternoon sun poured into the courtyard. Old Master Li, attired in a simple Tang suit, leisurely reclined in a Zeton wooden armchair, delicately holding a finely crafted walnut, gently rubbing it while humming a tune, exploring the clear water river. Though his voice bore the rasp of age, it resonated with charm, harmonizing with the strains of Peking opera emanating from an old radio nearby, mingling beautifully with the chirping of birds outside. The retired life of the veteran cadre was indeed one of monotony. Observing old Master Li's serene demeanor, a young woman nearby couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It appeared that Grandpa was in quite good spirits today. Just a few days prior, his countenance had been as dark as a storm cloud. Yet after a day out yesterday, he now seemed so cheerful. Uncle Chung, what kind of potion have you given Grandpa this time? Not far away. Chung Yun chuckled and shook his head. Oh, Xiao Yu, you have truly misunderstood us this time. We lack the ability to concoct such a potion for your grandfather. With those discerning eyes of his, he can see right through us. Haven't you noticed how that fellow Wang Dawei has become rather subdued in your grandfather's presence? That is indeed the case, she replied. Thus, we are not capable of such tricks. After pondering for a moment, Chung Yun spoke again. It is a young man from the Bureau, from the Cultural and Tourism Department. This year, tourism in Ice City has surged, and he is the one orchestrating it all. Initially, the old gentleman was somewhat displeased, believing that the youth today often act recklessly. So, he inquired about it, and you must have heard about it. Ah, Uncle Chung. Are you referring to the events on the last day of the holiday? Upon hearing this, Liu suddenly realized. I do have some recollection of that. The Awenki tribe descending the mountains, the exhibition hall of the 731 units crimes, the opening of Ice City Industrial University, and the grand choir at the Ice and Snow World in the evening, right? As she spoke, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. So all of these ideas originated from one person? Indeed, Chung Yun nodded. To be frank, his actions were somewhat excessive. I suspect someone from the provincial office will be paying him a visit soon. Ah, but doesn't he have Uncle Wang to back him up? And isn't Uncle Wang aided by you and my grandfather? There shouldn't be any major issues, right? Liu smiled. Not so simple. If someone raises a red flag, we will have to adhere to the necessary procedures, Chung Yun replied with a wry smile. However, given that it is currently a busy time for the Cultural and Tourism Department, it would be best to avoid such matters. If they can't find me, they will naturally have no recourse. It's no wonder you've been frequenting this area these past few days, Uncle Chung, Liu remarked with a laugh. The King of Hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are troublesome, Chung Yun shook his head. The issue is that many individuals now are those who studied abroad on government scholarships in the past, and they have been indoctrinated by the ideals of the Lighthouse Nation. That may be true, but nowadays, the youth do not fall for such notions, Liu chuckled. Uncle Chung, you might not be aware, but the events at the Ice and Snow World last night have garnered attention not only domestically, but abroad as well. Really? It has gained traction abroad? Chung Yun was momentarily taken aback. He was completely unaware of this development, yet he trusted Liu's words. As the granddaughter of Li Leoi, she had always excelled academically, harboring lofty aspirations. She studied at the International Relations Institute in Longhua and later pursued further studies abroad for 2 years. Recently, she passed the preliminary examination, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would soon join the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Longhua, starting from a modest position. After all, the ministry is a realm teeming with talent. Despite this, Chung Yun remained puzzled. Why would such an ordinary video gain popularity abroad? The reason was straightforward. Liu began to analyze. Some individuals could exploit this video for their own agenda, such as the narrative of the Longwa threat. Upon hearing this, Chung Yun let out a cold laugh and replied, a threat? So what? Could it be that they wish to repeat the actions of the Eight-Nation Alliance, compelling us to cede territory and pay reparations? Certainly not. The vitriol they spew is not intended to defame us. Liu replied calmly, explaining that their actions are, in fact, aimed at courting other weaker nations in the world, thereby isolating our dragon nation. For instance, consider our neighboring countries, the land of cherry blossoms and the land of kimchi. Uncle Chung, what do you think their thoughts would be upon witnessing such a scene? It goes without saying, they would be filled with fear, Chung Yun responded without a moment's hesitation. The more they fear us, the more eager they will be to act as lapdogs to the Lighthouse Nation, which is precisely their objective. Liu smiled as she continued. Thus, I suspect that the recent events in Ice City will not merely become an internal matter for our dragon nation, but will gradually evolve into a diplomatic incident, reminiscent of their previous slanders regarding our treatment of ethnic minorities. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, their phones rang almost simultaneously. Li Yu and Cheng Yun exchanged a brief glance of surprise before swiftly turning away to answer their calls. Moments later, Cheng Yun erupted into a tirade of curses. What? They've transferred Lindong to the archives? ISNT that where that scoundrel Xiaoming resides? Who the hell did that? Does he not realize that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau is currently inundated with work? What about Wang Dawei? What is he doing? What? Wang Dawei also applied to go to the archives. He won't come out unless Lindong is released. Oh, it's that old Ku Jingchun. ISNT it. After enduring decades in his original position, he finally clawed his way into a leisurely vice-ministerial role, and he genuinely believes he wields some authority? I'm not attending any of his meetings. He has no right to transfer personnel. Damn it. What? Lindong started cursing directly, and Wang Dawei joined in afterward? What on earth? As he listened to the responses on the other end of the line, Cheng Yun felt utterly bewildered. Everything was in chaos. What in the world is happening? At that moment, he felt a tumult of emotions, amusement mixed with annoyance and a hint of exasperation. On one hand, he admired Lindong and Wang Dawei's audacity. After all, he had crossed paths with Zheng Qin numerous times over the years, and he was all too aware of the man's true nature. He had mentally berated him countless times, but had never voiced it aloud. Yet these two had acted on what he had long wished to do. However, the headache lay in the fact that, despite a significant decrease in tourist numbers following the New Year holiday, the upcoming student break would still see a surge in visitors, leaving the Cultural and Tourism Bureau with a mountain of work. With Wang Dawei and Lindong now in the archives, it was likely that the Bureau was in an uproar. The problem was that the situation had escalated to such a degree that both parties might find it difficult to back down. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yun decided to seek the opinion of Old Master Li. Chapter 60: The Greatest Background of the Dragon Nation. In the study, upon hearing Cheng Yun's report, Old Master Li fell into a brief silence before responding. Zheng Chun is not a significant issue. He has already reached out to me through intermediaries, likely hoping I would intervene as a mediator. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yun was momentarily taken aback. Have you agreed? No. As the elderly gentleman concentrated intently on his calligraphy, he casually responded, I never even answered the call. Now, realizing the gravity of the situation, did he not consider the consequences when he reassigned Lindong? The old man spoke slowly, accustomed to wielding power and influence. Now he finds himself in a predicament. Let him find a way out. However, Cheng Yun hesitated, caught between words. If you have something to say, then speak it, he urged. The current situation is likely more complex than it appears. Did Lindong not previously invite minority groups from across the nation to Ice City under the auspices of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? They had already agreed to come. And now, with the Bureau lacking personnel, I fear the repercussions. I understand, but Lindong will find a solution, the old man replied. Does he not have your contact information? Has he reached out to you? He inquired nonchalantly. No, Cheng Yun admitted. That clever lad, since he hasn't contacted you. It indicates he hasn't reached a dead end yet. The old man set down his brush, gazing at the characters before him, nodding in satisfaction. Let us await a splendid performance. By the way, make sure to find a moment to present this to Lindong. Cheng Yun instinctively glanced at the table, where two robust lines of cursive were inscribed on the rice paper. The cries of monkeys on both shores echo endlessly. The light boat has already passed through countless mountains. After a moment of silence, Cheng Yun nodded. Meanwhile, in the archives of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Wang Dawei had also made an appearance. Zhao Ming, who had just been reveling in his triumph, was now utterly bewildered. Hadn't his father claimed to have enlisted the help of Deputy Minister Deng from the Provincial Bureau to have Lindong sent to the archives? How did Wang Dawei end up here as well? Was Deputy Minister Deng's influence truly that formidable? Unbeknownst to Zhao Ming, Deng Chun was presently in his office, drenched in cold sweat. What to do? In the office, Deng Chun was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. With Wang Dawei's departure, chaos had erupted within the bureau. The key issue was that even the section chief and deputy director, who had previously been smoothing things over, were now casting him sideways glances. Who didn't know Wang Dawei's rise was supported by none other than the elderly gentleman? To offend him was to offend the old man himself. Why would Wang Dawei choose to jeopardize his future for someone with no connections? Surely, I cannot be the one to apologize to them. As a deputy minister, how could I possibly face them? Damn it, that scoundrel Zhao Lin. What nonsense about having no connections. This is what having no connections looks like. Had I known it would come to this, no sum of money would have persuaded me to agree. In that moment, he could only vent his fury upon those he dared to confront. Yet, the pressing concern was how to extricate the two formidable figures from the archives. Deng Chun instinctively glanced outside, noticing that the entire Cultural and Tourism Bureau was in an uproar. After much contemplation, he finally steeled himself and took a step forward. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. Is it not merely an apology? What is the big deal? A short while later, he found himself standing in the archives. Upon the appearance of Deng Chun, Zhao Ming immediately donned a sycophantic smile, approaching with an air of familiarity. In his heart, he was already elated. Since Deputy Minister Deng had even relegated Wang Dawei to the archives, surely extending a hand to him would be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? With this thought, he even cast a knowing glance at Lindong, his expression brimming with smugness. However, to his utter astonishment, the moment he spoke, Deng Chen's initial reaction was not to acquiesce, but instead to reveal an expression of profound disdain. How absurd. If it weren't for you, would I be in such a subservient position now? Thus, Deng Chen offered Zhao Ming no courtesy, merely glancing at him with a slight frown. What, Uncle Deng? Are we so familiar? At this remark, Zhao Ming's mind went blank. Initially, he did not even register the implication, mistakenly believing Deng Chen had not recognized him, and hastily added, Uncle Deng, it's me, Zhao Ming. You used to drink with my father at the banquet. Upon hearing this, Deng Chen's face turned a shade of green. Was there any difference between this and a self-incrimination? I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else. In that instant, Zhao Ming stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, Deng Chen circumvented him and approached Wang Dawei, taking a deep breath before speaking. Director Wang, I don't mean to presume, but I am no longer a director. I am merely a small administrator in the archives now. Wang Dawei, with his characteristic stubbornness, turned away, casting a sidelong glance and responding with sarcasm. Observing Wang Dawei's attitude, Deng Chen had no choice but to abandon that line of conversation and shifted his gaze to Lindong. Taking another deep breath, he began, Well, Section Chief Lin? I admit my previous oversight. I understand your anger. I believe there were some misunderstandings due to our lack of communication. Yet your contributions to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau are evident to all. Therefore, I hope you can return to your position and continue your work. At these words, Zhao Ming felt as if struck by lightning. How could a deputy minister stoop to such a level with Lindong? It was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Wang Dawei seized the opportunity to mock, Deputy Minister Deng, what you say sounds rather peculiar. Misunderstanding? Were you not the one who transferred Lindong here? And now, within half a day, you want to transfer him back? Do you treat this position as a mere game? My previous considerations were indeed lacking. Just a jest. Currently, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has many tasks at hand, and the colleagues are waiting for both of you to return and take charge, Deng Chen said, forcing a smile despite the twitch of his facial muscles. After all, many tasks had only just begun. They could not afford to let prior efforts go to waste. Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei felt a flicker of temptation. After all, embarrassing Deng Chen was a minor issue, but the tourism of Ice City was of paramount importance. They could not leave the tourists waiting indefinitely. One must consider the greater good. Thus, Wang Dawei instinctively turned his gaze towards Lindong, fully aware that the majority of current projects in Ice City were under Lindong's purview. Only with his consent could matters proceed smoothly. However, Lindong remained silent, his eyes fixated on the screen before him. At that moment, Wang Dawei sensed something amiss. What is this? He exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the remote control to amplify the volume. The screen displayed a live press conference held by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Longhua. At that juncture, a foreign journalist in the audience raised his microphone and posed a question. Minister Wang, I would like to inquire about the viral videos circulating online these past few days, featuring tourists at Ice City's Ice and Snow World collectively singing military songs. Is this an attempt by Longhua to showcase its military prowess? Is it true that Longhua has been training every citizen to be a soldier in preparation for unforeseen circumstances? The room fell into a profound silence. Deng Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the scene unfolding before him. What was merely a booming tourism event in a city had escalated to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The subsequent response from the ministry held paramount significance, as it represented the stance of Longhua's highest authority regarding this incident. After a brief silence following the journalist's inquiry, Minister Wang responded, I believe the focus should not be on the tourists singing, but rather on what was displayed on one young visitor's phone wallpaper that night. It bore the poignant inscription, Pure Love, solely for Longhua. This phrase deeply moved me, for it was penned in the diary of an 18-year-old soldier who sacrificed his life during border skirmishes. Therefore, I would like to invoke a few time-honored sayings from our Longhua to address you. Our people do not believe in the wicked, nor do we fear them. We do not seek trouble, yet we do not shy away from it. When friends arrive, we offer fine wine. Should a wolf approach, it will be met with a shotgun. I am heartened by the flourishing tourism in Ice City and warmly welcome tourists from all over the world to visit our nation. Upon hearing these words, Deng Chen felt a wave of sheer terror wash over him. If the highest echelon supported this, then his predicament was dire. What background could possibly rival this? This was indeed Longhua's most formidable backdrop, with Minister Wang's statements echoing in the chamber. A wave of astonishment rippled through the foreign journalists present. Historically, Longhua's diplomatic policies often employed subtlety and finesse, rarely manifesting in such direct confrontation. Even when faced with sharp inquiries during press conferences, spokespersons typically managed to navigate challenges with deftness. This trend emboldened many foreign reporters, particularly those propagating the narrative of Longhua as a threat. Thus, a rather extraordinary scene unfolded abroad. Each week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the narrative of the Dragon Kingdom's impending collapse emerged, while on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, discussions of its perceived threats took center stage, resulting in a daily oscillation of extremes. However, this time, the situation appeared somewhat distinct. In the face of provocation, Minister Wang retained a semblance of dignity, calmly articulating the sentiment: when friends arrive, good wine awaits. If wolves approach, only a shotgun will greet them. Yet, beneath the surface, everyone understood the underlying message. To put it bluntly, it was akin to saying, indeed. What of it? Regardless, even if I were to explain, you would remain unconvinced. So what if I admit it now? Back when the Dragon Kingdom was struggling, you were powerless. Now, harbor your discontent silently. Consequently, discussions surrounding tourism in the ice city of the Dragon Kingdom rapidly erupted once more in international media. Some outlets even employed the title of a recent film from the Dragon Kingdom to characterize its current diplomatic stance. Indeed, it was dubbed Wolf Warrior Diplomacy. On the same day, at the same time, in various regions, different spokespeople from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs confronted similar challenging inquiries from journalists, delivering nearly identical rebuttals. The minister, deputy minister, director of the press office, and deputy director all unleashed a barrage of responses simultaneously. Even Director Yang, attending a conference in the Lighthouse Nation, joined in the fray. You hold no authority to speak before the Dragon Kingdom from a position of power. We, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, are not swayed by your tactics. Any attempts to employ underhanded means to sow discord within the Dragon Kingdom will surely fail. Attempts to suppress and undermine the Dragon Kingdom under the guise of human rights and ethnic boundaries must be abandoned. Only the people of the Dragon Kingdom know the true state of affairs, and they possess the foremost voice. Their travel preferences reflect their contentment, and how they choose to act is not for you to dictate. The clumsy performances of certain foreign forces are merely trivial disturbances in the process of national unification. Anyone standing in opposition to the people of the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly face dire consequences. With each resolute statement from the spokesperson, Deng Chen's complexion paled further. Eventually, his face drained of color entirely. These words emanated from CCTV and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, symbolizing a profound shift in the Dragon Kingdom's diplomatic policy. Fortuitously, due to certain foreign forces, the tourism boom in Ice City transformed from a mundane domestic affair into an international diplomatic incident. Moreover, observing the barrage of responses from various spokespersons, Deng Chen instantaneously grasped the implications. They had been aware of this situation from the outset and had adequately prepared. Clearly, the higher-ups were in support of this course of action. It was over. Everything was lost. At that moment, Deng Chen was so overwhelmed that he disregarded any semblance of dignity, casting a pleading glance towards Lindong. Director Lin, I implore you to show your magnanimity. However, before he could finish his sentence, a jarring screech reverberated through the air as the door to the archives opened. Several individuals clad in dark formal attire, their identification badges prominently displayed, entered the room. The man leading the group bore a serious expression, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. He scanned the room briefly, quickly identifying his target, before striding directly towards Deng Chen. The individuals following him swiftly positioned themselves at the exits and critical points within the room. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming heavy and oppressive. Deng Chen, Deputy Minister, I am from the provincial office. There is a matter that requires your cooperation back at the Bureau for an investigation. The leader stated, his eyes narrowed, his words succinct yet forceful. Although his voice was not loud, it echoed clearly throughout the archives. As the man completed his statement, Deng Chen felt as if he had been struck dumb. How could this be happening? So soon? From the provincial office? We currently suspect you of multiple charges, including dereliction of duty and bribery. We request your full cooperation, the man continued with an icy demeanor. To wish for secrets to remain hidden, one must avoid wrongdoing. With that, a pair of impeccably polished silver handcuffs clicked onto Deng Chen's wrists. At that moment, Deng Chen felt utterly defeated, relinquishing any hope of resistance, and could only muster a bitter smile as he was escorted away. Lindong, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in disbelief. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission was acting with such alacrity? Just as he voiced his thoughts, Wang Dawei shot him a scornful glance. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission? They only possess investigative authority, not arrest powers. To apprehend someone, they require assistance from the police. Did you not notice the peculiar positioning of those who entered? It was a classic tactical formation. There was no escape. At this point, Wang Dawei suddenly fell silent, for the leading man had turned back. He glanced at Wang Dawei and Lindong, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, you are correct. We are not from the Discipline Inspection Commission. We are from the National Security. National Security? Lindong's body stiffened slightly at the revelation. Had he truly accepted money from the adversaries? Indeed, he has accepted funds. But the motives and whether he is an insider remain to be investigated. For now, it seems he will not be leaving anytime soon. The man responded with a smile. Even if he had not received funds, he would undoubtedly be implicated in bribery. And what of you? Lindong inquired. International attention will undoubtedly be focused on us, especially with numerous minority groups and students visiting Ice City for tourism soon. We are concerned that individuals may attempt to incite unrest and chaos, reminiscent of the train station incident from years past. That is why we are here, the man explained. This is not an unusual occurrence. whether this year or next. With the upcoming Winter Games in Ice City, we will be present. Upon hearing this, Lindong finally grasped the situation. The system. The twists and turns he had anticipated had manifested in this manner. He had not imagined that even the most enigmatic agency in Longhua, national security, had been stirred into action. Hadn't they merely intended to develop the tourism industry in Ice City? With this thought, Lindong could not suppress his curiosity and pressed on with his questions. When will you begin the arrangements? Upon hearing this, the man could not help but chuckle, responding, It is already concluded, everything has been set in motion, so you need not concern yourself with it. Oh, then, with a calm demeanor, the man continued, When we present ourselves, it signifies that matters have largely been settled, just as you previously wondered why we were able to act so swiftly. The answer is simple. Investigations by the disciplinary committee require thorough inquiry and evidence. However, we only require a list. Chapter 62, Southern Little Sugar Tangerines. With Deng Chun being taken away by the national security, everything within the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was essentially resolved. Elderly made a phone call, and Chung Yun even came to the bureau personally, feigning to reprimand Wang Dawei and Lindong. Yet, in truth, everyone was aware that this was merely for show, allowing the two a graceful exit. What a joke. Get back to work. With Chung Yun's words, the matter was officially declared over. Wang Dawei returned to his office, and Lindong went back to the publicity department. It seemed as if nothing had changed, except for Zhao Ming in the archives, whose life had taken a dramatic turn in an instant. Watching his father's connections being taken away right before him, he felt utterly shattered. Meanwhile, upon Lindong's return to the office, he overheard colleagues discussing the recent events. To be honest, our archives have never been this lively since their establishment. Indeed, with the division chief, the bureau chief, and the deputy minister all present, we could easily set up a game of mahjong. TSK, it should be former deputy minister. You should have seen him being taken away. The speed of that action was astonishing. Could it be that Chief Lin had anticipated this, which is why he dared to scold them initially? Absolutely. It must be Chief Lin. His insider information is spot on. I never imagined that the events in Ice City would escalate to an international level. Did you see how several spokespersons have come to our defense? The internet is in an uproar. Many netizens are translating foreign comments and creating videos, declaring us as wolf warrior diplomacy. Wolf warrior diplomacy is one thing, but the key is that they genuinely have no recourse against us. It appears they might actually fear us. I distinctly recall the phrase, awakened from a dying illness, the great powers are indeed myself. The comments from netizens are even more humorous. Many say, I had no intention of visiting Ice City, but now I must. As the crowd engaged in casual chatter, they fell silent upon noticing Lindong's sudden appearance. Lindong, unfazed, smiled and remarked, No worries, everyone should pay close attention to the online comments, especially the suggestions from tourists. It is essential to focus on the details. Only then can our services improve. Please continue. I will step out for a moment. Lu Gong, please drive. Soon. A middle-aged man in the office responded and took the keys, departing with Lindong. Lu Gong, whose real name was Lu Feng, was commonly referred to as Lu Gong. This nickname arose because the Cultural and Tourism Bureau often required him to organize events, and he was the one handling numerous technical issues such as lighting and recording equipment. Consequently, he became known as the engineer, and his original name faded into obscurity. However, the problem lay in the fact that Zhao Ming had previously dominated the publicity department, frequently promoting only those with whom he had close relationships rather than those with genuine talent. Thus, despite Lu Feng's exceptional work, he had seen little advancement in his department over the years, aptly illustrating the adage, if you can endure hardship, you will be met with endless toil. If you possess ability, you will find yourself burdened with relentless tasks. The reason Lindong consistently brought Lu Gong along on official business was simple. First, Lu Gong had initially followed Zhao Ming and was well acquainted with many matters. Second, while he may not have excelled in publicity, he was remarkably versatile in other areas, particularly in technical issues, where Lindong felt somewhat inferior. Therefore, Lindong had always treated him with great respect. Lu Gong, let us first head to the local processing factory in Ice City. The processing factory? Yes, I previously ordered a batch of slicers there. I only paid a portion of the fee at that time, and the balance remains unsettled. The recent New Year holiday has been quite hectic, and I have only now found the time to attend to this. Fortunately, the ticket sales from the Ice and Snow World and the earnings from the Hovercraft excursions have provided some profit, so let us settle the remaining balance. Understood. In no time, Lindong arrived at the specialized processing factory. In less than a month, the place had transformed dramatically. Previously, it had appeared lifeless, with not a single security guard in sight at the entrance, only an old yellow dog dozing. Now, however, it was bustling with activity. Workers were producing and delivering goods energetically. Observing this scene, Lindong nodded to himself. The booming tourism industry in Ice City had not only stimulated directly related sectors, but also many indirectly connected industries. After greeting the security guard, he entered with ease. Soon, in the office, the owner was immediately animated upon seeing Lindong. Director Lin, what brings you here today? Please, take a seat. I was just thinking about when I could invite you to dinner. To him, Lindong was a benefactor of the factory. Initially, the order for 20,000 slicers was modest, but the subsequent business promised to be substantial. Lindong, however, refrained from exchanging pleasantries, merely nodding and stating, "There is an outstanding balance that needs to be settled. I was too busy recently, but today I have come to settle the payment." The owner was momentarily taken aback by this statement. It is well known that collecting outstanding balances is never an easy task, especially at the year's end. Moreover, government payments are notoriously difficult to obtain. Thus, he was surprised that Lindong would proactively come to settle the balance. However, recalling the recent improvements in the factory, he quickly waved his hand in response. "Director Lin, you are being too modest. This year, our factory has received a substantial number of orders, all thanks to you." However, regarding the final payment, Lindong shook his head in refusal. "Business is business, and we must keep matters distinct. Boss, this final payment is stipulated in the contract. Please do not be courteous. If you refuse to accept it, who will dare to take on our Cultural and Tourism Bureau's orders in the future? If you continue to be polite, we may not be able to conduct business with you again," Lindong asserted. Upon hearing this, the boss finally agreed to accept the payment. Once the final payment was settled, Lindong nodded and proceeded to discuss the main agenda. "By the way, boss, aside from these basic kitchen tools, are you able to customize other items as well?" The boss paused slightly, taken aback. "Other items? What do you mean?" "In a few days, many ethnic minorities from various provinces will visit our ice city. This visit serves both as tourism and as an opportunity to showcase the harmonious coexistence of our diverse ethnic groups to the world," Lindong explained slowly. "As the hosts of Ice City, we naturally need to exhibit our hospitality. Therefore, I hope your factory can produce some unique souvenirs that reflect the characteristics of Ice City. This will not only leave a lasting memento for our guests, but will also serve a promotional purpose. I believe that visitors interested in these items will help spread the word." Upon hearing this, the boss became intrigued. "So, you're suggesting we distribute a portion for free initially, similar to the slicer we provided earlier? If the response is favorable, we can then proceed with production, correct?" Even Engineer Liu, who was present, couldn't he help but slap his thigh in excitement. "Exactly. How did we not think of this before? Souvenirs tend to be quite expensive in many places. If we sell them at a lower price, given the current influx of tourists, we could achieve significant sales through a strategy of thin margins and high volume." However, despite the boss's enthusiasm, he hesitated before speaking. "We can indeed process small items like souvenirs, but what about the design aspect?" "Don't worry," Lindong nodded. "We will figure out the design side of things. I merely wanted to discuss this with you. We will reach out to you later." At that moment, Lindong's phone rang again. On the other end, he heard Wang Dawei's urgent voice. "Lindong, are you free? Hurry to the high-speed railway station. There's something urgent." Lindong paused, asking, "What is it? Did you not see the news this afternoon? A group of children from the south is arriving in Ice City for an educational trip. The buzz is quite high. I suspect the interest will be significant. So please go and take care of their reception." "Another group of southern children?" Lindong queried, somewhat puzzled. "This time, it's not the same." Wang Dawei replied after a brief pause, swallowing hard. "This time, it's southern sugar oranges." "What? They are coming from Guangxi, and the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Nanning has coordinated with me. They want to seize this opportunity for some publicity." At that moment, Lindong was taken aback. The southern children haven't even finished their visit yet, and now sugar oranges are coming? Chapter 63. Adornments are futile. True assistance is required. Why is it that, among all southerners, while others are referred to as little southern potatoes, they are dubbed little sugar tangerines? It has been stated that they hail from Guangxi, where sugar tangerines flourish at the end of each year. If that is the case, shouldn't every province have its own unique appellation? For instance, Sichuan little pandas or Yunnan little mushrooms. Yet, it feels somewhat peculiar, doesn't it? Director. Huh. If it pleases the public, why would you be displeased? Who do you consider yourself to be? At that moment, in the office of the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City, Wang Dawei was engaged in a verbal spar with several deputy directors. He even mimicked the words of Elder Li, who had previously criticized him. Instantly, the other deputy directors fell silent. However, before long, a new query arose. "But even if the children are here for study tours, must we place such a significant emphasis on it? Indeed, our focus should primarily be on welcoming various ethnic minorities from across the nation. That is of utmost importance. After all, these minorities come for cultural exchanges, while those children, though undeniably charming, should be treated as ordinary tourists." "Yes, Director, in this way, Section Chief Lin will undoubtedly be short-staffed. If any issues arise, it could lead to complications. Perhaps you should allow us to assist?" At this juncture, the group appeared quite eager, yet Wang Dawei was well aware of their ulterior motives. In previous years, during peak tourist seasons, everyone shied away from frontline tasks related to welcoming visitors. This work was laborious and unrewarding, with little to gain. However, now that Ice City's tourism industry was thriving, their attitudes had swiftly transformed. Even without tangible benefits, demonstrating good performance could enhance one's career, leading to accolades. Nonetheless, they were not foolish. Just recently, the The deputy minister had reassigned Lindong to the archives, and now, no one dared to engage in any underhanded maneuvers. They could only seek ways to gain Wang Daoi's favor, hoping to partake in the burgeoning opportunities. Seeing this, Wang Dawei discreetly sighed. This group, when it was time to offer suggestions, they were all timid. Yet, when Lindong stepped forward, they were all quick to oppose and question him. Now, witnessing Ice City's tourism boom, their demeanor had shifted dramatically as they sought to claim a share of the spoils. The crux of the matter was that their arguments did hold merit. It seemed that Lindong and his department lacked the necessary resources to tackle this task alone. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Dawei made a call to Lindong in front of everyone, leading to the following exchange. On the other end of the line, Lindong paused for a while before responding. Director, regarding the reception of ethnic minorities from other regions, if resources are limited, the task of the little sugar tangerines can be delegated to other departments, especially now that the New Year holiday has passed and staff are available. Wang Dawei replied. The decision lies with you. It is up to you to decide. Upon hearing these words, Lindong fell silent for a moment. The several deputy directors nearby, upon listening to Wang Dawei's remarks, could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. How could hosting a few children on a study tour be equated with receiving ethnic minorities from across the nation? The significance is fundamentally different. Anyone with a modicum of sense should understand the choice to be made. However, just then, a statement from Lindong on the other end of the line left the deputy directors momentarily astounded. Understood. I shall attend to the little sugar tangerines. As soon as this phrase was uttered, a profound silence enveloped the office. Everyone seemed somewhat bewildered. Some even struggled to contain their expressions, instinctively bursting into laughter. How did such a monumental achievement suddenly land upon their shoulders? If this matter were handled well, recognition next year was undoubtedly assured. Even Wang Dawei was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the popularity surrounding the little sugar tangerines. Yet, the task of receiving ethnic minorities was a significant undertaking for the entire Dragon Nation. Initially, he merely intended for Lindong to assist in managing this matter, but he never anticipated that Lindong would take on the entire responsibility, relegating the reception of the ethnic minorities to others. Thus, he instinctively repeated, Lindong, are you certain? Yes, I am certain. After hanging up the phone, Lu Gong, who had been standing nearby, displayed an expression of sheer astonishment upon hearing Lindong's words. Director Lin, you are wise for a lifetime but muddled for a moment. The task of receiving ethnic minorities, if executed well, would yield tangible merits. Why would you delegate it to others? Surely, the popularity of the little sugar tangerines is not merely confined to the online realm. Having spent time together, Lu Gong had essentially come to regard Lindong as one of his own, and he began to panic. Lindong, however, was not surprised by this reaction. In fact, he had initially harbored similar thoughts until the system's prompt reappeared. The peak period of the New Year's holiday has passed, but new challenges are on the horizon. Current transformation plan. Please attract more tourists to Ice City outside of the New Year's holiday. You have the following options. 1. Ordinary tourists. Utilize this opportunity. Leveraging the appeal of minority culture to attract ordinary tourists from across the nation, particularly those from the working class. Effect. Popularity value 200,000. Reputation 20,000. Number of tourists 5. Tourism revenue 15. 2. Budget-conscious university students. Utilize this opportunity, promoting affordability to attract university students from all regions to visit Ice City. Effect. Popularity value 100,000. Reputation 50,000. Number of tourists 20. Tourism revenue 5. 3. Study tour students. Utilize this opportunity, emphasizing safety to attract parents and schools from various regions to bring their children to Ice City. Effect. Popularity value 500,000. Reputation 100,000. Number of tourists 15. Tourism revenue 30. Note: only one option may be selected. Gazing at the prompt before him, Lindong was equally astonished. Could it be that the revenue generated by the little sugar tangerines would surpass that of the little potatoes? However, it did not take long for Lindong to comprehend the situation. Wait, students studying abroad. I recall that many parents from the Dragon Country used to relish taking their children abroad for leisure during the holidays. The issue, however, is that in recent years, safety concerns abroad have significantly diminished the number of travelers. After all, for parents, schools, and certain institutions, the safety of children is paramount, while tourism becomes a secondary consideration. The crux of the matter is that while they themselves incur no expenses, they are absolutely unwilling to economize on their children's welfare. It is no wonder that the influx of visitors and tourism revenue is so substantial. While university students may be numerous, their pockets are often empty. They primarily advocate for a frugal, adventurous lifestyle. With this thought, Lindong allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, patted Engineer Lu on the shoulder, and cheerfully remarked, "No worries, it's merely a superficial reputation, not worth fretting over. Tourism is all about ensuring the satisfaction of our visitors. Only when they are pleased will they promote our endeavors, attracting even more tourists to enjoy our offerings. While the grand exchange of our nation's minority cultures is indeed significant, it is merely a supplementary enhancement. We must be adept at providing timely assistance. If Ice City is devoid of tourists, what significance do extensive projects and grand spectacles hold? With that, Lindong bid farewell and exited the office. Upon hearing these words, Engineer Liu was suddenly jolted into reflection. He recalled the moribund state of Ice City's tourism industry in previous years. Indeed, superfluous embellishments are futile. We must provide essential support. Instinctively, he turned to look back, and in that fleeting moment, he felt the youthful figure before him had somehow grown remarkably tall. Moments later, he hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 64. The Cloud Parenting Mode. As Lindong made his way to the high-speed train station, he stumbled upon a video posted by the Nanning Cultural and Tourism Bureau on his phone. The Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau declared, "Little sugar oranges have set forth and are soon to arrive in Ice City. Ice Boy, please ensure our precious ones are well taken care of. Do not let them go missing." In the video, 11 children, clad in matching attire, vibrant orange jackets complemented by uniform blue trousers, bounced joyfully under the guidance of 3 teachers, exuding an infectious charm. The Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau swiftly shared this video. Given the recent surge in Ice City's tourism, it wasn't long before numerous netizens caught sight of it. In an instant, the comments section was flooded with reactions. Ha ha ha, they are all dressed in matching outfits. How adorable. Indeed, I heard these children are all here for study tours in Ice City. They seem to be around 3 to 5 years old. Yet, they are remarkably well behaved. Their outfits are uniform, so orange. At a glance, they truly resemble sugar oranges. Haha. Wait, aren't they little potatoes? How did they become little sugar oranges? You don't know? Guangxi is known for its abundant sugar oranges at the year's end. Every year, the locals are busy harvesting sugar oranges. Ah, I see. 3 little potatoes leading 11 sugar oranges on a grand adventure in Ice City, in the spirit of ensuring that all citizens enjoy the sweet tangerines during the New Year celebrations. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau of the Ice City must take great care of these little sugar tangerines. As a native of Nanning, I implore you, dear friends, to safeguard these delightful fruits. This year's sugar tangerines will be dispatched first to the northeast. Meanwhile, our neighbors from Guangdong exclaim, "Oh, come on. This is a hostage situation." The priority for shipping the sugar tangerines has been seized by our friends. In the northeast, these little sugar tangerines are absolutely secure. For if one were to go missing, the entire city would launch a thorough search. And indeed, they would scour every inch, even filtering the very snow. Truth be told, if even one of these 11 tangerines were lost, the golden tabby cats of the northeast would have to line up for a gastroscopy. For the indulgence of children in that region is no trifling matter. As Lindong journeyed along, he was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected fame of the little sugar tangerines. He could hardly fathom that such a simple video could achieve such widespread acclaim. Yet, whenever he encountered the phrase little sugar tangerine, he instinctively swallowed, for they are indeed delectable. Recollecting a moment earlier when Wang Dawei mentioned them over the phone, Lindong realized he too had swallowed at the thought. It became evident to him. After all, as an agricultural powerhouse, the people of Longhua are all food enthusiasts. Who does not relish delicious fare? No wonder the moniker Little Sugar Tangerine has become so enchanting. Moreover, the children truly are adorable. Especially when they shyly introduce themselves before the camera, many viewers find their hearts melting. However, despite their cuteness, Lindong was perplexed about how to promote these tangerines. Should he highlight the safety of Ice City? The dilemma is that Ice City is not entirely safe. It is not due to local chaos, but rather the harsh reality of enduring a biting winter with temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees Celsius. The winter air is already dry and frigid, and bundled clothing makes movement cumbersome. One can easily slip in the icy conditions. Previously, to ensure the safety of the little potatoes, the central street was carpeted. What's more, these delicate sugar tangerines require even more care. As Lindong pondered his conundrum, Engineer Liu, observing the children in the video, suddenly sighed. These kids are so young. Even with teachers present, their parents must be terribly worried at home. I imagine they'll be calling for video chats, fearing something might happen. Video chat. Lindong paused, realizing that when he is busy at work, he often sets up surveillance at home, checking in on the child, which provides a sense of reassurance. Ah, is that a possibility? Lindong mused. You didn't know this, Director Lin? Engineer Liu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Indeed, Director Lin is still young and likely has yet to experience such concerns. Listening to Liu's words sparked inspiration in Lindong. Yes, surveillance. Not only the parents of these children, but even the national audience is concerned about the safety of these little sugar tangerines. If that is the case, let everyone see for themselves. This opportunity could also serve as a means to promote Ice City. With this thought, Lindong promptly made a decisive resolution. Lu Gong, when you return to the bureau shortly, please summon the individuals who were previously responsible for filming videos and managing live broadcasts. Specifically those young people from the department who collaborated with Lu Miao. Upon hearing this, Lu Gong paused momentarily. Director Lin, what are you planning? He inquired. Indeed, I intend to utilize the official account of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to live stream the journey of the little sugar oranges in Ice City. This way, their parents can be reassured, and other tourists with similar intentions will feel confident about visiting our Ice City. Upon hearing Lindong's words, Lindong suddenly understood and excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Absolutely. This could actually work. And isn't this akin to the concept of virtual parenting?" "What is virtual parenting?" Lindong asked. "Director Lin, you are not familiar with it?" Initially, it was about virtual cat parenting. Many young people, due to various reasons such as unfavorable living conditions, financial constraints, lack of time, or allergies to cat fur, are unable to own cats themselves. However, they thoroughly enjoy watching videos of other bloggers showcasing their cats online, even live streaming their own pets, which attracts a multitude of viewers. Then it evolved into virtual parenting. Nowadays, with the marriage rate being quite low and birth rates declining, many children are incredibly adorable, prompting numerous young individuals to relish watching videos in this realm. Additionally, remember that game called Traveling Frog? Everyone was engaged in virtual frog parenting, and the game's immense popularity clearly indicates that contemporary youth are quite taken with this trend. With Lindong's explanation, Lindong also grasped the concept. Without hesitation, they decided to take action, splitting up to commence their respective tasks. Lindong promptly returned to the bureau to rally support, while Lindong made his way to the high-speed train station to coordinate with the little sugar oranges. It must be said that Lindong is exceedingly efficient in his endeavors. Before long, staff from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau arrived at the high-speed train station with various equipment and swiftly set up everything necessary for the live broadcast, even taking the time to instruct Lindong on how to use it. Has the Bureau acquired new equipment? Lindong inquired curiously. Thanks to Director Lin, the city has allocated more funds, someone explained with a smile. Just then, amidst their light-hearted banter, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Director, they have arrived." Lindong instinctively looked up and saw a group of children clad in matching orange down jackets, spilling out under the guidance of their teacher. Chapter 65. A Northeastern Fairy Tale. Observing the delightful and well-behaved children pouring out, Lindong was momentarily taken aback, and for once, he felt a bit at a loss. The reason was simple. This was his first time receiving such young guests, and he was unsure of how to proceed, especially since this was all being broadcast live. Any minor misstep could potentially lead to criticism from internet users. Sensing Lindong's discomfort, Lindong promptly stepped forward to greet the children and quietly reassured him, "Director Lin, there's no need to worry. Children on such educational trips are generally very well behaved." Hearing this, Lindong took a deep breath, donned a smile, and stepped forward to begin his greetings. "Hello, Teacher Liang. I am Lindong, a staff member of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and I will be responsible for your reception this time. As we discussed earlier in the vehicle, we hope to live stream the entire study tour of the Little Sugar Tangerines. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing Lindong's words, Teacher Liang, along with several other staff members from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, was taken aback, seemingly surprised by the significant scale of this event in Ice City. After all, there were only 3 teachers accompanying 11 little sugar tangerines, totaling merely 14 individuals. It was unexpected that the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau would place such importance on this occasion. Moved by this thought, Teacher Liang nodded and responded, "No problem at all. I have already discussed this with their parents during our time in the vehicle, and they have all agreed." "That's great." Lindong nodded and continued. "By the way, what is your itinerary for this trip?" "We plan to first explore Ice City and then head to Mo, the northernmost point. Specifically, we wish to take them to the 731 Unit Crime Evidence Exhibition Hall, followed by a visit to the northernmost outpost of our dragon country, to observe how our soldiers defend our homeland in such frigid conditions. We believe these activities will hold significant meaning for them," Teacher Liang explained. "Understood." Lindong mentally noted the itinerary and then gestured to the staff behind him. Concurrently, across various platforms, the official account of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau launched the live stream almost simultaneously. The recent surge in tourism in Ice City had garnered countless followers for the Bureau's official account. With the commencement of this live broadcast, many fans promptly received notifications from the back end. The New Year's holiday had just concluded. What could this sudden live stream from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau be about? As viewers entered the live stream, they were instantly captivated by the vibrant colors displayed. Especially under Teacher Liang's guidance, the 11 children enthusiastically faced the camera, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ice City, we have arrived." Instantly, the live stream was flooded with comments. "Is this the little sugar tangerine from Guangxi?" "Indeed it is. I saw that trending topic before, but I didn't expect it to be live streamed." "Haha, these kids are adorable. Come here, I want a hug. By the way, why are they all wearing matching outfits?" Lindong glanced at the comments and posed a similar question. Teacher Liang smiled and explained, "The matching outfits are actually for the children's safety. Given that we are out and about with so many little ones, it would be troublesome if any of them got lost. Therefore, during each study tour, we arrange for the children to wear bright, uniform clothing, making them easily identifiable, even if they happen to stray away." Upon hearing this explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. "Listen carefully. Make sure to stay close to the group and do not wander off. Avoid acting alone. If you find yourself inadvertently lost, do not panic. Seek assistance from nearby staff members. Your clothing bears the contact numbers of myself and 2 other teachers. A simple call will connect you with us. Additionally, refrain from venturing into prohibited areas and always prioritize your safety while walking. Did everyone hear that? Soon, the little tangerines chorused their agreement. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Lindong nodded and smiled at the camera. Everything is fine. I kindly ask our online viewers to assist us in counting if any little tangerines have fallen behind. There is another crucial point I must mention. With that, Lindong crouched down before the circle of little tangerines, his expression serious. Children, do you know what the sensation of iron railings in the icy northeast feels like? Instantly, the children began to chatter excitedly. I don't know. It seems sweet. I think I saw a video about it. Yes, I heard it's quite delicious. Let me remind you. Lindong nodded, shifting the conversation. And you must not extend your tongues to taste it. The temperature is extremely low, and the monsters lurking within will emerge. When you stick out your tongue, they will seize it fiercely, rendering you immobile. Those tales of sweetness are merely the stories of individuals captured by these monsters, who desire to ensnare you too. Lindong's warning caused the little tangerines to step back in trepidation. However, a brave child stepped forward to inquire, Uncle Lin, but, call you brother. Brother Lin, why do those who have been captured want us to be caught as well? A spirited child with a round face peered forward, asking, do you know the idiom to act as a cat's paw for a tiger? I think I've heard of it. The phrase refers to those who, after being killed by a tiger, become spirits that lure others to the tiger, known as cat's paws. This idiom symbolizes those who assist evildoers in their malicious deeds. Therefore, it is imperative that you cultivate the ability to think independently at all times and not easily trust what others say. So that is how it is. The children nodded, somewhat understanding. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the dialogue between Lindong and the children. This is hilarious. It seems quite easy to fall for such tricks. Indeed, not just the little tangerines, even locals have been deceived. A truly blood-curdling lesson. The pain is one thing, but the social embarrassment is truly unbearable. Oh no, I considered this before. Children at this age are indeed very gullible. If they were to curiously lick it, that would spell trouble. Wow, iron railings with monsters. What a new Northeast fairy tale. In winter, the iron railings in Northeast China can indeed taste sweet, with a hint of blood. As a southerner, I am curious, why can't one lick it? Because the temperature is too low, and the tongue would stick, becoming impossible to detach unless thawed with warm water. In the Northeast, there used to be countless children with their tongues stuck to iron rods, crying, and some rods were even home to several unfortunate souls. The imagery is vivid. Are you attempting to amuse me to the point of inheriting my Aunt Flower credit? It's not just the little ones who have fallen for this. Many university students have been deceived as well. To be fair, Director Lin truly exhibits a commendable heart. He takes such meticulous care of the children, even attending to the minutiae. Chapter 66. Everyone rushes to snatch the little sugar oranges. Simultaneously, as Lindong commenced his live broadcast, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City erupted in chaos. The initial excitement among several deputy ministers about finally achieving such grand accomplishments and riches quickly turned to dismay as they prepared to procure the latest batch of photography equipment for the upcoming visits from various ethnic minorities across the nation. However, before they could utter a word, confusion set in. What? It has already been borrowed? When? By whom? Just moments ago? Director Lin needs it? But isn't he merely hosting a few children? What use does he have for the latest photography equipment? We urgently need to film our promotional video too. What? He is going live? What could he possibly intend to achieve? A live broadcast featuring a group of children playing in Ice City cannot possibly be as significant as our endeavors. I must convey this to the director. Naturally, the group dared not confront Lindong directly and instead scurried to complain to Wang Dawei. Their visit, under the guise of seeking redress, was essentially an appeal for sympathy, employing reason and emotion. After all, they had come to realize that Lindong now had substantial backing, his capabilities were extraordinary, and his promotion was merely a matter of time. Thus, their immediate priorities were twofold: to maintain a favorable relationship with Lindong and avoid offending him, and to ride the wave of his popularity to showcase their own merits. Consequently, in a short while, in Wang Dawei's office, the deputy ministers began anew. The director, observing the eager expressions before him, suddenly felt a headache coming on. He had an epiphany. The reason his once close relationship with Chung Yun had soured was now clear. Chung instinctively recoiled upon seeing him. Before the ministers could voice their concerns, Wang Dawei sighed and stated, "Stop worrying. You must find a solution, whether by using old equipment or renting new ones. Forget about Lindong's resources." At that moment, someone, still unconvinced, ventured, "But even if the children are live streaming, how could it be that crucial? After all, there are only a handful of them." "Indeed, Director," another chimed in. "Couldn't we negotiate a compromise? After a few days of their usage, they might allow us to use it as well, even if the Nanning Cultural and Tourism Bureau has requested our assistance." Isn't this a bit excessive? Gazing at their pleading expressions, Wang Dawei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It's not that I am unwilling. The issue is that you are unaware of the immense popularity of their live stream. The viewer count alone has surpassed 1 million. While I might agree, can the audience nationwide? Isn't that the truth? Upon hearing Wang Dawei's words, the office fell into a stunned silence. Over 1 million viewers in a single live stream? Have netizens become so idle? Even a stream featuring a dozen children on vacation could captivate such an audience? Soon, the atmosphere erupted. Really? Is that true? Can something like this actually become popular? What on earth? If it truly is this sensational, then indeed, the matter concerning director Lin becomes all the more significant. Before long, a skeptic among them clicked into the live stream. Initially, the group paid little heed, until the screen filled with a flurry of comments and showcased lively, adorable children. Even the middle-aged men in the office couldn't help but display a motherly smile. They are indeed quite charming. After all, one's own child can often provoke frustration, but watching someone else's child can only evoke affection. Perhaps this is what distinguishes the worth of other people's children. Observing the barely contained smiles among his longtime colleagues, Wang Dawei couldn't help but shake his head. These men, despite their robust appearances, had succumbed to being doting fathers. Alas, while they indulged their daughters in the harsh reality of Northeast China, such affection bore little fruit. They had initially aspired to cultivate their daughters into delicate southern flowers. Yet the environment had shaped them into hardy northern grains. As time passed, their once cherished little cotton-padded jackets had transformed into military overcoats. Warm they may be, but they had long since lost any semblance of cuteness. Noticing that his colleagues were on the verge of succumbing to their sentiments, Wang Dawei quickly cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Moreover, there is something you all must consider. Do you recall how our ice city first gained its fame? A moment of silence ensued before someone ventured. If I remember correctly, it began with the frozen pear display, followed by the artificial moon, all of which were director Lin's ideas. Indeed, to make tourism thrive, attracting visitors is paramount, reputation is secondary. And the most crucial element to draw in tourists is the spectacle. Wang Dawei shook his head, elaborating. You might think that director Lin is overdoing it for a few children, but have you considered that winter vacation is approaching? Many parents will take their children out to travel. If you were a parent from a southern province, especially one where it doesn't snow, wouldn't you think about bringing your children here for the summer after witnessing how well we care for them? At Wang Dawei's words, realization dawned upon his colleagues. Just then, a phone rang within the office. Since it wasn't a formal meeting, the caller discreetly took a call in a corner. Yes, it's me. Oh, old classmate. What a surprise. Why are you calling? After a brief exchange, the caller's expression turned awkward. Can I ask you something, director? Go ahead, Wang Dawei nodded. Intrigued. Could you possibly inquire with Director Lin about the chance of taking the little sugar tangerines to visit the fire station in Mo while they are out enjoying themselves? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that the little sugar tangerines were coming to the ice city for leisure? Why was Mo being brought into the discussion? What relevance did tourism have with the fire station in Mo? Faced with the puzzled expressions of the onlookers, the speaker could only awkwardly continue to elaborate. Earlier in the live stream, Director Lin had mentioned that after the little sugar tangerines completed their visit to the ice city, they would be heading to Mo, where their popularity was currently quite high. Hence, some of my colleagues in the fire department thought it an opportune moment to leverage this opportunity for publicity. Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei was about to voice his concerns. The issue is, I doubt the children would find the fire station particularly interesting. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Just as he finished speaking, his own phone began to ring. Moments later, as he listened to the voice on the other end, he was left in a state of bewilderment. The expressions of his colleagues in the office mirrored his shock. After a brief pause, Wang Dawei finally regained his composure and muttered, "This is simply unbelievable." "What is it, Director?" someone asked. The Forestry Bureau in Mo had just called, trying to get the little sugar tangerines. What? Chapter 67. So, they are the cultural tourism ambassadors? Upon hearing Wang Dawei's words, the office erupted in excitement. The Forestry Bureau in Mo was also vying for the little sugar tangerines. They were not even in the tourism industry, nor did they require tickets. What could they possibly want with the little sugar tangerines? This cannot be allowed. Regardless of the situation, we must ensure they remain with us in the Ice City. It was at this moment that the urgency of the situation dawned upon everyone. Initially, they had dismissed the matter, thinking it was merely a handful of children. But now, it became evident that this was not just any ordinary sugar tangerine. This was a veritable phenomenon of immense popularity and prestige. Nevertheless, Wang Dawei maintained his composure. He glanced at his colleagues and replied rather tersely, "What are you all thinking? The teachers and parents have their own arrangements. They initially planned to go to Mo, and ultimately, it is their decision to make. Moreover, the Ice City already offers a plethora of activities. We can't expect the little sugar tangerines to spend all their time here." Quickly, Wang Dawei made a resolution. Meanwhile, Lindong was conversing with teacher Liang, who was leading the group, about the upcoming travel itinerary. They planned to first enjoy some activities on the ice. However, considering the safety of the children, they decided against hot air balloon rides and hovercraft drifting, as it would be challenging to manage if they became dispersed. Instead, they would visit the white foxes, then stroll along Central Street for a meal, followed by a visit to the Ice City Zoo in the afternoon, and conclude the day at the Sofia Cathedral. This was the schedule for the first day. On the second day, they would visit the 731 Unit Crime Evidence Exhibition Hall in the morning, followed by a tour of Harbin Institute of Technology in the afternoon, and in the evening, the Ice and Snow World. On the third day, they would head to Mo. At that moment, Lindong received a call from Wang Dawei. After a brief conversation, Lindong quickly grasped the situation. All right, I understand. I will inquire on your behalf. Turning to Teacher Liang, Lindong exclaimed, could we discuss a matter? Sure, came the response. Recently, the Mo Fire Station and the Mo Cultural Tourism Bureau entrusted me to inquire if you would like to invite the Little Sugar Tangerines to visit. Upon hearing this, Teacher Liang was momentarily taken aback. The fire station? Seeing the other party's moment of hesitation, Lindong promptly clarified, well, I was merely asking. It's entirely acceptable to decline, as I am uncertain whether the children would enjoy it. Upon hearing Lindong's words, Teacher Liang immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. Director Lin, you misunderstand. In truth, children are particularly fond of fire services. Their admiration for fire trucks is akin to their enthusiasm for excavators. Thus, they would undoubtedly be delighted. My concern is whether this might inconvenience them. Not at all. After all, it is they who have extended the invitation to us. And given the current popularity of the Little Sugar Tangerines, they are eager to utilize this opportunity for promotion, Lindong reassured her. So, does that mean you agree? Teacher Liang? Yes, we are honored to accept this invitation. After saying this, Teacher Liang turned to the Little Sugar Tangerines and asked with a smile, would you all like to visit the fire station? Raise your hands if you wish to go. In the next moment, the Little Sugar Tangerines eagerly raised their hands. Some of the bolder children even spoke up, brother, can we ride in the fire truck when we go? It looks so cool. And can we see a fire extinguishing demonstration? Instantly, the surrounding children began to chatter excitedly, observing the enthusiasm of the Little Sugar Tangerines. Lindong felt a sense of relief. Soon, on Central Avenue, as the Little Sugar Tangerines made their appearance, both tourists and locals in the Ice City erupted in exclamations. It was unavoidable. They were simply too eye-catching. Notably, this group of children was exceptionally well-behaved, closely following the main group without causing any commotion or running around, demonstrating remarkable decorum. Witnessing such a unique ensemble in the Ice City, many onlookers could not help but tease them. Children, where are you from? Are you scared being out with your teacher? You're so well-behaved. May we take a picture with you? Yet, none of the Little Sugar Tangerines appeared intimidated. Facing the smiling uncles, aunts, older brothers, and sisters, they responded confidently, we come from Nanning, Guangxi. We are not scared. Our teacher said she would take good care of us. Moreover, Brother Lin also assured us that the Ice City would look after us. Brother Lin even said that if one of us gets lost, the snow in the Ice City will be sifted through. We can take pictures. You are all welcome to visit our hometown in Guangxi. As the crowd listened to the children's responses, they couldn't help but exclaim how adorable they were. And some began to realize the implications. Oh no, they're so cute. Now I must travel to Guangxi. I've been wanting to eat sugar tangerines lately. Oh dear. Is this the Guangxi Cultural Tourism Bureau's scheme? Initially, it seemed like the Little Sugar Tangerines were adventuring in the Ice City. But now it appears they are serving as ambassadors for Guangxi's tourism promotion. This strategy from the Guangxi Cultural Tourism Bureau is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, with the charming Little Sugar Tangerines in tow, even numerous local merchants could not resist the urge to indulge them. Frozen pears, candied hawthorns, and a myriad of delightful treats were bestowed upon them entirely free of charge. After all, the Ice City has witnessed a severe exodus of its populace, particularly the youth, who have flocked to more promising cities. Consequently, the number of local children has dwindled. Thus, upon encountering this adorable group of Little Sugar Tangerines, the townsfolk could no longer contain their affection and eagerly entered into a feeding frenzy. However, this presented quite the challenge for Lindong. The dazzling array of novel foods and sights transformed the Little Sugar Tangerines into a bundle of curiosity, unleashing a torrent of inquisitive questions. Their inquiries were as varied as they were whimsical. Brother Lin, why are the pigeons on the street so large? Teacher Liang promptly interjected with an explanation. Because winter has arrived, animals must store fat to keep warm, and their feathers thicken, much like how we need to wear a thick down jacket in winter. In truth, Lindong had initially intended to convey a similar explanation. However, upon witnessing the pigeons to which the Little Sugar Tangerines pointed, he fell silent. For in that moment, he too shared their astonishment. Why are these pigeons so enormous? They are almost spherical. While these pigeons had always gained a bit of winter weight, never had they appeared so plump. After a brief pause, Lindong chuckled awkwardly, remarking, this year, the visitors to the Ice City seem a bit too enthusiastic, perhaps overindulging in their feeding. Before he could finish, the Little Sugar Tangerines posed another question. Brother, why do those white foxes look so tired? Because there are so many tourists, they are constantly being held by visitors, and they are quite exhausted during this period. Wow, brother, and there are reindeer. That uncle's hat is so adorable. I want one too. Lindong, upon hearing their questions, began to comprehend the situation. The children's interests diverged greatly from those of adults. They truly adored animals. No wonder their itinerary included a visit to the zoo, unlike other tourists. Nonetheless, Lindong found himself in a quandary upon hearing the little sugar tangerine's remarks. For not far off, the reindeer were brought by the Evenki people, and the hat to which the little sugar tangerines referred was the traditional attire of the Orican people, which Lindong had previously encountered with Old Master Li. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that the Orican people had prohibited hunting for many years, rendering such hats, made from roe deer fur, nearly extinct treasures. The items available in the market were crude imitations, vastly inferior to authentic garments. However, gazing into the eager eyes of the little sugar tangerines, Lindong felt reluctant to refuse outright. He swiftly changed the subject, delving into the rich culture and history of the Orican people. Crouching down, he spoke gently, "Little ones, did you know? The Orican people are a truly unique ethnic group. They inhabit the great forests in the northern part of our country and are known as the people of the mountains and the reindeer herders. They are not only profoundly connected to nature, but also possess a rich tradition of hunting and gathering culture. The cap you admire, crafted from roe deer skin, constitutes an essential part of the dress of the Orican people, providing exceptional warmth and practicality. However, with the passage of time and the growing awareness of ecological preservation, the Orican have ceased hunting, rendering such hats exceedingly rare, even among their own community. Nonetheless, the cultural essence of the Orican has not diminished. They have diversified into various other handicrafts, such as birch bark creations and animal hide paintings, while still cherishing numerous unique festivals and traditional songs and dances. Their shamanistic beliefs stand out prominently, as they venerate nature and honor their ancestors, all contributing to the vibrant cultural tapestry of the Orican people. Just as Lindong grappled with how to politely decline the adorable little sugar tangerines without hurting their feelings, a voice suddenly broke through from behind. "Director Lin, long time no see. Are these the little sugar tangerines from Guangxi?" Turning around, Lindong was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face, Zikitin from the Orican tribe. He promptly made way and introduced Zikitin to the little ones. "Children, this is Zikitin from the Orican tribe. He will now elaborate further on the culture of the Orican. Let's give him a warm welcome." Finally freeing himself from this awkward predicament, Lindong scurried to the side, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for having to refuse such charming children, especially with so many people watching from across the nation. However, what Lindong did not anticipate was that shortly thereafter, Zikitin, accompanied by the 11 little sugar tangerines, began to sing. High above the greater Shingon Mountains lies a vast forest where the brave Orican reside. Oh, a gallant steed. Oh, a rifle, crossing mountains and valleys to patrol and protect the woods. The Orican, once oppressed, today have risen anew. Oh, a red flag flutters in the air, symbolizing equality, freedom, and happiness for all. The waters of the Heilongjiang flow swiftly, while the roots of the greater Shingon stand firm. Drinking sweet water, we remember our well diggers. As soon as the little sugar tangerines finished their song, Zikitin, almost as if performing magic, produced 3 caps from behind him and smiled, saying, "Children, you sang beautifully. These 3 caps are a gift for you. Unfortunately, we have very few of these caps left, so we can only offer these to you. I hope that the children from Guangxi and the visitors will come to our ice city to experience the magnificent landscapes of our dragon country." Watching Zikitin hold the caps, Lindong, who was drinking water at the time, could not help but spray it out in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. It was important to note that these were genuine caps, not mere souvenirs. Since hunting was banned, they had become a rare addition. The extent of their preciousness was indeed unfathomable. As soon as Zikitin made his move, he generously gifted 3 exquisite hats at once. In that moment, even the steadfast Lindong felt the overwhelming sensation that the locals from Ice City had experienced earlier. Indeed, it was a feeling of envy, so profound it was almost palpable. Those hats were undeniably adorable. Even Lu Gong, who stood nearby, couldn't suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you serious? I recall that this is a limited edition item. Such extravagance. Lin, what kind of enchantment have you cast on the Ewenki people? This must have cost a fortune." Upon hearing Lu Gong's words, Lindong was on the verge of losing his composure. "I did not cast any spell. I didn't even encourage them to give me anything." Lu Gong looked slightly taken aback, realizing that it seemed these 11 little sugar oranges were destined to become the beloved of all. Simultaneously, as this scene unfolded, the audience in the Cultural Tourism Bureau's livestream erupted with excitement. "Wait, are they really giving away a limited edition hat? Is this for real? Is it too late for me to learn how to sing? I have expressed my envy enough times. Truly, I feel like a lemon. Lin, shouldn't your bureau consider hosting a live raffle for similar replicas? Even if it's not the actual hat. Could you at least provide us with something that resembles it? Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep at night." Observing the immensely precious gift before her, even Teacher Liang was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she quickly regained her composure and remarked, "How do you express gratitude for such a gift? Shouldn't we say thank you?" In response, Zikatin simply waved his hand and said, "No need for thanks. I just hope you all cherish them. These items hold great value for us of the Awenki tribe, but I believe they carry even more significance in your hands." However, at that moment, something unexpected occurred. One of the children receiving a hat gazed at the precious gift, then glanced around at the others, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking up. "Uncle Zikatin, but if this item is so valuable and you give it to us, won't the other children be left without?" Zikatin, taken aback by this poignant question, pondered briefly before nodding and responding, "That is indeed the case." Upon hearing this, the child's expression suddenly turned somber. How sad it would make the other children. Just then, she spotted Lindong not far away, and her face lit up. Without hesitation, she rushed to his side, clasped his hand, and implored, "Brother Lin, could you help me with something? Would you be able to take care of this hat for me? Or perhaps donate it to the museum in Ice City?" I believe Uncle Zikatin is right. While these hats are precious, if we are the only ones to admire them, their significance diminishes. Therefore, I sincerely hope that other children visiting Ice City can also appreciate this exquisite hat. I believe that would render it all the more meaningful. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire gathering fell into an almost instantaneous silence. Lindong's heart quivered intensely at that moment. Chapter 69. A love driven by mutual effort. Shall we donate it to the Ice City Museum, so that other children visiting Ice City can also have a glimpse? At that instant, everyone present was utterly astonished by the words of Little Sugar Tangerine. It was evident how much she cherished that beautiful roe deer hat. Yet, in her selflessness, she was willing to part with it to spare other children from sorrow. What does it mean to have a grand vision? This is what it means. In that moment, Lindong was left utterly speechless. Initially, he thought that, since Little Sugar Tangerine was adored by all online, he could use this opportunity to promote Ice City. However, he was unexpectedly schooled by a child. Gazing into the child's genuine eyes, Lindong took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. "All right, dear sister, I promise you, by any means necessary, I will ensure that every child visiting Ice City gets to see this roe deer hat. Rest assured, I will not let anyone down." Upon hearing this, not far away, Little Sugar Tangerine, who had just received the roe deer hat, hesitated for a moment. Though her heart was heavy with reluctance, she stepped forward and chose to donate the precious hat in her hands. Despite Lindong and Zikatin's earnest pleas to keep this cherished gift, their efforts proved futile. Witnessing this scene, Zikatin's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Years had passed, and with the tides of time, he had assumed that the children of today had long forgotten about their minuscule ethnic group, no longer united as they once were. Yet, to his astonishment, he discerned in these children the most selfless and united spirit. Before the camera, he bowed deeply to Little Sugar Tangerine and her companions, choking back emotion as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all." Meanwhile, in the live stream, the viewers were equally astonished. From initial jealousy and mockery to admiration and reflection, they now felt a deep sense of respect. I once believed that the Orican people gifting the roe deer hat was already a grand gesture, especially given that such items can only be inherited post-hunting ban. However, Little Sugar Tangerine exemplified true greatness. To spare other children from sadness, she chose to donate it to the museum. Truly, it brought me to tears. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. This is the future of Longhua. As a piece of trivia, aside from the fact that the domesticated roe deer has been designated as a protected species, the Orican's roe deer hats are the highest form of gift passed down through generations. Therefore, both their historical and cultural significance, as well as their societal value, are immeasurable. This serves as a testament that this heroic ethnic group has not been forgotten by the nation. Before long, this video surged back onto trending lists. Moreover, from that moment onward, the unfolding events began to take an unexpected turn. Not long after, within an hour, the Guangxi Culture and Tourism Bureau issued a Weibo post. "Dear netizens, greetings. With heartfelt gratitude and enthusiasm, we Guangxi extend our sincerest thanks to the friends from Ice City who have shown immense love and support for Little Sugar Tangerine. In gratitude for this profound friendship, we have meticulously orchestrated a delightful reciprocation. We have overnight prepared a bounty comprising 3 trucks of sweet, delectable sugar oranges and 8 trucks of plump, juicy woken oranges, totaling 11 trucks and an impressive 200 tons of premium fruit, now ready to embark on a complimentary journey to the Ice City. May the warmth of Guangxi traverse mountains and rivers, melting the frosty chill of winter. And we hope these friendship-infused sugar oranges and woken oranges bring sweetness and surprise to the citizens of the Ice City. Simultaneously, this marks a harmonious blend of southern and northern cultures, a true reflection of the unique sentiments that the people of Guangxi hold for our friends in northeast China. May this sweet blessing from Guangxi, akin to each sugar orange, bring joy to every taster's heart. Guangxi expresses gratitude to the Ice City. As Guangxi sugar oranges deliver warmth to the Ice City through a heartfelt cultural initiative, we eagerly anticipate the arrival of this fragrant friendship, transcending geographical boundaries, and warmly invite everyone to experience the natural beauty and cultural richness of Guangxi. Grateful for your companionship on this journey, Guangxi welcomes you. Once this Weibo post was released, the comments section erupted. 200 tons? Seriously? At the year's end, 200 tons of sugar oranges. Normally, these are hard to come by. Ha ha ha, thank you. My friend, this year, we in Northeast China are in for a treat. Honestly, it moved me to tears. You care for my child. And I bring you delicious food. This truly exemplifies the familial bond between the North and South. It's clear that this is not merely a slogan. This is love reciprocated. For the first time, the locals of the ice city remained unscathed by the excitement, while tourists from other regions found themselves overwhelmed. Oh no. Will we still be able to get sugar oranges this year? When will the little sugar oranges come to our places for a visit? Indeed. What is our local cultural tourism bureau doing? Let us get things rolling. I also want to taste sugar oranges. Yet, this is merely the beginning. On one hand, it is to express gratitude for the hospitality in the ice city, and on the other, it aims to capitalize on this momentum to attract more visitors. Soon, numerous tourist cities in Guangxi joined in the enthusiasm, extending grand invitations to our friends in Northeast China. That very night, the official Weibo account of the Guangxi Cultural Tourism Bureau posted an update. Though winter is cold, friendship is fervent. To express our heartfelt affection for our friends in Northeast China and acknowledge their care for the sugar oranges, from January 8th to February 8th, 2024. All visitors from the 3 northeastern provinces, upon presenting valid identification, will enjoy unprecedented travel discounts in Cheongsu City, Guangxi. All A-rated tourist attractions in the city, including the renowned Detian Transnational Waterfall, among a total of 45 scenic spots, will grant you complimentary admission during this period. Once this Weibo post was published, the comments section exploded again. Is this for real? This is possible? Wow, it's genuinely free. One is the northernmost border province of the Dragon Kingdom, and the other is the southernmost. You two are getting along well, aren't you? I can't help but ship this pairing. Guangxi and the Ice City? Is there a romance brewing here? Perhaps this is the collision of sincerity with sincerity. You have taken such exquisite care of my child that I wholeheartedly open my doors and extend the warmest and most sincere embrace to welcome your child. What was it called when one spoke of the Northeast? The Northeast Frozen Pear? With the intervention of the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau, the Ice City's Cultural and Tourism Bureau was set ablaze with excitement. Especially those who previously thought that hosting the little sugar tangerines was a thankless task were utterly astonished. For everyone knows, this is undeniably a grand gesture. Free fruit, complimentary tickets. Undoubtedly, the recently waning popularity of Ice City is bound to revive once more. The key factor is that the winter vacation is imminent. And with the arrival of this holiday, coupled with the explosive popularity of the little sugar tangerines, parents from across the nation are stirring with anticipation. Just look at Ice City. How attentive they are towards the children. How indulgent. They even gift the precious row hats. The little sugar tangerine tourism is broadcast live throughout the entire journey. There is no doubt that visiting this place during this winter vacation is a splendid choice. Isn't it far more delightful than traveling abroad? Cost is secondary. What truly matters is safety. Consequently, a multitude of pre-booked travel orders began to pour in once again. In an instant, the heads of several departments within the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, along with a few deputy directors, were left utterly flabbergasted. What? How did this become such a sensation? Indeed, it's merely children, isn't it? Why has Guangxi made such a significant effort? No way. Are they genuinely giving it away? They are serious? How has this unexpected fortune once again caught Section Chief Lin by surprise? Chapter 70. How is it that they also have connections in the animal kingdom? Meanwhile, Lindong, who was accompanying the little sugar tangerines through Ice City, remained blissfully unaware of the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau's endeavors. Faced with the selfless risks taken for the little sugar tangerines, Lindong felt a tremor of concern, and the row hat in his hand grew weighty. Although he had committed to the endeavor, many of the museums in Ice City housed collections of greater cultural significance, and their solemn atmosphere seemed somewhat mismatched with the folk heritage of the row hat. Regardless, Lindong steeled himself and reached out to the directors of several renowned museums in Ice City. However, the responses he received were largely uniform. Section Chief Lin, I'm afraid there's little we can do here. Most of our exhibits are intended for viewing only, displayed within glass cases. If the row hat were placed in a case, the children could only look but not touch. That would be counterproductive, wouldn't it? Indeed. Our style does not quite align with this artifact. Personally, I would love for this treasure to enter my museum, but alas, we have relevant regulations. Lindong could only express his understanding of the responses, as they did possess a degree of validity. Just as Lindong found himself in a quandary, a sudden ringing echoed from his phone. He glanced at the screen, noticing an unfamiliar number. Lindong furrowed his brow slightly, but answered nonetheless. Hello. Is this Section Chief Lin? An excited voice came through the line. Upon realizing that the other party was aware of his identity, Lindong hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Yes, that is indeed me. May I ask who you are? I am the president of Northeast Forestry University. My surname is Yuan, replied President Yuan. What brings you to me? It is like this. President Yuan paused, then continued. Earlier, Director Lin, during the live broadcast. It was noted that the young sugar tangerines wished to donate the roe deer hat. Could we possibly discuss this? We would be honored to exhibit the roe deer hat as part of our collection for our visitors. Taken aback by this statement, Lindong instinctively questioned. But your institution is a university, not a museum, is it not? Director Lin, you may not be aware, but within our Northeast Forestry University, there exists a forest museum. Although it lacks a certain level of fame, it possesses its own unique charm. The roe deer hat aligns perfectly with the character of our museum. A forest museum? Lindong echoed. Indeed. Our primary collections include paleontological fossils, numerous animal specimens and pelts, as well as the hunting cultures of various ethnic groups. Everything here is related to forestry, which is why I believe the roe deer hat complements our collection beautifully, President Yuan stated with a smile. To be frank, Director Lin, while our university may not have the renown of the two neighboring institutions, we hope to take this opportunity to promote our university. If possible, over the next month, our campus and forest museum will be open to outside visitors free of charge. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lindong began to ponder. The major museums in Ice City were closely linked with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, while the Forest Museum of the Forestry University was not under direct jurisdiction of the Bureau, which is why he had not initially considered this aspect. The key point was that, according to President Yuan's description, the roe deer hat indeed seemed more suited to be displayed in the Forest Museum. However, Lindong continued to inquire, and how will the roe deer hat be displayed? Rest assured, children will be allowed to take photographs with it. Of course, if the number is too great, we will implement certain protective measures, President Yuan assured him. All right, President Yuan, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. However, I still hope that you can find some time to personally greet the young sugar tangerines, as this is their goodwill, not mine. As soon as these words left Lindong's lips, President Yuan was momentarily stunned, given the current popularity of the young sugar tangerines online. If they were to visit Northeast Forestry University, it would surely trend in no time. Typically, when a university trends online, it is rarely for a good reason, often due to some peculiar student or incident. The issue was that this year, the neighboring universities, such as Ice City University of Technology, had already capitalized on the promotional efforts of Ice City's cultural tourism, leaving Northeast Forestry University with nothing but envy. Now suddenly, the spotlight of fame had shifted to them. The young sugar tangerines will come to our university? Instantly, he became animated, eagerly responding, excellent. This is absolutely no problem. Whenever you are available, we will wholeheartedly welcome your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Lindong let out a slight sigh of relief. At long last, a troublesome matter has been resolved, and the key lies in an unexpected delight. It is truly said that one may traverse great distances in vain only to find what they seek comes effortlessly. Turning around to gaze at the eager expressions of the little sugar tangerines, Lindong smiled and announced, all right, we have located the museum, so there's no need for concern anymore. Moreover, they have graciously invited us to visit and explore together. Would you all be willing? Instantly, a group of children began to leap with excitement, exclaiming their eagerness. At that very moment, as if sensing the enthusiasm of the children, even the reindeer, which had been brought over by Zikatin from the Avinki tribe to receive guests, approached them, affectionately nuzzling the little sugar tangerines. Initially startled by this sudden display of affection, the children soon realized the reindeer meant no harm, and their boldness grew. They began to take pictures and embrace the gentle creature. Some even expressed a desire to ride it. The remarkable thing was, this reindeer was genuinely docile. Observing this scene, the viewers in the live stream began to feel a twinge of envy. Is it true that Ice City has evolved to the point where one can ride reindeer? How I wish to ride as well. Someone remarked, hey, do you have any idea about your weight? Go ahead, keep talking. As the adventures of the little sugar tangerines progressed, particularly during their visit to the zoo, similar sentiments surged in the live stream. It appeared that no matter which animal it was, all behaved exceptionally gentle and affectionate in the presence of the little sugar tangerines. The penguins and polar bears at the Arctic Park began to perform earnestly for their amusement. Even the Northeast tiger at the zoo transformed from a ferocious beast into an endearing creature. In front of the little sugar tangerines, it ceased its roars, opting instead to roll around playfully, seeking affection, morphing from the ruler of the forest into a cuddly golden tabby cat. Witnessing the Northeast tiger's sudden cuteness, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. It was evident that the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau had struck a deal with all the animals. Indeed, the reindeer willingly snuggled with the little sugar tangerines. The reindeer seemed to understand. I get it. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau has already given me the heads up. This is the beloved little sugar tangerine from Guangxi, adored by all online. The Northeast tiger replied, I comprehend the situation. A satisfying meal is always clear to me. But how does the Cultural and Tourism Bureau have connections in the animal kingdom? Tiger, could you explain why, when I visited Ice City as a Northeastern person, you weren't this accommodating? In the presence of the little sugar tangerines, the tiger playfully responded, call me Mimi, a whoa. Yet, when addressing the locals, it would say, I enjoy home-cooked meals. The Northeast tiger remarked, The leaders of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau have assured me that those who do not engage will find themselves in hot water. Chapter 71. Is it truly suitable to send cranberry gifts? In the evening, after finally settling the exuberant little sugar tangerines, Lindong felt utterly exhausted. To be honest, he had never felt so fatigued before. The energy of children is indeed boundless. Moreover, their thirst for knowledge is insatiable. They are curious about everything, relentlessly probing into the depths of each inquiry. Their whimsical thoughts often catch even Lindong off guard, leaving him perpetually unprepared. As Engineer Liu observed the unfolding scene, he couldn't help but tease. It seems that Chief Lin has his own shortcomings. In response to the playful jibe, Lindong could only express his exasperation. Why don't you try managing so many children at once? Well, it's no wonder the kids adore you, Liu replied with a chuckle. While the two were engaged in light-hearted banter, a sudden call from Wang Dawei interrupted them. Lindong, have you seen the news online? What are your thoughts? What news? Lindong paused, slightly taken aback. I've been busy juggling the kids and live streaming today. I haven't had the chance to check. Not to worry. Let me fill you in. The Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau has sent over 200 tons of fruit overnight as a gesture of gratitude for our appreciation of the sugar tangerines, Wang Dawei explained. Including sugar tangerines, and, he hesitated, we certainly ought to reciprocate, but I'm uncertain what would be fitting. Wait, how much? Lindong's body stiffened at the mention of 200 tons. Even though it was harvest season, such a generous offering was indeed remarkable, especially since it was complimentary. Instinctively, Lindong inquired, Director, is this related to what you previously mentioned about them asking for promotional assistance? No, I hadn't anticipated such a grand gesture. I thought it would merely involve a casual collaboration, perhaps a few tweets, Wang Dawei said with a wry smile. They are genuinely generous. So we must find a suitable way to reciprocate. Nodding in agreement, Lindong acknowledged the principle of reciprocity. However, the challenge lay in determining what gift Ice City should offer in return. The team began brainstorming ideas. How about sending frozen pears? Our frozen pears have recently gained popularity. While frozen pears are unique to our region, they are not exclusive fruits. Given Guangxi's favorable climate and soil, they could easily freeze pears themselves, another pointed out. True. We can't send them red sausages, either. They've sent us local specialties. We should respond in kind. How about Wuchang rice? Someone suggested, but another countered. That's widely available nationwide and requires cooking, which isn't very convenient. We need something memorable, like sugar tangerines, easy to eat and share. Surely we can't send beer, though. While our local beer is commendable, it wouldn't be suitable for children. As discussions continued in the office, the mood shifted to one of concern. When it came to regional specialties, Guangxi's temperate climate and fruit cultivation offered advantages that Ice City simply couldn't match. Even Lindong found himself furrowing his brow in contemplation. In that moment, a system notification appeared before him once more. In response to the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau's generosity, please select an appropriate local specialty to reciprocate. You have the following options. 1. Frozen pears. While a specialty of Ice City, they hold little value for the fruit-abundant region of Guangxi. Effect: popularity 50,000. Reputation 10,002. Red sausage. The smoked sausage boasts a rich flavor and firm texture. However, it is not suitable as a gift for sugar tangerines. Effect: popularity 50,000. Reputation 20,003. Cranberry. Although it leans towards the sour side, it is undeniably a signature fruit of Northeast China, widely utilized in various cookies, desserts, and pastries. Its distinctive tang leaves a lasting impression. Effect: popularity 300,000. Reputation 50,000. Upon viewing the system's notification, Lindong found himself momentarily stunned, even instinctively swallowing. Yet this time, it was not due to a craving akin to when he heard about sugar tangerines, but rather because of the overwhelming acidity. Having tasted cranberries before, he recalled that sourness, which would inevitably cause his mouth to salivate at the mere thought. His aversion to sour flavors made him hesitate at the sight of this option. Would it truly be appropriate to present this as a gift to Guangxi? Aren't the fruits from there predominantly sweet? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lindong resolved to trust the system. In the gaze of eager onlookers, he paused and tentatively suggested, how about we send some fruit to our friends in Guangxi? What do you think about cranberries? As soon as the words left his mouth, the office fell silent, with many instinctively furrowing their brows. Clearly, they were all aware of the formidable acidity of cranberries. As expected, someone quickly voiced their dissent. Director Lin, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Indeed. Cranberries are far too sour. Yes, while they are a local specialty, even we, the locals, don't consume them. They are primarily used for making cakes and cookies. However, it is certainly memorable. Those who dislike sourness will guarantee there won't be a second time. Moreover, fresh cranberries are not only sour, but also a bit astringent. This time, Lindong felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, he was unaware of why the system had specifically chosen this item to garner maximum popularity for Ice City. Thus, he could only shake his head and helplessly respond, what else can we do? The The Guangxi Cultural Tourism Bureau certainly isn't lacking in sweet fruits. And the sugar tangerines they sent us will be distributed for free. If we send cranberries over, they will likely distribute them to locals and tourists as well, allowing everyone to simply taste them. After all, the saying goes, a gift, however small, is a token of goodwill. Upon hearing Lindong's words, the others could only sigh in resignation and agree. After all, who could rival Guangxi when it comes to fruit cultivation? With everyone's cooperation, the work progressed swiftly. By the following morning, 100,000 boxes of cranberries were already en route to Nanning, Guangxi. Simultaneously, the official Weibo accounts of the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau and the Provincial Cultural Tourism Bureau published a post. Citrus arrives, cranberries depart. Heilongjiang Fuyuan is sending 100,000 boxes of cranberries to Nanning. The subsequent distribution will be managed by the Nanning government, ensuring free access for local residents and tourists. A mutual embrace of sweetness and sourness as Northeast Cranberries journey to the romantic landscapes of Guangxi. Unexpectedly, the entirety of the Cultural Tourism Bureau, including Lindong himself, was caught off guard. The moment this Weibo post was published, the comment section erupted once more. Chapter 72. Is this even possible? Wait, what? Cranberries? Grown in Northeast China? Could you repeat that? Goodness. I had no idea such a thing existed in Northeast China. In all my years, this is the first time I've heard of it. To be fair, cranberry flavor should be quite delightful, right? I recall enjoying it in Kaduo biscuits, a pleasant blend of sweet and sour. Now that you mention it, I wonder, why are cranberries found here? Aren't they foreign imports, much like blueberries? Who would have thought that such a treasure exists in the Northeast? The locals have kept this under wraps. They've been so discreet. However, little did they know that this revelation would once again shatter the calm of the Northeast residents. Although many had never tasted cranberries, at the very least, they had heard of them. This fruit, with its vibrant red hue, possesses remarkable nutritional value. Long ago, it was regarded as a precious food and medicinal plant by Native Americans, and during the age of exploration, it was as valuable as gold. Used as a medium of exchange, thus earning the title of the North American ruby. Its fame is considerable, having been consistently celebrated by the media as a premier fruit, on par with blueberries. Consequently, it has long been ingrained in the subconscious of nearly everyone in the Dragon Country that cranberries are imported. And now you tell me they are domestically produced? Not only that, but they are grown in Northeast China? How could the locals be unaware? For heaven's sake, I'll say it again. It's not about being discreet or tight-lipped. I've lived in Northeast China for so long, and I had no clue we produced this. I'm not exaggerating. I hail from Fuyuan and didn't know we cultivated this. What? You're now telling me this is a product of Northeast China? Hey Longjiang, what else have you withheld from us? Damn, are all the good things just for the other provinces? Do we locals not matter? I'm genuinely feeling slighted now. It seems that the good stuff is always reserved for outsiders. I always thought these were imported. As local residents grappled with this revelation, many netizens began to investigate the origins of Heilongjiang cranberries overnight. As it turned out, the more they searched, the more they were left in silence. Many from outside the region began to jest. What? You Northeasterners didn't know cranberries are produced locally? Not only do you grow cranberries, but Fuyuan City in Heilongjiang is also Asia's largest cranberry production base. It's said that the climate in Northeast China is quite suitable for cultivating various berries. Not just cranberries, but also blueberries, strawberries, and cherries. While the jesters continued, some locals attempted to defend themselves. It's nothing really. I don't even like sour things. My mother gave them to the neighbor's child. I've heard that fresh cranberries are both sour and astringent. They're not to our taste. My mother gave them to the neighbor's child. There is no denying that Northeasterners have an affinity for sweet flavors, while those from Guangxi tend to favor the tangy. Hence, the gift of this item. If it were truly sweet, would we, the locals, remain oblivious? Your mother gifted it to another child. Please, be silent. Once again, the locals found themselves utterly disheartened. The acidity of the cranberry is of little consequence. What truly matters is my own heartache. Is it sour or not? Allow me a taste. What berry? Cranberry. What kind of cranberry? Cranberry. What kind? Cranberry. The locals, perplexed, could only exclaim in despair. However, unlike the disheartened locals, Lindong, in the office of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, felt a surge of anxiety upon beholding the box of fresh cranberries before him. Just moments ago, he could not resist sampling a piece, the flavor nearly contorting his entire face in reaction. It was not merely sour, it was also astringent. For the first time, Lindong, who had never doubted the system, found himself engulfed in profound skepticism. Is there truly someone who enjoys this? Could there have been a mistake? They sent us sugar tangerines, and we reciprocate with this? Is this not the very definition of ingratitude? Lindong felt an overwhelming sense of shame and apprehension, fearing this might lead to disaster. Meanwhile, the little sugar tangerines eagerly awaited his guidance for their outing, particularly today, as they were to donate the Rowhead hat to the Forest Museum of Northeast Forestry University. After much hesitation, Lindong sighed, bid farewell to the group, and attended to pressing matters. The donation of the Rowhead hat encountered no issues. The museum's director warmly welcomed the little sugar tangerines, even taking the opportunity to promote the school once more, successfully trending on social media, keeping pace with the recent popularity of the Ice City. The Little Sugar Tangerines were delighted, not only touring Northeast Forestry University, but also posing for photos with seniors. Many children expressed a keen interest in the university, prompting teacher Lindong, leading the study tour, to alter their plans and postpone their journey to Mo, responding to enthusiastic invitations from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and various organizations. Naturally, this interest waned after 2 days. On the third day, following their visit to the 731-unit Crimes Exhibition Hall, everything changed. The initial joy of arriving in the Ice City gave way to a palpable silence. This continued until they arrived at Ice City Industrial University. Especially when they encountered the banners at the entrance. Dignity rests solely upon the edge of a sword. Truth lies within the range of cannon fire. In that moment, it was not only the Little Sugar Tangerines who were deeply moved. Many viewers of the live stream were equally affected. If given the opportunity, one must come here. Ideally, one could gain admission. Meanwhile, within the university, as Lindong observed the Little Sugar Tangerines being escorted to view the Dongfeng missiles, he seized a moment of respite to locate the university's representative. The artificial moon from Sophia Cathedral, along with the open access at Ice City Industrial University, had significantly aided Lindong. In contrast, Lindong found himself in a rather awkward situation, as criticized by Wang Dawei, seemingly having only produced 2 banners. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lindong hastily approached the school's head, initiating a discussion about subsequent arrangements. This time, he was once again in contact with the director of the publicity department at Ice City University. However, upon hearing Lindong's remarks, the director was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Wait a moment. Ha ha ha, Director Lin, are you referring to the follow-up publicity promised by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? There's more to come? Director Su chuckled. Oh dear. Please, spare me your sarcasm. I truly had no choice but to hang just 2 banners due to my previous commitments. After all, it cannot simply end with just 2 banners, can it? Lindong's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he sought to discuss further matters. Ha ha ha, no. Director Lin, you've misunderstood. I'm nearly laughing myself into stitches. Director Su pointed outside at the students gathered around, intrigued by the Little Sugar Tangerines. What I mean is, aren't these Little Sugar Tangerines just the publicity that your Cultural and Tourism Bureau has provided for our school? This is already the best form of promotion. What more do we need? Lindong was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this initially arranged? How had it now transformed into their own achievement? Could it really be so? At that moment, a wave of guilt washed over Lindong. Was this not akin to benefiting without cost? Director Lin, how can you say such a thing? Director Su smiled. Have you forgotten about the tethered drone incident? You might not realize that, with the fervor that surrounded that event, it garnered billions of views and trended on Weibo for several consecutive days. If we were to engage today as advertisers, how much do you think it would cost? How much? Lindong inquired. At least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Director Su shook his head. The key point is that the effectiveness wouldn't even match what we achieved. And our few drones cost so little. We felt quite indebted at the time. Seeing so many orders, we even wondered if we were the ones benefiting without cost from you. Oh, so this time with the Little Sugar Tangerines at our school. The hype is just as overwhelming. This year, our publicity department's KPI, our target, has long been exceeded. The results are exceptional. Ultimately, we are merely responsible for hosting a few visitors, and with such high enthusiasm, it's a remarkably lucrative deal for us. Is that so? Lindong pondered for a moment, realizing the validity in what Director Su had stated. Thus, how can such mutually beneficial endeavors be labeled as benefiting without cost? Director Su declared earnestly, this is a win-win situation. Therefore, Director Lin's responsibilities have already been fulfilled. If we continue with this politeness, we shall feel embarrassed. With the other party having expressed their stance so clearly, Lindong felt it inappropriate to say anything further. He merely nodded, exchanged pleasantries, and departed. Meanwhile, within the span of 2 days, following the long journey of dedicated drivers, cranberries from the easternmost point of Longhua had arrived in Nanning, Guangxi. The Nanning government promptly distributed the cranberries to various regions, initiating free tasting events. At the activity center, many curious residents of Guangxi began sampling this specialty that had traversed thousands of kilometers. As I gazed upon the vivid, crimson little fruit before me, initially, the crowd paid it little heed. After all, it was said online that this peculiar item boasted considerable nutritional value and was frequently employed in the crafting of cookies and cakes. However, the moment it touched their lips, the expressions of those who tasted it contorted into a grimace. Oh, how sour it was. This is exceedingly tart. Wasn't it supposed to be used for baking? Observing the spectators' reactions, the reporter, almost stoking the flames of curiosity, inquired, what do you think of the flavor of the cranberry? Consequently, some individuals, facing the camera, forced to smile while battling the saliva pooling in their mouths, gritting their teeth as they proclaimed, sweet. Thanks for the gift from our friends in Northeast China. Brothers, it is truly sweet. You must remember to taste it. After this proclamation, the individual turned away with an exaggerated air of nonchalance. only to immediately don a mask of anguish. Witnessing the numerous individuals feigning calmness, those who had partaken of the cranberry could not help but chuckle. This is hilarious. Sweet, you say? Their faces are all contorted. The people of Guangxi, in their stubbornness, were not merely sampling cranberries. They were engaging in the complexities of human relationships. Previously, the Northeasterners had remained silent. Now it was the Guangxi folk who, upon tasting, chose to remain tight-lipped. Now, one can understand why the Northeasterners themselves refrained from consuming such a fruit, for indeed, fresh cranberries are exceedingly tart. Moreover, it seems the people of Guangxi are quite resilient. Even we, their compatriots, struggled to consume it at first. Stop eating it. I'm scared, exclaimed one. Guangxi, the province that consumes the most fresh cranberries in the nation. However, to the surprise of many netizens, once this video was released, a number of locals became eager to try it for themselves. Is it really that sour? Surely, they cannot handle sourness. Oh, it's not sour at all. Not in the slightest. I assure you. Give it a try. Some, undeterred by skepticism, began to sample the fruit. In no time, an expressionless cranberry eating challenge emerged online. As for the outcome, it can be said that cranberries are the remedy for various forms of disbelief. Countless faces contorted and painful expressions made their appearance. The key point is, anyone who tasted it offered no negative reviews. All were adamant, sweet, not sour, really not sour. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Lindong was utterly astonished. Oh dear Guangxi friends, please don't force yourselves. I'm frightened. Such a sour item, and you flaunt it? Couldn't you add a bit of syrup or something to accompany it? This fruit is inherently sour. Surely, we wouldn't lie about it just to save face. To preempt any further peculiar occurrences, Lindong hastily instructed his team to produce a cranberry consumption guide video, which he then disseminated widely on Weibo. Fresh cranberries are indeed very sour. If you intend to make jams, dried fruits, or candied versions, be sure to add ample sugar or honey. The flavor will significantly improve, transforming into a delightful sweet and sour experience. The delightful possibilities of pairing pastries abound, such as incorporating cranberry scones, spreading jam on bread, or savoring candied cranberries with milk and cereal. Just don't consume them raw. However, Lindong found himself utterly astonished. Despite his efforts to promote the appropriate consumption of cranberries, the folks from Guangxi seemed unconvinced. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They exclaimed. Cranberries are meant to be eaten fresh. What do you know? They are not sour at all. You Northerners only know how to cultivate them. You have no idea how to enjoy them. Indeed, if they were truly sour, how could I ever trick my friends into trying them? That evening, after a long day's work, Lindong finally took a moment to rest, only to be met with a barrage of absurd comments in the discussion section, alongside the sudden viral trend of the expressionless cranberry eating challenge. Various video creators seized upon this cranberry phenomenon, proclaiming it to be not sour in the most comedic ways, pranking their friends with these antics. In that moment, Lindong was utterly bewildered. What, is this truly happening? Meanwhile, the staff at the iCity Cultural and Tourism Bureau were equally perplexed by the unexpected popularity of cranberries. What? This can actually become popular? On what grounds? Aren't the folks from Guangxi supposed to prefer sour flavors? Even those who had initially voiced dissent fell silent, while others greeted Lindong with exaggerated smiles and compliments. Oh, it must be thanks to Lin, our esteemed department head. Who would have thought that gifting cranberries would yield such remarkable results? Indeed, who could have anticipated that such a tart fruit could one day gain fame in the South? Lin, the department head, truly has a knack for foresight. Did he foresee this outcome all along? We were certainly too short-sighted. Truly, Lin is deserving of all praise. Faced with the accolades of the crowd, Lindong was left in a state of utter confusion. Actually, there is no need for you to be modest, Department Head Lin. This success is undoubtedly your achievement. You need not say a word. Those who understand will know. Lindong was left dumbfounded. Is this truly happening? Chapter 73. Too sweet. Not sour at all. Observing the inexplicable surge in popularity and the sudden fame of cranberries, Lindong felt a headache coming on. The reason was simple. Much like the previous display of frozen pears, these Southerners were torturing themselves by consuming cranberries in such a manner. Did they truly eat such a tart fruit raw? At that moment, Lindong finally grasped the bewilderment he had experienced when he first introduced the frozen pear presentation, as others looked at him as though he were foolish. It was simply absurd. Aside from urging the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to swiftly produce a video to debunk the misconceptions surrounding the proper consumption of cranberries, Lindong found himself with few alternatives. Just as he noticed a slight decrease in enthusiasm due to the perceived sourness of cranberries, he was caught off guard when well-meaning netizens took it a step further. On major video-sharing platforms, a prominent creator with over 10 million followers, Xiaoyang, became intrigued by the sudden rise of cranberries. His usual content revolved around educating viewers about various fruits, particularly tasting local produce, and discussing their flavors, characteristics, and growing environments. In his videos, the most notable characteristic is his profound professionalism, which is particularly evident when he tastes a fruit he enjoys, as he promptly reveals its sweetness. His extensive expertise, combined with a humorous and witty style, has garnered immense popularity, with his series of videos surpassing 200 million views on a single platform. Consequently, viewers have affectionately dubbed him the Fruit Hunter. This time, he was the first prominent video creator to engage with this topic. Shortly thereafter, he released a video with a deceptively simple title, Not Sour at All, emphasizing human connections. The video's duration barely exceeded 1 minute, leading many fans to initially wonder if he was merely dismissing them. However, upon watching, they were greeted by the sight of Xiaoyang holding a plate of succulent, vibrant cranberries, immediately entering into an exuberant display. Recently, cranberries have gained considerable popularity, with numerous viewers claiming they had never tasted them and requesting him to sample them first. Today, I will be tasting on behalf of my fans, he declared, promptly popping a cranberry into his mouth, relishing its crispness. Remarkably, unlike some others from Guangxi, after consuming several cranberries, he did not even blink. His facial expression remained utterly unchanged. He continued to extol the cranberries to the camera, exclaiming, "Delicious. These are quite delightful. Not sour at all. Truly not sour. Look at my expression." The online claims are exaggerated. One word, sweet. For those who have never tasted cranberries, I highly recommend you give them a try. As he indulged in the cranberries with such enthusiasm, the initially skeptical viewers found themselves momentarily stunned. Could it truly not be sour? Look at him. He shows no reaction at all. Could it be a matter of differing bodily responses? Consequently, many viewers quickly jumped on the bandwagon, purchasing cranberries online, while those who did not shop online sought to buy some at local fruit stores. Upon returning home and tasting them, nearly everyone lost control over their facial expressions in an instant. Too sour, they exclaimed. At that moment, fans erupted in frustration. Damn it. Xiaoyang, you trickster. Did you not say this was not sour? You claimed it was sweet. This is more sour than a lemon. I feel deceived. I just popped one in and nearly sent myself into oblivion. Oh no, I cannot stop salivating. How on earth did you manage to eat cranberries with such a straight face? They are so sour. Observing the flood of incredulous comments from fans, many longtime followers found amusement in the situation, playfully mocking the reactions. Ha ha ha, I can't believe some people actually fell for it. This is hilarious. I never expected anyone to believe him. If he hadn't claimed it was not sour, would you have dared to taste cranberries? The title clearly states it. Not sour at all, emphasizing human connections. This could very well be an incident. It is evident that those who have fallen for this are newcomers. As an old fan, I can affirm that if this product were genuinely sweet, he would have disclosed its sugar content and utilized a refractometer for testing. To be frank, this is indeed the case. Observing fans being deceived, the cunning Xiaoyang finally found amusement and subsequently released the complete video. It appears that quite a number of fans have indeed been misled. Ha ha ha. In truth, cranberries are quite tart. The fresh fruit is not particularly palatable, whereas dried versions, with their sweet and sour flavors, are delightful. This is a fact. As for my ability to consume cranberries with a straight face, allow me to share an intriguing piece of trivia. Are you familiar with the mystical fruit known as the miracle fruit? This fruit goes by several names: miracle berry, sweet berry, and flavor-altering fruit. Many of you may have surmised that although the miracle fruit is also sour, it contains a unique protein that, when consumed, alters one's perception of subsequent acidic fruits, rendering them sweet instead. Therefore, if you find cranberries excessively sour, do not hastily discard them. Try consuming miracle fruit first before indulging in cranberries, and you shall maintain a stoic demeanor. Why not invite your friends and family to partake in this experience as well? After mentioning this, he took a moment to educate his audience further. Additionally, many netizens, upon viewing videos of cranberry harvesting in northeast China, inquired whether these fruits grow in water. The truth is otherwise. Cranberries grow on land, akin to strawberries, and belong to the berry family. However, cranberries possess a unique structure, featuring 4 air pockets within. For ease of harvesting and to minimize labor, water barriers are constructed around them, and water is introduced, causing the cranberries to float to the surface. Thus, cranberries do not grow in water. They are simply floated for convenient harvesting. Undoubtedly, due to their remarkable entertainment value, these 2 videos have once again gone viral across various platforms. In fact, numerous bloggers have initiated a stoic cranberry eating challenge, leading to a new wave of prank challenges. The secret weapon? None other than the miracle fruit introduced by Xiaoyang. Witnessing the resurgence of interest, not only Lindong was astonished. Even the manager of the Fuyuan Cranberry Base, who previously liaised with the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau, was taken aback. In a matter of days, their cranberry orders on Taobao exploded. Initially, they presumed that cake and cookie shops were purchasing cranberries for baking purposes. However, as customer inquiries became increasingly bizarre, they began to realize the truth. Is it sour? If it's not sour, I want to buy it. No, I don't need extra. It's either for baking or to eat directly. The product has arrived. It's incredibly sour. So sour that it brought tears to my eyes. My husband was thrilled to the point of crying. Thankfully, I had eaten miracle fruit beforehand. Ha ha ha. 5-star review. Upon reading these reviews and questions, the manager of the Cranberry Base was left utterly flabbergasted. He even felt a tinge of panic. What on earth has transpired in this world today? Please, do not eat anymore. I am truly frightened. Chapter 74, A Comprehensive Survey of Agriculture. Come on, let us engage in mutual harm. While various expressionless challenges involving cranberries are being launched online, netizens from both the north and south are not idle. This time, everyone is feeling the sourness. Northeasterners, having lived for years without knowledge of cranberries in their region, feel a pang of sadness. Meanwhile, those from Guangxi, having tasted authentic cranberries, are left with bitter mouths. After the locals from northeast China were taken aback, they quickly devised a countermeasure. Indeed, it is mutual harm. Ever since major platforms unveiled the feature to display IP addresses, everyone's provinces have been laid bare. Soon, the comment section was filled with such scenes. Ha ha ha, did the Northeasterners not see this coming? Who would have thought that cranberries are produced in your homeland? Laugh, laugh, laugh. What a joke. Do you think you are exempt from this? Just because you are from Sichuan, known only for pandas and hot pot? Have you ever tasted the caviar from Yuan? Wait, what? Caviar? Sichuan has caviar? Isn't that imported? Nonsense. Just search online and you will find out. Oh my, it really exists. How was I unaware of this? Observing the dialogue between the two, onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. The brothers from Sichuan must be bewildered. After mocking for so long, the real clown is me. This is hilarious. I thought only the Northeasterners were betrayed by their hometown. But surprise, surprise. Little did they know that this laughter immediately incited the discontent of Sichuan netizens, who retorted directly. Laugh. What a joke. Do you think that only Yuan produces caviar in the Dragon Kingdom? Does Zhejiang not have any? You know? Oh, not only do we have caviar, but a single enterprise in Zhejiang accounts for 1/3 of the global production. It is the highest producing company of caviar in the world. How dare you criticize me? How can a local not even know this? Oh my goodness. I always thought this was foreign. Oh no. I have become the jester too. This scene brought amusement to all the onlookers. This is indeed an annual drama. Just after laughing at others, it turns out the tables have turned on oneself. What is this called? This is called the cycle of karma. Heaven spares no one. Bring down the price of caviar. Bring it down. Are you kidding? If the foreigners next door see this, they would think I cannot afford it. What does it mean that everyone is the same? Is this enough for anyone? Bring me another can. 1 can per person. The mocked netizens from Zhejiang, after a brief struggle, quickly found their way to retaliate. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What are you laughing at? Do you know that Anhui has French foie gras too? Did you think that was imported? Huh. Huh. Did not see that coming, did you? Keep laughing. Let us see if you can still laugh. Wait, it actually exists? Oh my. In Luan. Hee. Not only does Luan have foie gras, but Suzhou also produces vodka. Did you expect that? Not just vodka, but Boizhou and Anhui also produces whiskey. You do not think that this is imported as well, do you? Laugh. Why have you stopped laughing? I still find your previously defiant demeanor quite appealing. Beneath this comment, countless netizens from Anhui erupted in astonishment. Goodness. I recall that these items were predominantly imported, weren't they? How is it that we now have them domestically? I had always presumed that vodka originated from the old country. Surely, even in our dragon nation, it would be found in the northeast, yet here it is in our midst. My word, how is it that whiskey is also available? Anhui, you are truly ruthless. You have kept this from me for far too long. It seems you are hoarding foie gras and not sharing. As Anhui netizens began to express their disbelief, users from various provinces across our dragon nation joined the fray, engaging in a mutual exchange of barbs. The result of this exchange was quite striking. Upon turning around, it became evident that nearly every province was undermining its own local netizens. Why is it that Gansu boasts South American shrimp? South American? What? Goodness. When did Xinjiang start offering seafood? And what on earth are Yunnan's Matsutake cookies? How is it that, as a local, I have never heard of this? Now you tell me that the largest saffron production area in our dragon nation is in Shanghai? Why then, during my travels to the Tibetan region, did I need to purchase this? Among all, the most carefree and untroubled were undoubtedly the netizens from Hunan. Hee. We have nothing here. Do not even think about breaking our defenses. But the very next moment, did you think there was nothing? Hunan is rich in diamonds. You must know this. To be fair, it is indeed agriculture. While diamonds elsewhere are mined, yours are cultivated. It's laughable. Hunan has already produced half of the world's lab-grown diamonds, leaving even the Western diamond monopolists in shock, and yet the locals remain unaware. Indeed, Hunan has driven down global diamond prices, and you still do not know that you are cultivating this commodity? As this revelation emerged, not only were Hunan netizens left dumbfounded, but countless onlookers from other regions were equally perplexed. For a long time, diamonds have been associated with marriage and love through pervasive marketing, allowing global diamond merchants to exploit their monopolistic status, resulting in the current state of affairs, until the advent of lab-grown diamonds. Yet, in the collective subconscious, was it not believed that creating lab-grown diamonds was a complex endeavor? How then did Hunan manage to capture half of the global lab-grown diamond production in one fell swoop? Just as all netizens were in a state of bewilderment, the CCTV Agriculture Channel intervened, releasing a video titled, Global Natural Diamond Prices Plummet, Hunan, No Panic. The host faced the camera and began to elaborate. Recently, tourism in Ice City has surged, and Northeast cranberries have gained popularity, prompting netizens nationwide to embark on a thorough exploration of agriculture. During this exploration, a user suddenly discovered, wait, how is it that Hunan's specialty is diamonds? And not through mining, but through cultivation? Furthermore, let me share some unfortunate news. Not long ago, the price of diamonds experienced a significant drop, prompting several global diamond giants to announce a halt in diamond sales. At this point, the host paused abruptly. Wait a moment, what does it mean for these giants to cease diamond sales? Have you inquired with the global diamond superpower from Longhua, specifically from Chicheng County in Hunan Province? Indeed, the reigning monarch of cultivated diamonds is Longhua, and remarkably, half of the world's cultivated diamonds, or synthetic diamonds, originate from this once agricultural small town. It is likely that many netizens are curious as to why this location holds such significance and how it is possible to cultivate diamonds now. As the host continued, many viewers began to listen intently. After all, who does not appreciate the allure of diamonds? In front of the camera, the host commenced an introduction. Before delving into the science, we must first discuss another topic. Why are natural diamonds so expensive? Some might assert that it is due to their rarity, akin to the notion of a diamond bachelor. However, diamonds are not as scarce as one might think. A study conducted in 2018 estimated that there are approximately 1 trillion tons of natural diamonds on Earth, which translates to about 125,000 tons per person globally. Note that the unit is tons, not carats. Of course, some viewers may argue that this is merely theoretical speculation, and the currently explored diamond mines do not yield such quantities. Nevertheless, there are indeed numerous confirmed diamond mines capable of satisfying global demand, and thus, the prices need not be so exorbitant. So why are they so costly? This brings us to the sophisticated marketing tactics employed by certain diamond conglomerates. They first marketed diamonds as adornments for the successful elite, subsequently linking them to love. To cultivate the perception of rarity, many diamond giants monopolized all diamond mines, restricting production, a practice akin to their inherited expertise. Some merchants not only associate diamonds with love, but also intertwine love with marriage. For instance, a diamond brand that saw profits plummet by 90% in the first half of the year had an advertising slogan stating, "Gentlemen, you can only customize one for a lifetime." However, in recent years, these strategies have begun to falter. The emergence of diamond merchants from Russia has led to a tripartite division of the global diamond market. Yet, even this division is ephemeral. As synthetic diamonds are on the rise, it is likely that many learned in elementary school that diamonds are essentially carbon formed under high-pressure conditions. What is the most notable characteristic of diamonds? Is it their beauty? Not quite. It is their hardness, being one of the hardest materials in nature, also known as adamantine. Consequently, in industrial applications, there is a substantial demand for such high-strength materials. After considerable human endeavor, synthetic diamonds were developed in the 1950s. Comparatively, synthetic diamonds are often more perfect, aesthetically pleasing, purer, and less expensive than their natural counterparts. At this juncture, many viewers might find themselves perplexed once again. Why? One might wonder, were synthetic diamonds produced as early as the 1950s, yet the diamonds we are familiar with remain exceedingly expensive through the years? The explanation is rather straightforward. At this juncture, the host took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. The technology for synthetic diamonds is a proprietary innovation of the United States. And due to the immense industrial utility of synthetic diamonds, the Americans have long restricted their sales to our nation without sharing the underlying technology. This illustrates the so-called technological stranglehold. As the technology lies in their hands, we find ourselves at their mercy. Our industry has been constrained by external forces for an extended period. They dictate the price, and even when we offer to purchase, we must heed their whims. Frankly, it is quite disheartening to pay while feeling subservient to others. But why has the situation suddenly shifted? Let us redirect our focus domestically. Why, after years of silence, has it come to light that Hunan can cultivate diamonds overnight? To comprehend this, we must journey back to the previous century. In 1958, the second abrasive wheel factory in Zhengzhou, known as Ersha, primarily engaged in the production of grinding tools. They discovered that our nation's synthetic diamond production was almost entirely dependent on imports, lacking essential materials, and thus compelled to acquiesce to foreign demands. Consequently, Ersha established its own research institute, formerly known as the Institute of Abrasives and Grinding Tools, abbreviated as SANMO, embarking on independent research to surmount this technological impasse. In 1963, our nation successfully developed its first synthetic diamond independently. 2 years later, SANMO dispatched a team to collaborate with the Jinan Foundry and Forging Machinery Research Institute, culminating in the emergence of our first domestically developed 6-sided top press for synthetic diamond manufacturing. From that point onward, our synthetic diamond industry would no longer be beholden to others. We successfully broke free from the blockade. Thus, during the trade disputes of recent years, we remained steadfast in the face of adversity. Why? Because we possess our own intellectual property, rendering us immune to external pressures. The subsequent narrative unfolds simply. Among the first engineers to conquer the challenges of synthetic diamonds was an individual from Zhejiang in Shaanqiu, who later resigned to return home and establish a venture, nurturing a cadre of engineers and creating a cluster industry for superhard materials in Zhejiang. It is noteworthy that this refers not merely to a synthetic diamond industry, but to a broader superhard materials industry. In essence, synthetic diamonds represent merely the tip of the iceberg in Zhejiang's industrial landscape, and indeed, are of lesser significance. Therefore, when one speculates that the agricultural endeavors are merely local governments clandestinely profiting, one is mistaken. This is the culmination of decades of relentless efforts by our predecessors in our nation to overcome the blockade imposed by others, achieved through steadfast, independent research and development. Upon hearing this, many in the audience were left in a state of astonishment, for only at this moment did they finally grasp the entirety of the situation. Why has this extensive agricultural assessment revealed that many products, previously believed to be exclusively imported, are now domestically produced? The underlying reason is clear. Whether in industry or specialty goods, reliance on foreign nations will only lead to vulnerability. Soon, the comment section showcased a different atmosphere. Gratitude was expressed to the predecessors. It turns out, this phenomenon extends beyond synthetic diamonds. Even seafood from Xinjiang is included. But why? Saline alkaline land may not support traditional crops, yet it can nurture seafood. We owe our gratitude to the tireless efforts of our ancestors. Who would have imagined that one day, Xinjiang could cultivate seafood? As a native of Guangzhou, I find myself bemused. How have we become a remote area? It's amusing, while Xinjiang residents declare, our seafood remains free from nuclear contamination. The key takeaway is that whenever our nation conquers technological challenges, the production yields are astonishing. Often, we account for a third or even half of global output. This is not merely a self-assessment. We have essentially uncovered the secrets of others. Do you grasp what it means to be an agricultural powerhouse? Our ancestors wisely proclaimed, in times of poverty, one should focus on self-improvement. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. To be fair, the nation has truly exerted itself to ensure we have access to better food. Many items that once required importation are now available domestically. This brings to mind previous remarks from certain professors about the so-called crown jewels of foreign industry, suggesting our country could never master them. I also recall their claims. Without foreign support, our nation couldn't even manufacture a ballpoint pen, and it seems we have yet to overcome the technology for pen refills. That was laughable, culminating in an inquiry to the leadership, who questioned if production was feasible. The response was that it was unprofitable. The market is limited. To counter public opinion, Taigang preferred to incur losses and produced a single batch, which weighed a staggering 60 tons. That one batch could supply the world for years. Consequently, it drove the neighboring Sakura nation's ballpoint pen refill factory to closure. Chapter 76. Why is Little Sugar Tangerine crying? At this moment, Lindong remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events online. Initially, he merely intended to send a gift of cranberries to his friend in Guangxi. However, he inadvertently sparked a nationwide phenomenon, igniting discussions among hundreds of millions of netizens regarding the agricultural assessment. This led to a significant revelation. Why were so many of the assessed items foreign and their production levels astonishing? This was not merely an assessment. It was akin to stripping away the undergarments of foreign entities. Laughter erupted across the internet. In stark contrast to the amused netizens, Lindong found himself overwhelmed. Not only did he have to engage in live broadcasts and respond to inquiries from netizens, but he also had to manage questions from the Little Sugar Tangerines, as well as phone calls from the Mo Fire Station and the Forestry Bureau. As for the urgency, it stems from Lindong's earlier commitment to fulfill the wishes of the Little Sugar Tangerines by donating his precious roe deer hat. After discussions with teacher Liang and others, he momentarily altered his plans, deciding to stay an additional day in Ice City. However, this decision left the leaders of the two bureaus in Mo in quite a predicament. The initial arrangement was to visit the fire station first, followed by the Forestry Bureau. Yet, with the extra day spent by the Little Sugar Tangerines, new complications arose. Director Lin, we had an agreement. We were to go to the fire station first, and then to the Forestry Bureau. You must not go back on your word. Since you delayed by a day, we will still start at the fire station tomorrow, correct? Everything is prepared on our end. Many firefighters have begun learning the Guangxi dialect overnight. We even had the kitchen prepare candied hawthorns overnight. Director Lin, we agreed that tomorrow we would come to the Forestry Bureau, didn't we? The date is correct, right? You must not break your promise. We are all set. Many staff members are waiting for today. Listening to the incessant calls, Lindong felt a throbbing headache. The crux of the matter was that both bureau leaders were action-oriented. One had even prepared to dispatch a decommissioned fire truck to the Mo high-speed railway station at a moment's notice, while the other had already begun a live broadcast, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Little Sugar Tangerines. Can't you two negotiate? Must it be on the same day? Yet both sides firmly insisted that won't do. We have already informed our fans. Exactly. Announcements have been made, and the live stream is about to start. Director Lin, you know well that many viewers have been waiting. Indeed, the comment section is buzzing with anticipation. Clearly, Neither party was willing to budge. How about we go to the fire station first, then to the Forestry Bureau? No. No. We agreed to go to the Forestry Bureau first. That is not feasible. We have activities planned for the evening. Wouldn't that render our preparations futile? Yes. This way we would only have half a day. What can be accomplished in half a day? That is unacceptable. Watching the two once again embroiled in argument, Lindong felt utterly drained. He hung up the phone, his expression one of exasperation. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Engineer Lu, quickly book me a ticket to Mo, alongside the little sugar tangerines. Hearing this, Engineer Lu was momentarily taken aback. Huh, Director Lin, you're going too? Wasn't everything already arranged? Arrange my foot. Lindong fumed, recalling the heated debate between the two sides. If I don't go, there's bound to be chaos over there. These people are as stubborn as mules. They are all clamoring for the little sugar tangerines to go first. In the fire station, they claim they are learning the Guangxi dialect overnight. Do they even know what dialects are spoken in Guangxi? Meanwhile, Teacher Liang chuckled at this. There's no choice. I see both sides have already issued announcements. Originally, they were to set off yesterday and arrive today to visit the fire station first. But due to the delay, they couldn't make it. Moreover, it seems both sides have released statements. Hearing this, Lindong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Indeed, the Northeast is known for its warmth towards outsiders, and even more so towards children. Particularly when they hail from Guangxi. It would be strange if they were not welcoming. After a moment of contemplation, Lindong decisively made arrangements for them. He resolved that upon arriving in Mo in the afternoon, they would first visit the forestry station, then the fire station the following morning, and depart the day after. Thus, the plan was set in stone, rendering any further discussion moot. Additionally, he insisted that no one should contact them directly, but rather let the Cultural and Tourism Department of Mo handle the arrangements. With that, Lindong began making phone calls. Regardless of whether it was the leaders of the Forestry Bureau or the fire station who wished to negotiate, they were quickly silenced when Lindong invoked Wang Daoi's name. You can direct any inquiries to our director, he stated. This left both parties speechless, as it was well known that Lindong had been managing these arrangements lately. Asking Wang Daoi, surely, he would still support you. Consequently, both sides resigned themselves to the situation. The Forestry Bureau's personnel were overjoyed, while the fire station was left with no choice but to issue a notice announcing a delay. Observing the reactions online, the comments section erupted in laughter. It seemed they could still visit the fire station, a tantalizing prospect for any child, as no little one could resist the allure of a fire truck. It must be said, I truly do not recommend such an arrangement, as I have yet to experience the fun myself. Children have a genuine fascination with fire trucks. There are countless toys available, especially the Lego sets, which include several fire truck models. Even my 28-month-old friend is enamored with fire trucks, practically drooling at the sight of rescue pickups. It was amusing to witness how the intended visit to the fire station was thwarted by the Forestry Bureau. A little-known fact, the golden British shorthair falls under the jurisdiction of the Forestry Bureau. Mo Fire Department, Forestry Bureau. Little Sugar Tangerines wish to see the director wrestle with the golden shorthair. Could you arrange that? Ha ha ha, there seems to be a hint of personal rivalry here. Vice Director of the Forestry Bureau, please speak up. After finally boarding the vehicle with the Little Sugar Tangerines, Lindong thought he could finally rest. The relentless days of travel had left him with no time even to catch a glimpse of any videos. However, just as he settled in, the train attendant woke him. What is the matter? Lindong mumbled, bleary-eyed, only to find a crowd gathered around him. Can we take a photo with the Little Sugar Tangerines? To his bewilderment, the first to speak was not one of the curious onlookers, but the train attendant. Meanwhile, Engineer Lu queried again, Director Lin, did you arrange this? Arrange what? Lindong took a deep breath, managing a strained smile as he nodded in agreement to the attendant's request for a photo. Turning away, he exclaimed in frustration. After finally getting a chance to rest, am I to create my own troubles? Yet, witnessing the attendant's enthusiastic care for the Little Sugar Tangerines, Lindong felt somewhat reassured and eventually drifted back into a peaceful slumber. However, the following day at noon, just as they were nearing Mo, Lindong was abruptly awakened by the sound of Little Sugar Tangerine's cries. What happened? Who bullied our Little Sugar Tangerine? Panic surged within him as he hurriedly climbed out of bed, directing his gaze towards the source of the commotion. There, he beheld a small sugar tangerine, clinging to a police officer's leg, wailing inconsolably. Stunned, Lindong wondered what had transpired. In the next moment, he heard Sugar Tangerine sobbing while pleading. I don't want you to leave, uncle. Come back to Nanning with me. At that instant, Lindong's mind went blank. He had heard of children being abducted. But a child attempting to abduct a police officer? What was happening? Upon hearing Sugar Tangerine's desperate plea, the passengers in the carriage, drawn by the cries, could no longer contain their laughter. Even the viewers in the live stream found amusement in the situation. Haha, the bond is truly profound. Throughout my life, I've heard of children being abducted, but witnessing a child trying to abduct a police officer is a first for me. Look at the poor officer, utterly flustered. Why not just have a pact with the uncle? Oh dear, I fear Little Sugar Tangerine might be mistaking the officer for a local delicacy. As Sugar Tangerine continued to cry, The nearby officer wore a look of helplessness, bordering on bemusement. Meanwhile, Lindong stood there, utterly confused, his mind racing with questions. First, what had transpired on the train? Why was a police officer present? Second, how did Little Sugar Tangerine come to be involved with the police? Third, why did she suddenly want to take the officer back with her? Crucially, with the live streaming equipment not far away, Lindong hesitated to voice his inquiries directly. Instead, he pulled over Engineer Liu, took a deep breath, and asked, "What is going on?" Engineer Liu glanced at Lindong and chuckled. "Director Lin, you must be exhausted. You've been sleeping deeply. This officer here is the deputy captain of the railway police for my city. His surname is Xiao. He approached us to introduce himself shortly after you fell asleep. The main reason for his presence is that Little Sugar Tangerine is quite significant, and the police department is keen to ensure her safety, hence they dispatched someone to oversee her journey. They also hope to utilize this live broadcast to promote their department and leave a favorable impression on the national audience." Captain Xiao discussed with our staff about interacting with Sugar Tangerine, which led to a heartfelt connection. "I saw you sleeping soundly, so I took the liberty of agreeing. Who would have thought that with just 2 hours left until we reach Mo, Little Sugar Tangerine would become so attached that she couldn't bear to part from him. And thus, we find ourselves in this peculiar scenario of a child attempting to abduct a police officer." Upon hearing this, Lindong finally comprehended the situation. It was astonishing how much had transpired during his brief slumber. However, it must be said that the Little Sugar Orange is truly a treasure. Throughout the journey, whether it was fellow travelers, train attendants, or police officers, all showed great care for them. What astonished Lindong even more was that, as he glanced around, he caught sight of a familiar face among the passengers. In that instant, a shiver ran down his spine. He had seen this person before. In the modest archives of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City, when a certain deputy minister was taken away, and this face was among those present. The individual seemed to recognize Lindong as well, raising their head to glance at him with an expressionless nod before returning to their phone. Lindong fell silent for a moment, utterly speechless. Damn it, I have never been treated like this, not even in my past life. Realizing that concerns for safety were no longer his burden, Lindong turned his attention to addressing the pressing matter of the human trafficking case at hand. The Little Sugar Orange, insistent and charming, left the police officer in a dilemma. It was impossible to agree. Yet he did not wish to upset the child or lie in front of them. Thus, Captain Xiao found himself in a tight spot. In truth, it wasn't just Captain Xiao who was troubled. Lindong was equally perplexed. Whether soothing the child or deceiving them, neither seemed a commendable option. Yet, just as Lindong grappled with this dilemma, the familiar prompt from the system reappeared. The wishes of children are always pure and beautiful. You must choose how to respond to the Little Sugar Orange and the Northeast police officer. You have the following options. 1. Deceive the Little Sugar Orange by telling them that they will meet again in the future and that this is merely a temporary farewell. Everyone knows, however, that they might never meet again, but such is the world of adults, a necessary path for children to grow. Effect: popularity 20,000, reputation 1,000. 2. Seriously explain to the Little Sugar Orange, informing them of the world's truths and teaching them to cherish every encounter. However, accepting this reality will be a lengthy process, and the Little Sugar Orange will undoubtedly be very saddened. Effect: popularity 30,000, reputation 2,000. 3. Transform fairy tales into reality and fulfill the Little Sugar Orange's wish. At the very least, you should make an effort to satisfy the desires of children. Perhaps Cheng Yin could provide some assistance. Effect: popularity 300,000, reputation 50,000. Upon reading the prompt, Lindong was momentarily taken aback. Fulfill a wish? Is that really possible? This would mean whisking the police away. No, Director Wang Dawei surely wouldn't be of help, but perhaps Cheng Yin could indeed assist. However, was it appropriate to trouble him over this matter? After hesitating for a moment, Lindong ultimately made a decision. After all, the Little Sugar Orange was on the verge of tears, breathless despite the teacher's attempts to console them. With this thought, Lindong hurriedly stepped aside and began making a call. Mayor Cheng, hello, this is Lindong. On the other end of the line, Cheng Yun found himself taken aback by Lindong's sudden call, a wave of anxiety washing over him. After all, Lindong had been transferred to the archives without reaching out during such a significant event, and now, at this critical juncture, he was calling. This suggested that the matter was indeed grave. Cheng Yun's expression grew serious. Subconsciously, he knew Lindong only sought his assistance when he was at a loss. Coincidentally, it was also the time when the young sweet tangerines were heading to Mo. Surely, nothing untoward had happened to them. The sound of a child crying from the other end heightened his unease. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure and inquired, "What has happened? Speak." "Well, it's not a major issue." Lindong scratched his head and replied, "Mayor Cheng, you are aware that there are train attendants escorting us on our journey to Mo, correct?" "Yes, I arranged that." "You must have met Captain Xiao by now. What is going on?" "It's just that the sweet tangerines heard they would soon part ways with Captain Xiao, and they are quite reluctant, having already cried for quite some time." "Oh, is that so?" Cheng Yun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. So that was the issue. He had feared it was something far more serious. Indeed. So I was wondering if you could assist, Mayor Cheng, in fulfilling the sweet tangerine's wish. It would mean a lot if Captain Xiao could accompany them on this trip to Mo. That shouldn't be a problem. I trust him. I'll make a call shortly. Cheng Yun nodded. Such a minor matter posed no challenge for him. It was merely a trifling task. Yet, the fact that Lindong had not sought his help for significant issues in the past, but now turned to him for a group of children, left Cheng Yun both amused and contemplative. This young man, not only capable, but also commendable in character. No wonder the old man held him in such high regard. However, just as Cheng Yun believed the conversation was concluding, Lindong's next statement nearly caused him to spit out the water he was sipping. Mayor Cheng, I actually have one more request. The sweet tangerines would like Captain Xiao to return to Nanning with them. Wait, are you serious? That seems rather inappropriate. Especially with the influx of tourists and the mounting pressure. We are currently short-staffed, and a trip to Nanning wouldn't entail much for a train attendant. Cheng Yun was ready to refuse without a second thought. Lindong pondered for a moment before responding. With the new year approaching, how about we wait until then? What are you thinking? That period will coincide with the spring festival travel rush, which means even more people. Absolutely not. Cheng Yun quickly shook his head. And to travel to Nanning during the festive season? What are you suggesting? Those children are indeed a bit greedy. Even if they are the beloved sweet tangerines of the internet, this is not how one indulges them. Moreover, under ordinary circumstances, this might be acceptable. But during this festive season, to send Captain Xiao on a business trip to Guangxi, what might his family think? He has a wife and children. And if I recall correctly, his child is still quite young. At that moment, Lindong suddenly had a flash of inspiration and spoke up. Actually, Mayor, my thoughts are as follows. While I do have the small sugar orange here, isn't the Cultural and Tourism Bureau still dealing with cultural exchanges involving other ethnic minorities from Longhua? They will certainly need to return home before the new year. Hence, we must escort them back, right? Just like with the small sugar oranges, we cannot afford any mishaps along the way. As for Captain Xiao's family, how about this? After a moment of contemplation, Lindong took a deep breath and directly proposed. I hope to invite Captain Xiao and his family to act as ambassadors for our Cultural and Tourism Bureau this year, and to celebrate the new year in Nanning. All expenses during their stay will be reimbursed by our bureau, and we will also coordinate with the Nanning Cultural and Tourism Bureau to assist with arrangements. How does that sound? Given the unique nature of Captain Xiao's profession, Lindong was astute enough not to broach the subject with him first. Ultimately, all decisions must come from the leadership. Upon hearing Lindong's words, Cheng Yun was momentarily taken aback, for Lindong's suggestion was indeed quite reasonable. Not only would it fulfill the small sugar orange's wishes, but it would also elevate the reputation of Ice City and promote the cultural tourism industry. More crucially, this arrangement would provide benefits to Captain Xiao's family. It is not uncommon for many to escape the frigid winters of northeast China to spend the season in southern provinces, especially during the new year. Furthermore, this could be considered a public-funded trip. Is there such a perfect arrangement in the world? After a brief moment of contemplation, Cheng Yun agreed, saying, all right, but this hinges on one condition, that Captain Xiao and his family are willing to accept. Therefore, you must personally extend the invitation. Once they agree, you need not worry further. Upon hearing this, Lindong let out a sigh of relief and replied, thank you, Mayor Cheng. After hanging up the phone and hearing the distant cries of the small sugar orange, Lindong finally felt a sense of ease. He slowly approached the sobbing small sugar orange and feigned confusion, asking, what is the matter here? Oh dear, how can a little man cry? Little men must be strong, don't you think? If you keep crying, Uncle Xiao might just laugh at you. Upon Lindong's arrival, it seemed that the group found their anchor. After spending several days together, especially after Lindong had successfully helped find the museum for the antler hat previously, the small sugar oranges had developed an almost reverent admiration for him. Even the small sugar orange who had been crying began to quiet down, sniffling instead. Observing this, Lindong decided to press his advantage. You don't want Uncle Xiao to leave, do you? But crying won't solve the problem. As a young man, instead of thinking about tears, think about how to resolve the issue. For instance, have you considered inviting your uncle to join you for a trip to Mo? As it turned out, it would have been better not to mention it, for the little sugar tangerine was on the verge of tears. However, Uncle said he had to work and couldn't go. Indeed, Uncle mentioned his obligations. Does that mean you are simply going to give up? Crying will not resolve the issue, will it? Therefore, you must devise a plan to persuade Uncle Xiao to agree. Promise him that on the upcoming journey, you will be well behaved. That you will not cry or cause a fuss, and then extend an invitation, all right? Upon hearing Lindong's words, the little sugar tangerine promptly wiped away her tears and, with remnants of sadness on her cheeks, called out, Uncle Xiao, I promise I will be good from now on. Could you please not leave us? Seeing the timid expressions on the children's faces, Captain Xiao found himself in a dilemma. If he were to refuse again, how heartbroken would these children be? Yet, he too had responsibilities to attend to. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He quickly answered the call, and after listening for a few moments, an expression of astonishment spread across his face. Suddenly, he changed his tune. All right, this time Uncle will not leave. I will accompany you all to Mo for some fun. Now, stop crying, be strong, young man. At this proclamation, the little sugar tangerines burst into laughter and cheered joyfully. Thank you, uncle. Captain Xiao then cast a complex glance at Lindong, who was not far off, and earnestly remarked, you should be thanking not me, but your brother Lin. Oh yes, thank you, brother Lin. Once he had successfully calmed the little sugar tangerines, Captain Xiao seized a moment to converse with Lindong. To be honest, I never expected to have the chance to visit Mo, Captain Xiao reflected. You truly possess remarkable influence, Director Lin. It's nothing much. I have merely crossed paths with Mayor Cheng, Lindong replied with a smile. Indeed, Captain Xiao nodded. This year, tourism in Ice City has flourished, and everyone is taking it quite seriously. He then turned his attention back to the little sugar tangerines, sighed, and subsequently chuckled. Honestly, I never anticipated you would go live. Since yesterday, I have been the subject of ridicule. What happened? Lindong inquired, slightly taken aback. What else could it be? Captain Xiao replied, somewhat exasperated. My colleagues are all saying I look like this little one and jesting about whether I should adopt him as my godson. Even my son has been teasing me in the group chat, claiming that I never pampered him like this when he was younger. Oh. Especially during the spring festival travel rush, while other families were joyfully reuniting, we were often on duty, missing out on precious time with our loved ones. Upon hearing this, Lindong felt a pang of empathy. Indeed, the conveniences of healthcare and transportation in Longhua have not materialized out of thin air. They have come at the cost of many individuals sacrificing their time and happiness. Reflecting on this, Lindong suddenly laughed and called out to the little sugar tangerines behind him. Did you not express a desire for Uncle Xiao to return to Nanning with you? If you do not invite him now, he may forget about it later. Instantly, the little sugar tangerines gathered around enthusiastically extending their invitations. Upon hearing these words, Captain Xiao was left utterly bewildered. After much effort to soothe the little sugar tangerines, he found himself in a perplexing situation. Just when he was at a loss for what to do, Lindong suddenly spoke up. Captain Xiao, you have worked hard over the years, and it is rare to see such a wonderful rapport between you and the little sugar tangerines. Here, I have a humble request. On behalf of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, I would like to invite you and your family to serve as our ambassadors this year. We would like to sponsor your trip to Guangxi for the new year, and all expenses will be covered by our bureau. What do you think? As soon as Lindong's words fell, the livestream room erupted in excitement. Wow, is this a real invitation? What a generous offer. Truly, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau knows how to pamper the little sugar tangerines. Can they really agree to this? A public-funded trip. I'm envious. I thought it was just a joke, but it turns out to be genuine. Ajun, are you really serious? Chapter 79. The prestige of the little sugar tangerines. What? A New Year celebration in Nanning? With our entire family? The moment this was uttered, not only were the viewers in the livestream stunned, but Captain Xiao was equally taken aback. Initially, he believed this was merely a routine escort mission for the currently trending little sugar tangerines. However, he never anticipated that the situation would evolve far beyond his expectations. Especially when Lindong extended the invitation for him and his family to celebrate the new year in Nanning. He couldn't help but feel a surge of temptation. As a trained police officer, Captain Xiao typically had to work during the new year, especially during the spring festival when passenger traffic surged. This year, given that Ice City was expecting a considerable influx of tourists, it seemed he would be busier than ever, making it unlikely for him to spend the holiday with his family. He had always felt a sense of guilt toward his family. Thus, upon hearing Lindong's invitation, he instinctively considered accepting it. However, the complexities of adulthood rarely allow for simplicity. After a brief moment of hesitation, Captain Xiao ultimately declined. I apologize, Chief Lin, and I am truly grateful for your invitation. Unfortunately, our duties this year are quite demanding, and it is highly likely that I will be unable to leave. After speaking, Captain Xiao turned to the little sugar tangerines, who wore expressions of disappointment, and felt a pang of sympathy. He offered some words of comfort. It's not that I do not wish to join you in Nanning, but the reality is that many children from across the country will be visiting Ice City. And if I were to leave, they would miss out on seeing me. Just as you hope to donate the antler hats, think of how saddened they would be. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Captain Xiao's response, Lindong felt a sense of admiration. The current prosperity of the Dragon Nation was not the result of a single individual's efforts. Rather, it was built upon the selfless dedication of countless individuals like Captain Xiao, who steadfastly uphold their duties. Nonetheless, Lindong was undeterred. He smiled and replied, Rest assured, Captain Xiao, this trip to Nanning is not merely for leisure. There are important tasks assigned to you by the organization as well. Lindong approached Captain Xiao and whispered, We have already coordinated with their Cultural and Tourism Bureau. If you choose not to go, it might appear rather inconsiderate of us, wouldn't it? As for the arrangements in Ice City, you needn't worry. Your superiors will undoubtedly approve. Upon hearing Lindong's words, Captain Xiao remained silent for a considerable time. After a long pause, he finally gritted his teeth and replied, In that case, very well. The moment Captain Xiao consented, the little sugar oranges in the carriage erupted in cheers. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of brakes, the scenery outside gradually slowed its retreat. Mo Station, we have arrived. Teacher Liang immediately organized the other two teachers leading the group and prepared to disembark with the little sugar oranges. However, they were utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before them as soon as they stepped off the train. Upon exiting the train, they were greeted by railway police tasked with reception, and their roles were remarkably well defined. 2 individuals handled the luggage while the remaining 11 each attended to a little sugar orange. The only one without a child in tow was because one little sugar orange clung to Captain Xiao, refusing to let go. What transpired next was even more astonishing. As Lindong stepped off the train, a staff member promptly approached, greeting him. "You must be Section Chief Lin. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. I am Gu, the head of the publicity department at the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Oh dear, our audience in the live stream has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. No need to squeeze through over there. Please come this way." While speaking, Section Chief Gu did not forget to promote Mo. "Here at Mo Station, we will open a special VIP passage for all the children coming to study and travel, ensuring the utmost safety for the little sugar oranges." This scene left Lindong utterly bewildered. Is this even possible? However, this was merely the beginning. As Lindong and the little sugar oranges prepared to leave the station, he glanced up to see the so-called special passage. It was, astonishingly, a human wall formed by several special police officers. The officers in uniform created a path through the crowd, and at the end of this passage appeared a sight that caused Lindong's pupils to widen in shock. Between 2 police vehicles was a minibus, and at the front of the minibus was a banner emblazoned with the words "Exclusive Vehicle for His Highness, the Little Sugar Orange from Guangxi." In that instant, Lindong was utterly flabbergasted. On the other side, Captain Xiao, still holding the little sugar orange, was equally bewildered. The viewers in the live stream were also in a state of confusion. Wow, a police escort. This is what a grand entrance looks like. I'm in tears. Why isn't this happening to me? As a local from Nanning, I'm feeling quite envious. A mere box of cranberries doesn't even come close to this level of sourness. Seriously, Mo, you're taking it too far. Is there such indulgence? Who in their lifetime gets treated like this with a police escort? Finally, I understand why the locals in Ice City were so overwhelmed before. Goodness. So that is how it is. I'm envious beyond measure. At this moment, Lindong and Captain Xiao could only follow the crowd in a daze as they boarded the minibus. The 2 individuals remained silent for quite some time, exchanging a glance before finally succumbing to the urge to express their grievances towards Director Gu. Even if one is the darling of the group, this seems a bit excessive. Doesn't it? Indeed, and having special police clearing the way, could it be that this is a tad overkill? Captain Xiao's lips twitched in response. In the face of their skepticism, Director Gu retorted with a fierce demeanor, "I advise you both. It would be best not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." However, he soon found humor in his own words and quickly clarified, "All right, I was merely jesting with you two. The truth is, the promotional task is quite demanding, especially with the year drawing to a close. There was no other option but to resort to this approach. This year, our KPI and promotional goals at the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau hinge on these few days. Besides, if anyone should be pampering them, it ought to be you first. We are merely learning from you." At that moment, Lindong found himself at a loss for words. Yet, upon reflection, it was true. The Ice City had truly gained immense popularity this year, while Mo, unfortunately, struggled to gain any traction. Having seized the splendid opportunity to promote the little sugar oranges, how could they refrain from riding the wave of attention? Thus, Lindong had no choice but to turn a blind eye. He instinctively inquired, "How is the traffic in the live stream now? Are there many viewers?" "Over 2 million. Not bad at all. At least we have met this year's target." Director Gu replied with a grin, adding, "I must say, Director Lin, you truly are remarkable. This travel group has visited Mo several times before, but we never paid much attention. It just so happens that they have become popular this year. In terms of promotion, our bureau must learn more from Director Lin." Upon hearing this, Lindong instinctively glanced at the special police outside, unable to suppress another twitch at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the student surpasses the master. Chapter 80. Have they really invited the Northeast Tiger? To be honest, Lindong did not expect Mo to orchestrate such a grand affair, not to mention the little sugar oranges. Even the escort by special police was an experience he had never encountered before. However, it made sense. Before the tourism boom in Ice City, the department was constantly fretting over promotions, with each video produced garnering dismal view counts and an even scarcer influx of tourists. Yet, after Lindong's systematic renovations, the current Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau sees nearly every video reach millions of views. Such achievements were once unimaginable, and now, Mo reflected that reality. Observing the group of little sugar oranges behind him, although they were excited, they likely had yet to realize that the scene they were experiencing was something many of their peers might never encounter in a lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, Lindong made a daring decision. Facing the camera, he smiled and declared, "That concludes today's live stream from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Next, we will hand over the little sugar oranges to our brothers at the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau, who will ensure they are well taken care of. For those viewers who wish to continue watching, please head over to the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau's livestream. With that, he ended the broadcast. Upon hearing Lindong's words, Director Gu, who stood not far away, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. He clasped his fists in gratitude and said, "Thank you, brother. Family doesn't speak in formalities." Lindong nodded in acknowledgement, remarking that it was just the right opportunity to increase their popularity. As the live stream from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau came to a close, viewers swiftly shifted their attention to the live broadcast of the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Instantly, the audience in both the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the Mo Forestry Bureau's live streams surged. However, many new viewers were still unaware of the change in plans regarding Little Sugar Tangerine and clicked on the homepage of the Mo Fire Station instead. They were greeted by a video posted by the fire station. Without needing to watch, the moment the music played, everyone could hardly contain their excitement. Snowflakes dancing. The north wind howling. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the Forestry Bureau would steal the show? This background music is hilarious. Some remarked, "Oh no. This is indeed a bit tragic, but I heard Little Sugar Tangerine will still come, just a little later." Meanwhile, as the audience once again flooded into the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau's live stream, the atmosphere initially remained quite normal. The staff from the Forestry Bureau and Cultural and Tourism Bureau interacted with the audience while joyfully conversing with Little Sugar Tangerine. However, as time passed, things began to feel amiss. Having arrived in Mohat 2 in the afternoon and visited the birch forest by evening, when Little Sugar Tangerine returned, a staff member called out, "Come, come, we have a surprise for everyone soon." Immediately, staff members brought out the specially made flower coats for Little Sugar Tangerine, which were now referred to as the Little Flower Coats. Soon, the Little Sugar Tangerines transformed into little frozen pears. As night fell, the sky over Mo resembled a deep sapphire embedded in the vast expanse of snow, the air filled with a crisp and pure essence. As the night deepened, a staff member gave the signal, and from a distance, a high-pitched whistling filled the air. In the next moment, an array of fireworks erupted in the sky. Trails of fireworks streaked across the quiet night, bursting into vibrant blossoms of color, some resembling blooming chrysanthemums, others cascading like waterfalls, and still others forming shimmering hearts or delightful smiling faces. "Look, fireworks!" At this moment, the Little Sugar Tangerines finally grasped the situation and erupted in excitement. However, in stark contrast to the Little Sugar Tangerine's reaction, as the fireworks appeared in the live stream, many local viewers experienced a moment of cognitive dissonance. It wasn't due to the rarity of fireworks, but because, in recent years, to prevent fires, the use of fireworks had been almost entirely prohibited. Many locals had even faced fines for this very reason. Yet here was the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau, indulging these Little Sugar Tangerines by bringing out fireworks. Instantly, the live stream exploded with comments. "Aren't we in a time where fireworks are banned? You must be dreaming. They're just Little Sugar Tangerines. What is your status?" The actions of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City might have been excusable, but now it seems the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Mo has also taken similar measures. This is outrageous. What then of the fines I previously incurred? A mere firecracker results in a 15-day detention. Witnessing this scene left even Lindong momentarily speechless. A moment later, he was seized by a wave of anguish. What kind of decorum is this? Hearing Lindong's exclamation, Lu Gong was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What is the matter, Section Chief Lin? Look at these fireworks." Lindong took a deep breath, pointing at the display before him, his words faltering. Although the ban on firecrackers has indeed been stringent in recent years, isn't it acceptable for the sake of the Little Sugar Oranges? Moreover, the staff had arranged everything. After all, this is a county-level city. At this point, Lu Gong remained perplexed. Why was this such a breach of decorum? Just moments ago, Section Chief Lin had appeared quite cheerful. How had he suddenly turned into a stickler for rules? In the next instant, Lu Gong nearly stumbled, barely maintaining his balance. Lindong clutched his chest and exclaimed, "That is not my point. Why did they not inform us in advance about the fireworks? Or why did I not think of this earlier? Fireworks are such a splendid event. We could host one in Ice City. We could even make it grander, as some attractions are becoming tiresome for visitors. Quickly, call back and have them prepare. Let us hold a fireworks festival. We must also promote the Ice City Fire Station alongside it. We must not forget our brother departments." At Lindong's words, Lu Gong stood there in astonishment. A fireworks festival in Ice City? Was Section Chief Lin initiating this again? However, what transpired next was even more unexpected for both the two men and the audience in the live stream. After the fireworks concluded, the Little Sugar Oranges fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, the staff from the Forestry Bureau mysteriously led the Little Sugar Oranges to the local zoo. Observing yet another trip to the zoo, Lindong furrowed his brow, preparing to inquire. Yet, in the next moment, the words of Section Chief Gu left Lindong utterly bewildered. Hadn't it been mentioned by netizens that the Little Sugar Oranges are quite fond of the Siberian tigers? Hence, this time, our Forestry Bureau has collaborated with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to arrange this program. Indeed, it is to allow the Little Sugar Oranges to have a close encounter with the Siberian tigers. Of course, not the adults, but the cubs. I believe this is a special fate. Not long ago, the Forestry Bureau of Mo rescued an injured mother tiger who was about to give birth in the local reserve. Given the current low temperatures in Mo and the scarcity of prey, releasing her now would jeopardize her survival and that of her cubs. Thus, for the time being, our Forestry Bureau staff will collaborate with the zoo to care for them, and when the weather warms next year, we will release them back into the wild. Having explained, Section Chief Gu clapped his hands. Not far away, a zookeeper immediately emerged, cradling a young Siberian tiger, its size barely larger than that of a domestic cat. At that moment, the little Northeast tiger, upon seeing the crowd, exhibited not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, it clutched the milk bottle tightly with its paws and voraciously sucked from it. Witnessing this scene, all the viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished. This isn't a joke from the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau, is it? Have you truly brought a Northeast tiger here? Chapter 81, The Cycle of Heaven's Justice. Who can escape its grasp soon? The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. This afternoon, 4 million people awaited the arrival of His Highness Little Golden Orange, only to be interrupted by the Forestry Bureau. No wonder the Forestry Bureau dared to intervene. It turns out they possessed such a formidable weapon. The director of the Forestry Bureau declared, riding a wild Northeast tiger may not be feasible, but you may certainly touch the little tiger. The fire station had waited 3 hours for the little sugar orange, which was amusing enough at 100, but being interrupted by the Forestry Bureau raised the hilarity to 10,000, and when the Forestry Bureau brought out the little Northeast tiger to entertain, the amusement skyrocketed to 1,000,000, especially when the little tiger was brought out, clutching the milk bottle and noisily consuming it, completely indifferent to the surrounding little sugar oranges. Even the well-versed little sugar oranges felt a twinge of fear at such close proximity to a ferocious creature. Observing this, the caretaker immediately laughed and reassured them. It's perfectly fine, don't be afraid. Its temperament is quite gentle, and it's not very strong at the moment. You can touch it. After this, the caretaker invited the nearby children to approach and begin their tactile adventure with the tiger. Initially hesitant, the little sugar oranges were eventually emboldened by one daring child who tentatively reached out to touch it, only to quickly retract their hand. The little tiger, however, remained oblivious, continuing to drink its milk. Thus, the crowd grew increasingly animated, with each person clamoring to touch the little tiger. I want to touch it. I want to touch it. The atmosphere in the park turned lively. Meanwhile, this spectacle incited envy among the viewers of the live stream, with some already transforming into embodiments of jealousy. Little Northeast tiger, I just emerged from the womb to earn my cat food. Family. Who understands? No doubt. Aren't Northeast tigers just large cats? A big golden chinchilla. No milk is consumed in vain. Are we really allowed to touch it? I want to touch it too. Indeed, the little tiger is adorable. Jealousy separates the strong from the weak. I'm truly envious. When we grow up, we can boast to others. At such a young age. I touched a tiger's tail, just like Wu Song. Truly worthy descendants of wolf soldiers. I did not expect the rumors about every Northeast person receiving a Northeast tiger to be true. Alright, it's my turn now. Rumors? Nonsense. Locals can't even see them, let alone touch them. We, the people of Mo, must travel to the Northeast tiger breeding base in Ice City to see a Northeast tiger. Jealousy. To be fair, I find this situation quite unfavorable. Primarily because I cannot touch it. At that moment, a message appeared in the live stream. Wait, Ice City also has a Northeast tiger breeding base. Shouldn't we consult Director Lin? Indeed, given Director Lin's capabilities, he could likely initiate this venture. I beseeched the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau to inquire with the Ice City Bureau. At that moment, Lindong was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Honestly, he had never anticipated that the small Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau could orchestrate such a grand affair. Could even the little Northeast tiger be summoned to entertain guests? In that instant, even Lindong couldn't suppress his envy. Goodness, be careful, you lot, lest I report you for employing child labor. Just then, Lu Gong, equally taken aback, instinctively swallowed hard and remarked, So, Director Lin, should we learn from this? Learn? What nonsense. Where could we possibly learn such a thing? Upon hearing this, Lindong felt his blood pressure rise. You must be unaware that when I previously sought to borrow the red-crowned crane from Hugong, I was thoroughly reprimanded by the director. And now you're suggesting a Northeast tiger? Or a little tiger? Do you believe the director might provide me with a baby bottle to play the part of a little tiger entertaining guests? However, Lu Gong pointed towards the live stream, saying, Look, the audience is quite eager. The moment he heard this, Lindong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Oh no, truly, what goes around comes around. Does the heavens spare anyone? Initially, Lindong had set the Cultural and Tourism Bureau in motion, causing various local bureaus to break into a sweat. Now, however, the Mo Bureau's operations had him sweating profusely. Moreover, at this critical juncture, Director Gu also began to stoke the flames. Director Lin, look how enthusiastic the audience is. In that moment, Lindong felt tears welling up. It's not that I don't want to, but I genuinely cannot manage it. Given the current influx of visitors to Ice City this year, even if we were to gift each tourist a single tiger hair, we'd end up depleting our supplies. Observing Lindong's predicament, everyone finally decided to relent. Although it was impossible to assign a little tiger to each guest, the treatment afforded to the little sugar oranges was evident to all viewers. During this unique period, with the arrival of winter break, a renewed wave of study tours surged across the nation. Crucially, many netizens began to brainstorm strategies for Lindong's Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. For instance, suggesting endearing nicknames for children from various provinces. Guangxi could use Little Sugar Orange, Sichuan Little Panda, but what about Yunnan? Little Mushroom? That doesn't quite resonate with Yunnan's essence. Perhaps Little Wild Fungus would be better? Ha ha ha, Wild Fungus sounds amusing. The kind that lets you see little people after consumption, right? You've snatched all the bamboo shoots from the pandas. And what about the children from Zhejiang? Little Steamed Bun. Jiangxi could have Little Navel Orange, Hainan Little Coconut. And what about us from Shandong? Little Green Onion? What kind of name is that? How about Little Scallion? Or perhaps Little Excavator? To learn about excavators, one must go to Shandong to find Nanxiang. While netizens were engaged in lively discussions, far away at the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Wang Dawei, stationed locally, received the news. Upon reviewing the proposals, he erupted in his office, exclaiming, "What on earth? A fireworks festival? Are they out of their minds? You are unaware of how many years our Ice City has prohibited firecrackers, are you? And what about fireworks? I perceive you as akin to those very fireworks. Are you oblivious to the fact that every new year, fireworks can easily ignite fires? The city of Mo has what it is. Firstly, it is a county-level city with a sparse population. Secondly, it is officially organized, ensuring suitable locations are selected. Thirdly, the number of tourists there this year is relatively low. Facilitating management. Can our Ice City be compared? Moreover, even if we were to agree, would the police and fire department concur? Who on earth proposed such a suggestion? Who? As Wang Dawei unleashed a torrent of scathing reproaches, the few individuals in the office exchanged glances and had no choice but to mention their backing. That suggestion came from Director Lin. Wang Dawei's voice suddenly faltered, and the atmosphere in the office turned awkward. After a brief moment, Wang Dawei cleared his throat and slowly remarked, "Ahem. Since it was proposed by Lindong, there must be sound reasoning behind it. He is currently on a business trip in Mo and will likely be away for some time. How about this? Let us first examine the feasibility." Chapter 82, the northernmost. The coldest, the most loyal, the most remote, the most reassuring. Observing Wang Dawei's demeanor, the others began to stifle their laughter. Even a few colleagues who usually had a good rapport with him could not help but joke. "Brother Dawei, it's only been a few days since we last met. How have you acquired new skills? Have you been exchanging ideas with the ethnic minorities from other regions and picked up a trick or two? What on earth? Since when did you learn the art of Sichuan opera face-changing? Get lost." Wang Dawei retorted, speechless, and turned to the next page. He then encountered yet another absurd proposal, suggesting that the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau organize activities for children to interact closely with small Northeast tigers. At that moment, Wang Dawei's eyelids twitched. Setting aside the number of tourists, the risks involved were simply too great for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau to bear. Though the little tiger belongs to the feline family, it should not be mistaken for a mere house cat. The Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau has only hosted 11 small sugar tangerines, and that is certainly manageable, but the number of tourists in Ice City is quite another matter. However, having learned from past experiences, Wang Dawei forcefully calmed himself. He took a deep breath and asked, "Was this suggestion also proposed by Lindong?" Director." A young man nearby, having overheard, suddenly brightened with joy, although he was also influenced by the comments. The fact that the director believed this suggestion originated from Director Lin implied it must be a good one. Consequently, he felt compelled to take credit. He quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "It was my idea. I proposed it." Wang Dawei merely glanced up and, the next moment, pointed towards the door. "Get out. Go swiftly to the high-speed rail station to welcome children from all over the country, be it small sugar tangerines, little coconuts, or small pandas. Upon your return, I wonder if you would still dare to propose the ludicrous suggestion of having the little Northeast tiger entertain the children." Upon hearing this remark, the individuals in the office erupted in laughter. The young man, who had just been reprimanded, bore no ill will and left the office with a playful grin. After all, with the winter vacation approaching, the official statistics indicated an influx of children visiting Ice City, presenting a formidable challenge. Although Wang Dawei appeared to be criticizing, he was, in effect, assigning this heavy responsibility to the young man. Soon, the office fell into a hushed silence. Observing those around him, Wang Dawei noted the absence of Lindong, and for a moment, he felt a pang of unfamiliarity. Had Lin been present, he likely would not have had to shoulder these burdens alone. Nevertheless, work must proceed. After a brief pause, Wang Dawei continued, "A fireworks festival can be held, but it poses significant challenges, especially here in Ice City, particularly in the urban area, which is incomparable to Mo. Should the sparks from the fireworks land in residential areas, it could easily ignite a fire. Therefore, the fireworks festival must be organized officially. We must delineate both the areas for fireworks display and the viewing zones for tourists. Furthermore, The fireworks must be sourced through legitimate channels and comply with national safety standards, with a strict crackdown on inferior products. These matters are of utmost seriousness. Should any issues arise, we would bear the consequences. Additionally, we must coordinate with the fire department, public security, and urban management departments. So, everyone, do you have any valuable suggestions? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the office fell silent. Fire prevention during the new year has always been a pressing concern. Historically, there have been numerous incidents of fires ignited by fireworks. Despite persistent calls from citizens for the allowance of fireworks during the new year, the importance of fire prevention far outweighs the festive spirit. After all, refraining from fireworks does not lead to fatalities, but a fire could have dire consequences. Thus, when Lindong initially proposed this idea, there was overwhelming support. Yet when it came to determining who would take responsibility, everyone suddenly became mute. Hardly anyone was willing to assume that risk, not even the person who suggested it. Observing the collective bewilderment, Wang Dawei felt a headache coming on. Yet, there was little he could do. Were it not for Lindong, he would have dismissed the suggestion outright. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed and said, "Very well, I shall give Lindong a call to see if he is available. Perhaps we can arrange an online meeting." Meanwhile, Lindong was hastily departing from the Mole Forestry Bureau. If they unveiled the little Northeast tiger today, what might they unveil tomorrow? Lindong shuddered at the thought. Fortunately, the time for the Forestry Bureau had now elapsed. Not far off. The personnel at the fire station were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the little sugar tangerines. Meanwhile, the live stream continued to play the rather infuriating tune of a cut of plum. "Snowflakes, stop falling. They're coming. Hurry. Get the fire truck ready to pick them up." Previously, there were special police forces. And this time, they even employed retired fire trucks for the task of picking up passengers. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, upon witnessing the flurry of people arriving in haste, the proprietor couldn't resist making a jest. "Hey, I heard you all streamed live for 3 hours yesterday, yet you didn't manage to wait for the little sugar tangerines. Instead, you were intercepted by the Forestry Bureau, weren't you? But then again, you could still embrace the little Northeast tiger. After all, your fire brigade isn't exactly known for excitement." As soon as these words left the proprietor's mouth, the expressions of several firefighters darkened. The captain, however, cast a discerning glance at the group, and his demeanor abruptly shifted. "Brothers, before we proceed with our task, let us not forget an important matter." "What matter, Captain?" came the confused replies. Then, with a commanding voice, the captain issued his orders. "All present, conduct a thorough inspection of this hotel's fire safety facilities. Ensure they meet the required standards. Look for any signs of aging, damage, or lack of maintenance. Leave no corner unchecked. Make sure it's done properly." At that moment, the proprietor's face stiffened, and the captain proceeded to lift the little sugar tangerine, proudly addressing the camera. "When venturing outdoors, safety is paramount. Ladies and gentlemen, as winter approaches and the air turns dry, please be vigilant regarding fire safety while heating your spaces. I also urge all guests to check whether the hotel's fire safety measures are up to standard. If they are not, please call the number provided to report it. Though our Arctic Village fire station is located at the northernmost point of the Dragon Kingdom, we remain deeply concerned for the safety of tourists nationwide." With that, the captain clapped his hands, and 2 firefighters promptly unfurled 2 banners. The inscriptions read, "The northernmost, the coldest, the most loyal, and the most remote, the farthest, the most reassuring." Chapter 83. The Northeast gentlemen have joined in. Upon seeing these prepared banners, the audience in the live stream became electrified. After all, over the past couple of days, it was unclear if the ongoing live broadcast was merely a means to fulfill promotional obligations. Even without the arrival of the little sugar tangerines, the Arctic Village fire station account remained live. Particularly poignant were the moments when viewers caught sight of firefighters taking time to build snowmen for the little sugar tangerines during their downtime. It was truly a pitiful sight. Now, however, they had finally managed to receive their guests. The live audience erupted with playful banter in the comments. "What a journey. They've finally welcomed the little sugar tangerines. So, can we change the background music now? We can't let this end like last time, being intercepted again, can we? Yesterday, I left a message in the teacher's comment section, informing her that you had been waiting so long you were about to wither away. Yesterday, after the fire station was ditched by the little sugar tangerines, 2 million viewers collectively stared at the fire station's entrance. Utterly ridiculous. This time, no more shenanigans, alright?" Before long, aided by 2 fire trucks, the little sugar tangerines made their grand entrance at the fire station. Notably, only they enjoyed the privilege of riding in the fire trucks, while even Lindong had to squeeze into the back of a minibus. Fortunately, the little sugar tangerines were ecstatic, immediately engaging one another with a flurry of questions upon boarding. On the other side, the Mole Forestry Bureau bid farewell to the little sugar oranges as they departed, finally concluding their live broadcast. A multitude of viewers swiftly shifted their focus to the live stream of the Arctic Village fire station. Before long, the scene became lively once more as firefighters tenderly carried the little sugar oranges from the fire truck. My goodness, we can actually ride in a fire truck. Although it may not quite compare to petting a little tiger, this treatment is still rather splendid. This experience is on par with that of a mayor. This educational trip has truly been worthwhile. Let us count and see if we have 11. We mustn't lose even one. The captain in charge of the broadcast glanced at the viewers' comments and smiled faintly before addressing the camera. Rest assured, when it comes to locating and supervising, that is undoubtedly our expertise. There will be no issues whatsoever. With that, he clapped his hands again. Attention, everyone. Each of you will take one little sugar orange. Focus now. Let us start counting. In the next moment, 11 firefighters emerged in a flurry, each gently cradling a little sugar orange, and began counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 11. Once the count reached 11, the captain nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Not a single one is missing." Excellent. As the viewers observed this scene, particularly when the little sugar oranges were picked up and began to explore the fire station, laughter erupted in the live stream. I wonder if we could receive such treatment? Each firefighter attending to one. Ha ha ha, how wonderful it is to live in peace and security. Oh no, they've truly managed to impress us. It seems they are remarkably professional. Meanwhile, the team members began to show the little sugar oranges around the fire station. To everyone's astonishment, the captain, who was usually stern and commanding, softened his tone the moment he held a little sugar orange, transforming into a playful creature akin to a northeast tiger. "Oh, would you like to play with this? Come here, I'll help you. Uncle will lift you up. Be careful not to fall." Upon hearing this tone, the audience could no longer contain their amusement. What happened to his voice? It has turned so soft. At that moment, even some perplexed southern viewers appeared bewildered. Wait, isn't this just a normal speaking voice? How did it become so soft? This prompted a flurry of explanations from the chat. It must be the new recruits. You didn't hear how gruff the captain's voice was during yesterday's training. A northeast man's voice roars like a tiger. Just look at him now. It's almost a high-pitched tone. They couldn't hold back their laughter. This isn't a soft voice. It's practically smoking. Indeed, he has lost his usual tone. In normal circumstances, speaking like this would surely invite ridicule for being effeminate. I'm dying of laughter. I'm from northeast China. And my 7-year-old niece speaks more robustly than the captain does now. Those in the front must not have heard a typical northeast man's volume. The little sugar oranges, delicious and sweet. The true little sugar tangerine, capable of eliciting a meow from the northeast tiger and transforming rugged northern gentlemen into falsetto voices. Observing the harmonious scene between the firefighters and the little sugar tangerines, Lindong exhaled with relief. At least, compared to having the little northeast tiger entertain guests. This task seemed considerably less challenging. This is something that can be learned. Lindong nodded and murmured. This is truly unfeasible, Lu Gong interjected instinctively. Why? Lin Kachong. You must have forgotten that you still have to organize the fireworks festival. Lu Gong gazed at Lindong with an expression of disbelief, stating that with such a large event, the firefighters would undoubtedly be on standby, anxious about potential fires. Oh right. Suddenly, Lindong felt a headache coming on. Organizing a fireworks festival appeared simple on the surface, yet the underlying risks were substantial, requiring coordination among multiple departments. Just then, Lindong's phone rang. Upon answering, he saw it was Wang Dawei. "Director, it's me. What's up?" Wang Dawei got straight to the point on the other end of the line. "Do you have time now?" "Time. I should," Lindong thought, glancing back at the little sugar tangerines who had already found their new benefactor. This group of little ones had previously called him Brother Lin with delight, but now they were suddenly overshadowed by a multitude of firefighters who, despite being old enough to be uncles, were still using their falsetto voices to impersonate brothers, seemingly having forgotten about him. Thus, he inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something you need?" "Well, it's about the fireworks festival you mentioned earlier." Wang Dawei paused for a moment. "Do you have any thoughts?" "The main concern is the substantial risk associated with this event due to the overwhelming number of visitors, making management inconvenient. Currently, no one in the bureau is willing to step forward, especially regarding the location for the fireworks festival and the types of fireworks to use. Everyone has differing opinions." Upon hearing this, Lindong was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. This matter involved too many complications and was a thankless task. It was only natural that these individuals were hesitant. However, Lindong was different. After all, he had the system to back him up. As expected at that moment, the familiar prompt from the system appeared once more. Current renovation plan. As the year-end approaches, coupled with many students and children from long country on summer vacation, coming to tour, to create an atmosphere, please organize a fireworks festival. You have the following options. Chapter 84, A Night of Silver Fire Trees. 1. Use electronic fireworks to host the festival. Electronic fireworks utilize colorful confetti sprayed into the air to reflect colored lights, combined with the whistling sound produced, simulating the effect of traditional fireworks. They are environmentally friendly, generating no toxic or harmful gases, and are exceedingly safe. Though safe, the visual impact is lacking, giving off a sense of cheapness. Effects. Popularity 50,000, reputation 10,000. 2. Use cold light fireworks. Cold light fireworks are crafted from low-burning metal powders, processed in specific ratios to produce smokeless flames. These cold flames have a burning point of 60 to 80 degrees and an external temperature of 30 to 50 degrees, posing no harm to the human body. They are suitable for stage performances and various design formations, although safe and visually appealing. Its effectiveness is somewhat limited due to its restriction to ground-level displays, precluding aerial explosions. Popularity: 10,000. Reputation: 5,000. Traditional fireworks, composed of gunpowder and various metallic powders to create dazzling colors, are typically laden with a substantial amount of explosive material to achieve a spectacular performance. For instance, a firework shell with a diameter of 20 centimeters ascends to approximately 200 meters before detonating, casting a radiant display across a radius of about 80 meters. While the visual impact is commendable and promotional potential is high, safety cannot be guaranteed, especially in urban areas, necessitating a spacious and well-populated venue for optimal viewing. However, the Ice City boasts unique advantages compared to other locales. One could designate a section of the frozen Songhua River for fireworks displays. Popularity: 200,000. Reputation: 50,000. On the Songhua River? Upon seeing this prompt, Lindong had an epiphany. Indeed, the vicinity of the Songhua River is devoid of high-rise buildings, significantly reducing fire hazards, and the surrounding thick ice obviates concerns about igniting a blaze. Furthermore, regardless of whether the audience is near St. Sophia Cathedral or the ice and snow world, they would all have an unobstructed view. This would undoubtedly yield excellent results. Realizing the potential, Lindong promptly shared his idea with Wang Dawei, who, upon hearing this, momentarily paused in surprise, then erupted with enthusiasm. Yes, the Songhua River is a great idea. I remember during my childhood, when firecrackers weren't banned, we loved setting off fireworks on the river, especially the firecrackers. We would seek out icy spots or snow piles. Seeing Wang Dawei's exuberance, Lindong felt a wave of exasperation. Well, Director Wang, let us skip the firecrackers. They simply cannot compare to fireworks. Fireworks are manageable, but what if children, in their curiosity, decide to stuff firecrackers into a manhole? Perhaps we should limit the festivities to sparklers for the visitors. Realizing his lapse, Wang Dawei quickly cleared his throat and remarked, "You're right. The intention is primarily to provide visitors with a taste of tradition, especially with the new year approaching. After all, what signifies the new year better than the sound of firecrackers? Very well, in that case, I will liaise with the fire department, public security, and city management to ensure order during the event. Lindong, you will take charge of the fireworks once you return." However, at that moment, as the word traditional escaped Wang Dawei's lips, a new prompt appeared before Lindong. Trigger temporary task. Should you incorporate a traditional element into the fireworks festival? You may choose to host a fireworks festival on the Songhua River while simultaneously organizing a traditional iron flower activity. A spectacle of fiery trees and silver blossoms beneath the night sky. The iron flower, a national-level intangible cultural heritage, originated during the Northern Song dynasty and flourished during the Ming and Qing dynasties, boasting a history of over a millennium. During performances, molten iron is heated to a staggering 1,600 degrees Celsius, after which artisans skillfully ladle it using custom wooden boards and strike it forcefully into the air. In an instant, golden sparks soar to heights of several meters, illuminating the night sky in a breathtaking display that leaves spectators awestruck. Although the height may not rival that of traditional fireworks, the visual impact remains equally magnificent. With a popularity rating of 200,000 and a commendable reputation of 50,000, Lindong couldn't help but smile slightly at this point. Traditional? No worries. While firecrackers may not entertain visitors, I certainly have a way to embrace tradition. With that thought, Lindong ended the call, leaving Wang Dawei on the other end of the line in a state of bewilderment. However, upon hanging up, Lindong turned back and noticed an awkward atmosphere settling over the fire station. Confused, he pulled aside Engineer Liu and inquired quietly, "What is going on? It feels strange. What happened in the brief time I was on the phone?" Liu sighed inwardly in response to Lindong's question, while not far away. The captain of the Arctic Village fire station wore a wry smile and said, "Well, Director Lin, it's not a significant issue, but some negative feedback has surfaced online." Negative feedback? Lindong furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Let me take a look." He quickly entered the live broadcast room. Sure enough, even with the involvement of adorable children and firefighters, the comments section was rife with discordant voices. "Isn't it just a little sugar orange? Does it really deserve that much attention?" Exactly. The fire department should focus on their duties instead of entertaining children. "Isn't that a waste of taxpayer money? Just seeking attention. This is quite an ugly display." Honestly, bringing out the little Northeast tiger this morning was the same. Many zoos don't allow cubs to interact with visitors due to the risk of infection. Wasn't that the reason why panda cubs stopped receiving visitors? Is this safe for the little tiger? I see no protective gear. Haha, this is capitalism. Can one really say such things? It's utterly ridiculous. As Lindong perused these familiar comments, a wave of emotion washed over him. Ah, here it comes. The animal protection advocates are back. The rational critics have returned. The reflections and critiques are here. Exactly the essence. It's been far too long. When it comes to saving lives and extinguishing fires, Lindong believed these firefighters were far more capable. However, when it comes to promotion, that is Lindong's forte. Observing the oddly familiar rhetoric, Lindong chuckled and shook his head, offering reassurance. Oh, you see, your previous popularity was simply too low to have encountered such comments. Out of a few million viewers, it's inevitable to encounter a handful of fools. Did you truly believe you were living in paradise? Rest assured. Just focus on fulfilling your responsibilities and ignore the other voices. There is no need for us to explain anything. An elder once shared such wisdom with me and even recited a poem. With that, Lindong spoke softly. The cries of the monkeys on both shores persist. Yet the light boat has already traversed countless mountains. Simply regard these foolish comments as the chattering of monkeys and pay them no heed. Upon hearing Lindong's words, the captain was momentarily taken aback, yet remained uncertain in his heart. However, soon after the emergence of those malicious reviews, even before the captain could offer an explanation, some had already begun to rise in defense of the situation. After all, everything revolves around capital. The city values traffic and seeks development. Why the envy? Of course, it is worthwhile. This is promotion, a living advertisement. Do you not understand? Some individuals are astonishingly superficial. Do not let envy cloud your judgment. Did you not hear what the Forestry Bureau said? The mother of the little Northeast tiger was injured, hence the rescue. Typically, Northeast tigers do not give birth in winter. This is an exceptional case. Food is scarce in winter, so human care was necessary. What is wrong with introducing the cub to the public? Moreover, did you not notice that little Sugar Tangerine was not overly handled? It is laughable. They must not want the little Northeast tiger to end up like the previous Sled dogs. The little Northeast tiger might well exclaim, "What the hell? I earn my own milk money, and you wish for my demise? Is it easy for me to secure a position? And now you think the little Northeast tiger cub might spread a virus? My friend, do you harbor misconceptions about Northeast tigers? For heaven's sake." The firefighters endure rigorous training daily, and when they finally have a moment to accompany little Sugar Tangerine, it is not akin to being on holiday. Yet now, this group begins to voice their complaints. Are firefighters not human? Observing these comments, the captain finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 85, Little Sugar Tangerine is safe. But Little Potato is lost. Seeing the comments section devolve into chaos, Lindong shook his head, choosing not to engage. After all, he had grown accustomed to such matters. Conversely, the methods employed by the firefighters at the Arctic village station to entertain the children were a revelation to Lindong. Ordinary candied hawthorn, building snowmen, and snowball fights were to be expected. Demonstrating fire extinguishing techniques and explaining fire equipment were merely routine. Yet, once they finished their duties, without even a moment's respite, the firefighters commenced a tug-of-war with the little Sugar Tangerines. The remarkable part was that after witnessing the firefighters complete a round of their daily training, the little Sugar Tangerines showed no signs of hesitation, eagerly participating. Observing this scene, Lindong couldn't help but smile wryly. Children of this age truly possess boundless energy. It is likely that only these regularly trained firefighters could muster such vigor. Had it been us, we would be utterly exhausted. Hearing this, Teacher Liang nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, despite there being only 11 children, we have 3 teachers, averaging 4 per teacher. Even with experience, we sometimes find ourselves at a loss." At this point, Teacher Liang fell silent for a moment, then somewhat awkwardly said, "Director Lin, could I ask you for a favor?" "Certainly, Teacher Liang," Lindong replied with a nod. Teacher Liang glanced back and suddenly inquired, "Could you help me obtain the contact information of that firefighter?" Upon hearing these words, Lindong was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise evident on his face. "You wish to exchange contact information?" He pondered, for it seemed rather improbable that a teacher of Liang's age would be single. Could it be that he was inquiring on behalf of his daughter? Sensing Lindong's bewilderment, Teacher Liang elucidated, "You see, among the teachers present, there is a young lady who has yet to experience romance. She is quite shy, and given that we are currently live streaming to a vast audience, she feels embarrassed to ask for contact details herself. If she were to be rejected, it would surely be more awkward. Thus, I thought to request your assistance, Lin. Should this endeavor bear fruit, I promise to treat you to a wedding banquet." Upon hearing this, Lindong instinctively glanced back. Sure enough, among the group of students visiting for study, the one affectionately dubbed the Little Potato by numerous netizens was gazing intently at someone in the crowd. It seemed she sensed another's gaze upon her, for a notably younger firefighter lifted his head slightly, causing the Little Potato to quickly avert her eyes. In that instant, Lindong comprehended the situation, and a grin spread across his face. "Not to worry. This matter is quite simple. Leave it to me. Once their tug-of-war concludes, I shall assist in procuring the WeChat contact." Simultaneously, at the captain's command, an exhilarating tug-of-war competition commenced within the fire station. On the left, the Little Sugar Orange team, clad in matching yellow tops and blue trousers, displayed an impressive sense of unity and vigor. Opposite them stood the firefighter team, 5 firefighters arrayed in uniform deep blue jackets, equally coordinated. Initially, the two sides appeared evenly matched. Despite the Little Sugar Orange's vigorous efforts, the rope remained steadfastly unmoved. Observing this, the captain immediately signaled. In an instant, the dynamic shifted dramatically. The lead firefighter from the right side, an adept actor, feigned a slip and fell to the ground in a manner that seemed remarkably smooth and natural, as if he had genuinely lost his footing. The next moment, the rope slackened perceptibly, yet mere acting proved insufficient. Betrayal was afoot. The last member of the firefighter team, sensing the tide turning, unexpectedly released his grip on the rope and stealthily made his way to the rear of the sugar orange team, seizing the rope and joining the fray with vigor. Undoubtedly, through the combined efforts of these two warriors, the rope began to incline. Before long, the captain declared, "I announce that the little sugar orange team is the victor of this tug of war." However, before he could finish his sentence, he succumbed to laughter, and the viewers in the live stream erupted in amusement. What a thoroughly exhilarating tug of war it had been. This is utterly hilarious. It is evident the firefighters went easy on them. Easy. They practically let the ocean in. Ha ha ha. Especially that brother who fell. He deserves this year's Oscar. Such remarkable acting. The moment had truly tested their skills. A sudden slip caught everyone's attention, showcasing undeniable talent. As laughter erupted among the crowd, Lindong approached the captain to exchange greetings. "Hey, Captain, could you do me a favor?" he inquired. "What is it?" came the reply. "Could I get the contact information, like WeChat or something?" "Who's that one?" "The youngest among them. Is he single?" "Oh, yes," the captain nodded and countered. "Who wants to know?" During this study trip, there is also a female teacher accompanying the group, and she is single too. Lindong chuckled. Being a southern girl, she might be a bit shy. "So I thought I'd lend a hand." "No problem. This is easily arranged," the captain responded, waving his hand and calling out, "Wang Yihui, come here. I have a new task for you." The young firefighter, upon hearing this, instantly adopted a serious demeanor and jogged over, asking, "Yes, Captain, what is it?" "You. Go help that young teacherly over there, and make sure to get her WeChat." What? What kind of task is this?" Wang Yihui was momentarily taken aback. "Follow orders." "Yes." Watching the young man depart, the captain couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Ha ha ha, if this actually works out, everyone will be teasing him for a year, or perhaps for life. Why? Lindong was still processing the situation. "Isn't it obvious? The little sugar tangerines are here. And we are only here for a day. If this kid succeeds, who knows what will happen next?" The captain teased, "If we're not laughing at him, who else are we supposed to laugh at?" "Don't worry, if this works out, I reckon our Cultural and Tourism Bureau will also be the subject of ridicule," Lindong remarked, absent-mindedly touching his nose. Why? Now it was the captain's turn to be confused. "Haven't they said that our Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the Mo Bureau should keep an eye on this group of little sugar tangerines?" Lindong gestured towards the children before them, adding, "If this really happens, it could be quite the disaster. The little sugar tangerines would remain unscathed, while the leading potato would lose one." Chapter 86. Have we really been kidnapped? Just as the two were engaging in light banter, Lindong's phone rang again. Not only his, but also Lu Gong's phone and Captain Xiao's, who had been pulled from the train to entertain the little sugar tangerines, started ringing. The atmosphere grew tense. The three exchanged glances and quickly retreated to a corner to answer their calls. Lindong's call was from Wang Dawei. It had been less than half an hour since their last conversation. Logically, he should be preoccupied with arranging the upcoming events for the minority groups and the fireworks festival. Thus, Lindong was somewhat puzzled and asked directly, "Director Wang, is there something urgent?" "Well, it is somewhat pressing," Wang Dawei replied, clearing his throat. "There is another matter I'd like your assistance with." "Yes, Director, please go ahead." Recently, the directors of the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau communicated with me via telephone. The popularity of the little sugar tangerines remains exceptionally high, prompting them to express a desire for the little sugar tangerines to extend their stay in Mo for an additional 2 days. They would like me to inquire if this arrangement is feasible. 2 more days? Lindong was taken aback. Initially, the journey for the little sugar tangerines was planned for only 7 days, but this extension would inevitably push it to at least 10 days. Has it truly become a form of abduction? Indeed, the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau hopes that the little sugar tangerines can also visit a border defense outpost, interact with the border soldiers, and conclude their journey there. Wang Dawei spoke in a serious tone, noting that given the little sugar tangerines' previous itinerary, which included the 731-unit Crime Evidence Exhibition Hall and Harbin Institute of Technology, it is quite reasonable to designate the border defense outpost as the final stop. Upon hearing this, Lindong quickly grasped the underlying implication. Moreover, the border defense outpost is not under the jurisdiction of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, correct? Indeed. Wang Dawei nodded. Furthermore, our Ice City has arranged a travel group with several children who have already arrived in Guangxi, preparing for a collaborative effort. At that time, the corresponding border defense outpost will serve as the starting point for the journey. I understand. I shall do my utmost, Lindong replied, having essentially comprehended the situation. While attending the border defense outpost may appear to be merely a patriotic education initiative, it is evident that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau alone lacks the authority to facilitate such an arrangement. The soldiers stationed there are genuine guardians of the nation, and the experiences offered are authentic. The ability to organize this clearly indicates that there are higher authorities involved. No wonder Wang Dawei was eager to make the call. After ending the call, while Lindong contemplated how to seek the approval of the Little Sugar Tangerine's parents, Lu Gong and Captain Xiao approached after disconnecting their own call. Lu Gong, without preamble, stated, Director Lin, I received a call from the owner of the processing factory that produces the frozen pear slicing knife. The processing factory? Lindong nearly overlooked this detail until Lu Gong reminded him. Hadn't they been tasked with discussing the creation of cultural products that embody the unique characteristics of our ice city? Lu Gong promptly retrieved a laptop from his backpack, opened a folder, and pointed to images on the screen. These are some designs that emerged from their discussions. They include various icons that look quite impressive. Curious. Lindong glanced at the screen. The designs were visually appealing and exquisitely crafted, suitable for cultural products. Among them was an image of the ice and snow world Ferris wheel, its circular frame adorned with a large, translucent white snowflake. Beneath the snowflake, there was an ice castle and several ice sculpture characters that had previously made appearances, even featuring the dragon and phoenix motif, all appearing vividly lifelike. In addition to the Ferris wheel, designs of Central Street and St. Sophia Cathedral were also included, as Lu Gong continued to elaborate. Their concept was to create a Ferris wheel that could rotate, thereby aligning perfectly with the very essence of a Ferris wheel and allowing for a playful handheld experience. Moreover, this year's edition is a commemorative one, featuring, for instance, the dragon and phoenix pursuing the moon in the ice and snow world, alongside numerous ice-sculpted characters from national animations. In the Church of Sophia, there exists an artificial moon and a Pegasus, while along Central Street, one can find reindeer and the Oricon people, not to mention the distinctively crafted roe deer hats. All these elements possess their own unique charm. Gazing at the design before him, Lindong nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that the designers at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau possess commendable skills. He could not help but praise. These three designs are indeed impressive. They are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also rich in commemorative value. However, a conundrum arose. Engineer Lu sighed. What is the dilemma? The medium, he replied, shaking his head. Initially, we envisioned creating items like fans or bookmarks, but once we produced the samples, they felt rather mundane. The fan design seemed awkward, and the bookmarks turned out to be too bulky. Consequently, everyone has been quite frustrated with this matter, and they asked me to consult you, Director Lin, for any recommendations. Upon hearing this, Lindong was momentarily taken aback. He had not given this matter much thought. After all, as Engineer Lu pointed out, products like fans and bookmarks are indeed quite commonplace in the cultural creative sector, and Lindong had not encountered many alternatives. Just as Lindong was grappling with this dilemma, a familiar system prompt appeared before him once more. Current renovation plan. Please select a daily item as a cultural creative medium to promote tourism in Ice City and showcase its charm. You have the following options. 1. Ornament. No medium required. Simply transform it into an ornament, as long as it is visually appealing. What more could one ask for? Effect. Popularity value 40,000. 2. Pop-up book. A pop-up book utilizes the folding effect of paper, where corresponding three-dimensional designs spring forth upon opening. Advantages. It is remarkably novel. A university once crafted admission notices as pop-up books, garnering significant attention. Disadvantages. It leans heavily on commemorative significance and lacks practicality, with limited promotional impact. Effect. Popularity value 100,000. 3. Refrigerator magnet. This seemingly unremarkable refrigerator magnet can adorn the bland exterior of a refrigerator, serving as a common household decoration that subtly promotes the allure of Ice City tourism, visible every day. Furthermore, the attributes of refrigerator magnets resonate well with the Northeast. Despite the low temperatures, it still produces an array of delicious foods, such as the nationally renowned wuchang rice. Effect. Popularity value 500,000. Upon reviewing the system's suggestion, Lindong immediately conceived an idea. He spoke up. How about we try refrigerator magnets? Chapter 87. The free is the most expensive. Refrigerator magnets? Engineer Lu was momentarily taken aback by Lindong's suggestion. Selling refrigerator magnets as cultural creative products? This is a first for me. Thus, Lu was somewhat perplexed and could only instinctively inquire, Director Lin, wouldn't it be inappropriate to make it into a refrigerator magnet? Although they are indeed mere decorations. Isn't it somewhat trivial for someone to travel all the way to Ice City just to return with a few refrigerator magnets? Lindong was not surprised by Lu Gong's skepticism. He chuckled softly and replied, Trivial? You have misunderstood. Poor quality, half-hearted efforts, and shoddy craftsmanship are what truly denote triviality. What we offer is a product of exceptional quality at a reasonable price. Lu Gong, have you forgotten the very reason Ice City gained its fame? It is precisely because of our commitment to providing excellent value without deceiving our patrons. Therefore, when it comes to creating cultural and creative products, why should we mimic other tourist attractions? Whether it's fans or bookmarks, they often turn out to be extravagant yet impractical items. Many tourists, after purchasing such souvenirs, likely stow them away in a corner, completely forgetting they even exist. In contrast, aren't refrigerator magnets far more advantageous? Each time one prepares a meal, They are reminded of Ice City upon seeing them. Thus, the promotional effect is naturally achieved. Upon hearing Lindong's perspective, Lu Gong began to reflect. Particularly, as he recalled the frequency with which he opened his refrigerator, he found Lindong's argument quite compelling. Meanwhile, Captain Xiao, having overheard the conversation, approached to join in. This indeed sounds plausible. We don't have anything on our refrigerator, but my daughter loves to adorn it with various attractive stickers, while my son prefers to display Ultraman and mecha designs. At this point, Captain Xiao appeared slightly embarrassed. May I inquire, Director Lin, where one might procure such items? I would like to take a set home and affix it to our refrigerator. Upon hearing Captain Xiao's request, Lindong smiled and replied, "Oh, Captain Xiao, you needn't be so formal. I shall simply bring you 2 sets. Lu Gong, curious, then asked, "By the way, don't you have a son, Captain Xiao? Or is it a daughter?" "Oh, I have both, a son and a daughter. My eldest is a son, and my youngest is a daughter," Captain Xiao clarified. "Speaking of which, there is something I forgot to mention." "Yes?" prompted Captain Xiao. "I just received a call from the Bureau informing me that my annual leave for this year has been arranged, and I can take it early to visit Nanning." As he spoke, Captain Xiao suddenly appeared quite awkward. "The issue is, it seems that upon learning of my plans, the Nanning authorities conferred with the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau and directly invited me to participate in their Spring Festival Gala." The Spring Festival Gala? Lindong was momentarily taken aback. They've directly invited Captain Xiao to the Spring Festival Gala? And it's Guangxi's gala, no less? This is quite a significant opportunity. The surprising aspect was that even Lindong had not anticipated this. Does that mean these little sugar tangerines will also be featured? Captain Xiao mused, noting that rehearsals would certainly require considerable effort. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Xiao," Lindong remarked with a smile. "Initially, I had hoped to have your family visit for leisure, with promotion being a secondary concern. I didn't expect such enthusiasm from them. Director Lin, what you say is true. If we do not assign some tasks, seeing my colleagues busy here during the new year, my family and I would not be at ease enjoying ourselves in Guangxi." Captain Xiao chuckled. At that moment, Engineer Liu, who was coordinating with colleagues from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the processing plant, suddenly interjected. "Director Lin, there are 3 matters that require your guidance." "Go ahead," Lindong nodded. "Firstly, the production of the refrigerator magnets is not particularly challenging. But since they have yet to enter the market, the initial batch will be limited. How many sets do you think we should produce? And what should be the pricing for each set? Secondly, with the New Year holiday having passed, we are currently not in the peak season for tourists. How we promote these refrigerator magnets poses a significant issue. Colleagues in the Bureau have discussed this, but have not offered any constructive suggestions. So I would like to know if you have any good ideas." Lastly, while our colleagues appreciate the concept of the refrigerator magnets, they feel it lacks a certain technological appeal. During a casual conversation with students from Ice City Industrial University, one young man suggested creating an AR video, something akin to a QR code, where tourists can simply scan with WeChat to reveal a specific animation. This could serve as an excellent promotional tool for our tourism projects. However, it involves numerous copyright issues, especially concerning the national animation rights in the ice and snow world. Therefore, we hope you can assist us with this, Director Lin. After Liu finished speaking, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, as he finally grasped the extent of Lindong's efforts to promote Ice City during this time. Despite being a mere refrigerator magnet, it encompassed various aspects, from the processing plant to the AR concept proposed by the students, and the copyright issues related to the national animation in the ice and snow world. Initially, very few supported Lindong's perspective, yet he persevered. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. All these elements had become Lindong's network. Upon hearing Liu's words, Lindong paused for a moment in contemplation before making a decisive choice. "Let us produce 3,000 sets for now. There is no rush to put them up for sale. As for pricing, we will continue to focus on a strategy of thin profit margins. But given the superior quality of the metal materials, we cannot expect it to be too inexpensive. Ultimately, the profit for each complete set of memorabilia should remain below 5 yuan. Regarding promotion and copyrights, we need not worry. We will discuss that once the refrigerator magnets are ready. Liu, please contact the colleagues in the Bureau when the time comes. Have them use our Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau's official account to reach out to those who have visited Ice City and posted videos, specifically targeting those with view counts exceeding 100,000. We should privately message them to request their addresses and offer them a complimentary set of memorabilia." "What? Free?" Liu was taken aback. This project was initially intended to generate revenue for the local processing plant and many workers. Why would it be free? Captain Xiao, standing nearby, interjected unexpectedly. Sometimes, what is free may indeed be the most costly. Chapter 88. Are we indulging in another freebie? Seeing Captain Xiao react so swiftly took Lindong by surprise. Nevertheless, he continued to elucidate. Souvenirs possess a sentimental value that far outweighs their economic worth. Most bloggers visiting Ice City will undoubtedly appreciate this. For them, it is akin to achieving a perfect score in school during childhood. So, what do you suppose is the first thing they do upon receiving a souvenir? Upon hearing this, Engineer Liu finally grasped the concept. Of course, they would flaunt it. While our form of boasting might simply involve sharing in a group chat or on social media, this particular group is different. Bloggers with view counts exceeding 100,000 certainly have a following. Therefore, if they were to post a video about the refrigerator magnets, Lindong gently guided. Indeed. In that moment, Engineer Lu slapped his thigh, exhilarated. It may appear as though we are gifting them items for free, but in reality, they are promoting Ice City at no cost to us. Moreover, these bloggers have previously gone viral with their videos about Ice City, so their fans are bound to be eager for more. This way, we also have our audience. The promotional impact is far superior to any other method. How did I not realize this before? At this juncture, Captain Xiao could not help but tease. So, you are Engineer Lu, not Chief Lu. Haha. I am nowhere near comparing to Chief Lin. Engineer Lu chuckled. What about the copyrights? Well, let us first prepare the souvenirs. And I shall send them a few sets later, Lindong replied. Didn't many domestic animation copyright holders symbolically charge a mere 1 yuan for the licensing fee? Some even sent representatives to assist us in crafting ice sculptures for the ice and snow world. As the year draws to a close, they must be considering employee benefits. And this could serve that purpose. Upon hearing this, Engineer Lu instantly froze. Huh, Chief Lin, are you preparing to indulge in yet another freebie? Ahem. Lindong nearly choked on his water, turning to shoot a glare at Engineer Lu and retorted, how can you speak like that? This cannot be regarded as taking advantage. We have already profited from their copyrights, Engineer Lu murmured, retracting his neck. At the very least, shouldn't we share some of the proceeds with them? It's not sufficient to merely offer souvenirs, is it? Only then did Lindong finally come to a realization. This does seem rather inconsiderate. One cannot rely solely on others without contributing anything in return. Indeed, one must not be overly selfish. Here's what we shall do. Around 10 domestic animation copyrights were granted to us for free. They only symbolically charged 1 yuan for the licensing fee. Now, returning to them with dividends would seem somewhat petty, yet merely gifting refrigerator magnets feels too stingy. Engineer Lu, once we return to Ice City, please reach out to a jewelry store. Each company shall receive a set of pure gold refrigerator magnets. After all, it would amount to about 10 to 20,000 per set, both valuable and meaningful. By the way, wasn't the agricultural survey quite popular previously? In the design, I observed the Ferris wheel of the ice and snow world adorned with diamond decorations, which I plan to embellish with artificial diamonds produced in Hunan. I intend to consult with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Hunan, particularly with Chief Lin. Are you hoping to take advantage of the situation without cost? This is called synergy. Do you understand? Lindong's face flushed with embarrassment. Witnessing Lindong's shameless demeanor, even Captain Xiao beside him found it both amusing and perplexing. Who would have thought that the greatest contributor to the booming tourism in the Ice City this year relied upon such a masterful finesse of leveraging opportunities? He instinctively remarked. By the way, Chief Lin, since the most expensive things are often free, why not extend a set to the little sugar oranges? Who knows? Perhaps this refrigerator magnet may even grace the stage of the Guangxi Satellite TV's Spring Festival Gala. Ah, that is a splendid idea, Lindong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he regarded Captain Xiao. You truly understand, especially that saying about free being the most costly. It resonates with me deeply. I wonder where you learned this. Have you ever worked in publicity before? Not particularly, Captain Xiao responded nonchalantly, mainly because I've apprehended numerous fraudsters in the past. And they often confess with such words. The following morning, under their teacher's guidance, the little sugar oranges reluctantly departed from the Arctic Village fire station. 11 little sugar oranges. None were lost. Yet, the same could not be said for the little potato. It was neither a complete loss nor a total gain. To put it simply, the body remained while the spirit had departed. Especially during their departure, glancing back incessantly, the few privy to the situation couldn't help but chuckle. Lindong instinctively began to lament. This might be. Before he could finish, one little sugar orange, feigning profundity, interjected, this might be love. This scene instantly amused everyone in the vehicle. Meanwhile, the teacher, who had been privy to their little secret, blushed and hurriedly averted her gaze. Once again, under Lindong's earnest persuasion, the travel plans of the little sugar oranges were postponed. Early in the morning, everyone set out towards the Mo border defense station. This time, however, Lindong had no time for rest along the way. The processing plant had worked through the night to produce several samples of refrigerator magnets, finalizing the design before commencing production. Lindong's responsibility was to liaise with copyright holders and various prominent video bloggers to obtain addresses. Thus, at the forefront of his mind was a familiar name, Lumao, the first video blogger to collaborate with Lindong and the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Upon seeing Lumao as contact information, Lindong felt a tinge of awkwardness in the atmosphere. Nevertheless, bound by his task, he steeled himself to send a message. Are you there? To his surprise, a swift response followed. Yes, what is up? There is something I need to ask of you. Lindong hesitated for a moment. Where do you live? Could you provide me with a specific address? On the other end of the line, upon reading that message, Lumao's heart raced, and she felt flustered, her mind momentarily blank. Why did he suddenly need an address? What could he be planning? Had he not previously seemed indifferent to himself? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? No. Could it be that he was simply too preoccupied before? Indeed, particularly during the New Year holiday. The influx of tourists in the Ice City must have kept him exceedingly busy, leaving little room for matters of the heart. Could it be that? In a fleeting moment, she even envisioned the names of their future children. After a whirlwind of shyness and hesitation, Lu Miao Miao seized her phone, fearful of missing this precious opportunity, and promptly sent her residential address, inquiring, "So when will you come over? Shall we have a meal together?" Lindong paused for a moment, then replied, "No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to send you a set of souvenirs." In the next instant, Lu Miao Miao hurled her phone onto the sofa, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. She took a deep breath and murmured to herself, "Miao Miao, do not be angry. Maintain your composure. Be a lady. Men are all boorish brutes." Regarding Lu Miao Miao's reaction on the other end of the line, Lindong remained oblivious. Fortunately, he had succeeded in obtaining the address. Moreover, not only Lu Miao Miao, but numerous bloggers who had shared videos of their travels to the Ice City received private messages from the official account of the Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau. While some bloggers declined due to the perceived inconvenience, the majority welcomed the opportunity with open arms. After all, who would refuse complimentary souvenirs? Furthermore, after Lindong decided to use refrigerator magnets as the medium for these souvenirs, the colleagues at the Bureau, along with the design team and the factory owner, engaged in extensive discussions and swiftly devised an improved proposal overnight. "Director Lin, I believe having just 3 magnets feels somewhat lacking. How about we add a 4th to represent the 4 seasons?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Lindong was momentarily taken aback, not due to its inadequacy, but rather because it was an excellent idea. It was a rare occasion when the team could generate such a commendable concept without assistance from the system. "This notion is promising. Let us explore it further. However, we still need to design something that embodies the unique characteristics of our Ice City," he replied thoughtfully. "Also, didn't the Little Sugar Orange and the Little Northeast Tiger gain significant attention with their recent video?" inquired Engineer Lu. "It seems everyone adores the Northeast Tiger. So I was wondering if we might take a different approach and feature the Northeast Tiger instead of focusing solely on the scenery. After all, the Northeast Tiger is a hallmark of our region." At that moment, the system promptly assessed the feasibility of this suggestion, indicating a very positive outcome. Lindong quickly nodded in agreement. "This is an excellent idea. Let us proceed with it." Thus, the Ice and Snow World Northeast Tiger Sophia Cathedral 4-in-1 refrigerator magnet souvenir began to be dispatched across the Dragon Country via express delivery. Among the video bloggers who received invitations, none reacted more emphatically than Lin Zihong, renowned for his candidness. He gained fame across various platforms by highlighting the stark contrasts between the North and the South, subsequently capturing millions of views through the local perspectives of Ice City's tourism. The reason is quite simple. He is not merely a tourist from another region. He is a local resident of Ice City. Thus, when he noticed a private message from the official account of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau in his inbox, he fell silent. The message read, "Greetings, esteemed blogger. The Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau extends our heartfelt gratitude to you. We have observed your recent enthusiastic promotion and significant contributions to our cultural tourism endeavors. Your remarkable video content has garnered widespread attention across the internet, playing a crucial role in showcasing our Bureau's cultural and tourism resources. To express our profound appreciation and respect, we are honored to include you on our list of acknowledgements. And we have prepared a beautiful commemorative gift set from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. We hope this token deepens your understanding and emotional connection to our city's cultural and tourism resources. We eagerly anticipate your acceptance of this small gesture from our Bureau. Should you wish to receive this gift, please confirm your acceptance and provide your mailing address and contact number for logistics updates. And we will promptly arrange for a representative to send it to you. Once again, thank you for your support and the time and effort you have invested. We sincerely wish to collaborate in the future to continue promoting the cultural and tourism allure of Ice City. We look forward to your reply." Upon reading this message, Lin Zihong's first reaction was, of course, excitement. He promptly responded, "There's a commemorative gift? Yes, I want it. No need to send it. I'm right here in Ice City." Soon after, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau replied, "You haven't left Ice City yet?" "No, I'm a local resident." He responded. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, particularly as Lin Zihong noticed the other party's status bouncing back and forth, indicating they were typing. It was evident they were hesitant to continue. At that moment, Lin Zihong felt bewildered. The next second, a wave of panic washed over him. What if stating he was a local meant the Bureau would retract the commemorative gift? This thought became increasingly plausible to him, for it was indeed the sort of thing the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau might do this year. Reflecting on the recent events in Ice City, as a local, he felt the weight of discrimination. "Want to ride a hovercraft? Wait a moment. Let the little potatoes go first. Want to take a hot air balloon ride? Hold on. Let the little potatoes go first." Absurdly, even the local bathhouses were nearly overrun by little potatoes. Locals were continually pushed aside. Thus, Lin Zihong began to panic and quickly declared, What if I say I'm actually not a local? Would you believe me? Fortunately, this time, the anticipated event did not transpire. A response arrived promptly. Ha ha ha. No, no. I was merely surprised to discover you are a local. Initially, I had not considered it, so I consulted with the leadership to determine the most suitable method for delivering it to you. Leadership? Is it the esteemed Section Chief Lin? Lin Zihong inquired with curiosity, recalling that this account seemed to be managed by him previously. Why have we not seen him lately? The Section Chief has been exceedingly busy. He is currently on a business trip in Mo and will likely be away for some time. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, upon realizing there was a memento designated for him, Lin Zihong felt a sense of relief. Moreover, as a native of Ice City, he was fortunate to receive it promptly, having established contact in the morning by noon. The gift box had already arrived at his doorstep. Thus, Lin Zihong became the first blogger on the internet to receive the Ice City Cultural Tourism gift box. His excitement surged upon noticing the serial number on the gift box. Serial number 0000001, the very first memento, one of a kind. The value is undoubtedly significant. As a video blogger, his immediate thought was to create a video to showcase it. He even canceled his plans to dine out with friends that day, opting instead to film at home and order takeout. Shortly thereafter, a simple filming setup was established in his room. Facing the camera, Lin Zihong effortlessly transitioned into a professional demeanor, and upon starting the recording, he immediately donned a cheerful smile, addressing the audience. Hello, dear viewers. Long time no see. Today, I am excited to present an unboxing video. Chapter 90. Unboxing. Let me reveal a little secret about today's unboxing. It's a treasure, not because of its monetary value, but due to its commemorative significance. As you may recall from my previous videos, I am indeed a local of Ice City. Today's item hails from Ice City, presented by the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau, and as a local, I have never encountered anything like this. Without further ado, let us proceed with the unboxing. However, as the gift box was opened, Lin Zihong was taken aback slightly. The item before him was entirely different from what he had envisioned. This appears to be a decorative piece. The mementos included 3 sets, or perhaps 4. The theme seems to revolve around the major attractions of Ice City. This one represents Central Avenue, crafted with a combination of metallic texture and colorful enamel, intricately depicting the European architectural ensemble of Central Avenue amidst a vibrant spring bloom. The smooth lines and vivid colors transport one to the exotic streets and alleys of Ice City. It is no wonder that there are not 3 sets, but rather 4. These correspond to the seasonal themes, representing the 4 distinct seasons of the year. The piece below is presumably the summer edition, featuring the Northeast Tiger. Its design masterfully captures the majestic yet agile essence of the Northeast Tiger, utilizing 3-dimensional relief techniques to render this vibrant monarch of the forest in splendid detail upon the metallic surface. The autumn version showcases the St. Sophia Cathedral, set against the backdrop of golden autumn. The cathedral's onion-shaped dome stands in stark contrast to the colorful fallen leaves, illustrating the solemn and tranquil beauty of this historical edifice as time flows by. Finally, the winter edition presents the ice and snow world, with its crystalline ice formations being particularly eye-catching. It intricately carves out ice castles and ice sculptures, and encircling it is the grand Ferris wheel of the ice and snow world. One must admit, this design is truly thoughtful. The key lies in the multitude of details, which I wonder if everyone has noticed. At this juncture, Lin Zihong deliberately drew closer to the camera, examining the object in his hands. Observe the presence of the red-crowned crane from the Evenki tribe atop the central street, alongside the roe-deer hat of the Orican people, and the red-crowned cranes that have journeyed from Hugong. The summer edition featuring the Northeast Tiger is complemented by a small tiger in the background, along with 11 little sugar oranges. These seem to correspond to the interaction between the little sugar oranges and the little Northeast Tiger from yesterday. On the St. Sophia Cathedral, an artificial moon and a Pegasus make their appearance, while the ice and snow world is even more astonishing. Not only are there ice sculptures, but also numerous characters from national animation. Even the dragon and phoenix chasing the moon are present, and in the background by the riverside, hovercrafts and hot air balloons can be seen. These undoubtedly reflect the scenery along the Songhua River. Such exquisite attention to detail is truly unparalleled. While it may not appear large, these elements encapsulate the sights witnessed in the Ice City. At this moment, Lin Zihong was quite excited. However, he still harbored a lingering question. Was this souvenir merely a decorative piece? Soon, he discovered a thank you letter at the very bottom of the gift box. After perusing the letter for a moment, Lin Zihong was left utterly astonished. Wait, the letter states that this item is merely a refrigerator magnet? It is not that Lin Zihong had never seen a refrigerator magnet, but he had never encountered one designed with such exquisite artistry. It even gave him a sense of squandering something so remarkable. Such a splendid decorative piece is merely a refrigerator magnet? Yet, it dawned upon him swiftly. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with the ethos of the Ice City's Cultural Tourism Bureau. They eschew the superficial in favor of sincerity. Much like Northeast cuisine, it must not only be aesthetically pleasing, but also practical. Decorations should be placed in the most frequently used and prominent locations, where they can be seen daily. Otherwise, they cease to be collectibles and become mere ornaments. With that, Lin Zihong affixed each of these refrigerator magnets onto his fridge. In the next moment, he was once again struck with wonder, for it was only then that he realized the Ferris wheel of the ice and snow world could actually rotate. Not only that, but once it begins to spin, one can even witness a flicker of snowflake-like effects. The autumn edition of the Sofia Cathedral is even more delightful. By simply rotating the fridge magnet, a cascade of golden powder descends from above, reminiscent of autumn leaves falling gracefully. Observing this scene, Lin Zihong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. At that moment, he suddenly came to a realization. Wait a minute. Although I am the first person online to receive this souvenir, hasn't Ice City never had this in previous years? Moreover, it seems that these items are primarily distributed to tourists from afar, rather than locals. Damn, Ice City. Are you at it again? Keeping such wonderful treasures hidden from the locals while quietly gifting them to those from the south? Thus, as a local, Lin Zihong, despite being the first online recipient of this souvenir, felt utterly disheartened. As Lin Zihong's video was released, the internet soon erupted once more. At first, when people saw the word souvenir, they paid little attention. After all, nearly every tourist destination across the country has souvenirs. These mementos are typically overpriced and often poorly made, leading people to generally avoid them. However, upon seeing Ice City's souvenir, everyone was taken aback. What is this? A fridge magnet? The design is far too exquisite for that. Such a splendid item, and Ice City turns it into a fridge magnet? Goodness. For the first time, I felt the term wasteful extravagance resonate with souvenirs. Friends, I genuinely adore this. How can I acquire them? This golden piece truly resembles fallen leaves. Could someone from Ice City kindly inquire about how we can purchase this item? Oh no, Ice City has created yet another sensation. The locals are in despair. We too wish to know where we can buy it. Did you not hear the blogger say? We locals have never encountered such a treasure. Good grief, having lived in Ice City for over 20 years. This is my first encounter. What on earth? Last year, Ice City's souvenirs were mere trinkets, and now they've produced this marvel? It is evident that the nation's strength has significantly increased, enabling the rapid establishment of a new city. Sharing the same name as a city I just departed from last month. Here's a funny tidbit. Our hometown has a city with the same name. Isn't that a coincidence? I earnestly request that Ice City's Cultural and Tourism Bureau create an online sales link. Although I haven't traveled to Ice City, this item truly captivates me. Is online shopping possible? Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, I implore you for the link. My fridge has expressed a strong desire for it. Chapter 91. Can this be twisted? The fridge, in its lifetime, probably never anticipated that one day it would find itself in the comment section. Much like the local residents of Northeast China never expected to be betrayed by their local government. Particularly when the fridge magnet made its debut, everyone was utterly stunned. Ice City managed to create a souvenir that every household could use for decoration. A fridge magnet. The essence lies in the exquisite craftsmanship and the stunning design. This leaves the locals, who have resided here for many years, in a state of bewilderment. In fact, even Lindong herself could not have anticipated that a mere refrigerator magnet could stir such a tumultuous response. Just moments ago, to showcase another delightful feature of this set of souvenirs, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau promptly released a Weibo post overnight. The Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau proclaimed, "Dear little potatoes who have received the souvenirs, you might want to try scanning the refrigerator magnet with your mobile phones. Surprises await." Consequently, individuals hastily began to experiment. Although they lacked the physical magnet, they could still scan the one featured in the blogger's video. After completing the scans, as they gazed at the animations appearing on their screens, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wait a moment, what is this? This appears to be AR animation. It actually comes to life. Goodness, it truly moves. And look, it even has the serial number 0000001. Indeed, the very first set on the internet. The sisters scanned the refrigerator magnet from Central Street, and the reindeer sprang to life. Furthermore, as they looked deeper, they could see scenes of the Orcan people presenting a roe deer hat to the little sugar tangerine. Goodness, what divine intricacies this animation possesses. Amongst the throngs of astonished onlookers, Jiang Yu was one of them. In truth, when the tourism in Ice City first surged, she had already harbored thoughts of visiting. Unfortunately, her circumstances have always been prohibitive, as her family's cherished pet had yet to return home. She had even contemplated a trip during the New Year's holiday, but upon checking flight prices online, she was immediately dissuaded. There were simply too many people. The influx of tourists in Ice City was overwhelming, and venturing out with a child in such wintry conditions posed safety concerns. Moreover, with a mere 3 days, flying all the way from Chongqing with her family left little time for exploration. What weighed even heavier on her mind was that her child had not yet completed their final exams. Taking him out for leisure at this time would surely distract him from his studies. Thus, during moments of boredom at home, she could only scroll through online videos, enviously watching others experience the wonders of Ice City. At times, she would even sigh, pondering that if she didn't have a child, She could be enjoying this New Year's holiday with her husband. Alas, she resigned herself to the notion that her child's future was paramount. Relaxation could wait until after the exams. With this thought, Jianyu shook her head and resumed her household chores while continuing to browse videos about traveling to Ice City. Upon encountering a video of the little sugar tangerine visiting Ice City and becoming an internet darling, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. The little sugar tangerine was indeed adorable. Yet, she mused, her own child was quite charming in his youth as well. Though now he had reached that age where he was often less favored by others, becoming increasingly mischievous. It seemed that the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau truly had a knack for catering to children, as it appeared remarkably safe. They even had the opportunity to touch a small Siberian tiger. At nearly 30, she had yet to experience such a thrill. With this realization, Jianyu once again found herself enveloped in envy. However, despite her envy, she did not slow her pace. She busied herself with cleaning, washing clothes, handling ingredients, and preparing dinner. It was only after she had finished cooking the rice that a video on her phone suddenly captured her attention. Indeed, it was Lin Zihong's unboxing video of the first Ice City souvenir. Initially, she merely glanced at it out of curiosity. The seasonal decorative items were undoubtedly well-crafted and detailed. However, when she realized that these items were refrigerator magnets, she was momentarily taken aback. Was this really a refrigerator magnet? She had assumed it was something else entirely. They were rather charming, and such small items would be quite convenient to bring home, not to mention they would serve to embellish her refrigerator. Just then, the door to her home chimed open. A young boy, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, dashed in, exuberantly running while holding up a certificate and shouting, "Mom, look, I ranked in the top 3 this time. Is there a reward? Is there a reward? And school is off tomorrow. I want to go out and play." Watching this scene, Jianyu was initially taken aback, but soon a delighted smile spread across her face. She glanced at the certificate, patted the boy's head, and praised him. "Well done. You've made progress. That's impressive. As for a reward, how about we travel to Ice City during the winter break?" Upon hearing this, the boy leaped 3 feet into the air, exclaiming, "Really?" Meanwhile, after more than an hour's journey, the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau finally arrived at the border outpost of Mo with Shaoxitangju. Following a routine inspection and obtaining the necessary permits, they were allowed to begin their live broadcast. During this time, a designated person even came to advise them on which areas were permissible for photography and which were not. However, this live broadcast did not involve Lindong. Ever since he had decided to transform the refrigerator magnets into distinctive Ice City souvenirs, his phone had been inundated with calls. Lu Gong, nearby, was becoming increasingly frazzled. "What? It's a hit? What's going viral now?" he exclaimed. Director Lin. It seems the response has been quite favorable, but it appears we may have taken a wrong turn." Upon hearing Lu Gong's words, Lindong was momentarily taken aback. "Wrong turn? What do you mean?" He found himself perplexed. "Wait a minute. Didn't the system analyze this already? How could it possibly go wrong?" Then, in the next moment, Lu Gong's remark nearly caused Lindong to spit out his drink. "Well, initially we thought about selling souvenirs to tourists visiting Ice City, so they wouldn't leave empty-handed. And we could profit as well." Lu Gong, glancing at a series of screenshots of comments sent by the Bureau, couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. "But now it seems that all the online viewers are asking our official channel if they can purchase these items online. And they are all people who haven't even visited Ice City." "What?" Lindong was stunned. "Exactly." Lu Gong shrugged helplessly and continued. "What was meant to be a souvenir has now turned into a specialty of Ice City. Ice City-themed refrigerator magnets. The question is, should we sell them or not?" Upon hearing this, Lindong couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The system's analysis seemed to be spot on. Just consider the popularity of this refrigerator magnet. Shall we? Chapter 92. Is this item even available in a limited edition? Though the headache persisted, solutions must be found. Engineer Lu, standing by, began to analyze the situation. Souvenirs are not merely distinctive. Disregarding sales at this level of popularity could yield substantial profits, even through a strategy of low margins but high volume. If we dishearten the online community now, the subsequent enthusiasm may wane, potentially leading to backlash. However, to sell these items, they were originally intended for tourists. Unique souvenirs with significant sentimental value. Should visitors discover that the memento they brought back from their journey to Ice City is identical to what could be purchased online, they would certainly be displeased, and our reputation would undoubtedly suffer. At this point, Engineer Lu sighed. We find ourselves in a predicament on both fronts. Yet, at that moment, Lindong suddenly broke into a smile. What is there to be troubled about? Does Section Chief Lin have a brilliant idea? Quite simply, Lindong replied with a grin. We must treat them differently. Differently? Engineer Lu looked perplexed. Lindong elaborated gradually. We can cater to both sides, but the items purchased online must differ from those bought offline. This is easily resolved. Every tourist visiting Ice City, or those who have previously visited, should be able to purchase a complete set of souvenirs, each bearing a corresponding serial number. In contrast, online orders will lack such numbers. Instead, they will be offered in blind boxes, each containing 4 refrigerator magnets, with the contents being random and possibly repetitive. This way, The uniqueness of the souvenirs will be preserved. Online customers can still make purchases, but naturally, those who visit will find their acquisitions more exquisite. Upon hearing Lindong's explanation, Engineer Lu was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he slapped his thigh in realization. Ah, I remember now. Isn't this akin to Alipay's annual Collect the 5 Blessings activity? When it was first introduced, that professional blessing was notoriously difficult to obtain. How about this, Section Chief Lin? For the blind boxes, we could adopt a similar approach and limit the supply of certain types of refrigerator magnets. However, this time, Lindong shook his head and replied, even in business, we should not resort to such methods. Let us not forget that Ice City's success this year is thanks to everyone's support, step by step. Hearing this, Engineer Lu felt a slight chill. Understood. Furthermore, remember that when shipping the online souvenirs, we should strive to maintain equal quantities of each type, allowing individuals from different regions to exchange and ultimately acquire a complete set of 4 seasonal refrigerator magnets, as they will be unnumbered. At that moment, Captain Xiao interjected once more. What about those little sugar oranges? What? Lindong was momentarily taken aback. Given the current popularity of the little sugar oranges and their impending departure, why not also provide them with a set of souvenirs? Captain Xiao expressed his confusion, remarking on the intensity of the promotional efforts. In the next moment, Lindong finally grasped the situation. Oh right, wait a minute, little sugar tangerine. No. The souvenir for little sugar tangerine cannot be this. It must be something more special. Engineer Lu, hurry, inform the Bureau. Have them replace the summer edition logo with that of the little Northeast Tiger, just like the one from yesterday. Let us create 11 limited edition sets to present to Little Sugar Tangerine. In fact, let us not stop there. It's not only for Little Sugar Tangerine. From now on, any child under the age of 12 visiting Ice City will receive a limited edition. Moreover, we will tailor them with distinctive characteristics based on different provinces. Didn't teen netizens love naming things before? Little Sugar Tangerine, Little Mushroom, Little Panda. Quickly, have the designers work overtime. With that, Lindong made a phone call, leaving Engineer Lu and Captain Xiao in stunned silence. Moments later, Engineer Lu suddenly sighed. Back during the agricultural census, they had discovered the synthetic diamonds from Hunan, and everyone commented on how global diamond giants engaged in monopolistic marketing. However, it seems that Section Chief Lin is even more adept at marketing than they are. Captain Xiao shook his head, thinking it was fortunate that he was in the publicity department of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Had this been in the past, Section Chief Lin would undoubtedly have made an excellent con artist. With Lindong as decision made, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau swiftly set to work. First came the promotional slogan, Ice City, a place to experience all 4 seasons through augmented reality, no matter where you are. Next was the online purchasing channel. Soon, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau published a new announcement on their official accounts across major platforms. Dear netizens, greetings. First and foremost, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your enthusiastic attention and unwavering support for Ice City's cultural tourism and distinctive souvenirs. The video we recently released showcasing our unique souvenirs has garnered widespread attention and discussion online, for which we are deeply honored and encouraged. In light of the numerous requests from netizens eager to purchase Ice City's characteristic souvenirs through online channels, we have promptly responded and actively coordinated various resources. We are pleased to announce that as of today, Ice City's distinctive souvenirs are now fully available for online purchase. The current sales method will be in the form of blind boxes. Each souvenir will contain 4 randomly selected refrigerator magnets, which may include duplicates or omissions of the same type. Of course, you may also choose to exchange souvenirs with friends who have purchased the same blind box. Let this unique keepsake, embodying Ice City's culture and memories of ice and snow, brighten your home and become a striking feature of your living space. We will continue to optimize the shopping experience, ensure product quality, and provide comprehensive after-sales service. Simultaneously, we hope that while you enjoy the convenience of online shopping, you will have the opportunity in the future to visit Harbin in person and experience the unique charm and cultural atmosphere of this city. Once again, we thank you for your support and affection as we work together to inherit and promote Ice City's cultural tourism brand. Note, we kindly remind all users to pay attention to the official authorization markings while making purchases to avoid counterfeit and inferior products. Should you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to contact us for consultation and feedback. This announcement has been issued, and immediately, orders began to flood in from various regions across the nation. In an instant, both the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the processing plant previously contacted by Lindong found themselves engrossed in a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, having finally wrapped up this matter, Lindong suddenly paused, struck by a startling realization. At that moment, in the distance, the hoarse cries of Little Sugar Tangerine echoed. Full of desperation, could something have gone awry? That shouldn't be the case. In that instant, Lindong was taken aback and hurried towards the source of the sound. However, before he could reach there, his steps faltered, and he shook his head, revealing a look of helplessness, instinctively breaking into a smile. At that juncture, even Engineer Lu and Captain Xiao rushed over, panting heavily as they inquired, "What is going on? What happened? Oh, it seems there's nothing amiss. What was that sound? Oh, it's nothing. They are merely singing, albeit poorly, like a chorus of wailing ghosts, which startled me. Lindong chuckled as he spoke. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on Lindong's face gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression and genuine admiration. Although Little Sugar Tangerine's singing left much to be desired. With the familiar melody surfacing, Lindong finally realized what song was being fervently sung at this border post in the far northern reaches of Long Country. Arise, you who refuse to be slaves, with our flesh and blood, let us build a new great wall. This is the national anthem of Long Country. Chapter 93. A promise. Upon hearing that familiar melody resonate, the audience in the live broadcast reacted almost identically to Lindong. Initially, they were alarmed, fearing something had gone awry with Little Sugar Tangerine. What is happening? Could it be that something went wrong? Oh no. What is the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau doing? It can't be a real accident, can it? Someone must take care of Little Sugar Tangerine. Just as the words left their mouths, the familiar lyrics and tune reached their ears. Everyone then began to comprehend. Oh wait, it seems they're singing. Those lyrics, could they be? Indeed. It is the national anthem of Long Country, though the melody has strayed quite far. Ha ha ha, that startled me. I thought something had gone wrong. Simultaneously, perhaps influenced by the loudest Little Sugar Tangerine or encouraged by the leading teachers, as time passed, the other Little Sugar Tangerines began to join in the song. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded in the live broadcast. Draped in a silver cloak, Mo, the northernmost outpost of Long Country, stood desolate, with the frigid air slicing through like a knife. Yet, even so, it could not extinguish the fervent passion of the Little Sugar Tangerines. The children's cheeks were flushed from the cold, yet this did not deter them from continuing their spirited performance. The sunlight refracts dazzling rays upon the snow-covered ground, illuminating the remote northern outpost of Mo, where a majestic boundary marker stands solemnly amid the wind and snow, clad in a thick down jacket and a knitted hat. With a plush scarf gifted by the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau wrapped around her neck, the Little Sugar Tangerine strides determinedly toward the outpost. In front of the northernmost outpost of the Dragon Country, children from the southern regions join hands, forming a circle, and with clear, spirited voices, they sing the national anthem. Their youthful voices, though tender and occasionally off-key, resonate powerfully across the vast, snowy expanse. Despite the imperfections in their singing, everyone present can feel the strength embodied in the lyrics. Observing this poignant scene, the border guard stationed nearby find their eyes welling with tears. The northernmost outpost, characterized by harsh conditions and sparse human presence, had initially surprised everyone when the Mo Cultural and Tourism Bureau managed to bring Little Sugar Tangerine here for a visit. The soldiers stationed here, apart from their routine patrols, seldom encounter outsiders. They endure not only the biting cold, but also an unimaginable solitude. For a few of the soldiers with families, each phone call home often leaves even the toughest men with tear-filled eyes. Then, the sudden appearance of Little Sugar Tangerine brings an innocent fervor and hope from the southern tip of the homeland, illuminating this frigid place like a raging fire. In this moment, the border guards come to a profound realization. Every hardship they endure, every inch of land they protect, and every storm they weather is for the tranquility of their nation, allowing future generations to sing freely and grow joyfully in such a peaceful environment. These children have never forgotten them. Soon, as the off-key singing comes to an end, the Little Sugar Tangerines clumsily salute the border guards with a young pioneer's gesture. At that moment, the soldiers' expressions turn solemn. At the command of their leader, everyone returns the military salute in unison. Nearby, a reporter from CCTV captures this rare photograph. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream are moved to tears witnessing this scene. One must admit, although Guangxi may be economically challenged, it possesses a commendable spirit of patriotism in its education. It is hoped that, given the opportunity, the children of the Dragon Country will visit and experience this. The opening ceremony struck a chord. I began with laughter, only to find my eyes brimming with tears moments later. The vocal power displayed by these children, heirs of the Wolf Warriors, is commendable, even if slightly off-key. There is indeed a remarkable spirit. Today, they are Little Sugar Tangerines. Tomorrow, they will become soldiers, police officers, firefighters, doctors, and elites across various professions, the brightest stars upon the land of our homeland. Years from now, as they reflect upon the crossroads of their lives, perhaps they will remember this moment. It's hard to imagine how deeply moved the border guards must feel witnessing this. Oh, it seems the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau has also begun a broadcast. No, this is a border outpost in Guangxi. Little frozen pear? What is this little frozen pear? Oh, the children from Northeast visiting Guangxi have even come to tour the border outpost? Really? Is this true? After visiting this place today, the little sugar oranges must return home. However, on the other side, the story continues, as the tale of the little frozen pears is about to begin. Perhaps this is what we call legacy. Both cultural tourism bureaus have shown great initiative. Meanwhile, observing the scene before him, Lindong couldn't help but reflect. This must be the final stop for the little sugar oranges, right? They should be heading back tomorrow, with a brief stop in Ice City along the way. To be honest, looking at these adorable children, Lindong felt a pang of reluctance. He had never been particularly fond of children, having encountered quite a few mischievous ones in the past. Yet, gazing at this group, he suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for the future. Moments later, he sighed and mused, the hope of Longhua rests upon them. If every child in Longhua could embody their earnestness and spirit of contribution, how wonderful that would be. Upon hearing his sentiments, Engineer Liu and Captain Xiao couldn't help but shake their heads. That's impossible. Indeed, even within our Cultural Tourism Bureau, there are plenty of bad apples. Always scheming when we try to get things done. If there aren't a few fools popping up, do you really think this place is paradise, Director Lin? Hearing the two unite in agreement, Lindong felt a surge of indignation. Damn, you've taken my emotions. Nevertheless, despite the banter, the story of the Little Sugar Oranges and the Northeast was coming to a close. The following day, the Little Sugar Oranges bid a reluctant farewell to the border soldiers. The high-speed train once again departed from Mo towards Ice City. However, this time, the Little Sugar Oranges would not linger in Ice City for long, only a brief half hour. They were heading home. As they were leaving, one Little Sugar Orange clung to Captain Xiao's leg, tears streaming down their face. Uncle, will you really come to Guangxi for the New Year? Will you truly come? Please don't lie to me. At that moment, Captain Xiao, looking helpless, could only nod repeatedly. Don't worry, I will definitely come. I'm not lying to you. Be brave now, don't cry. Then you must promise. Pinky swear for 100 years. No changing. All right. Pinky swear. Chapter 94. Do we even want to steal our ice sculpture? Watching the farewell scene unfold before him, Lindong initially thought he could slip away unnoticed. However, he soon realized that the Little Sugar Oranges, though silent, were reluctant to part. Immediately, a child approached, calling out, Brother Lin, are you leaving too? Yes, unfortunately, Lindong shook his head. After all, Ice City is my home. Just like it is yours, we all must return home. Can Brother Lin come to Guangxi to play at the end of the year? The child who had previously decided to donate their deer hat asked cautiously. We have many fun and delicious things back home. If the opportunity arises, I will surely visit. The Little Sugar Oranges hesitated, wanting to say more. At that moment, Lindong suddenly remembered something and quickly exclaimed, Ah, right, I almost forgot. Greetings to all. It is indeed a rare occasion for us to visit Northeast China. And before our departure, our Cultural and Tourism Bureau has prepared a token of appreciation for everyone. With that, Lindong retrieved 14 gift boxes from his backpack, distributing them to Xiao Shitangju and the 3 accompanying teachers in turn. Upon seeing the gifts, Teacher Liang instinctively attempted to decline. That cannot be. You have already gone to great lengths for us. Not only have you escorted us throughout the journey, but you have also arranged visits to numerous places we had not initially planned to explore. Moreover, everyone has taken such good care of us. On our trip from Ice City to Mo, we had only purchased seated tickets, yet the train staff made arrangements for us to have sleeping berths. And as for your gifts, how could we possibly accept them? However, Lindong merely smiled and shook his head, responding, Rest assured, these are not extravagant items. They are merely souvenirs, and quite affordable, just a set of refrigerator magnets. Upon hearing Lindong's words, Teacher Liang paused for a moment. Refrigerator magnets? Indeed, if they were merely refrigerator magnets, they were not particularly valuable, and her embarrassment began to dissipate. Yet, still feeling uncertain, she opened the box to take a glance. Inside, she discovered 4 exquisitely crafted trinkets. While they were indeed charming and the craftsmanship was delightful, they were undeniably refrigerator magnets. It was only at this moment that Teacher Liang felt reassured enough to accept, exclaiming, Then it would be rude not to comply. Everyone, let us express our gratitude to Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. At that instant, the audience in the live stream began to catch on. This refrigerator magnet seems rather unique compared to the others, doesn't it? That's summer edition, right? Exactly. The others feature the Northeast Tiger. But the one in Xiao Shitangju's hand showcases both Xiao Shitangju and the Northeast Tiger emblem. Wow, is this a limited edition? And they said it wasn't precious. Jealousy is indeed a transformative force. Soon after, Xiao Shitangju embarked on her journey home. As she gazed at the receding high-speed train, Lindong involuntarily inhaled deeply and rubbed his eyes. What's the matter with you, Director Lin? Inquired Lu Gong curiously. It's nothing, just some sand got in my eyes. Lindong replied, rubbing his eyes once more. What sand? Surely, it's something heavier, Lu Gong muttered, recalling how when Lu Miao Miao left. Had Director Lin possessed even a semblance of his current demeanor, she would have undoubtedly stayed. That's not quite the same, Lindong countered, shaking his head. Oh, so rather than marriage, Director Lin prefers to have children directly? Get lost. After a playful exchange, the two fell into silence, as their work was far from complete. Despite the clock indicating 5 in the afternoon, they hurried back to the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. They needed to switch out photography equipment and hold a meeting. Although the matters regarding Xiao Shitangju had reached a conclusion, issues concerning ethnic minorities still loomed. Lindong remained deeply concerned for the staff back at the bureau. As anticipated, upon their return, the sounds of an argument erupted from Wang Daoi's office. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Do you not know their true nature? I will not agree. But Director, The ice sculptors, too, need to earn a living. This year, our ice city has completed its tasks, and soon there will be no work left. As the ice city has now become prosperous and everyone seems to be making money, it is disheartening that they are left without any earnings. How can this be acceptable? Moreover, with the new year approaching, how can we expect everyone to celebrate joyfully? But director, have you forgotten? During our most challenging times, particularly in the past few years due to the pandemic, the ice and snow world remained open, thanks to the unwavering support of these ice sculptors. If we do not assist them now, would that not be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? The issue is, director, that in both our endeavors and our conduct, we must not forget our roots. Upon overhearing the commotion inside, Lindong was taken aback. What was the matter? Hadn't the work for this year's ice and snow world already concluded? Only a few ice sculptors were needed for minor repairs. Why was there trouble now? Unable to comprehend the situation, Lindong decided to enter and directly inquired, "What is happening? What is the issue with the ice sculptors?" The moment Lindong appeared, the office fell silent. Nearby, Wang Dawei sighed in relief and remarked, "Lindong, you're back? Have things settled over there?" "Yes, more or less," Lindong nodded. "Perfect timing, as we have a sudden issue here that everyone is discussing." "What is it?" "Well, it's not a major problem." Wang Dawei sighed again and continued, "Recently, tourism in Ice City has surged, not just domestically but also internationally, especially after the ice and snow world showcased its ice sculptures, which have captivated many foreigners. Consequently, we have been approached by some who wish to hire our ice sculptors to create sculptures." At this point, Lindong was still puzzled. Hire ice sculptors? Why not agree? Most of our ice sculptures are already completed, so allowing the masters to earn a bit more is not a problem, is it? Unfortunately, it is not that simple. Wang Dawei shook his head. The request for our ice sculptors is coming from none other than the neighboring country known for its pickled vegetables. Upon hearing this term, Lindong almost blurted out, "Those folks? Now they want to appropriate our ice sculptures?" His reaction was not born from prejudice, but rather from a deep-seated disdain for a nation that has shown an alarming propensity for cultural appropriation and theft. They may lack original talents, yet they spare no effort in plagiarizing and stealing from other cultures. This nation brazenly claims the heritage of Dragon Country as its own on the international stage, seeking recognition for elements like Chinese characters, Confucius, the Dragon Boat Festival, mortise and tenon joints, and movable type printing, among others. This has led to the infamous label of cultural theft. Now, of all times, they choose to approach Ice City to recruit ice sculptors. It is a blatant display of their intentions, easily discernible to anyone. Chapter 95. As the cold sets in, we must guard against the chill of the neighboring country. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lindong finally understood Wang Dawei's steadfast opposition. If this were to be approved, it would not be long before our neighboring nation, known for its pickles, would present their ice sculptures for heritage recognition. The troubling aspect is that, given the current international landscape, their chances of success in this endeavor are not insignificant. After all, many matters on the global stage, parading under the banner of fairness and justice, are merely playthings for certain countries. Even the Nobel Prize falls into this category. In an attempt to provoke the Dragon Kingdom, Norway once awarded the Peace Prize to a criminal, a decision that has led to the ongoing prohibition of Norwegian salmon imports by the Dragon Kingdom. Ultimately, the so-called fairness and justice are always predicated on a foundation of comparable strength. Without such a basis, one might as well assert that a mere bottle of laundry detergent could be construed as a chemical weapon. As internet users humorously pointed out, when they claim you possess weapons of mass destruction, you had best truly possess them. With this in mind, Lindong felt a sense of calm wash over him. He nodded and stated, "This truly cannot be agreed upon." However, the individuals present hesitated for a considerable time before one of them spoke up. "Director Lin, you might not fully grasp the situation. The ice sculptors have recently completed their work and now find themselves with little to do. With the tourism industry in Ice City thriving, it is difficult for them to watch others profit while they languish idly. The artisans would certainly not consent to that. Indeed, as the saying goes, people are not troubled by scarcity, but by inequality. Furthermore, our Cultural and Tourism Bureau merely maintains a cooperative relationship with the ice sculptors, which is why they would consult with us. However, if someone truly wishes to pursue this matter, we have little recourse." Upon hearing their concerns, Lindong contemplated for a moment before suddenly declaring, "No worries, I will handle this matter." "Lindong, are you certain?" Wang Dawei inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. This issue is of considerable gravity and not easily addressed. It is not that Wang Dawei doubted Lindong's capabilities. Rather, he held high hopes for him, as did Cheng Yun and Old Master Li, and they would prefer that Lindong steer clear of such murky waters, especially at this critical juncture. Yet, Lindong had already made up his mind. "No problem, I have a plan. I will first reach out to the ice sculptors to assess the situation." At this moment, Lindong was not entirely sure of his plan, but the presence of a system instilled him with confidence. Meanwhile, for reasons unknown, a video showcasing the invitation extended by the Pickle Nation to the ice sculptors of Ice City suddenly went viral. Initially, this was sparked by the mention of Ice City's booming tourism by the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, prompting a flurry of discussion among international netizens. Many bloggers, keenly aware of the potential for viral content, began to translate foreign comments for domestic audiences. In fact, the initial reactions were rather harmonious, until the translations reached the Pickle Nation, at which point the tone shifted dramatically. The comment sections were inundated with vitriolic remarks from netizens, their jealousy seeping through the screen like distorted maggots. A backward nation can only attract attention with synthetic landscapes, merely imitating the scenery of Northern Europe. What is there to marvel at? Such artificially constructed landscapes are prevalent throughout our nation. The Ice City was originally part of our territory, forcefully seized from us. One day, it shall be reclaimed. It is undoubtedly a fabrication. How could the Dragon Nation, so underdeveloped, possibly create such wonders? They must be digitally manipulated images. These are merely appropriations of our cultural heritage. How could the Dragon Nation possess such exquisite creations? The most absurd part is that as soon as Xiaoxiba finishes its mockery, it swiftly arrives to take advantage. Their Huachuan County governor even brazenly stated in an interview that, compared to Ice City, the land of pickled vegetables is not as cold, thus making our region more suitable for tourists. Upon reading these comments, netizens were incensed. Are they preparing to pilfer culture from the Dragon Nation again? How disgusting. Soon, they might claim that ice sculptures belong to their heritage. The audacity of their cultural theft. Truly, they are the so-called originators of all things in the universe. Their vision is as limited as their own anatomy. Do they think their ambitions are a joke? Here they come again, replenishing their cultural sources, prioritizing defense against Korea over cold weather. Many netizens rallied to the official account of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, urging them to safeguard our culture. They must not allow it to be stolen by our neighbors. Indeed, they previously visited the Lantern Festival in Zhegung, Sichuan, claiming to learn and exchange ideas, only to turn around and apply for heritage status for a Lantern Festival. They came to Suzhou to learn about embroidery, and subsequently appropriated Suzhou embroidery as their own. Despite this, many commenters still maintained a pessimistic outlook. They advised ice sculptors against leaving, emphasizing the need to enhance the treatment of these artisans. Only by doing so can we retain talent. If we do not treat our own well, we cannot blame them for being lured away. Ice sculptors must make a living too. Frankly, this situation is indeed challenging. There is a saying that a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, but a person can only guard against thieves for so long. Ice sculpture is inherently a seasonal profession, even with high pay during the working season. We cannot afford to pay artisans exorbitant salaries during the idle spring, summer, and autumn months. Oh, I recall the incident with the black gold paper from Nanjing, which was sold for just over 100,000 yuan, and then the other side claimed it as their own. Meanwhile, in the office, observing the comments from netizens on the official account, Lindong decided to go live. Soon enough, viewers began to inquire about the matter. To be honest, if it must be done, we should at least retain some control. Why don't we apply for heritage status first? Looking at the comments, Lindong couldn't help but shake his head, responding with a sigh. Apply for heritage status? We have already done so. But the ice sculpture culture in the Dragon Nation is merely at the provincial level. We possess far richer cultural legacies. The number of applications each year is limited. And with so many cultural treasures, we have no idea how long the wait will be. Do you think we are like our neighbor, Xiaoxiba? To treasure the remnants of others' meals and dub it a military pod is truly reflective of a nation with a rather limited perspective. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that if we refrain from exporting, they would scarcely have kimchi to consume. Chapter 96. Inverting the approach upon hearing Lindong's words. Netizens erupted into laughter. Indeed, with such trivialities, even refuse can be regarded as a treasure. It is no wonder they resort to cultural appropriation. They are nothing more than buffoons, devoid of any genuine skill, merely adept at repulsing others. I had previously assumed it was the Cultural Tourism Bureau that failed to apply. It turns out there are simply too many eligible applications, resulting in a queue. This does complicate matters somewhat. Perhaps we could proceed. But might we suggest the craftsmen keep a few secrets? In response, Lindong shook his head, stating, that is rather unrealistic. After all, the craftsmen are honest individuals. Although ice sculpting is a technical skill, if they are determined to learn by stealth, it would not pose a significant challenge. To prevent the craftsmen from venturing to the Kimchi Nation, there appears to be but one solution: to provide the ice sculptors with more rewarding work opportunities. For those whose hometowns possess the requisite conditions, such as colder regions in winter or certain scenic spots needing ice sculpting specialties, we welcome you to contact our craftsmen. After engaging with the netizens for a while, Lindong concluded the live stream. Yet, as anticipated, despite the enthusiasm of the viewers, the actual invitations for the craftsmen to work were few and far between, perhaps even non-existent. There is little that can be done, as the circumstances do not permit. Ice sculpting necessitates copious amounts of ice and is contingent upon local weather conditions. It must not melt too swiftly, correct? After pondering for a while without arriving at a superior solution and receiving no concrete prompts from the system, Lindong decided to take a brief respite before conversing with the ice sculptors the following day to gauge the situation. The next morning, upon rising, Lindong hurried to the ice and snow world. Since ice sculptures require maintenance, a small contingent of craftsmen remained at the venue, having previously liaised over park management matters. Lindong had grown familiar with them. Shortly thereafter, he located Master Lu, who was busily working in a corner. After exchanging greetings and lighting a cigarette, the two began a casual conversation. What of the other craftsmen? Oh, they have returned home, replied Master Lu. By the way, how is the situation currently? This year's weather is warmer than in previous years, and the influx of tourists has increased significantly, resulting in a greater workload. Master Lu looked around and smiled before continuing. However, the repairs are not particularly challenging. But, Chief Lin, it seems the park will likely close much earlier this year than last. Ah, understood, Lindong nodded. Indeed, ice sculptures are at the mercy of the elements. Once the weather warms and the ice begins to melt, the ice and snow world becomes unsafe, necessitating its closure for the safety of the visitors. By the way, was there not a foreigner who invited everyone to the Kimchi Nation to create ice sculptures? Oh, the Little West. Master Lu expressed no surprise and replied directly that the matter was indeed true. As soon as that individual arrived, he wielded a camera, incessantly snapping photos, accompanied by a translator. What do the masters think? Have you all agreed? Upon hearing this, Master Lu paused briefly. He was among the most senior ice sculptors in the park, having been present since the inception of the ice and snow world 20 years ago. His esteemed reputation was well earned, as many of the ice sculptors were his apprentices. It was precisely for this reason that he approached the question with caution. The others had yet to agree, as Chief Lin understood. Everyone was aware that the invitation from the neighboring group was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, ill-intentioned. Master Lu sighed and continued. However, this year's circumstances are different. Chief Lin, you know as well as I do that Ice City has become a sensation, tourism has surged, and the influx of visitors has increased significantly. Everyone is making money, except for us. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau arranges work for us every year, for which we are undoubtedly grateful. Yet, the reality is that many of us are without work, and this rare opportunity to earn some extra money is vital, especially with the new year approaching. After several more sighs, Master Lu fell silent. Lindong observed the scene and couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. It was understandable that these honest individuals, as the year-end approached, sought to earn a little extra for a better celebration of the new year. Lindong found no reason to deter the masters unless a superior opportunity presented itself. Thus, he instinctively inquired, I can comprehend this. By the way, if we choose not to go there, what about doing ice sculptures in other regions? Does ice sculpting require any specific conditions? Firstly, the weather must be cold, otherwise, the ice sculptures will melt. Secondly, there needs to be large blocks of ice, so ideally, there should be major rivers or lakes nearby. Chief Lin sighed. I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter is not easily resolved. At this point, Master Lu sighed once more and elaborated. The regions that meet these conditions each possess their own culture. The world is not limited to our ice and snow festival. They do not require our presence. Conversely, those who would benefit from us often do not meet the necessary conditions. Therefore, Chief Lin, this issue is complex, and I suggest you refrain from pursuing it for the time being. If you insist on pressing forward, some individuals may turn ungrateful, forgetting the benefits provided by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and becoming adversaries. While effort can influence outcomes, sometimes defying fate is ill-advised. However, just as Master Lu finished speaking, familiar prompts from the system suddenly appeared before Lindong. Current reconstruction plan. To prevent the theft of Ice City's ice sculpture culture by Xiaoxiba, please assist the ice sculptors in finding more suitable and better employment before the new year. You have the following options. 1. Contact other cultural and tourism bureaus across Longhua to ascertain whether other regions have corresponding needs. Effect. This will be quite challenging, due to both weather constraints and economic factors. The scenic area primarily aims for profit. In the absence of naturally occurring ice blocks due to insufficient cold weather, the reliance on artificial ice becomes prohibitively expensive and labor-intensive. One could explore other provinces with similarly frigid climates to ascertain if there exists a corresponding demand. The outcome appears promising in terms of feasibility, albeit the results are rather mediocre. The grandeur of the ice and snow world is unparalleled and cannot be replicated by other provinces within the nation. Every year, over 5,000 ice sculptors partake in its construction, a demand unmatched by any other region. Venturing beyond national borders, one should cast their gaze upon the world. The phenomenal popularity of the Ice City, particularly on international platforms, presents an exceptional opportunity for the world to discover this enchanting locale. Limiting one's vision to the confines of a single country is less advantageous than taking the opposite approach. The adage that human determination can conquer nature holds true. Provided the inviting party possesses sufficient wealth, it is entirely feasible to establish a kingdom of ice and snow even in tropical climates. Perhaps one could reach out to counterparts in Saudi Arabia. The feasibility of such a venture is exceedingly high, and the potential for success appears remarkable. At that moment, as Lindong absorbed the information presented before him, his mind went blank. Wait, what? Ice sculptures in Saudi Arabia? Despite Lindong's growing faith in the system, This whimsical notion left him utterly astounded. From any perspective, the idea of Saudi Arabia and ice sculptures seemed utterly incongruous. In Lindong's understanding, Saudi Arabia was entirely unsuitable for ice sculptures due to its tropical desert climate, with annual temperatures averaging around 20 C, which utterly fails to meet the conditions necessary for preserving ice sculptures. Moreover, freshwater resources in Saudi Arabia are exceedingly scarce. The populace relies on seawater purification for their daily water needs, rendering it one of the nations with the highest seawater purification rates in the world. Promoting ice sculptures in such a region seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, Lindong hesitated momentarily for a very simple reason. Aside from these characteristics, Saudi Arabia possesses one striking feature: wealth, immense wealth. In this world, many endeavors become plausible simply with sufficient financial backing. With this thought in mind, Lindong abruptly inquired, "Master Lu, may I ask you something?" "Yes, Director Lin, what is it?" At that moment, Master Lu remained oblivious to the impending developments. To create ice sculptures, one must use freshwater, correct? Isn't that obvious? Upon hearing this, Master Lu was momentarily speechless and proceeded to explain, freshwater is devoid of impurities, allowing for stability during the freezing process, resulting in a crystalline clarity. In contrast, seawater contains salt and various impurities, leading to an unstable structure when frozen, resulting in a snow-like appearance rather than true ice. "Ah, I see," Lindong nodded, yet he found this idea increasingly feasible, given the unique circumstances in Saudi Arabia, where royal family members constitute the majority. The rarer and more extravagant something is, the more it signifies their status and identity. While freshwater is commonplace in other regions, perhaps hosting an ice sculpture exhibition there could indeed be viable. However, Lindong continued to pose further questions. If one were to organize an ice sculpture exhibition in tropical regions, what would be the requirements? Just set up a large cold storage facility, perhaps maintaining temperatures below -10 degrees, Master Lu remarked. However, generally speaking, even the largest cold storage facilities are not excessively expansive, so typically, such an ice sculpture exhibition could be managed by merely a dozen individuals. There have been numerous instances of similar events in various scenic spots across the country. As for the ice, it can simply be frozen in the cold storage. Yet, the cost involved, he chuckled, would likely deter anyone from pursuing it. Who would want to be the unfortunate fool in this endeavor? Upon hearing this, Lindong had a clear understanding. Indeed, there could be such a fool. But the real challenge lay in identifying who that might be. At that moment, Lindong suddenly thought of someone, the granddaughter of old Master Li Yu. They had previously met when Cheng Yun brought over a calligraphy piece personally inscribed by old Master Li, during which Li Yu was also present, and they exchanged brief pleasantries. Cheng Yun had provided a cursory introduction, mentioning that Li Yu was affiliated with some department in the Dragon Kingdom's diplomatic service. It was possible that she might have connections. However, I lack her contact information and do not wish to trouble old Master Li over this matter. Perhaps the bureau chief could intervene? Resolute in his decision, Lindong bid farewell to Master Lu and hurried back to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Meanwhile, Wang Dawei was engrossed in a meeting. Although the small sugar tangerines had already returned, the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau was still coordinating various matters with the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, including the participation of Captain Xiao's family in the Spring Festival Gala. After a brief wait, Lindong entered the room and immediately spoke up. "Chief, I have found a solution." "What are you talking about?" Wang Dawei was taken aback. "The ice sculptor issue." Oh, at this moment, Wang Dawei finally grasped the situation, though he was more astonished than anything else. In less than half a day's time, a solution had emerged. It was worth noting that this issue had been the subject of extensive discussion within the Bureau, with proposed solutions either exceeding budget constraints or proving too arduous to implement. Each time he contemplated this matter, it gave him a headache. Yet, unexpectedly, Lindong had devised a resolution. Thus, Wang Dawei's demeanor brightened, and instinctively, he reached for the thermos cup on his desk, which he had already overindulged in, unscrewed the lid, took a sip after blowing on it to cool it down, and found a comfortable position in his chair, inquiring, "Oh, all right, what is your plan?" "Do share. To hold the ice sculpture exhibition abroad." "Oh, we discussed this approach previously. The key issue isn't whether to go abroad, but rather where to go once we're there." "Saudi Arabia." Uffed. In the next instant, Wang Dawei spat out his tea and tumbled from his chair. When he raised his head again, his voice had risen by an octave, his eyes wide open, exclaiming in a strong northeastern dialect, "What? Saudi Arabia?" "Yes," Lindong nodded. "I believe this could be worth a try, being in a tropical climate. Many people there have likely never encountered ice, and our ice sculptures would surely be a sensation. But the temperatures there are high. The ice sculptures could never be preserved. In the southern region, where can we organize this?" "It's fine. They have the financial means and can simply use cold storage. The issue lies in the fact that seawater cannot be used for ice sculptures. Only freshwater will suffice. Nevertheless, they are affluent. The distance is considerable, and the craftsmen may face language barriers, necessitating the hiring of a translator, which adds to the airfare budget. It's all right, they have the funds. But tell me, How is this different from laying tiles on the Great Wall or installing an elevator on Mount Everest? It's fine. They possess wealth. At that moment, Wang Dawei was utterly perplexed, especially after Lindong's repeated assertions about their wealth. He found himself momentarily speechless. The truth is, they are genuinely wealthy, extravagantly so. Sometimes, having money really allows one to act without restraint. For a brief instant, even Wang Dawei felt a hint of uncertainty. Let us not even mention the Ice City. The country is collaborating with Saudi Arabia on various projects, including military supplies and the space station. After a moment of contemplation, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Dawei's mouth. It suddenly felt feasible. Indeed, Lindong chuckled. Director, this time I need your assistance. I lack the connections to reach out to them. How about you? Don't count on me. I don't possess such capabilities. Wang Dawei replied without a moment's hesitation. No, Lindong shook his head. Mayor Chung mentioned earlier that old Master Li's granddaughter is not. Ah, you rascal. Wang Dawei laughed and scolded. So that was your intention? Alas, isn't this a predicament? Lindong sighed in resignation. We can't let the ice sculptures end up resembling those from the neighboring pickled cabbage country, can we? If that happens, we would surely be scorned. It would be a year's worth of effort wasted. Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei couldn't help but sigh and resolved himself. All right, I will inquire on your behalf. Chapter 98. Wait, are we talking about renminbi? Soon enough. Wang Dawei made a call to discuss the matter. Upon hearing this idea, Li Yu's immediate reaction mirrored Wang Dawei's earlier sentiments. What? You want to organize an ice sculpture exhibition in Saudi Arabia? Have you lost your mind? Wait, you can't mean an ice city exhibition, right? That indoor ice sculpture exhibition, correct? Li Yu's brow furrowed as she spoke on the other end of the line. She hadn't anticipated that Wang Dawei's call was regarding this matter. Wang Dawei offered a wry smile. Honestly, I'm not entirely confident, but given the circumstances, we ought to give it a try, right? Indeed, Li Yu nodded. I'll make some inquiries, but I can only facilitate an introduction. In the end, you'll need to negotiate yourselves. All right. Oh, wait. Just as the two were about to hang up, Li Yu abruptly paused, as if struck by a thought, and quickly said, What's the matter? Wang Dawei inquired, taken aback. It seems that Saudi Arabia has previously hosted an ice sculpture exhibition, and it was well received. The locals were very enthusiastic. However, it was a private event, apparently organized for a royal family member. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei was momentarily stunned. It truly seems that this might just work. Moreover, it appeared that they had indeed located the ice sculptor for my city. I recall there was an interview. But at that time, you were all preoccupied with the ice and snow world, so you must have forgotten, Li Yu remarked. Now, I will send you the article from back then. You can reach out to this ice sculptor. Since he has been there, he must possess some experience. I will assist you in contacting someone in Saudi Arabia. All right. Thank you, Wang Dawei responded. After hanging up the phone, he wore a bewildered expression. Such an absurd suggestion seemed surprisingly feasible. Yet, the question remained, when had Saudi Arabia ever hosted an ice sculpture exhibition? Before long, Li Yu sent over the report. Upon glancing at it, Wang Dawei was astonished to find it was indeed genuine. A moment later, he exchanged a glance with Lindong. This sculptor, whose surname is Su, should be easy to find. I will inquire about him. All right, this matter is quite significant. I will contact the provincial bureau to keep them informed. Soon, the two left the office. To be honest, Lindong had not anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. What's more, the progress was remarkably smooth. Shortly after, Li Yu called again. I have made contact on that side. Is the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau available this evening for an online meeting? Hearing this news, Lindong furrowed his brow slightly. So soon? The problem is, we won't be able to find a translator at short notice. No worries, I can handle it. Li Yu replied nonchalantly. I am quite familiar with them. Very well, I appreciate your help. It's nothing, just a small matter, Li Yu smiled, adding, after all, you are contributing to Ice City, and now it is my turn to lend a hand for my hometown. With that, Li Yu hung up the phone. On the other end, Wang Dawei's progress was equally promising. Since Ice City's tourism had surged, not only had the city's popularity increased, but the surrounding regions were also experiencing a rise in interest. It had even extended beyond the province, with neighboring Jilin secretly reaping substantial benefits. Therefore, despite the seemingly outlandish suggestion, Wang Dawei effortlessly received a positive response. The smoothness of the proceedings left even him feeling somewhat incredulous, prompting him to ask, really? You can agree to this? In the past, it would have taken considerable persuasion to obtain a reluctant agreement. The provincial bureau's response was even more straightforward. Why not? It is better for us to take the initiative than to be left behind. Soon, that evening, a large group gathered in the office, including Li Yu. Everything was prepared. They merely awaited the right moment. After a brief wait, an image appeared on the screen. A young man wearing a headscarf appeared in the frame, while Li Yu commenced a dialogue with him. However, before they could exchange more than a few words, the young man surprisingly managed to articulate a few phrases in halting Chinese. Ice sculpture, beautiful. Welcome. How much? Lindong was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the young man as Chinese to be unexpectedly proficient. At that moment, seeing Lindong still in a daze, Li Yu urged him, stop daydreaming. They are asking how much it costs. Oh, let me calculate, Lindong finally responded, coming to his senses. That depends on the size of the cold storage over there. The largest cold storage is approximately 10,000 square meters. 10,000 square meters is merely 1/60th of our park. It's not large. However, they will need to produce ice themselves, and exporting will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Lindong quickly calculated a figure in his mind, and then spoke. 20 million? This price was deliberately set higher by Lindong. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Dawei was momentarily stunned. He hurriedly pulled Lindong aside and whispered, "Have you lost your mind? You just quoted 20 million? When we established that park, the total budget for the 90,000 square meters was only 30 million. Setting the price so high, are you trying to swindle them?" Lindong shook his head and replied, "In our ice city, we store ice a year in advance. They will have to produce ice themselves. It's not the same. Moreover, with the year-end approaching, the workers will have to travel abroad. And being in unfamiliar territory will certainly lead to higher expenses." Wang Dawei continued, "You need to understand that our goal is not to make a profit, but to prevent the pickling nation from stealing. If necessary, our bureau can subsidize part of it. After all, this year's Ice and Snow World tickets have brought in quite a bit." Just as Wang Dawei finished speaking, the young man on the other end of the screen, wearing a headscarf, responded without hesitation, "Pleasant cooperation." After saying this, he ended the video call. "Huh, is that it?" Instantly, everyone in the office was taken aback. Wang Dawei, standing nearby, was also bewildered. This meeting lasted less than 5 minutes. How can it be over? Isn't this a bit too hasty? This is 20 million. The contract will be sent over shortly, Liu assured. They have extensive business dealings with our country and have collaborated many times. Their credibility is guaranteed. So you can rest easy. As soon as Liu's words were spoken, cheers erupted in the office. No one expected that the issue that had troubled everyone for several days would be resolved in such a manner. However, amidst the celebration, Lindong suddenly sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed slightly, and his expression turned tense. "Wait, this is bad. Oh no, wait, what's wrong, Section Chief Lin?" Everyone looked at him, slightly puzzled. Lindong took a deep breath and then asked, "The 20 million I mentioned, did you translate that as RMB?" In that instant, Liu's expression also stiffened. "Wasn't it in dollars?" The next moment, the office fell into a profound silence. Chapter 99. They respect our culture too much. After a brief moment of silence, the office erupted into chaos. "How is it in dollars?" Lindong was completely flabbergasted. "Isn't international trade in Saudi Arabia conducted in dollars?" Liu instinctively replied. "Do you understand that hegemony currency is linked to oil?" However, the issue at hand is that $20 million caused Lindong's lips to twitch slightly. "Wouldn't that mean we would directly transform into unscrupulous merchants?" "Wait, didn't you previously mention the budget was 20 million yuan?" "Of course." Lindong took a deep breath, having forgotten that this venture was abroad. At that moment, Wang Dawei, who had been silent, could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Doesn't that translate to 120 million? With that amount, we could completely revamp the Ice and Snow World Park in our city. What should we do now? Should we reconsider?" "It's fine. After all, it's an overseas project. A little more expense is acceptable," Liu instinctively replied. "That won't do," Wang Dawei retorted, visibly agitated. "We cannot jeopardize our city's reputation over such a trivial matter. How did our Ice City gain popularity this year? Was it not due to our quality offerings at reasonable prices?" "You need not worry about that," Liu murmured. "The truth is, they are not lacking in funds." "Absolutely not. This is simply unacceptable. We must reach out to them again." "Very well," Liu sighed, finally understanding why the elder had chosen Wang Dawei in the past. His abilities might not be the most outstanding, but he was undoubtedly the most loyal. Thus, at Wang Dawei's insistence, Liu cautiously contacted the other party to clarify the situation. "Hello, we will make the deposit shortly. I have complete confidence in you. When can you come to our side? I will make the arrangements." We agreed on 20 million. Please don't backtrack. Of course, if absolutely necessary. We can increase the amount a bit." "What? Increase the funds? Wait, tickets? No need to elaborate. I understand. It's a 50-50 split, correct? No need to discuss further. We are aware that the culture of Long Country is profoundly mysterious, and we are delighted to engage in cultural exchange with Ice City. Rest assured, we will take excellent care of these ice sculptures. If you have any requests, feel free to communicate with us. Although we may not fully grasp the culture of Long Country, we hold it in high regard." "All right, it's settled then." After saying this, the other party abruptly hung up the phone again. Left in the office were a group of people, staring at each other in silence, unsure of how much time passed. Lindong suddenly broke the silence, saying, "Why do I feel as if they are more concerned about us backing out?" "Indeed, did you see how quickly they hung up?" Wang Dawei instinctively replied. "It feels as if they think they have the upper hand. But that's $20 million, Liu emphasized. "Yet, it seems that in Saudi Arabia, dollars are abundant, so perhaps it's not an issue." Another silence fell upon them. After a moment, Lindong quietly remarked, "Since they are so enthusiastic, we might as well comply. If we continue to refuse, they might think we are being disrespectful. Wouldn't you agree, Director?" "Hiss." Wang Dawei inhaled sharply. 120 million for an exhibition, even if it is abroad. But Ice City has never engaged in such a prosperous endeavor in its history. The key question is, who could have anticipated that we would travel to Saudi Arabia, a country with scarce freshwater resources and a tropical climate, to create ice sculptures? Initially, I believed this notion to be utterly implausible. To my astonishment, they readily acquiesced. Not only did they agree, but they also seemed concerned that our side might retract. After a prolonged silence, Wang Dawei suddenly adopted a demeanor of righteous resolve and proclaimed, "Monetary concerns are trivial. As the saying goes, money is but refuse. The paramount mission of our Cultural and Tourism Bureau is to foster cultural exchange. It is evident that our comrades from Saudi Arabia hold our culture in high esteem. Therefore, I deem this approach feasible. Our director is indeed sagacious." Lu, standing nearby, flattered him. Such respect, Lindong could not help but exclaim. Chuckling at the duo's antics, Liu shook her head and remarked, "All right, I'm done here. You may proceed with your arrangements." "Very well. By the way," Liu suddenly turned back and suggested, "Shall we keep this matter under wraps for the time being?" "Oh." Lindong's interest was piqued. "What do you mean? Isn't the pickled vegetable nation fond of provoking us? This time, let us reciprocate. Just imagine their reaction if they discover we are hosting an ice sculpture exhibition in Saudi Arabia." Liu winked mischievously, her expression brimming with cunning. "It would be best if they amplify the situation before we proceed." In that instant, Lindong grasped her intent. To his surprise, he regarded Liu with newfound respect. This seemingly harmless individual turned out to be quite shrewd. But shrewdness is advantageous, especially when dealing with those from the neighboring pickled vegetable nation. "Understood, leave it to me." He chuckled. With the assurance from our Saudi allies, Lindong felt emboldened to proceed. Compared to previous ventures, this one bore an added advantage: abundant funds. Money can indeed work wonders. Thus, Lindong swiftly sought out Master Lu once more. Upon seeing Lindong return, Master Lu appeared somewhat perplexed. "Director Lin, what brings you here again?" "Oh, it's nothing," Lindong replied with a smile, offering a cigarette politely. "I would like to trouble you with a request." "Speak freely." Master Lu nodded. His impression of Lindong was favorable, although initially many criticized him for pursuing fanciful endeavors. It was undeniable that his efforts had brought fame to Ice City. Particularly with the ice and snow world, ice sculptors had not witnessed such crowds in years. The acknowledgement and affection from visitors for their hard work brought them great satisfaction. Lindong then stated, "I would like your assistance in gauging how many sculptors would be willing to travel abroad for an ice sculpture exhibition." "Abroad?" Master Lu was momentarily taken aback. His first reaction was disbelief. Could this truly be sanctioned? A venture to the neighboring pickled vegetable nation? But upon reflection, he sighed. "What can we do? Ice City is impoverished. And if they offer to pay for the sculptors to go, even if the Cultural and Tourism Bureau were to oppose, many would certainly accept the invitation. Unless the Bureau can discover a new path." After a brief silence, Master Lu finally spoke. "Most artisans are still reluctant to participate, especially with the new year approaching. We remember the kindness the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has extended to us over the years, but circumstances compel us otherwise." Chapter 100. Why not apply for the heritage status of the military hot pot? "Master Lu, you seem to have misunderstood," Lindong remarked with a smile. "We are not seeking to hold the artisans accountable, since it is inevitable for us to engage in an ice sculpture exhibition abroad. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau is considering whether we could organize it ourselves. This way, the authority would rest in our hands." "Oh," Master Lu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Hence, I hope you could inquire which artisans are willing to go overseas." As Lindong spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice, saying, "We need the finest artisans in ice sculpture." "The finest artisans?" Master Lu was taken aback. "Going to the pickled cabbage country for ice sculpture? That seems unwise." "Of course not," Lindong replied with a slight smile. "There are better places, but that must remain confidential for now." With a nod, Lindong gestured subtly. Following his hint, Master Lu soon spotted a furtive middle-aged man not far off. Instantly, he comprehended the situation and said, "All right, I have a few artisans in mind, but I must check their willingness to go. I will inform you later." However, he quickly turned back to ask, "Director Lin, should we accept their invitation?" "Certainly, why not?" Lindong replied with a grin. "Those willing to go should seize the opportunity. It would be foolish to turn down financial gain, especially when they are offering." While they conversed, the sly-eyed middle-aged man approached them. Upon seeing Master Lu, he immediately donned a sycophantic and insincere smile, babbling a stream of words. The young man beside him, evidently a translator, quickly conveyed, "Master Lu, how have you considered the matter we discussed previously?" Master Lu glanced at Lindong, sensing a touch of awkwardness in the air. Perceiving the tension, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to Lindong. However, upon noticing Lindong's youth, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, yet he maintained a facade of friendliness, inquiring, "Master Lu, may I ask who this is?" "This is Lindong, the head of the publicity department at the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau," Lindong replied, nodding slightly. "And you are?" Upon hearing the translator's words, the other man's expression shifted to one of arrogance as he raised his chin and responded, "I am Choi Mun-sun, the governor of Wachin County in Gangwon Province." "Governor?" Lindong paused momentarily. What era are we in that such titles are still in use? Are they still employing a county system? Yet, Lindong refrained from challenging him directly and simply asked, since you are inviting our artisans to create ice sculptures, at the very least, we should know what exhibition it pertains to. Does that concern you? Choi Mun-sun retorted. My contract with the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has not yet concluded. So it certainly concerns Director Lin, Master Lu replied. Upon hearing this, Choi Mun-sun wore a smug expression. The renowned Huachuan Mountain Trout Festival is a celebrated winter event in our country, expected to attract over 100,000 visitors on its opening day. Our festival not only features a plethora of engaging ice and snow activities, such as ice fishing and sledding, but also boasts the world's largest indoor ice sculpture exhibition hall. Renowned worldwide? The most representative? 100,000? The largest in the world? Each time Lindong hears such grandiose descriptions, he cannot help but chuckle. It all seems rather absurd. Yet, when articulated by them, everything appears perfectly reasonable. Truly, they are the origin of all things, indeed. Suppressing his mirth, Lindong continued to inquire, is it truly the world's largest? What is its area? Of course. At that moment, Choi Wen-chuan once again spoke with an air of pride. Our indoor ice sculpture square covers a total area of 1,700 square meters, surpassing the previous record of 1,600 square meters set by your Dragon Nation. It is indisputably the world's foremost. All right, you are indeed the largest, Lindong thought, struggling to contain his laughter. The crux of the matter is that no one in Dragon Nation would bother comparing sizes when it comes to their own indoor ice sculpture halls. In fact, these exhibitions are often organized by individuals and institutions, with little to no official interest in assessing their dimensions. To put it simply, it's akin to a ballpoint pen refill. It's not that it can't be done, but rather that it is not deemed worthy of attention. Thus, the primary concern regarding indoor ice sculpture exhibitions in the country revolves around economic benefits. And to achieve economic success, one cannot simply rely on size. It seems only the culturally insecure Kimchi Nation would resort to such comparisons. Suddenly, Lindong felt a twinge of pity for his counterpart. However, he regrettably found no sympathy within himself. Observing the other party becoming increasingly arrogant, even exhibiting a tendency to belittle, Lindong narrowed his eyes and softly asked, what if we choose not to comply? Not comply? Choi Wen-chuan was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Choi Wen-chuan did not anticipate Lindong would outright refuse him. But soon, he regained his composure and replied with a forced smile, Director Lin. Do not think to intimidate me. Although Master Lu's contract with the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau has not yet expired, Ice City is not solely reliant on him as an ice sculptor. Oh, Lindong raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed by his knowledge. Is that so? I also know that while Ice City has thrived and others are profiting, the ice sculptors have quietly faced the opposite. It is truly lamentable when these masters are needed. They exert their efforts, yet now, you have cast them aside, discarded like mere trinkets. No wonder Dragon Nation struggles to preserve its own culture. Is that so? Lindong's lips curled into a wry smile. It is the first time I have heard someone speak so brazenly of theft. However, to Lindong's surprise, his interlocutor readily acknowledged it. Director Lin, I quite admire an ancient saying from your Dragon Nation. The thief of a hook is punished. The thief of a nation is ennobled. Since you do not cherish your own cultural heritage, you cannot blame others for promoting it. Moreover, Choi Wen-chuan provocatively cast a glance at Lindong and continued, stop pretending. Your Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau cannot possibly allocate significant funds. On what grounds do you prevent the ice sculptors? What makes you think you can compete with us? I dare say that when the time comes, countless ice sculptors will be willing to come to our country. If there is blame to be assigned, it can only fall upon your own incompetence. With that, Choi Wen-chuan turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Lindong could not help but chuckle. Truly, as the netizens remarked, the mindset of these individuals is even shorter than their stature. They cling to something that holds no value in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet they regard it with an obsession akin to life itself, even resorting to shameless theft. With such a pathological culture, it is no wonder they display such disgraceful behavior at the Olympics. However, having already secured a new opportunity for the ice sculptors, Lindong remained unperturbed, even adopting a spectator's demeanor. Moments later, Lindong suddenly called out, by the way, Governor Choi, there's something I've always been curious about. Choi Wen-chuan paused momentarily. Why doesn't your country apply for heritage status for the military cooking pot? Isn't that a reflection of your national cultural identity? Lindong feigned curiosity. Isn't it? Upon hearing this, Choi Wen-chuan's expression shifted dramatically. Unfazed, Lindong clapped his hands, feigning enlightenment, and remarked, oh wait, I must have been mistaken. The military cooking pot seems to be a dish made from leftover scraps, which you then embellish to claim as your own treasure. Huh. Picking up what others discard and presenting it as your own. This appears to be your tradition, doesn't it? By the way, I almost forgot to mention, in our Dragon Kingdom, we have another term for such a thing. It is called garbage soup. If Governor Choi is curious, you might want to look up the meaning of this term. Of course, if you wish to taste it, I have no objections. You must be accustomed to it by now. To be candid, your culture mirrors your cuisine. To illustrate this more vividly, Lindong extended his hand and made a gesture. This gesture was simple, with the thumb and index finger extended, the other fingers curled inward, mimicking a pinching motion. Little did he know, at that very moment, Cui Wenxuan's face flushed crimson, and he lost his composure. Chapter 101. A single blow strikes. In the grand center of the universe, here was a figure brought to disarray by a mere gesture. Frankly, most would find this utterly absurd and unfathomable, much like Wang Daoi's reaction at that moment. What? What did you do? Just a gesture, and he lost it? Is that all? I thought it was something significant. Perhaps a direct insult. Garbage soup? Don't you know not to strike the face when hitting someone? It's no wonder he lost his composure. Wang Daowei was struggling to contain his laughter, mainly because he felt Lindong's aggression was overly potent. A single gesture and a mention of the military cooking pot had effectively left the little Westerner utterly flustered. Observing Wang Daowei's expression, Lindong shrugged helplessly and spoke. Director, if you want to laugh, just let it out. There are no outsiders here, and holding it in is painful. The next moment, the office echoed with Wang Daowei's boisterous laughter, so hearty that tears nearly streamed down his cheeks. Only then did Lindong inquire, how did you know about this? He was somewhat astonished at the speed with which the news had reached Wang Daowei. How did I know? Wang Daowei shrugged. What other way is there? I received a complaint. A complaint? From within the bureau? Lindong's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. If the complaint had been lodged through official channels under the guise of cultural exchange, the situation could become quite troublesome. It was crucial not to offend the cultural landscape of Bingxing, yet it was equally important to maintain integrity. While it is innate for dogs to bark at people, it would be undignified for people to bark back at dogs. However, judging by the surreptitious manner of the individual on the opposite side, it did not seem like they had followed official procedures. Their behavior was rather clandestine. Sensing Lindong's concern, Wang Daowei promptly clarified, no, they wouldn't qualify for an official complaint. Did you not notice that no one from our bureau went to attend to them at the start? They had contacted us previously, but I did not agree. You know their nature all too well. With that, Wang Daowei gestured towards the computer screen, explaining further. When Bingxing was experiencing a surge in popularity, we established an online complaint channel to prevent unscrupulous businesses from exploiting customers. This way, if issues arose, our bureau could address them promptly. Oh, I see now, Lindong said, a look of realization dawning upon him. However, Wang Daowei shifted the conversation, cautioning. We cannot afford to be complacent. Although the nation of pickled cabbage may falter in many respects, they are experts at shamelessness and retaliatory accusations. They also have a penchant for stirring up trouble with trending topics. Do you recall the last few times they attempted to claim our heritage? It is uncertain whether they were attempting to create a favorable atmosphere or simply to provoke us. They are constantly trending on hot searches. Some people even mistakenly believe that Tonghalu belongs to them. Indeed, one can never be too certain. They might start again upon their return. After all, trending topics can sometimes be bought. Lindong was not particularly surprised by Wang Daowei's comments. He chuckled lightly, saying, rest assured, Director. If they do not purchase trending topics, I will find it somewhat difficult to manage. This is precisely the outcome I desire. Oh, it appears you have had a plan all along, Wang Daowei remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly and waving his hand. Then I leave this to you. Whatever it takes. Ensure that this matter is handled impeccably. Let us not bring shame to our northeastern brethren. Suddenly, Lindong inquired, why has no one emerged to oppose this time? Weren't there constant discussions about peace between our two countries before? Huh, the Koreans? Do they even deserve to be mentioned? Wang Daowei could not suppress a derisive laugh. Whoever dares to bring that up with me, I shall be furious. How can they forget their ancestral heritage? Such actions are disloyal, unfilial, and unjust. Let us not forget that our bureau's archives are still in need of personnel. Lindong remained silent. As expected, within a few days, the Bingxing Cultural and Tourism Bureau once again ascended to the trending topics. The incident originated during the opening ceremony of the Huachuan Mountain Trout Festival, where, in front of the cameras, Cui Wenxuan candidly expressed his sentiments. In an effort to share the winter festivities with visitors from around the globe and to engage in the cultural exchange of ice-related traditions, he announced the invitation of ice sculptors from the Ice City. These artisans, with their unique craftsmanship, would carve our distinctive architecture and characters, showcasing the rich cultural heritage of our nation to the visiting tourists. In comparison to the Ice City, the temperatures in Huachuan County are milder, making it more suitable for visitors to enjoy. We warmly welcome tourists from around the world to explore our region. Upon the release of this video domestically, the online community erupted with fervor. Initially, there was trepidation surrounding the news, but the reality unfolded differently. They truly had invited the masters from the Ice City. Consequently, the comments section ignited with outrage, questioning the Ice City's Cultural and Tourism Bureau about their intentions. Why allow the masters to leave? With their departure, there are concerns that the Ice City will seek to apply for heritage status next year. This foolishness, reminiscent of previous missteps, exemplifies a lack of understanding regarding cultural exchange. The ice sculpture art has historically been a tradition of the great cold underworld. Shouldn't the Bureau exercise greater caution? To be fair, The actions taken by the Ice City's Cultural and Tourism Bureau are indeed questionable. When engaging in international business, it is prudent to first evaluate the credibility of partners, ensuring they possess a sound reputation. If not, they should be blacklisted to prevent potential losses. Have you forgotten that the current popularity of the Ice City is largely due to the enthusiasm of visitors? Such actions will only alienate them. This is truly nonsensical. Previously, candied hawthorn almost became a product of the pickled vegetable nation, and yet, lessons seem unlearned. Why facilitate their assistance? Isn't this a clear act of folly? Unfollow, unfollow. I will no longer visit the Ice City. Observing the myriad of comments trending online, the individual responsible for managing the official account of the Ice City's Cultural and Tourism Bureau was nearly overwhelmed. Since the Ice City's rise to fame, this was the first negative topic trending regarding its tourism. The potential impact on its reputation is evident. Consequently, Lindong hastily sought out Lindong. Upon their meeting, Lindong urgently exclaimed, Director Lin, this is dire. That Shui Wenxuan found several masters from somewhere and brought them to Huachuan County. The online backlash is deafening. Perhaps you should address this? After all, the masters heading to the Ice City represent only a small fraction, while those going to Saudi Arabia are far more numerous. However, upon hearing Lu Gong's words, Lindong remained unperturbed, shaking his head with a smile. What is the rush? Is it not urgent? It's already trending. What the public desires is not our explanation, but rather their embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, he added, we should not merely react defensively. We need to take proactive measures and strike first to avoid being overwhelmed by multiple attacks. By the way, have you arranged the tasks I assigned earlier? Hearing this, Lu Gong paused momentarily. It's all set. However, what relevance does this bear to the current situation? Lindong turned slightly and smiled. Fear not. Simply await the unfolding drama. Chapter 102. Do not disturb. I am contemplating. Lindong did not hasten to address the matter directly. Instead, he made a phone call to inquire about the progress in Saudi Arabia. Master Lu, how are things over there? Are you adjusting well to life? What is the status of the project? On the other end of the line, Master Lu expressed palpable excitement. Although he had spent over 2 decades crafting ice sculptures in Ice City, this was his first venture beyond the country's borders. Crucially, the Saudi side placed immense importance on this ice sculpture exhibition. Rest assured, I am quite accustomed to it. Director Lin, they truly possess wealth. They have everything one could desire, and to ensure our master is comfortable, they even brought in local chefs for us. Can you believe it? They even prepared ergotu for us. No worries regarding progress. I heard that preparations for the ice blocks commenced several days in advance upon learning of our arrival. Look at this ice storage facility. I have never encountered such a large artificial ice storage in the Dragon Country. They are indeed affluent. The equipment is state-of-the-art, and the craftsmen here have decades of experience. Their speed is impressive. Given the high wages this time, there is no chance for anyone to slack off. Everyone is eager to complete this project and return home to celebrate the new year. Their motivation is palpable. I am confident that our progress will surpass that of the neighboring pickled cabbage nation. I estimate that the exhibition in the first park will debut by tomorrow. Upon hearing Master Lu's words, Lindong nodded and cautioned, speed alone is insufficient. We must ensure everything is perfect. We cannot allow ourselves to be outshone by them. With their meager offerings? Do they truly believe they can compete with us? They are dreaming. Master Lu chuckled. Director Lin, your strategy of undermining them is indeed ruthless. You have managed to persuade them to join us? When Master Lu referred to them, he certainly did not mean the ice sculptors from Ice City, but rather the modeling artists who had previously participated in the construction of the ice and snow world. While visiting the ice sculpture exhibition that day, Lindong had suddenly recalled this matter. The beauty of the ice sculptures in Ice City relies not solely on the artisan's craftsmanship. It also involves the contributions of several modeling artists and lighting technicians from domestic animation copyright companies, especially at night. To allow the ice sculptures to radiate with unique colors and aesthetics, lighting is indispensable. As for how he managed to persuade them, upon hearing Master Lu's inquiry, Lindong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He sheepishly replied, well, it wasn't much. I merely asked everyone if they were interested in taking the national animation abroad to Saudi Arabia for a distinctive ice sculpture exhibition. Master Lu paused slightly. Is that all? You didn't mention anything else. Well, I did mention that this trip to Saudi Arabia would cover airfare and accommodations, essentially as a business trip. What? Just that? Master Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. And I also mentioned that if anyone wanted to go sightseeing or purchase inexpensive items, those expenses could be reimbursed, Lindong added. Wait a minute. Master Lu was taken aback. Director Lin, you didn't offer them any wages? They did not even ask for my opinion. Before I could finish my words, they readily agreed, seemingly fearful of my potential change of heart. Lindong muttered softly, comparing the situation to that of his friends in Saudi Arabia, who seemed to be indulging without consequence. What nonsense. Master Lu's lips twitched. And what about the others? They were no different. Meanwhile, as the news of South Korea inviting ice sculptors to create ice sculptures trended, an increasing number of netizens grew irate. flooding the comments section of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau's official account, demanding an explanation. However, under Lindong's orchestration, the Bureau's official accounts collectively fell silent, feigning oblivion. Observing this scene, Chui Wenxuan, who had returned to Huachuan County, wore a smug grin. He had thought there was more to it. It turned out to be mere words. As for the culture of Longhua, in their hands, it was nothing short of squandering. Only our nation can elevate such culture to greatness. With this thought, he began to boast before the camera about the so-called world's largest indoor ice sculpture venue, spanning 700 square meters. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, that very evening, the Bureau's official account suddenly sprang to life and released a video. Initially, the onlookers, indulging in gossip, assumed it was an explanation for why ice sculptors were sent to South Korea. However, upon reading the title, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Announcement on the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau dispatching ice sculptors to Saudi Arabia for cultural exchange. Esteemed friends and media from around the world, in light of the increasingly close cultural exchanges between Longhua and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are honored to announce a significant international cultural exchange initiative aimed at further deepening and developing our friendly relations. With the support and guidance of the National Cultural Department, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau has recently dispatched a delegation composed of top ice sculpting artists from Ice City to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to host an unprecedented indoor ice sculpture art exhibition featuring the essence of Longhua. This ice sculpture exhibition will break world records, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. Meticulously crafted into a dreamlike icy realm that integrates traditional Chinese elements with modern ice and snow artistry, the exhibition will revolve around the theme of Longhua impressions, showcasing intricately carved ice sculptures that reflect the rich historical culture, regional characteristics, and ethnic customs of Longhua, thereby constructing an artistic bridge for the spiritual communication between our peoples. Attendees will have the opportunity to experience the unique charm of Ice City's ice lantern and snow sculpture artistry on Saudi soil, delve into a fantastical world below freezing, and feel the innovative spirit and craftsmanship of the Chinese nation. We anticipate that this world-class ice sculpture feast will not only provide local residents and global visitors with an unparalleled visual experience, but also promote cultural interaction and integration between our two nations, fostering friendship and composing a beautiful chapter of harmonious coexistence. Upon the release of this announcement, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then utterly bewildered. Wait, what? An ice sculpture exhibition in Saudi Arabia? Isn't that a tropical climate? Quiet. I am contemplating. Did I miss the announcement about the indoor ice sculpture exhibition, spanning over 10,000 square meters? How amusing. This truly is the largest in the world. I was wondering why the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City seemed to be inactive. It turns out they were organizing a grand event. Who would have thought they were hosting an ice sculpture exhibition in Saudi Arabia? It's laughable, especially when the neighboring little western city boasts a mere 1,700 square meters and claims to be the largest in the world. This is the genuine title holder. Their claims are utterly insignificant. It is no wonder, being a small nation with a sparse population, they are so ignorant. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. However, why did the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City choose this particular time to release this video? Isn't it just to irk the neighboring pickled vegetable nation? How amusing. When it comes to subtle sarcasm, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City truly excels. And this move is delightful. Meanwhile, there was someone sharp-eyed who noticed discrepancies in the promotional video. For instance, in the office, Wang Dawei furrowed his brows, intently watching the promotional clip. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized certain figures on the screen, his voice rising an octave. Wait a moment. Those individuals do not appear to be from our Cultural and Tourism Bureau, nor are they ice sculptors, right? They seem to be the modeling and lighting technicians from before. Hold on. Lindong. Those few ethnic minorities sent by the Bureau were supposed to engage in cultural exchange in our ice city. How did you manage to send them to Saudi Arabia? Furthermore, what is the story behind the individual in traditional Korean attire appearing first in the video? Were you doing this deliberately? Chapter 103. The unintentional intentionality. At this moment, Wang Dawei was utterly perplexed. He was aware of the ice sculptors being sent to Saudi Arabia. Although he was unaware of the modeling and lighting technicians also going, he could somewhat infer it. After all, the establishment of the new area in the ice and snow world relied on the support of these industry giants. However, what astonished Wang Dawei was how the Korean ethnic group was included as well. Initially, Ice City gained some popularity, and to develop new projects, Lindong recruited the Awenki and Orican people. As a result, more tourists began to arrive, prompting the inclusion of 3 more ethnic minorities, and eventually, even the Korean ethnic group from the neighboring province came to lend their support. On one hand, they aimed to assist Ice City and showcase the charm of Northeast minorities. On the other hand, it served as cultural exchange while promoting their hometown's tourism industry, contributing to its development. As enthusiasm among netizens grew, it even evolved into a situation where other ethnic minorities from Dragon Country came to Ice City for exchanges. However, the question remained, were they not supposed to be engaging in exchanges in Ice City? How did they end up in Saudi Arabia? Moreover, it was not just the Korean ethnic group. There were even some minorities from other regions of Dragon Country. Suddenly, Wang Dawei was at a loss. He hurriedly sought out Lindong for clarification. Lindong, how did the Korean ethnic group end up in Saudi Arabia? What on earth is going on? This. Lindong was not at all surprised by Wang Dawei's astonishment, instead responding with a smile. Director, have you forgotten something? What is it? Wang Dawei asked. Slightly taken aback. The Korean ethnic group is not solely a phenomenon of our dragon nation. Lindong replied nonchalantly. Isn't the neighboring province always claiming to be the legitimate one? Let these frogs in the well take a good look at how other nations in the world perceive them. Let us see who truly embodies legitimacy. Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei immediately grasped the situation. He instinctively spoke up. You are aware of this matter? Of course. I merely accompanied Little Sugar Tangerine. I wasn't sentenced to imprisonment. Lindong rolled his eyes. Who would have thought that an ordinary ethnic costume could provoke such a reaction from the neighboring province? Initially, he had no intention of engaging with such trivialities. Yet now he found himself compelled to respond. What they were discussing was not of great significance. A few days prior, Lindong had accompanied Little Sugar Tangerine, while Wang Dawei managed the affairs at the bureau. At that time, various ethnic minorities from across the Dragon Nation gathered on Central Street for a cultural exchange. The Korean ethnic group from the neighboring province was among the first to arrive, along with 3 other minorities. It was hardly a momentous event, but once the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs publicized it, videos of the Ice City tourism went viral abroad. The citizens of the Pickled Cabbage Nation erupted upon seeing the attire of the Korean ethnic group. As the proud representatives of the Great Cold Country, they have always regarded the traditional costumes of the Korean ethnic group as their own hanbok. Consequently, under that video, countless netizens from the neighboring province launched a barrage of personal attacks, ugly and rustic, wearing our country's clothing and going mad. People from the Dragon Nation are truly disgusting. Why not wear your own clothes, like the Chipao? The Dragon Nation is the real thief, only capable of stealing our culture. If you wish to promote, at least wear authentic hanbok and not some counterfeit while claiming it as your ethnic attire. How can the Dragon Nation not feel ashamed? To be honest, many of these comments were translated onto the social media platforms of the Dragon Nation, but they hardly stirred any significant reaction. The people of the neighboring province are notoriously sensitive, and being offended has become their norm. They would be triggered by anything. From the opening ceremony of the Olympics to international magazines showcasing the Dragon Nation's Tungfu, it would seem that any day without them being offended would be an anomaly. People have grown apathetic, feeling pity rather than anger. Initially, this matter seemed to be forgotten, and Wang Dawei was on the verge of dismissing it entirely. However, upon noticing today that Lindong had chosen to exploit this situation to provoke the citizens of the neighboring province, he couldn't help but chuckle. This would surely send the netizens into another frenzy. Nevertheless, Wang Dawei did not allow himself to become overly pleased, instead inquiring, the issue is, rest assured, Director. Not everyone has gone. Only a portion has left. The rest remain in Ice City, Lindong clarified. I see. With this understanding, Wang Dawei finally felt reassured. He then gestured towards the office, saying, let us convene a meeting then. We need to discuss how to arrange for the other ethnic minorities. Many do not have winter clothing. In this frigid weather, we can't allow them to frolic on Central Street like the Awenki people, can we? That, however, is a treasure from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of another province. What if it gets damaged? Suddenly, Lindong felt a pang of guilt. What is the matter, Director? Actually, I have everything arranged, Lindong replied, lowering his head. Wang Dawei was once again taken aback. Lindong gestured towards the promotional video and continued. I've arranged for everyone to visit Saudi Arabia. Wait, what? It's all about cultural exchange. This opportunity is too good to pass up. So I thought it best to let everyone go to Saudi for a preliminary exchange. The weather there is warm, which conveniently addresses our lack of winter clothing. In Ice City, outdoor activities without proper winter attire are simply unfeasible. We would need heated tents or a theater, all of which require advanced planning. Their trip to Saudi also gives us a bit of time to prepare. Moreover, a visit to Saudi and then returning, don't you think, Director? That significantly enhances the prestige of our event. With Saudi's wealth, its royal family will witness the unique cultural performances of the Dragon Kingdom. In our Ice City, visitors can enjoy these performances free of charge. Doesn't that elevate our event's significance and prestige? Upon hearing Lindong's words, Wang Dawei fell silent. His silence was deafening. The crux of the matter was that he found Lindong's reasoning remarkably sound. If he were a tourist witnessing this, how could he not be captivated? After a long pause, Wang Dawei finally sighed and waved his hand, saying, fine, but at this time of year, going abroad for a performance is quite taxing for everyone. We must ensure proper compensation. Lindong slightly recoiled and replied, what are you insinuating? You're not planning to skimp on this, are you? I am not. I swear. I merely hadn't had the chance to mention it. Lindong immediately straightened up and asserted, at that moment, I indicated that arrangements here were not yet finalized. So why not invite everyone to enjoy a trip to Saudi? Everyone was quite pleased, and thus, money matters were not discussed. They even remarked that discussing finances might dampen the camaraderie. I genuinely intended to talk about the overseas subsidy. Was that intentional? Absolutely not. Just an unfortunate oversight. An intentional oversight? Lindong. Chapter 104. Stealing with inferior goods? Meanwhile, it was no surprise that the announcement from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau that evening sparked immediate uproar, especially from the neighboring nation of pickled cabbage. Upon viewing the video, particularly the prominent display of Korean ethnic attire, their reaction mirrored their previous response exactly. Indeed, they were caught completely off guard. In fact, their surprise was even greater than when they had seen these garments in Ice City before. This time, it was not merely a domestic affair for the Dragon Kingdom. It represented the culture of the Dragon Kingdom reaching out to the world. Furthermore, it indicated that the Saudi side acknowledged this fact. In an instant, this matter surged to the top of nearly all social media platforms in the pickled cabbage nation. The citizens were incensed. Truly, they were profoundly disappointed in Saudi Arabia for failing to properly study history, allowing plagiarists to thrive. Do they not feel any shame? Why should plagiarists receive recognition? Saudi Arabia is just like that. I once held a favorable impression of this nation. It is imperative to impose sanctions on this despicable group of plagiarists. Not only from the Dragon Kingdom, but also from Saudi Arabia. This is the culture of our esteemed Hanming nation, not theirs. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their audacious assertions have garnered ridicule instead of support on international platforms, provoking laughter from netizens around the globe. How absurd to claim cultural ownership. Can they not display a modicum of dignity? Oh, how I eagerly anticipate their sanctions. The question remains, what could they possibly sanction? Kimchi? Alas, their kimchi is imported from the Dragon Kingdom. A nation that merely scavenges off the remnants of others dares to utter such words? Hilarious. It dawns on me now. No wonder they are so defensive. They invited ice sculptors from my city, boasting of possessing the world's largest indoor ice sculpture gallery, only to discover they are far from it. The Dragon Kingdom's ice sculptures gained fame, and they first attacked others online, only to turn around and invite them over. Are they preparing to pilfer yet another culture? It is no wonder the Dragon Kingdom disregards them. We would warmly welcome the Dragon Kingdom to host an ice sculpture exhibition in our nation, unlike certain cultural thieves. After cursing, they immediately consider thievery. This is utterly amusing. They even claim the Dragon Kingdom possesses Qipao and urge us to learn history? Are they unaware of the multitude of ethnicities within the Dragon Kingdom? Do they presume everyone shares their nation's meager cultural heritage? The exchange between our two ancient civilizations is none of their business. Observing the one-sided comments online, the Xiaoxi 8 were thoroughly flustered. Meanwhile, Chui Wenxuan from Huachuan County, upon viewing the video, felt his face flush with indignation. He slammed the table in frustration. Why did their ice sculptors travel to Saudi Arabia? Why were we oblivious to this matter? How did Saudi Arabia come to possess such a vast indoor ice sculpture gallery? Moreover, why do our ice sculptures appear so inferior to theirs? Faced with Chui Wenxuan's agitation, several artisans were initially taken aback, but soon found amusement in the situation. What can we say? The ice sculptures are what they are. Besides, they not only hired ice sculptors, but also lighting designers, which enhances their aesthetic appeal. Why did you not inform me that lighting designers were necessary? Chui Wenxuan instinctively prepared to deflect blame. In response, the ice sculptors remained composed. You never asked. We completed our ice sculptures. The rest is your concern, and you must pay. Then why did Saudi Arabia's ice sculpture exhibition open before ours? Haven't you heard? The ice sculptor scoffed. They are wealthy, and they possess good character. They directly invested $20 million. If you are capable, contribute $20 million too. If you lack funds, do not pretend to be affluent. Instead, embrace your humble status. In an instant, Chui Wenxuan was left bewildered. However, what truly left him stupefied was yet to come. The moment the North Korean attire appeared, he realized the predicament he was in. Indeed, when the irate Xiao Shiba was brutally confronted on the foreign internet, the ire of many swiftly turned towards Chui Wenxuan, who had engaged a master ice sculptor from the Dragon Kingdom to come to Huachuan, branding him a traitor. In an instant, a cacophony of denunciations erupted. Some even resorted to threatening Chui Wenxuan directly. In that moment, cold sweat trickled down his brow. However, just then, an anxious voice from outside broke the tension. Lord Chui, it's bad. A major incident has occurred. What is it? The Saudi ice sculpture exhibition has commenced and is being broadcast live globally. It can be seen online. I'm not ignorant of this. Isn't it merely the largest indoor ice sculpture exhibition in the world? Even if we are not the largest now, we are still the largest in Asia. That suffices. As long as it surpasses what the Dragon Kingdom has. The subordinate, swallowing hard, continued, Lord Chui, you should see for yourself. Chui Wenxuan instinctively took the phone. The screen displayed the opening ceremony of the Saudi ice sculpture exhibition. However, this particular ceremony was markedly different. Besides the North Korean attire that had thoroughly incensed the Xiao Zibas, something else emerged. As night fell, accompanied by a myriad of subtle buzzing sounds, vibrant dots of light appeared in the sky above the Saudi ice sculpture pavilion. Indeed, they were drones. As the drones illuminated the night, a vividly lifelike dragon suddenly soared into the air, a five-clawed golden dragon. Upon witnessing this dragon, Chui Wenxuan's complexion turned ashen. The events trace back to a few days prior. The people of the Pickled Cabbage Nation had been fervently promoting online, declaring that the upcoming year, 2024, would be their year of the Azure Dragon. To celebrate this occasion, on New Year's Eve, numerous official accounts from the Pickled Cabbage Nation released a grand video of a drone light show featuring a colossal Azure Dragon spitting pearls. The stunning visual effects of the video instantly garnered countless likes and discussions online. Subsequently, they began to boast about their Azure Dragon year and their leading drone formation technology on the global stage. However, in reality, the Pickled Cabbage Nation merely engaged the Dragon Kingdom's Desert DJI drone team to execute a performance. And the so-called world-leading Azure Dragon was merely a tired spectacle already overexploited in various drone performances across the Dragon Kingdom. The drone team that performed must have been bewildered, wondering how something so overused could be stolen. Yet, that was not the most disheartening aspect. When the Dragon Kingdom's drone team attempted to release a video online to clarify and assert that this was their creation, not that of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, they were met with accusations from the Shao Zybas, branding the Dragon Kingdom as thieves. Moreover, even the clarifying video was reported and taken down. A multitude of previously released videos related to dragons were also reported and removed. Consequently, many unsuspecting online users began to unwittingly support the Pickled Cabbage Nation, believing them to be the rightful heirs of the dragon. However, this time, when the dragon, far more splendid than the dragon of the Kimchi Kingdom, made its appearance at the inauguration ceremony of the ice sculpture collaboration between the Dragon Nation and Saudi Arabia, the truth was revealed in an instant. This video undoubtedly serves as a declaration to the world. It is the Kimchi Kingdom that is the true thief of culture. Chapter 105. A ruthless blow to the downtrodden. At this moment, many domestic netizens were still unaware of the situation. After all, the Kimchi Kingdom has engaged in so many disgraceful actions that counting them would take an eternity. Thus, when the audience beheld the five-clawed golden dragon at the opening ceremony, their excitement was somewhat muted. After all, this was merely part of the grand opening of the Ice City Winter Wonderland, where they not only witnessed a dragon, but also a phoenix. The puzzlement arose. Why did the people from the neighboring Kimchi Kingdom seem so perturbed? Upon learning of the matter, the netizens erupted in laughter. How absurd. They dare claim our dragon as their own, resorting to reporting videos on the internet. The Kimchi Kingdom is truly shameless, only capable of sneaking around and causing annoyance. It's laughable. They can steal our performance videos, but can they pilfer our drone technology and then boast on the internet that it's theirs? Do they hold the key? They wish they could. It's amusing. Just days ago, they were clamoring about the year of the Azure Dragon, and now this slap in the face comes too swiftly. Speaking of which, our Korean ethnic attire from the Dragon Nation has been accused of plagiarizing from the Kimchi Kingdom. How ironic. This time, they've truly embarrassed themselves. To be fair, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau's move was indeed quite impressive. Since the neighbors enjoy thievery, let us directly undermine their foundations. Let the world witness our culture. Apologize. They are not about to apologize, are they? Just moments ago, they were shouting about unfollowing. I admit, my voice may have been a tad too loud. The Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau understands how to vex the Kimchi Kingdom. As for the gentleman earlier, I still prefer your previous, audacious demeanor. This move, indeed, strikes at both body and heart. What? Shrimp and pork heart? Speaking of which, the international community seems rather hostile towards us, banning accounts and deleting comments in a variety of vexing maneuvers, yet it appears they are hesitant to confront Saudi Arabia. Of course, do they not grasp the significance of the oil kingdom? It is a pity. The Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is formidable, but its public relations efforts, especially among domestic media, often fall short of courage. With the release of the video, the Kimchi Kingdom netizens' defenses crumbled, and the reputation of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau was nearly reversed in an instant. In the comments section, the sentiments of the masses underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift. Witnessing this scene, Lindong felt somewhat bewildered. For both the arrangement of the Korean ethnic performance in Saudi Arabia and the drone light show project were tasks assigned to him by Lindong. At that moment, he could never have anticipated that these seemingly mundane actions would wield such monumental impact. He couldn't help but recall Lindong's earlier words. What the audience desires is not our explanation, but to see them humiliated. We must take the initiative. Strike the first blow to avoid being overwhelmed. With this thought, Lindong found himself filled with excitement. Director Lin, I initially thought you were merely seeking to avoid trouble by finding a task for the minority groups in Ice City. Is this truly how things transpire? Alas, what are we even discussing? Lindong chuckled. Am I truly that sort of person? Aren't you? Lindong retorted almost instinctively. Get lost. Lindong replied curtly. By the way, what about the custom-made golden refrigerator magnets? How are they progressing? They are in production, came the response. By the way, regarding the Hunan Cultural Tourism Bureau. Director Lin, isn't this a bit excessive? Lindong exclaimed, looking utterly speechless. While it's true they can cultivate diamonds, you shouldn't dismiss synthetic diamonds so lightly. Are you resolutely determined to take advantage? I call this cultural exchange. Just as the two were engaging in playful banter, Lindong's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the number on the screen, Lindong paused momentarily. On the other end was none other than Li Yu, who had previously assisted the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau. Although surprised that she would call at this hour, Lindong answered. Hello, Li Yu. Thank you for your help last time. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. Director Lin, let us skip the formalities, Li Yu replied softly. I need to discuss something with you. Oh, what is it? Lindong was taken aback. Could this be an indication from Old Master Li? Not just yet. First take a look at the news on CCTV. CCTV? Lindong asked, his face reflecting skepticism as he turned on the television. He was certainly familiar with CCTV, having seen their coverage on various events, from Ice City's initial rise to fame, to the display of evidence regarding the 731 unit, and even the journey of the small sugar tangerine to the northernmost border outpost in Mo. It appeared to be merely a news channel, yet often, the news they broadcast conveyed the intentions of the higher-ups. As soon as he switched on CCTV, Lindong was taken aback. The broadcast featured none other than the unique indoor ice sculpture exhibition organized by the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau in collaboration with Saudi Arabia. Wait a moment. I know what you are about to inquire, Li Yu said calmly. Are you wondering how this indoor ice sculpture exhibition, a commercial venture between the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau and Saudi Arabia, managed to be reported by CCTV? Lindong, caught off guard, felt his lips twitch. How did she know about this? After all, the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau had indeed received substantial funding for this venture. Ultimately, this is a rare opportunity for external promotion. I believe that not only CCTV, but many other relevant media outlets will also support you. So, Li Yu said with a light laugh, you can afford to be bolder. Bolder? Lindong queried, confusion etched on his face. Don't you think that our neighbors, the Pickled Cabbage Nation, are merely faltering on one front? They don't seem to have fully vented their frustrations, Li Yu chuckled. I recall your grandfather mentioning how you and Uncle Wang Dawei had directly confronted them, which was quite cathartic, wasn't he it? In that instant, Lindong's mind froze momentarily. Was this suggesting that he should brazenly confront them and audaciously utter a phrase directed at the neighboring nation in front of everyone? That seemed rather inappropriate, didn't he it? The dog's incessant barking at humans is justifiable, while the reverse is rather demeaning. Moreover, especially when it comes to that neighboring petty character. Nevertheless, Li Yu's words do hold a semblance of truth. At such a juncture, why not seize the opportunity to strike a fallen adversary? The question remains, what method could one employ to achieve this? As Lindong pondered this dilemma, Li Yu cheerfully remarked, there's no need to overthink it. Creating a stir is quite simple, isn't it? That individual you mentioned, Chui Wenxuan from Huachuan County, pretended to be interviewed upon his return, didn't he? If he can conduct an interview while simultaneously insulting us, why shouldn't we reciprocate? Hearing Li Yu's words, Lindong immediately grasped the implication. Despite the high domestic popularity of tourism in Ice City, it remains confined within national borders. However, the persistent adherence to propriety by major media outlets in Longhua, particularly those with international reach, often leads them to project an image of grandeur. While this principle is not inherently flawed, some perceive it as a sign of weakness. Consequently, even a diminutive nation like that petty character feels emboldened to provoke and retaliate. Given this context, why should we concern ourselves with decorum? Although one should strive to win others over with virtue, strength is also a form of virtue. If that petty character cannot comprehend reason, then the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau is certainly familiar with some choice expletives. With this thought in mind, Lindong nodded in agreement. I understand. I will assist you in contacting some journalists. Li Yu, with a knowing smile, added, I know a few foreign reporters. However, I'm certain that some will shamelessly come to us as well, so do exercise caution. Soon after, the two concluded their call. The first thing Lindong did was seek out Wang Dawei to discuss the matter. Initially, Wang Dawei reacted with surprise. An interview? That seems inappropriate, doesn't he it? But the director, look at that group next door. Just as Lindong was about to elaborate, he was left speechless by Wang Dawei's next words. What I mean is, you are now considered a significant contributor to our Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Given the magnitude of this project, wouldn't an interview seem rather underwhelming? Wang Dawei chuckled, patting Lindong's shoulder. Have you forgotten? This is not solely your affair. It pertains to the Bureau as well. Therefore, let us proceed. We shall hold a press conference under the auspices of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. You will act as our official spokesperson during the interviews. At that moment, Lindong was taken aback. A press conference? An official spokesperson? This seems rather grandiose. However, observing Lindong's bewilderment, Wang Dawei imparted sagely, Lindong, you must understand one vital truth. Sometimes, it is not merely personal ability that matters, but rather the choices one makes. Particularly, one must be aware of the prevailing winds from above. Have you not considered why, when Ice City tourism was at its zenith, the spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs unexpectedly adopted a combative stance? Having spoken, Wang Dawei gestured for Lindong to make the necessary preparations. Soon, the press conference organized by the Ice City Bureau of Culture and Tourism commenced. Although it was labeled as a press conference, it was essentially an interview. However, the attendees were not limited to a single designated media outlet. Rather, representatives from all media outlets were present. Naturally, this would attract some journalists with ulterior motives. For this reason, officials across Long would typically hold press conferences only in the wake of significant events, rarely initiating them otherwise. Yet, this occasion seemed to differ, particularly given the recent surge in tourism in Ice City, rendering the conference notably vibrant. Before the cameras, Lindong began with a brief introduction of himself, subsequently clarifying his role for the day. The time soon arrived for questions from the press. Initially, the inquiries were quite standard, and he felt little pressure in responding. However, the tone shifted, and the questions grew increasingly pointed. Director Lin, may I inquire about the opening ceremony of the distinctive indoor ice sculpture cultural exhibition jointly hosted by the Ice City Bureau of Culture and Tourism in Saudi Arabia, during which attire remarkably similar to hanbok was observed? This has sparked considerable debate. Could you provide an explanation? At this, the room fell silent. Lindong narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the journalist before him, who struggled to articulate in Mandarin. As anticipated, the moment had indeed arrived. And it was a journalist from the pickled vegetable nation. It was evident they had come prepared. Fortunately, Lindong had anticipated this line of questioning. Are you referring to the traditional attire of our Longwa Korean ethnic group? He replied with a light smile. I hope this journalist can elevate their professional acumen, particularly in contemplating the question beforehand. Our Korean ethnic group is one of the 56 recognized nationalities, and their traditional attire is an intangible cultural heritage of Longwa, rather than merely a garment akin to hanbok. Director Lin, are you not deliberately conflating concepts? The journalist retorted, unperturbed. They produced a prepared photograph and displayed it on the screen, asserting, this is your so-called Korean attire, and this is our hanbok. Have you ever witnessed such similarity in garments? Is this not a case of plagiarism? At this statement, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the audience. Lindong could not suppress a laugh at the absurdity of the question posed. It was astonishing to encounter such brazen audacity in the world. As the journalist continued, Lindong's demeanor grew frosty, and he replied coolly, to accuse us of plagiarism? Shouldn't it be you who are appropriating the culture of Longwa? Without allowing the journalist to respond further, he raised his hand, signaling Engineer Liu to display the pre-prepared images on the screen. He continued, our Korean attire is primarily characterized by the color white, symbolizing purity, kindness, nobility, and sanctity, showcasing a simple and elegant style. Consequently, the Korean ethnic group is often referred to as the white-clothed nation. The most distinctive feature of traditional Korean attire is the diagonal opening, devoid of buttons, fastened by long fabric ties. The color coordination of attire adheres to the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements, utilizing the hues of garments and the textures of fabrics to express diverse styles. You claim that we are imitating you? I would like to inquire whether the concept of yin and yang, along with the 5 elements, exists within your culture. Even theft cannot capture the entirety. It can only snatch at the surface. Is the so-called hanbok you refer to merely the attire worn by that celebrity, Park Shin-hye, during her pregnancy photoshoot? I am quite curious to ask you, are you blind? Which of your so-called hanboks features a cuff with a gathered design? The gathered cuffs like those she wore are exclusive to our Dragon Nation's Ming Dynasty Hanfu. Is this not a form of plagiarism? Oh, and furthermore, have you not noticed that many of your official media outlets relentlessly promote the drone light show for the year of the Green Dragon, shamelessly claiming it to be your own technological innovation? May I inquire whether the drones used at the indoor ice sculpture exhibition we co-hosted with Saudi Arabia are also yours? You may have stolen the performance videos, but can you also lay claim to the technical team behind the drone performance? Moreover, have you not realized that the dragon showcased in your light show is merely a 4-clawed golden dragon? In contrast, our Dragon Nation S-Light shows feature 5-clawed golden dragons. Do you wish to understand the reason? It is quite simple. In the ancient culture of the Dragon Nation, the 5-clawed golden dragon is regarded as a symbol of the emperor, and as a subordinate state, you have always been restricted from using the 5-clawed dragon. Hence you are left with only 4 claws. How dare you claim to be the descendants of the dragon? Chapter 107. What is there that cannot be broadcast? As Lindong's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. In particular, many reporters who had come to hear the news displayed expressions of disbelief. For a long time, the impression held by the public was that the major institutions of the Dragon Nation presented a genteel demeanor before the camera, responding to provocations with reasoned arguments rather than succumbing to indignation. After all, this has always been the esteemed demeanor of a great nation. However, it appears that the situation has shifted, especially when Lindong directly mocked the questioning reporter in full view of the audience. The expressions of those present changed instantly. Particularly, the reporter from the pickled vegetable nation who initially posed the question turned pale in an instant. They had anticipated that the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau would respond similarly to other institutions in the Dragon Nation, offering explanations and defenses. If it were merely that, they could return home and, relying on their years of pilfered technology, edit Lindong's statements to create a disjointed narrative, thereby portraying it as an official admission of plagiarism from the Dragon Nation. One must not underestimate the power of selective quoting. The same dialogue, when truncated, can convey entirely different meanings. However, What they never expected was that this time, Lindong had no intention of offering any explanations. Instead, he laid his cards on the table and activated a mode of mockery. Consequently, no matter how they attempted to distort the narrative, deception became impossible. At this moment, the reporter from the Pickle Nation was visibly flushed, still attempting to defend himself. Nonsense. Our Qinglong and your Longwa's five-clawed golden dragon are entirely distinct entities, representing our own heritage, not yours. Lindong raised an eyebrow slightly. Can one be any more shameless? Aside from your military stew, what do you truly possess? You even depend on our Longwa for your pickles, and yet you have the audacity to protest? Even pickles are not an integral part of your culture. Upon hearing the word pickles, the other party became immediately agitated. After all, such a trivial matter, deemed insignificant in Longwa, is celebrated as a source of pride in the neighboring nation, with their president fervently endorsing this food at various grand events. Pickles are a cultural hallmark of our Dahan Republic. We are the very cradle of pickle culture. In response to the other's assertion, Lindong merely chuckled coldly and pressed on. You claim to be the origin of pickles? The roots of pickles can be traced back to Longwa, where, over 3,100 years ago during the Shang dynasty under King Wuding, the laborers utilized salt to preserve vegetables for culinary purposes. The history of pickles is profound and widespread. Nearly every household prepares them, and they are a staple at banquets, served in multiple dishes. By the Qin and Han dynasties, the text Zhuan Jiezi explicitly stated that zhu refers to sour vegetables. This term denotes food made by salting and fermenting fruits and vegetables, marking it as the first specialized term for pickles in the world. In the book Qimin Yaoshu by Jia Sixi from the Northern Wei dynasty, the process of pickle preparation is thoroughly detailed, including various methods such as the cucumber pickle method, salty pickle method, quick pickle method, and soup pickle method. Moreover, it is not limited to cabbage. Cucumbers, mushrooms, and other fresh vegetables can also be pickled, famously dubbed everything can be pickled. Thus, as early as 1,400 years ago, Longwa had a rich history of pickle making. In the Qing dynasty, in both southern and northern Sichuan, pickles were even considered part of a bride's dowry. In contrast, the earliest recorded history of pickles in your Pickle Nation dates back merely to the 13th century during the Goryeo period, with Li Gubo's remark about pickles being suitable for summer consumption and salted for winter sustenance. I find it unnecessary to continue discussing pickles as an example. Beyond pickles, our Longwa boasts various regional specialties like Yabin's bean sprouts, Nanchung's winter vegetables, Fuling's mustard greens, Northeast sauerkraut, and the sour green beans and bamboo shoots of Guangdong and Guangxi. Nearly every variety of pickle has a history that far surpasses yours. You claim to be the origin of pickles? Why don't you proclaim that you can give birth to your own mother? Upon hearing this, not only were the reporters in the audience stunned, but even all the staff from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau were left in disbelief. Lu Gong exhibited a look of astonishment, glancing at Wang Dawei beside him, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Director, can this really be broadcasted?" Meanwhile, Wang Dawei could not help but cover his forehead, responding, "Who cares if it can be aired? It has already been broadcast. Besides, this isn't exactly vulgar language. Is it not vulgar?" Lu Gong managed a bitter smile. "Are there any profane words?" After a brief silence, Lu Gong replied, "No. So what is there that cannot be aired?" Wang Dawei shrugged. "That makes sense." Lu Gong exclaimed, "The culture of Longwa is truly vast and profound." Simultaneously, with Lindong's remarks, the press conference held by the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, which had previously garnered little attention, suddenly surged into trending topics with astonishing speed. Even the personnel from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau were left puzzled. How could it escalate to trending so quickly? They wondered. Upon investigation, silence fell over the crowd as they discovered that major official media outlets across Longwa had begun to rally in support. CCTV directly educated the public about the ethnic culture and attire of the Korean minority in Longwa, while the CCTV Cultural and Tourism Bureau collaborated with the Jilin Cultural and Tourism Bureau to release a promotional video for the Yanbian region's Korean community, backing the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Other regional official media, particularly those from cultural and tourism departments, swiftly joined in the retweeting. However, the focus of the public was not on the promotional content, but on the trending topic itself. The spokesperson for the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau vehemently rebuked a reporter from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. "You can't even steal properly." The previously mundane press conference, which had failed to pique anyone's interest, suddenly became electrifying when open insults were hurled, igniting a unified sentiment among the audience. Let it escalate. Let it escalate. We want to see blood flow. The irony was that the target of the insults was none other than the Pickled Vegetable Nation, known for its recent provocations. The crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing Lindong's statements. "Wow, that's ruthless. What a burn. Haha, they can't even steal thoroughly. That is a valid point." I'm dying of laughter. If it weren't for Director Lin, I wouldn't even be aware of all the disgusting acts the Little West 8 has committed. Truly the origin of the universe, Smita, the birthplace of all things. The motto is to be shameless. Damn, they even steal our dragons? Are they out of their minds? They have been a vassal state throughout history. And even now they serve the Americans like dogs, deluding themselves into thinking they are the true masters. And we are accused of plagiarizing them. Isn't it they who are stealing from us? Oh no, even kimchi must be stolen from them. This Little West 8 might be in for a rude awakening. It's like Garen casting light speech. Silence has indeed been breached. Yet, one must wonder if such public insults were appropriate. Would Director Lin face repercussions for his words? Indeed, it was a possibility worth considering. Protect him. Chapter 108. The Other's Mother. I am the barbarian at the press conference. The reporter, rendered speechless by Lindong's scathing remarks, could only desperately present the evidence in hand in an attempt to salvage some dignity. Our pickled vegetable culture was included in the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List in 2013. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lindong retorted sharply, "Your ability to take statements out of context and shift concepts is truly remarkable. It's no wonder you have such a penchant for stealing other cultures. The so-called pickled vegetable culture you refer to is officially titled the culture of preserving winter vegetables, not just pickled vegetables. At that time, what was agreed upon was your custom of households pickling vegetables every winter. Now, you shamelessly claim to be the origin of pickled vegetables? Have you forgotten how UNESCO clarified this matter? They explicitly stated in their report that intangible cultural heritage refers to various traditional cultural expressions that exist in non-material forms, closely related to the lives of the populace and passed down through generations, such as oral traditions, traditional performing arts, folk activities, and rituals and festivals. However, as a specific food item, kimchi has yet to be included in the list of humanity's intangible cultural heritage. Simultaneously, they have warned your government that if you continue to report on the news regarding kimchi's application for heritage status, future applications will become increasingly challenging. This has understandably caused your Cultural Heritage Department to hastily amend the entries on their official website overnight. Is there not a sense of shame in this? How can you even bring this up? Upon hearing Lindong's words, the journalist who posed the question appeared as if they wished to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, netizens expressed their astonishment, realizing such matters existed. So that's how it is? Really? How can Xiaoxiba keep flaunting this? It seems all is relying on theft? Haha. So this is what they claim success for. I thought they genuinely transformed kimchi into their own. Truly, Director Lin is adept at promotion and equally skilled at reprimanding. This has certainly provided a sense of relief. However, despite this, there were still some discontented individuals at the press conference. As the inquiries from the Korean reporters subsided, sharper questions emerged, seemingly with an intent to embarrass Lindong further. Below, Wang Dawei felt a tinge of anxiety upon hearing these questions. After all, Lindong now represented the face of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and indeed the image of Ice City itself. In contrast, Liu appeared remarkably composed. Rest assured, Uncle Dawei, since he dares to respond, he must be well prepared. There's no need for concern. The primary worry was not that he might falter in his retorts, but rather that he might err and give others leverage against him. Wang Dawei shook his head, lamenting, "Yet, this fellow truly shows no regard for preserving their dignity. What can we do? Why provoke us of all people?" Liu chuckled lightly. "We in Northeast China have endured for so many years. Finally, there's a chance for development. And now they wish to disturb us. Isn't that akin to walking into a trap?" In the midst of their conversation, the tension on stage escalated. Regarding the collaborative ice sculpture exhibition with Saudi Arabia, which was rumored to have cost $20 million, is this true? Indeed, it is true. However, as a government entity, we must clarify that we are not a non-profit organization or a charitable institution. The expenses for the Ice and Snow World themed park, hot air balloons, and hovercrafts are all borne by our bureau. Therefore, to enhance the experience for tourists visiting Ice City, we are also working on budget management. However, to disguise commercial activities under the guise of cultural exchange seems rather inappropriate, does it not? The exchange between two ancient civilizations across the globe, whether it be the citizens of Saudi Arabia, our esteemed mentors, or the people of the Dragon Kingdom, is met with enthusiasm. If you are not inclined, who are you to judge? This time, Lindong showed no leniency. Feeling quite repulsed, he responded with candor. Of course, it wasn't exactly a diatribe, as he refrained from uttering profanities, yet he certainly lacked the demeanor of an official spokesperson, resembling more a street brawler. At this juncture, someone could no longer remain silent and interjected. Director Lin, as the official spokesperson of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, how could you resort to such language? Is this not a tad uncouth? After all, you are a representative of the Bureau and must exhibit a modicum of professionalism. Lindong instinctively glanced at the nameplate on the individual's chest. As expected, it was a familiar face from Phoenix Media, a foreign-funded Chinese media outlet known for its critical stance against the Dragon Kingdom. Their presence was often noted in previous instances of inciting unrest, making them a thorn in the side of domestic media within the Dragon Kingdom. It was no surprise that they chose this moment to play the role of the moral arbiter. The moment the question was posed, a palpable silence fell over the crowd, as everyone was well aware of what Phoenix Media represented and who funded them. Had Lindong faltered even slightly in his response, they would have seized the opportunity to craft a sensational piece. However, upon hearing the question, Lindong not only remained unperturbed but broke into a smile. Oh, I am curious to know which of my words thus far could be considered profane. Upon hearing this, the individual instinctively replied, what you said earlier. Unless you can give birth to your mother. Yet, as the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. He noticed the surrounding foreign journalists gazing at him with puzzled expressions. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over him, followed by a cold sweat. He had forgotten an essential fact. In foreign cultures, such ethical jests do not exist. For most foreigners, this phrase is not a curse, but rather a commonplace jest about time-traveling grandfather paradoxes. Such notions are only deemed offensive within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom. Clearly, he had fallen into a trap. Lindong regarded him with a knowing glance and replied, "It seems you have a good understanding of our Dragon Kingdom's culture. Since you claim that I have insulted you, allow me to bestow upon you a phrase, by Qin Yangji." Upon hearing this, the individual first appeared taken aback, then began to ponder deeply. Is this perhaps classical literature? But what does this phrase mean? Evidently, he understood a modicum of Chinese, but not much more. Lindong then casually elucidated, "To be frank, I would rather not say this, but sometimes, one must express their grievances. Even this phrase, a curse from the Dragon Kingdom, has a history that predates that of the pickled cabbage nation. Yet, they dare accuse us of cultural appropriation and theft. And here you stand, as a journalist. Do not criticize those who pilfer from our dragon nation's traditional culture, yet instead, you choose to rebuke my fervent words. Are you suggesting that theft is a righteous and legitimate act?" Hearing Lindong's remarks, the journalist, still grappling with the meaning of the ancient text, instinctively replied, "But they paid for it." To which Lindong responded, "Then, dear journalist, might I request that you hand over your wallet?" The journalist found himself perplexed by Lindong's approach. "Oh, my mistake. I wouldn't take your wallet without compensation, for I shall pay for it." Lindong casually produced a 1 yuan note and tossed it at the journalist's face, proclaiming from his elevated stance, "I have paid. I hope you will relinquish your wallet. This is robbery." The journalist instinctively retorted. Yet, before the words fully escaped his lips, Lindong's voice soared an octave higher. "Indeed, you are fully aware that this behavior transcends mere theft. It is robbery. You comprehend the anger. So I ask you, should we, who have had so much of our culture stolen from us, nay, robbed, feel no indignation?" With just 2 resolute sentences, he struck the questioning journalist dumbfounded. Lindong then swiftly adjusted his tone, allowing a warm smile to grace his features as he continued. "Now, I believe it necessary to clarify 2 points. First, the meaning of that ancient phrase is quite vulgar. Second, regarding your assertion of my lack of civility." After a brief pause, under the gaze of all present, he slowly uttered 4 words. "I am a barbarian." With that, Lindong turned and departed from the scene. The utterance of those 4 words plunged the atmosphere into silence. Everyone was bewildered. Who could have anticipated that after such an affront, Lindong would boldly declare himself a barbarian? The implication was clear. I am indeed uncouth. What of it? You wish to morally bind me? Think again. As long as I possess no morals, you cannot ensnare me. Chapter 109. Times have changed. Before long, Lindong's public rebuttal of the journalist as the spokesperson for iCity, along with his eloquent expressions, swiftly ascended to trending topics, igniting fervent discussions among countless netizens. Indeed, the history of a vulgar phrase surpasses that of the pickled vegetable nation. It rings true. Ha ha, I am a barbarian. I am uncivilized, so what? Come at me. It seems that Xiao Shiba has genuinely wished for demise, as no one could predict that Director Lin would offer no semblance of grace. Oh, I relish witnessing the discontent of Xiao Shiba, who cannot stand us yet cannot vanquish us either. Xiao Zibas, continue your thievery. The entire world now knows you as thieves. Still wish to distort the narrative? Bring it on. This time, I stand with the iCity Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Truly, the Northeast men are unyielding and confrontational. Wait, a $2 million ice sculpture exhibition in Saudi Arabia? Incredible. No wonder the iCity Cultural and Tourism Bureau is making such grand preparations. The crux of the matter is that the camel does not pilfer culture. Compared to visiting the land of kimchi, isn't a journey to Saudi Arabia far more alluring? The Saudis demonstrate a genuine respect for our dragon nation's culture, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, my friend. Unsurprisingly, amidst these discussions, some classic remarks have surfaced. To be frank, is there really a need for such theatrics? Why not simply express disdain directly? If it were someone else making the remarks, it could be overlooked. However, this is an official spokesperson. With such a lack of competence, how can they justify their position? It seems the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of iCity is rather underwhelming. I had thought them to be formidable, yet they appear to be merely a makeshift ensemble. Isn't such a response rather detrimental to the sentiments of our 2 nations? Even if our dragon nation has not appropriated the culture of the kimchi land, should we not reflect on why such misconceptions arise? The loudest voice among the critics was a journalist, who audaciously lambasted the iCity Cultural and Tourism Bureau during an interview. As an official representative, such emotional outbursts reveal the Bureau's utter lack of professionalism and ethical standards. Have they not considered the severe repercussions of their actions? Consequently, the influx of tourists to iCity will undoubtedly diminish, plunging an already recovering tourism industry into decline, leaving the local populace in despair. Regrettably, her tirade bore no fruit. The reason is quite simple. The current cohort of netizens is no longer easily deceived. Here we go again. Oh, how this individual has resumed her relentless barking. In the past, I believed she was advocating for justice. Now, it seems she is merely spouting nonsensical drivel. The internet possesses a memory. We shall not forget what she has proclaimed in the past. It's utterly ludicrous. When other nations emit carbon dioxide, it's deemed acceptable, yet when our dragon nation does so, it is criticized. At that time, academician Ding retorted fiercely, "Are we not human beings in our dragon nation? How many years have we enjoyed ample sustenance? Why not tally the cumulative carbon emissions of other nations?" Alas, carbon emissions are the price of industrialization. Yet, how long had our dragon nation been industrialized at that time? Several neighboring countries had already emitted untold amounts of carbon dioxide. Why did she not oppose them? It appears she is solely focused on criticizing us. It's laughable how, just as Ice City's tourism was gaining momentum, certain media comments echoed this same sentiment. Of course, has it not always been this narrative? Whenever we show signs of progress, we are invariably subjected to suppression. They simply cannot bear to see us thrive, even a little. How curious that the Shiba Inu dares not glance back now. Years ago, they chastised our dragon nation for exceeding carbon emission limits. Yet now, we stand alone in our commitment to our promises. Energy conservation, emission reduction, carbon neutrality, and reforestation. Let us observe those nations that once screamed the loudest. Not a single one has genuinely pursued environmental protection. Their outcries were merely a facade to stifle our dragon nation. I fondly recall a phrase once uttered by the self-proclaimed intellectuals. Fortunate are those whose technology is governed by civilization. Oh, the notion that our actions harm the sentiments of our two nations. Will tourists cease to visit Ice City? Will the people of Ice City be left destitute? The Shiba Inu resembles a creature confined to a well, much like a frog. Whoever claimed that the tourism industry in the Ice City would decline? Based on the words of Director Lin today, I am resolutely determined to visit the Ice City next winter. Yet, on the other hand, the netizens from the Pickled Cabbage Nation display an entirely different demeanor. Initially filled with anger and defensiveness, they have now lapsed into a profound silence. Their official media has incessantly propagated the notion that these cultural elements inherently belong to them, including traditional garments and pickled vegetables. Under this relentless indoctrination, they have come to believe that these aspects are rightfully theirs. However, during this interview, when confronted by the reporter's questions, Lindong decisively stripped away their final veil of modesty. At that moment, the entire online forum of the Pickled Cabbage Nation was enveloped in a stifling silence. Meanwhile, the media, which habitually extols the origins of the universe, collectively chose to feign ignorance. Even the official Cultural Heritage Bureau, which has persistently sought to claim pickled vegetables as cultural heritage, found itself rendered mute. Yet, if it had ended there, perhaps the matter would have faded away. Until a video, recorded on a mobile phone, was abruptly unveiled. The two individuals engaged in conversation were none other than Lindong and Choi Wenxuan, who had been at odds in the ice and snow world. Initially, Choi Wenxuan, with his smug demeanor, incited anger among many netizens. How audacious to brazenly speak of appropriating another's belongings. In truth, while Choi Wenxuan's statement was not entirely unfounded, if we fail to safeguard our traditional culture, we cannot blame others for taking it and flourishing with it. The issue lies in the sheer abundance of our dragon nation's traditional culture. How can we protect it all? It infuriates me to think they would even resort to using our idioms to belittle us. Surely they do not intend to steal our idioms as well. As Choi Wenxuan prepared to depart, the netizens grew increasingly agitated. Is Director Lin really going to let him leave? How despicable. Little did we know he had been so underhanded. Director Lin, retaliate. Don't be timid. In the next moment, Lindong's light, airy voice resonated. Why doesn't your Pickled Cabbage Nation apply for heritage status for the army stew? Isn't that a hallmark of your ethnic culture? Oh wait, I seem to have erred. The army stew is merely a concoction of leftovers scavenged from others, embellished to become your own treasure. Huh. To collect what others discard and claim it as your own. Perhaps this is your tradition? By the way, I forgot to mention, in our dragon nation, we refer to such things as slop. Upon hearing this, the netizens erupted in laughter. Indeed. Haha. The term slop has been uttered. One cannot deny. The army stew may very well have originated from such remnants. Let me enlighten the netizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation about the substance known as kitchen waste. In our dragon country, it is traditionally utilized for swine feeding. However, with the advancement of conditions, it is no longer deemed suitable for pigs, as kitchen waste is prone to rapid decay and spoilage, rendering it practically inedible for livestock. This once valuable resource has now become something that even pigs refuse to consume. Some well-meaning internet users seized upon this topic, creating videos to educate foreign audiences on the Chinese language and the pronunciation of this term. Consequently, a wave of interest surged across the international web, sparking a trend of enlightenment regarding this particular word. As expected, another curious phenomenon emerged. Initially, due to the excessive promotional efforts of the Pickled Vegetable Nation regarding the drone light show for the Year of the Green Dragon. Their reputation took a nosedive following a reversal by Saudi Arabia's performance. It was during this turbulent time that the kitchen waste incident arose, attracting a plethora of onlookers eager to witness the unfolding drama. The term kitchen waste became an apt descriptor, swiftly evolving into a popular internet catchphrase synonymous with the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Thus, whenever the Pickled Vegetable Nation is mentioned online, the first word that springs to mind for foreigners is invariably kitchen waste. This term carries significant derision while inflicting considerable damage to their reputation. In a state of utter disarray, the netizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation attempted to clarify that this was merely a military dish, representative of our Grand Han People's Republic. Yet, before they could complete their explanations, they found themselves further distressed. That very evening, another video from the Dragon Country media unexpectedly gained traction online. Little did anyone anticipate that this particular video, which bore no relation to the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau or the ongoing incident, would become popular. The content was straightforward. It depicted the simple act of feeding pigs. However, what set this video apart was that the pigs were not being fed kitchen waste or standard pig feed. Instead, they were being offered watermelons. Yes, the ordinary watermelon. During the summer months, many regions in the Dragon Country yield an abundance of watermelons, and during harvest, there are often some that suffer damage. Such inferior products are not suitable for sale or transportation, leading many farmers to use them as pig feed. The dilemma arises because, whether in the Pickled Vegetable Nation or the Cherry Blossom Nation, watermelons are considered an exceedingly luxurious fruit. Even their president boasts about videos of himself enjoying watermelons. Consequently, the media in the Pickled Vegetable Nation often features individuals mocking the Dragon Country with peculiar reasoning. They lament the plight of the Dragon Country citizens, who do not consume watermelon rind, ignorant of its delightful taste. The method of pickling watermelon rind is deemed too intricate for the so-called barbarians of the Dragon Country to master. How backward they appear, lacking even such culinary delights. Now, they find themselves confronted with the reality that not only do the citizens of the Dragon Country feed their pigs with watermelons, but when combined with the earlier kitchen waste incident, the already shattered cultural confidence of the Pickled Vegetable Nation has been obliterated once more. The netizens of the Pickled Vegetable Nation are in disarray again, realizing that at least 1 billion individuals in the Dragon Country are still facing hunger, and they dare to feed watermelons to pigs. This is an egregious waste of food. Surely, they cannot be oblivious to the exquisite taste of watermelons. How absurd. Why would anyone feed them to pigs? Nevertheless, in response to these ludicrous comments, domestic netizens have once again found amusement. I am in stitches. Little Shiba must truly be out of their mind. Alas, the land of pickled vegetables cannot afford such luxuries. A large watermelon costs 30,000 won per kilogram, equivalent to 161 yuan per kilogram. Truly lamentable. A curious fact. Last year, Turkey ranked as the second largest watermelon producer in the world, yielding 1% of the global supply, second only to our Dragon Nation, which produced 66% of the world's watermelons. Let us express our gratitude to Grandma Wu Mingzhu. It is she who has granted our Dragon Nation the freedom of watermelons. How outrageous that the president of the Pickled Vegetable Nation would boast in a video about their low-sugar watermelon. Isn't a low-sugar watermelon just a synonym for tastelessness? Look at that flesh, as pale as a sheet of paper, genuine revenge watermelon, yet the Pickled Vegetable Nation cherishes it as a treasure. If this watermelon were in the Dragon Nation, even pigs would refuse to eat it. Lu Huaqiang would surely take drastic measures against the boss over it. We must eradicate all forms of wastefulness. The criticisms from netizens in the Pickled Vegetable Nation are justified. Hence, we ought to rectify our mistakes and ensure that not a single piece of this hard-earned watermelon rind goes to waste, allowing it to shine in supermarkets across the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Personally, I have no objections. Alas, when I previously heard Director Lin refer to the military pot as slop, I thought the description might not be entirely accurate, but now, realizing that people in the Pickled Vegetable Nation are actually consuming watermelon rind, I find the analogy rather fitting. While it is true that some in the Dragon Nation also eat watermelon rind, it is rarely regarded as a delicacy. It is typically used in soups or salads, and some even use it as a facial mask. Meanwhile, within the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City, as they observe the tumult online, netizens from various corners engage in mockery of the Pickled Vegetable Nation's naivete. Lindong and Wang Dawei sit in their office, exchanging bewildered glances. What is this about the slop video? Did you film it? I did not. I believe it was Master Lu who recorded it. You wouldn't know if Master Lu filmed it? Surely, you were the one directing him. And what about the video of pigs eating watermelon? You uploaded it online. I truly did not. You can guess whether I believe you or not. You have a devious mind. No, I swear on my conscience, I did not. Director, did you not notice the timestamp on that pig feeding video? It was from summer, half a year ago. What does it have to do with me? At this moment, Lindong is at a loss, having underestimated the combat prowess of netizens, who are even more formidable than he anticipated. Let us leave some dignity for little Shiba. Even Master Lu did not think to crop the video to exclude the hand gesture he made. Listening to their exchange, the engineer Lu could not help but exclaim, "Tons have changed." Chapter 110, Struggling to Convince. First, reflect on yourself. Upon hearing Lu's lament, Wang Dawei nodded in agreement. In the past, the moon appeared rounder abroad, and the air seemed more fragrant. Now, with the advent of advanced technology, everyone has access to a broader array of information and has come to understand what needs to be understood. In the past, there was a significant reason for the admiration of foreign nations, as Liu lightly remarked. During that time, our dragon country was impoverished, necessitating the attraction of foreign investment for development. Naturally, we would extend preferential treatment and even be obliged to gauge the sentiments of others. However, the tables have turned, and it seems now that others must regard our demeanor. As the conversation unfolded, Lindong, feeling a sudden curiosity, inquired, "By the way, what are the elders' thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing this, both Lu Gong and Wang Dawei immediately fell silent, as it was apparent to any discerning individual that the question was directed at Liu. Liu, with a beaming smile, glanced at Lindong but did not respond directly. Instead, she stated, upon learning of this matter, the elder expressed sentiments akin to those of Lu Gong. He remarked that the times have changed. Many years ago, the neighboring Sakura nation brazenly invaded our dragon country under the pretext of 2 missing soldiers. Yet now, after the demise of one of their lieutenant generals, they not only dare not utter a word, but have even compelled their officials to publicly declare that it was an accident, lest we misconstrue their intentions. At this juncture, Lu Gong exhibited a look of perplexity and softly asked, "Director, what does this signify?" Meanwhile, Wang Dawei pondered for a moment before responding. The elder's implication is likely that the Little West is even less formidable than the Little Ba. They can hurl insults, but what can we do? If they fear the repercussions after losing a lieutenant general, why should we be apprehensive? Our motherland is our most steadfast support. Upon hearing this, Lindong nodded in agreement, signifying his understanding. With Liu's call, this discussion reached a natural conclusion. Nevertheless, the work of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau was far from over. Following Lindong's fervent remarks, the city's prominence surged online. His direct rebuttal of the reporters from the Pickled Vegetable Nation propelled him into the limelight, turning what was once an obscure figure into an internet sensation. Numerous netizens flocked to the official account of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, leaving messages of support, proclaiming, "Protect him. I believe that Section Chief Lin is absolutely right. He should not be punished." Others echoed, "Indeed, while he may have been a tad irritable, given how repulsive they have been towards us, why shouldn't we respond in kind?" Initially, the banter was lighthearted, but following the press conference, the official account fell into a day-long silence, prompting netizens to feel vindicated in their assumptions. "Look, they have ceased all communication. They must be deliberating on how to penalize Section Chief Lin," they exclaimed. Some even rallied, chanting slogans like, "Protect Section Chief Lin." For those who provide warmth to the many, they must not be left to freeze in the storm. For those who carve paths to freedom, they must not be ensnared in thorns. This incident even soared to the trending topics. However, little did the netizens know that Lindong, having just concluded a meeting, was pulled aside by Cheng Yun for another discussion. This was not a meeting to determine his punishment, but rather a prearranged conversation about the position of deputy director, which had been deliberated long before the New Year holiday. Generally speaking, there exists only one director, while numerous deputy directors oversee various departments, each wielding distinct responsibilities that elevate their standing above that of section chiefs. However, the transition from section chief to deputy director typically necessitates several years, even for those endowed with capability and connections. Initially, Cheng Yun harbored concerns regarding the rapid elevation of this young man to the position of deputy director. While his competence and clean background were unquestionable, and he had the old gentleman's favor, his youth might render it challenging to command respect. Although opposition was unlikely, the fear lingered that someone might covertly undermine him, akin to the individual in the archives. As long as Lindong committed no errors, all would be well. However, any minor misstep would be magnified by those with ulterior motives. Moreover, the recent incident had certainly ruffled a few feathers, providing a sense of vindication. Yet it was bound to offend many. After much deliberation, Cheng Yun ultimately decided to place his trust in Lindong. Soon, the conference room was filled with members of the Municipal Committee of Ice City, the leadership of the Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism, and heads of relevant departments. Although Cheng Yun held the title of mayor, the appointment of a deputy director was not solely within his purview. Ice City was not a realm governed by one voice alone. Many matters required collective decision-making through meetings and often necessitated consultation with superiors. As the host of the meeting, Cheng Yun was succinct and direct, swiftly engaging in the core subject matter. "Comrades, this winter, our tourism sector in Ice City has made remarkable strides. According to precise statistics, during the 3-day New Year holiday, we welcomed a staggering 30,479,000 visitors, generating a total tourism revenue of 5,914 billion yuan. Both visitor numbers and total revenue have reached historic peaks. Furthermore, The 2024 New Year Holiday Travel Consumption Report published by major travel platforms and websites indicates that during the 2024 New Year holiday, our ice and snow world topped the list of popular attractions. It is no exaggeration to assert that this year, Ice City's tourism industry has forged new historical records. Cheng-Yun expressed his gratitude sincerely. The booming tourism industry not only brought increased popularity and revenue, but, crucially, alleviated the pressing local need for jobs and addressed the issue of stagnant incomes. Continuing, Cheng-Yun remarked, in light of this, I must mention a particular individual, whom many of you have likely already guessed. It is Lin, the section chief of the publicity department within the Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism. As the head of the publicity section, Comrade Lindong has, in a remarkably short time, led his team to overcome skepticism and successfully orchestrate a series of innovative and impactful promotional activities, effectively establishing Ice City's brand. Initiatives such as the frozen pear arrangements, artificial moon, flying horse, sweet tofu pudding, new zones in the ice and snow world, hovercraft drifting, and hot air balloons on ice may seem trivial. Yet they have become powerful tools for attracting tourists to Ice City. Not only that, but after the New Year's holiday, when a decline in popularity was expected, Director Lin took an unconventional approach. Through the incident involving the small sugar tangerines, he successfully attracted a new demographic of tourists to Ice City. Currently, preliminary statistics indicate that during this winter break, the number of students and their parents visiting Ice City has increased at least threefold compared to last year. As Cheng-Yun recounted his accomplishments one by one, even presenting statistical data as evidence, Lindong, despite his worldly experience, felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Wang Dawei, seated beside him, gave him a knowing glance and whispered, if you are called upon to say a few words later, do not be modest this time. Cheng-Yun is paving the way for you. Once you present these facts, if anyone still claims that your youth makes you less credible, they should first consider whether they possess the requisite abilities. Chapter 111. What little golden beans? This is a grand gold bar. Upon hearing Wang Dawei's admonition, Lindong nodded in understanding. Indeed, sometimes, individuals resemble the character of Xiao Shiba. A touch of humility may lead others to believe you are intimidated, prompting them to take advantage. With this realization, Lindong felt at ease. Although he had the support of a system, ultimately, it was his own efforts that mattered, and there was no reason for embarrassment. Meanwhile, after presenting a wealth of data, Cheng-Yun finally spoke. I believe that Director Lin's initiatives have not only elevated Ice City's reputation and esteem both nationally and internationally, but also demonstrated his ability to swiftly adjust strategies. Through online platforms, he effectively showcased Ice City's unique cultural and tourism resources, playing a pivotal role in revitalizing our city's tourism industry. Given his outstanding achievements and leadership qualities, I propose that it is time to consider promoting Comrade Lindong to a higher management position. I recommend appointing him as the Deputy Director of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, with the expectation that he will harness greater energy in his new role and propel our cultural tourism efforts to new heights. Does anyone have any objections? At this pronouncement, the meeting room fell silent. The young deputy minister was unfamiliar to all present. However, given the circumstances, no one dared to oppose. After all, Cheng-Yun had laid everything bare. Anyone challenging this would be courting trouble. Furthermore, who could forget the formidable support Lindong had from the esteemed elderly? Soon, everyone began to voice their support. I have no objections. Although Director Lin is relatively young, his capabilities are indisputable. With him at the helm of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, we can all rest assured, so I am in favor. What can we do? We are not stuck in our ways. Everyone has witnessed the state of Ice City's tourism industry over the years. The situation is far from optimistic. Only Director Lin possesses the ability to revitalize this endeavor, so I have no objections. Indeed, he may be quite young. And while there are precedents in the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, we cannot always rely on them. For instance, the sudden surge in Ice City's tourism this year. Has there been a precedent for that? Absolutely not. Thus, I also express no dissent. As anticipated by Cheng-Yun, the office was predominantly in support of Lindong. However, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the corner. I have something I am quite curious about and would like to ask Director Lin. Of course, this is not a dissent. I am merely intrigued, said a middle-aged woman with short hair and black-framed glasses, a smile gracing her lips. I wonder if Director Lin could clarify a perplexity for me? Upon hearing someone pose a question at such a critical juncture, both Cheng-Yun and Wang Dawei were momentarily taken aback. Lindong, however, raised an eyebrow, undeterred, and countered. May I ask who you are? I am Chun, the Director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau of Ice City, she replied, standing up and adjusting her glasses with a demeanor exuding shrewd competence. Please, go ahead with your inquiry, Director Chun. Lindong nodded. Generally speaking, tourism booms tend to wane over time. This is a norm and a natural law. In other words, the tourism appeal of Ice City is likely to be less than this year's. What are your plans for the future of Ice City's tourism industry, Director Lin? Upon hearing this, Lindong's brow furrowed slightly. The question was indeed pointed, as the tourism sector's capacity to drive local development is rather limited. Even if it creates local job opportunities, the issue of population loss remains unresolved. Previously, netizens had commented that many places, once thriving, soon devolve into disarray. After a moment of contemplation, Lindong resolved to respond candidly. There's no denying that tourism operates this way. Next year's appeal is expected to diminish significantly. However, what we can do now is to maintain popularity as much as possible and cultivate a good reputation. Of course, we will also implement more proactive measures next year, striving to enhance our appeal. As for the rest, we shall leave it to the visitors to Ice City and the broader online community. Upon hearing Lindong's words, a solemn silence descended upon the group, for he spoke the truth. Even Chung Yun could not help but let out a sigh, remarking, "There's no alternative, after all. Tourists come to travel, not to settle down." However, scarcely had Chung Yun finished speaking than Director Chun countered with conviction. "This statement is not necessarily correct," she said with a smile. "Director Lin, it appears you lack confidence in your own capabilities and the spending power of tourists." Her words stunned everyone in the office. Was this not a truth universally acknowledged? Even Lindong wore an expression of disbelief. Isn't the issue of spending power already reflected in the statistics? An average of 2,000 yuan per person over 3 days is quite ordinary, and Ice City's reputation has always been for its affordability. That is not my point, the woman explained with a smile. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau only compiles data related to the tourism sector, and thus, they lack a comprehensive understanding, which is quite typical. However, one must not merely consider surface appearances. I possess a set of data that could serve as a reference for you, Director Lin, and everyone present. Since the beginning of December, following the explosive rise of Ice City, the influx of visitors has surged significantly. It was around this time that the availability of hotels and accommodations began to dwindle, while the local transactions for rental and property purchases witnessed a remarkable increase. Our statistics reveal that, in the month of December alone, the number of properties purchased by individuals from outside the province reached an impressive 790, marking a staggering growth compared to the previous year. At this point, the situation should be clear to everyone. As the middle-aged woman spoke, a wave of astonishment swept through the office. "By less?" Someone questioned. "Aren't they from other provinces coming to purchase properties here? What on earth?" Even Lindong was left utterly flabbergasted upon hearing the news. For a city like Ice City, grappling with a severe loss of young population, the most pressing issue has been the oversupply of real estate. Without young residents, who would even consider buying properties? Previous statistics indicated that, given the current inventory of properties in Ice City, it would take 6 years to sell them all, even if no new constructions were undertaken. It can be said that the real estate situation has become a considerable burden on the local government. Not long ago, in an effort to promote property sales, the city officials even organized an event encouraging real estate agents to venture outside the province for marketing. However, the results were disheartening. Now, to hear that the tourism sector has revitalized the real estate market is bewildering. Wang Dawei also appeared baffled, instinctively voicing his disbelief. Could it be that someone actually visited Ice City and decided to buy a house on a whim? Such a small mindset, the woman chuckled. Most of the buyers from outside are from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. They are not lacking in funds. Even if they find our winter appealing for a short visit, it is hardly suitable for residents. Chung Yun remarked. Many locals head south for the winter. However, the woman paused, adding, "This year, they are here for snow tourism. But next year they might come for summer vacation." Instantly, Lindong, Wang Dawei, and Chung Yun felt a wave of realization wash over them. How could they have overlooked this? "Damn it," Lindong finally exclaimed after an indeterminate amount of time. "What a difference. This is not just a trifling matter. It's akin to discovering a treasure." Chapter 112. The youngest deputy director to be candid. If this data had been shared by anyone else, the office would have dismissed it as mere nonsense. However, when it came from Director Chun, the circumstances were entirely different. The tourism industry was thriving, and it was astonishing to think it could also stimulate local property sales, especially from outsiders. Is such a fortunate occurrence even possible? In an instant, the excitement among the office staff became palpable. In recent years, not only Ice City but also other cities across the Dragon Kingdom, with the exception of a few first-tier cities, have faced this dilemma. If Ice City could emerge as the first city to resolve this issue, it would undoubtedly elevate its development to new heights. Thus, with Lindong's intervention, the real estate conundrum, once a ticking time bomb for Ice City, may now find its resolution. Upon hearing this, the last vestige of hesitation among the gathered individuals in the office dissipated entirely. Soon, the meeting yielded its resolution. According to the voting results and evaluations from superiors, Lindong successfully ascended to the position of Deputy Director of the Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau. However, this was merely the outcome of the meeting. The subsequent official announcement had yet to be disseminated. After the meeting concluded, Chung Yun approached Lindong, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Well done, young man. Keep up the good work and strive for further brilliance. I need not elaborate. I am well aware of the formidable challenges ahead. However, as long as you persist, the future of our Ice City's cultural and tourism endeavors will rely on you, Dawei, and the collaborative efforts of our colleagues." Even Wang Dawei, who stood a short distance away, instinctively joined in the banter. TSK, Deputy Director Lin. May I inquire, now that you have become the youngest deputy director of our bureau, what are your thoughts? Lindong merely shook his head and smiled wryly. Director, please refrain from teasing me. I must admit, I am still somewhat unaccustomed to this title. No worries, you will eventually get used to it. Wang Dawei replied with a slight grin. All right, Deputy Director Lin, you'd better return. There's a mountain of tasks awaiting your attention. Before long, Lindong returned to the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Since many colleagues in the bureau were still unaware of his promotion, they continued to address him as Section Chief. However, no sooner had he arrived than he heard someone calling out in a flurry. Section Chief Lin. Section Chief Lin. It's terrible. There's been another incident. Why do you all only ever utter this phrase? Lindong couldn't help but think to himself, yet upon glancing at the young individual before him, he was somewhat surprised to find it was not Lu Gong. He instinctively inquired, what happened? Isn't Lu Gong here? Lu Gong has stepped out on an errand. He went to the processing plant. It seems that the refrigerator magnets have sold out, and the Hunan Culture and Tourism Bureau has sent over some synthetic diamonds. Lu Gong rushed to the jewelry store to handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Lindong was momentarily taken aback. Oh, have we truly established a collaboration with the Hunan Culture and Tourism Bureau? Initially, there had been some hesitation on their part, but upon Lu Gong's assertion that it was Lindong's intention, they proceeded eagerly. Instantly, Lindong felt a surge of anxiety. Damn, does this mean everyone thinks I, Lindong, am merely taking advantage? Isn't that the case? The young man cautiously queried. Lindong fell silent for a moment before hastily redirecting the conversation. So what exactly has transpired? Oh, it's like this, Section Chief Lin. The young man scratched his head and explained, our Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau has once again been trending on social media for the wrong reasons. What? We've been criticized online. Who is responsible for this? Yu Lindong was taken aback. Could it be due to the incident involving his reprimanding of Xiao Shiba? That shouldn't be the case. Before the meeting, the online feedback had been quite positive, with many expressing their support for him. Furthermore, the system had analyzed that it would not adversely affect the Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau. Could something have gone awry? Lindong quickly accessed the back-end to investigate. After just a glance, he burst into laughter. Indeed, it was because of him that the Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau had come under fire. It turned out he had gone to a meeting, and Engineer Liu was also occupied. Consequently, many videos on the official account were stuck in the review stage and had not been released, leading netizens to believe that he was to be criticized or dealt with by the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau due to this incident. Meanwhile, a young person inquired, Director Lin, should we respond or perhaps post a Weibo to clarify? Lindong pondered for a moment and replied, you go ahead with your tasks. I will handle the rest. Upon reclaiming the account, Lindong suddenly conceived a bold idea. He straightened his face and initiated a live broadcast. Soon, enthusiastic netizens flocked to the live stream, eager to inquire. Rather than responding directly, Lindong feigned gravity and remarked, I hear you are all spreading rumors that I have been punished? Rest assured, I have not been penalized. I merely attended a meeting. There was no reprimand. However, I must share something with you all. In the foreseeable future, I will no longer be managing this account. This should be the last time I broadcast as Director Lin. So cherish this opportunity. I also wish to express my gratitude for your ongoing support. Upon hearing this, the live chat erupted. Observing this scene, those who had long harbored discontent towards Lindong celebrated his apparent downfall. I knew someone so incompetent would surely be dismissed. How delightful. They jeered. He claims he hasn't been punished or criticized. What a facade. I thought he had some significant backing, but it seems his career may be at its end now. He only knew how to belittle others and hurt the sentiments of people from other nations. He deserves it. Others shared their sentiments, sighing, Director Lin. While the insults may feel gratifying, we never anticipated this outcome. But alas, this is the reality. It truly leaves one speechless. Frankly, if Director Lin departs, it would be a tremendous loss for Ice City. Reading through the barrage of comments and messages, Lindong could no longer contain his laughter. What are you all imagining? So much time has passed. Do you not have a sense of what our Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau is truly like? I have already stated that the meeting was not a reprimand, and I have not been punished. I simply will not be responsible for the live broadcasts of this account for the time being, but the account remains under my management. Do you all now understand what I mean? Upon hearing Lindong's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Soon, someone reacted, asking, has Director Lin been promoted? Lindong nodded slightly and replied, this may disappoint those hoping to witness my downfall. However, I shall refrain from divulging specifics. Do keep an eye on the official announcements from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Instantly, the live chat was filled with jubilant cheers from the viewers. Chapter 113. The tide has turned. On that evening, the official website of the Ice City Bureau of Culture and Tourism issued an announcement. In light of Comrade Lindong's remarkable talents, extensive experience, and outstanding achievements in the cultural and tourism sectors, the Bureau's party committee has resolved, in accordance with the relevant procedures for the selection and appointment of cadres, to submit for approval to the Superior Organizational Department, Comrade Lindong is hereby appointed as the Deputy Director of the Ice City Bureau of Culture, Radio, Television, and Tourism. Effective immediately. In this new role, Comrade Lindong will take on the significant responsibilities of advancing the development of our city's cultural tourism industry, strengthening industry management, and promoting innovative integration between culture and tourism. We anticipate and trust that Comrade Lindong will lead his colleagues in collectively forging a new chapter for the cultural tourism efforts of Ice City, further enhancing the city's cultural tourism brand image and influence. This announcement is hereby made. Ice City Bureau of Culture, Radio, Television, and Tourism, January 10, 2024. Upon the issuance of this announcement, those who had been misled by Lindong into believing he was facing punishment and who had prematurely celebrated with champagne online were left utterly silenced. Observing the irate department head who had publicly rebuked the reporters from Pickled Vegetable Nation for cultural theft, one would note that rather than facing repercussions, he was instead promoted to the position of irate deputy director, much to the amusement of the public. Even during Lindong's live broadcast, he appeared bewildered as he questioned, "I just attended a meeting, and you all are spreading rumors that I am dead?" Indeed, this time, no one criticized the Ice City Bureau of Culture and Tourism. On the contrary, the Bureau's reputation has been elevated due to these events. However, the neighboring Little West 8 had completely lost their composure. Just look at the spokesperson for the Ice City Bureau of Culture and Tourism. In front of so many people, they lambasted the Pickled Vegetable Nation without restraint. And after such a tirade, not only was there no punishment, but a promotion followed. Was this not a deliberate affront? Nevertheless, in the face of protests from netizens and official organizations in the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the Ice City Bureau remained steadfast, even considering further mockery. However, given their official position, they deemed it prudent to refrain from excessive taunting. Yet, netizens were unfazed. Amidst the various protest videos and topics circulating on foreign networks concerning the Pickled Vegetable Nation, one could frequently spot similar memes. Pigs eat watermelon, while you feast on the rind. Indeed, what of it? CNMD, a bilingual expression. True pot slop. It must be said that a culturally rich nation possesses a unique flair when it comes to insults, particularly in the realm of memes, which oscillate between abstract and pictorial elements. Dragon Nation netizens thrive effortlessly. The Little West 8 had never encountered such a spectacle. In mere moments, they were left disarmed, even rendering the officials speechless. Naturally, Lindong has since ceased to concern himself with matters on foreign networks. This is due to the emergence of another set of data, which has set the cultural tourism bureaus in other provinces of Dragon Nation abuzz. Indeed, it pertains to the statistics previously mentioned by Director Chun during the meeting. It was reported that in December, the number of properties purchased by individuals from outside the province in Ice City reached 790, reflecting a year-on-year increase of 2023. While this figure may seem modest, it appears to have unlocked a new realm of possibilities for cultural tourism bureaus across the nation. The development of tourism can indeed stimulate local real estate sales. Has the small golden bean transformed into a grand golden brick? Is there truly such a pathway? It appears that many regions have attempted this method, initially dismissing its efficacy, only to realize the failure lay in its execution. Consequently, various cultural and tourism bureaus convened urgent meetings upon hearing this news. Naturally, the growth of tourism yields immediate benefits. However, if tourists are encouraged to purchase property locally, the resultant long-term gains are substantial. Furthermore, this approach could alleviate the pressing issue of unsold properties that many regions face. The following day, local cultural and tourism bureaus launched a new wave of competitive initiatives. Prior to this, with the surge in tourism to Ice City, the New Year holiday alone generated a staggering $6 billion in revenue, prompting numerous netizens to reach out to their local tourism authorities. Yet, faced with the outlandish requests from the public, these bureaus found themselves at a loss. After all, this year, Ice City is benefiting from a fortuitous convergence of favorable circumstances. However, this time, the situation has shifted. Any issue that can resolve the property dilemma ceases to be a problem. Soon, vigilant netizens began to notice peculiarities. For instance, the Sichuan Cultural and Tourism Bureau's official account on Douyin suddenly entered a prolific phase, releasing 41 videos in a single day, with updates even at 4 a.m. The editor of the Hunan Cultural and Tourism Bureau's account not only posted 35 videos daily, but also commenced live streaming from their workstation, attracting countless online viewers. The Hebei Cultural and Tourism Bureau, not to be outdone, responded to public persuasion by ramping up their output to over 70 videos in a day, culminating in a video of the editor's smoking computer that nearly stole the show. In a moment, local netizens were astonished. Wow, such prolific updates. Has the Cultural and Tourism Bureau joined the fray of competition? Are you employing a strategy of sheer volume? Yet, many simply relished the spectacle, urging for more content. I've already watched everything. Why the delay in updates? Indeed, even the production team's donkey is less tireless than you. If you're going to produce content, go all out. Create more. I love watching, and I'll visit your region next time. Undeniably, the impact of this strategy has been remarkable. Within mere days, several cultural and tourism bureau accounts now riding the wave of popularity, gained a staggering 300,000 followers in just 2 days. Witnessing these developments, the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau, initially capitalizing on Ice City's tourism boom, could no longer remain idle. They found themselves unable to compete with such a high-performing province. However, recalling the experience of Wang Dawei as he danced at the ice and snow world, the Guangxi Bureau made a bold decision. Since the editors couldn't keep pace, why not involve the director? Thus, the director of the Guangxi Cultural and Tourism Bureau personally stepped in front of the camera, creating down-to-earth videos to promote Guangxi's sweet oranges and woken. Observing this unexpected spectacle, netizens responded not with criticism, but with genuine appreciation. To be frank, I have little interest in watching others create mundane videos, yet I find myself unexpectedly intrigued by the director's attempts at such content. While it is undeniably humorous, there is something quite refreshing about it. Initially perceived as a figure of authority, it is surprising to see him become so relatable. This is the hallmark of a person dedicated to real work, coming from the people and returning to the people. Director, please remain composed. Be mindful of your stature. Haha, who would have thought the director would engage like this? A local from Guangxi remarked, there's no alternative. After all, Ice City set the trend first. And now the director is leading the dance for practical driving tests. In Chapter 114, one might wonder how this relates to the broader context. Certainly, amidst the flurry of activity from various cultural and tourism bureaus, some netizens have noticed a stark contrast. For instance, the Guangdong Cultural and Tourism Bureau remains entirely inactive, even eschewing promotional efforts, adopting a rather laid-back approach. This has led to inquisitive online discussions. Why is it that while other provinces are bustling, the Guangdong Bureau seems so quiet? Upon hearing this, local netizens in Guangdong found humor in the situation. Do you think I'm concerned about missing out on 60 billion over 3 days? Spring festival travel is already enough of a headache. They sincerely recommend must-visit experiences in Guangzhou, suggesting an early morning trip on Line 3, when the city exudes warmth and a human touch. Guangdong is a place for work, not merely for photo opportunities. They added, if I stir up more excitement, you might miss out on your tickets home for the new year. A little-known fact, Guangdong's tourism revenue ranks first in the nation, making it China's premier tourist province. The allure of visiting Guangdong in winter is undeniable. Not only is the festive atmosphere palpable, but the warmth is also a significant draw. Meanwhile, Lindong, upon learning these truths, felt a pang of envy towards the tourism earnings of various regions in Guangdong. How wonderful. Just look at the number of visitors and the revenue. They say Ice City has thrived this year, generating 60 billion over the 3-day New Year holiday. But that was mainly us. Other regions didn't attract nearly as many tourists. The true quiet wealth lies with Guangdong's tourism. Sighing, Lindong reflected. We simply cannot compete with their warmth, which adds to the festive spirit. Hearing Lindong's musings, Lu Gong could not help but chuckle wryly, responding, there's no denying that the festive atmosphere is indeed tied to the weather. With temperatures in the 20s, people are naturally inclined to venture out and enjoy themselves. Here, with average winter temperatures plummeting to minus 20-something, who would want to step outside for any activities? Even this winter, most locals have stayed snug at home. Only those from the southern regions who have never experienced the cold feel so exuberant. For us locals, this weather truly requires a call to venture outside, as it reflects a bond of life and death. Indeed, Lindong also expressed his sentiments, noting that we are comparatively fortunate. In Mo, it is even more outrageous. When Xiao Shitangju visited previously, the temperature plummeted to over minus 30 degrees, causing water to freeze instantly upon being thrown. To amuse the children, the firefighters in the Arctic village even engaged in this activity. Therefore, Lu Gong lamented that the fireworks festival and the iron flower display might not yield the anticipated effect. To be candid, it seems that tourists have likely seen more of such spectacles than the locals, which might not significantly contribute to tourism or popularity. Never mind. Regardless of the outcome, let's proceed, Lindong chuckled, acknowledging that this winter has already been excessively unkind to us locals, and we mustn't show favoritism. Hadn't numerous local bloggers previously shared videos expressing their discontent? Alright, Director Wang has already coordinated with both sides. I will handle the fireworks festival arrangements. The venue is tentatively set on the Songhua River. As for the timing, Lu Gong inquired instinctively. Let us aim for the day after tomorrow, Lindong replied. I checked, and it seems that from the day after tomorrow, we will experience a slight peak in tourist numbers. However, this time it won't just be the little potatoes. We will also have the little Shitangju and the little pandas, who will likely enjoy the firecrackers and fireworks. Speaking of which, Lu Gong suddenly interjected, I forgot to mention. Director Lin, remember the sets of pure gold refrigerator magnets we prepared? It seems everyone was quite satisfied with them after they were delivered. However, I heard there were further thoughts that they wished to discuss with you. Since you were in a meeting at that time, I took the liberty of pushing it forward. If you have a moment, perhaps you could return the call? Thoughts? From a few national animation copyright merchants? Lindong was somewhat taken aback by this news. Primarily, he felt slightly embarrassed due to the excessive number of complimentary instances. Initially, He had believed that the pure gold refrigerator magnets would hold considerable value. But after Lu Gong completed the arrangements and upon comparison, it seemed there was little difference from freeloading on their copyrights. After all, this year, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau has profited immensely solely from the Ice and Snow World project. Furthermore, the diamonds were sponsored by the neighboring Hunan Cultural and Tourism Bureau. They were even artificial. However, since they had already mentioned it, Lindong knew he could not refuse and merely replied, "All right, I will call and inquire." Before long, Lindong began making the phone call from his office. On the other end of the line, the person did not indulge in pleasantries for long and got straight to the point. "By the way, Director Lin, or should I say, now Director Lin, I heard from Lu Gong that in a few days, the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau is preparing to host a fireworks festival, correct?" "Ah, yes, that is indeed the case. What about it?" Lindong was somewhat bewildered, primarily surprised that the other party suddenly brought up this matter. After all, the fireworks festival should not be related to the national animation copyright merchants, right? Upon hearing Lindong's response, the individual on the other end chuckled. "Well, Director Lin, we have a request to make. You may proceed. Weren't the Ice and Snow World events quite successful? Thus, for this year's fireworks festival, we aspire to collaborate once again with the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. How shall we go about this collaboration?" Lindong felt utterly perplexed. "Well, Director Lin, are you familiar with special effect fireworks?" "Special effect fireworks? Indeed. Do you recall the giant footprints from the opening ceremony of the 2008 Olympics? That was a special effect firework. The principle is quite simple, unlike ordinary fireworks. Special effect fireworks are typically fixed at specific angles on the ground and ignited sequentially, allowing them to create desired patterns in the sky. Ah, I remember that. It was indeed breathtaking. Therefore, we have joined forces with several copyright holders who have previously participated in the Ice and Snow World to discuss the possibility of incorporating fireworks themed around national animation characters for this fireworks festival." Lindong's body stiffened slightly. Is this even feasible? He had not considered this aspect initially. The crux of the matter is that Lindong had absolutely no understanding of special effect fireworks. However, this momentary hesitation caused the person on the other end of the line to grow anxious. Director Lin, I understand that this might put you in a difficult position. But I believe that national animation culture, like fireworks culture, is an integral part of our Dragon Nation's heritage. Thus, we all hope that this time we can truly showcase it. No, that is not my intention. I merely meant that I am unsure of its feasibility. As I lack knowledge about special effect fireworks, Lindong quickly clarified. "Do you have any insights on this?" "Oh, rest assured, we have done our homework on this." The other party visibly relaxed and continued. "Prior to this, we reached out to the company that created the special effect fireworks for the Olympics, namely the Panda Fireworks Group. They informed us that custom fireworks of this nature can indeed be made. After all, many years have passed, and technological advancements have made the process more refined than ever. Production is not an issue. The critical aspect lies in the execution." Lindong chuckled wryly. "I recall that the fireworks from the Olympics had a remarkably expansive range, and launching them in an urban area poses significant fire hazard concerns. Otherwise, there would be no prohibition on fireworks. Organizing this festival will certainly require collaboration among various departments. Moreover, given the influx of tourists in Ice City, especially with the upcoming New Year holiday peak, we may struggle with manpower. Actually, there is no need to launch them within the city," the other party cheerfully suggested. "Isn't they're the frozen Songhua River? We can set them off along the river. This way, it would be safe and convenient, significantly easing both the setup and cleanup processes. However, this would limit the viewing area. No worries. As long as the visitors at the Ice and Snow World can see them, that suffices. Furthermore, video promotion will be the most crucial channel at that time." Hearing this, Lindong felt relieved and responded, "All right, then I shall make the arrangements. By the way, Director Lin, speaking of which, we have an additional request." For some reason, the other party suddenly seemed a bit embarrassed. "What is it?" This pertains to the ongoing discussion regarding the fireworks festival. The person on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment before saying, "In truth, custom-made special effect fireworks are rather expensive. You are likely aware that we, being in the domestic animation sector, are generally quite financially constrained." "Ah, it's all right. This time, our Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau will cover the costs," Lindong responded. Suddenly enlightened, he then chuckled. "It's not a matter of being poor. Rather, you and we Northeasterners are simply too sincere. After all, when organizing the Ice and Snow World event, there were ample opportunities for profit, yet you didn't adopt Disney's approach of charging licensing fees, did you? Alas, we Chinese do not exploit our fellow countrymen. However, it's unnecessary for the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau to step in," the other party replied with a smile. In fact, everyone was quite pleased with the fridge magnets we received earlier. The design, craftsmanship, and quality were all commendable. "That's wonderful to hear," Lindong exclaimed. "I was concerned that people might perceive these items as lacking in value. Not at all. Upon receiving those items, we couldn't bear to part with them. Since we all work in domestic animation, there's a bit of a fan base, and many fans often express a desire to purchase some of our merchandise. However, as you know, while we excel in animation, we are not particularly adept at merchandise production. Hence, we hope to collaborate with the Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau to create some domestic animation merchandise, which would help subsidize the expenses of this fireworks festival. Domestic animation merchandise? Like Disney figurines? Upon hearing this, Lindong was reminded of a previous incident. When the Ice and Snow World first opened, the overwhelming enthusiasm of visitors led to lengthy queues for certain attractions, such as the Ferris wheel and the ice slide. Consequently, many patrons, upon seeing the long lines and realizing they wouldn't be able to ride, rushed to the staff demanding refunds. The issue was that the Ferris wheel and ice slide were free attractions. After having enjoyed nearly all other activities in the Ice and Snow World, they sought any excuse to request refunds. Some even shamelessly initiated online guides for free riding, entering in the morning to admire the ice sculptures and take photos, then claiming they could not ride the Ferris wheel or ice slide by evening to demand refunds. Yet, curiously, this same group of individuals would not dare to complain at Disney or Universal Studios, standing patiently in line without uttering a word. It seemed they were emboldened by the notion that they could take advantage of their fellow countrymen while feeling secure against foreign entities. This behavior drew the ire of netizens, who expressed disapproval of such ungracious conduct. Meanwhile, observing the surge of visitors to Ice City, Disney, emboldened by the support of its formidable legal team, doubled its copyright fee in hopes of capitalizing on the situation. It was precisely for this reason that Lindong, with the assistance of the system, managed to connect with domestic copyright holders and producers in the animation sector. One could say that Lindong harbored no fondness for Disney at this juncture. With this thought, Lindong suddenly felt a surge of amusement. After all, it was a collaboration. Why not align with his own people? Moreover, if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps a profit could be gleaned from the endeavor. Moreover, the flourishing tourism industry brings forth immediate profits. However, should this endeavor succeed, it may transform into a long-term collaboration. Thus, Lindong exhibited no hesitation and readily acquiesced. This is not an issue. Simply reach out to me when the time comes. Thank you, Director Lin. In truth, it was the deputy director, which made Lindong feel somewhat awkward as he replied. By the way, we are not only preparing a fireworks festival, but also planning to host a traditional iron flower project. Iron flowers? Indeed, it is also part of our intangible cultural heritage. However, I am quite troubled about this matter. I contacted several iron flower teams, but with the new year approaching, everyone is too occupied to participate. Lindong expressed his frustration. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, the voice suddenly suggested, Director Lin, didn't you just liaise with the Hunan Provincial Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Yes, what of it? Lindong was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing as he recalled the artificial diamond gifted by the Hunan Cultural and Tourism Bureau, which adorned his pure gold refrigerator magnet. No, what I mean is, Director Lin could reach out to the Hunan Cultural and Tourism Bureau in the territory of Kaishan County. Iron flowers are quite renowned and represent one of the last large-scale Han folk traditions of fireworks in Hunan Province. Moreover, Kaishan's iron flowers are distinct from those of other regions, requiring the construction of elaborate flower sheds. By the way, didn't you recently express your outrage towards the reporters from the neighboring country at a press conference? Why not seize this opportunity to showcase our traditional culture to them? Upon hearing this, Lindong was initially taken aback, but then slapped his thigh in delight. What a splendid idea. I truly believe this is feasible. I shall inquire about it shortly. Chapter 116. Transmitting tradition to males only? After acquiring specific information regarding the iron flowers, Lindong swiftly reached out to the Hunan Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Initially, he had merely intended to organize a conventional iron flower display for entertainment. However, following the incident involving the neighboring country, he altered his perspective. After all, they were right. Why not enlighten the youngsters from the West? Could 5,000 years of heritage and culture be stolen? Just as with the drone light shows of the Qinglong year, the West may pilfer one or two elements. Yet they cannot appropriate the essence of millennia of cultural accumulation. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, the director of the Kaishan County Cultural and Tourism Bureau, upon learning of this development, wasted no time in agreeing to support the initiative wholeheartedly. Rest assured, Director Lin, our county will fully back your efforts. We will dispatch our most skilled artisans to Ice City. The proceedings unfolded more smoothly than Lindong had anticipated, to the point where he felt a twinge of embarrassment. But, during the festive season, what will happen to your local activities? I recall that many regions also incorporate iron flowers as a unique New Year activity. That is of no concern. We have other iron flower craftsmen locally. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau of Dushan County softly remarked that, especially now, the world's attention is focused on Ice City, presenting a rare opportunity to showcase our traditional culture and intangible cultural heritage. Therefore, we must seize this chance. And I hope Director Lin can grant us this opportunity, allowing the fire flower of Kwanshan to cross this mountain, enabling the world to hear the resounding echoes of the Kwanshan fire flower. Upon hearing this, Lindong could only agree with a smile. The speed of the fire flower masters was remarkably swift. By the following afternoon, they had already arrived in Ice City. Lindong placed great importance on this and promptly summoned Engineer Lu, hurrying to the airport to personally welcome them. However, even after the reception, both were momentarily taken aback. Among the group of Fireflower Masters stood a striking figure, a petite young woman with flowing hair. Engineer Lu instinctively inquired, "Hello? You must be a staff member of the Dushan County Culture and Tourism Bureau, correct?" "I am from the Ice City Culture and Tourism Bureau." Upon hearing this, the young woman merely smiled and replied, "No, I am not a staff member. I am here to perform the Fireflower." A Fireflower? A female? Lu was momentarily speechless, and Lindong beside him wore a look of disbelief. It was not a matter of gender discrimination, but rather that the activity of creating fireflowers was traditionally deemed unsuitable for women. They had previously researched the relevant records, which spoke of the Quanshan fireflower captivating the city, a 1,000-year-old skill revealing its splendor. The fiery trees and silver flowers astonished the heavens, as if the Milky Way had exploded across the sky. During the performance, the fireflower artisans wield 2 flower rods, with a gourd inverted atop their heads. Swiftly running to the flower stand, they strike the upper rod forcefully with the lower one, causing molten iron from the small pit to surge towards the flower stand. The searing iron splashes against the willow branches atop the stand, igniting the firecrackers and fireworks, creating a magnificent spectacle of fiery trees and silver flowers. Dozens of artisans dart between the furnace and the flower stand, as the molten iron bursts forth, meeting the willow branches and scattering brilliantly. This results in a stunning display of flying iron flowers, meteor-like cascades, and the resounding crackle of firecrackers echoing through the skies. However, the challenge lies in the fact that the molten iron used in creating fireflowers reaches temperatures of 1,600 degrees. While the temperature decreases significantly after dispersal, there remains a risk of burns. Typically, fireflower artisans opt to remove their shirts, exposing their bare skin. When the high-temperature iron flowers descend, they react with the sweat on the skin's surface, creating a layer of vapor that serves as a protective barrier, shielding the skin from harm. This phenomenon is known as the Leidenfrost effect, a technique also employed by magicians working with hot oil. Thus, women face an inherent disadvantage in this endeavor, which is why there has long been a belief that the art of fireflower is passed down through males rather than females. Observing the astonished expressions of the 2 men, the young woman before them appeared unfazed and simply smiled. It is of little consequence. After all, one cannot truly venture into Ice City unadorned, and a few garments must be sacrificed, though it is a pity for my hair, which will undoubtedly suffer considerable damage. This thought crossed Lindong's mind, and he quickly regained his composure, extending his hand in greeting. "Greetings, I am Lindong, a staff member of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and I am responsible for hosting your visit. I am Jiang's son, and this is my mentor, Master Yang, renowned as the finest fireworks smith in K Mountain. Master Yang, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Miss Jiang, greetings," Lindong said, promptly shaking hands. However, during the handshake, Lindong perceptibly sensed something amiss. Master Yang's hands were rough and calloused, whereas Jiang Sun's hands were smooth and delicate, indicating she was neither a farmer nor even a craftsman. Furthermore, her attire was quite fashionable and undoubtedly expensive, setting her apart from the other artisans. Seemingly aware of Lindong's scrutiny, Jiang Sun elucidated, "In truth, I am not a professional fireworks smith. I am a video content creator. Recently, I sought to produce a video, so I approached Master Yang to learn the craft. When the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau extended an invitation, I decided to accompany them. I hope Director Lin does not mind." To be frank, Jiang Sun harbored a genuine curiosity about this young man before her, who was already a deputy director at such a tender age. She had heard much about the recent events that transpired online, especially the moment when he had confronted others so boldly. It had been quite satisfying to witness. "Not at all. You are most welcome," Lindong replied with a smile. "All visitors are esteemed guests. Should you require any assistance while filming, please do not hesitate to inform us. We will provide support to the best of our ability." Lindong certainly had no intention of declining such a fortuitous opportunity. Why would he refuse free publicity? Seeing Lindong's agreement, Jiang Sun felt a wave of relief wash over her. "By the way, it is getting late, and everyone has traveled a long way. Allow me to escort you to the hotel." However, before Lindong could finish his sentence, Master Yang interjected. "There is no need. Let us first inspect the venue to see if the flower stand is suitable." "The flower stand?" Lindong instinctively inquired. "Are there any particular requirements or considerations?" After all, what set K Mountain's firework display apart from other regions was indeed this very flower stand. "There are many intricacies involved," Master Yang replied with a smile. "Our firework display in K Mountain generally comprises 3 key steps: constructing the flower stand, setting the colors, and igniting the fireworks. The first step, constructing the flower stand, involves erecting a grand pavilion 3 meters high in a spacious area. This is the flower stand itself. The second step, setting the colors, entails adorning the top of the flower stand with a layer of fresh willow branches, upon which an array of fireworks and firecrackers are affixed. At the pinnacle of the stand, a pole of over 3 meters in height, known as the Old Pole, is erected, and additional fireworks and firecrackers are also attached to its apex, a process we refer to as setting the colors. Following this, beside the flower stand, a large furnace for melting metal must be positioned, and we will also require the tools for creating the firework display, the flower sticks. One end of each stick is hollowed out to accommodate molten iron, but rest assured, we have brought these tools with us. The third step involves the striking of iron flowers using a floral stick, where participants attempt to ignite the firecrackers and fireworks attached to the old pole. Generally speaking, the one who succeeds in hitting the target signifies a fortuitous omen, suggesting that their luck for the coming year will be exceptionally favorable. However, since our version of the iron flower display utilizes a flower shed format, the temperature of the falling iron flowers is considerably higher. And with the presence of fireworks and firecrackers, the safety requirements for the venue are more stringent than those for other iron flower displays, resulting in a heightened risk, yet also an enhanced visual appeal. Upon hearing this, Lindong began to grasp the situation. Nevertheless, he had already prepared for this. No worries. There is a viewing platform adjacent to the ice and snow world, which was originally used by locals for dog sledding services, but has since been vacated. I can call upon other craftsmen to surround the area with leftover ice blocks, ensuring that everyone can observe safely while preventing the iron flowers from falling into the crowd. What do you think, Master Yang? After saying this, Lindong presented a video he had prepared earlier for Master Yang's reference. After viewing it, Master Yang nodded in satisfaction. This is excellent, indeed. Let us proceed with this location. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and quickly added, by the way, Director Lin, I have a small request. Please, do not hesitate to speak. I hope that during the event, Director Lin could host a live broadcast to help promote the iron flower culture of Duxing County. A live broadcast for promotion? Lindong was momentarily taken aback, as he had not considered this. However, he instinctively replied, how about we arrange for our officials to interview you directly? After all, you are the true master of the iron flowers. No, Master Yang responded with a humble smile. While I am quite adept at making iron flowers, when it comes to promoting and being interviewed on camera, we certainly cannot compare to you. All right then, Lindong agreed with a nod. Soon, through the collective efforts of everyone involved, both the special fireworks and the iron flower display were meticulously arranged. The Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau swiftly released an announcement. Dear citizens and esteemed visitors, in order to enrich the cultural lives of our residents, preserve and promote the excellent traditional culture of China, and foster a joyful and harmonious atmosphere for the new year, we will meticulously plan and host a grand fireworks display and a showcase of the intangible cultural heritage of the iron flower on January 13, 2024, in designated safe areas within the city. During this event, you will not only witness a dazzling fireworks show, experiencing the romance and surprise of the night sky illuminated in an instant, but you will also have the privilege of witnessing the stunning performance of the national-level intangible cultural heritage of the K Mountain iron flower. Skillful practitioners will employ ancient and unique techniques to unleash molten iron into a cascade of golden sparks, presenting breathtaking scenes reminiscent of fire trees and silver flowers. The Ice City Cultural Tourism Bureau kindly reminds all participants to strictly adhere to the safety management regulations at the event site and cooperate with the staff to ensure a safe and orderly experience. We shall exert our utmost efforts to ensure the organization and security of the upcoming event, while also calling upon everyone to collectively uphold the city's environment and actively embrace the ideals of sustainability and eco-friendliness. Together, let us celebrate a joyous festival that harmoniously blends the essence of traditional culture with the elegance of modern civilization. Location: viewing platform beside the ice and snow world. Upon the release of this announcement, the online community erupted once more. What on earth? They are truly conducting a fireworks display. Wasn't it stated that the urban area prohibits the setting off of fireworks? Previously, there were fines for such acts. This sentiment echoed in the comments, expressing exasperation at the perceived preferential treatment toward the southern tourists. Is the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau at it again? I should have anticipated this after witnessing the fireworks display for the Little Sugar Tangerines in Mo. How infuriating. Honestly, if it's officially organized, it might be acceptable. But if everyone in the urban area starts setting off fireworks, it could easily lead to fire hazards. However, upon hearing this, the visiting southern tourists expressed their discontent, claiming, "This is truly not our concern. Indeed, even in the south, as long as it's outside the city, no one regulates fireworks. It's not unheard of. Furthermore, it seems that the iron flower display is not originally from the Ice City, is it? I suspect that the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau has finally recognized the need to provide some benefits to the local populace. Wait a moment. Isn't this the iron flower from K County? I noticed there were flower sheds as well. Indeed. How did the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau manage to bring this here? This time, it seems they have invested significantly to enlighten everyone. The K County iron flower is a national intangible cultural heritage, exceptionally beautiful in nature. A resident from Duxian was bewildered. How is it possible that while traveling to Ice City, I can see something from my hometown? What about our iron flower display in Duxian this year? How could the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau have taken this from us? The The following evening, by the river, as the anticipated time drew closer, many tourists had gathered at the site, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Almost all work units and personnel from Ice City were mobilized to maintain order. Lindong glanced at the time and nodded at Engineer Liu beside him, who promptly began making arrangements over the phone. Lindong then settled in front of the camera, took a deep breath, and initiated a live broadcast. Initially, netizens thought Lindong would not return to live streaming, but to their surprise, he was still present. And the chat room soon became lively. At that moment, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd. Lindong looked up and, as expected, the iron flower display had commenced. Master Yang and Jiang Jin, clad in specially designed fire-resistant garments, wielded wooden flower sticks. With a sweeping motion of their arms, a resounding boom echoed, and immediately, the area surrounding the flower shed was filled with a dazzling shower of golden iron sparks. In an instant, not only the audience at the scene, but even those in the live stream found themselves entranced by the spectacle. Chapter 118. On this night, the east wind releases 1,000 trees of blooms. It also cascades down like stars in the rain. The viewers in the live stream were electrified by the unfolding scene. In an instant, the live stream was inundated with an overwhelming barrage of comments. Oh my, it is truly beautiful. Indeed, the line I once memorized about fiery trees and silver flowers under the night sky captures this scene perfectly. I am in awe. The east wind releases 1,000 blossoms, and even the stars fall like rain. May the civilization of the Dragon Kingdom persist like a spark, and may the prosperous era of Huaxia shine like gold. This is the essence of our Dragon Kingdom's culture. What does the culture of the neighboring Xiaoxiate amount to? My friend, I am equally impressed. Alas, I lack cultural knowledge, but I traverse the world with a single exclamation of brilliance. Oh, is that a girl I see? She appears to be Jiang Jin, the Bilibili content creator. I recall she mentioned her intention to learn the art of iron flower, and here she is indeed. Speaking of which, I have a vague memory. Everyone seems to call her September. She is truly striking. At the moment when the iron flowers burst in the air, a number of viewers began to make wishes. Meanwhile, not far away, as the colorful heads on the old pole of the flower stand were ignited, the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers heralded the commencement of the fireworks festival. With each spectacular firework lighting up, the crowd erupted once more. Especially when those resplendent fireworks ascended to their peak, forming intricate patterns, the audience was left in a daze. It resembled Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. What is this firework? Wait, is that Nangong Wentian? It seems all these characters are from domestic animations. Goodness. Can fireworks be displayed like this? And furthermore, the sequence of the display seems to correspond to the timeline of these animated characters. I knew it. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Ice City has once again surprised us. To be honest, witnessing this scene is profoundly moving. Fireworks represent the splendor of the sky, while iron flowers embody the romance of the earthly realm. Some even began to voice their New Year's wishes in the live stream. They hoped to find success in the coming year, for the safety and happiness of the nation, to meet a kindred spirit, and for their families to enjoy good health and prosperity. Observing these comments, Lindong felt a twinge of emotion. Viewers and visitors from all corners of the country gathered together to witness these beautiful miracles. Perhaps, this is the very essence of why one engages in such endeavors. Of course, amidst the sentimentality, Lindong did not forget the task at hand and began to educate the audience through the camera. In fact, the art of iron flower has its own intricacies. Every step and every setting embodies the millennia-long heritage of our Dragon Kingdom's culture. For instance, the design of the flower stand encapsulates the philosophy of our ancestors. The concepts of unity, duality, trinity, quadrants, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams come into play. Unity refers to the entire flower stand. Duality indicates that the stand comprises 2 layers. Trinity signifies the 2 layers of the stand along with an old pole that runs through the middle. These 3 spaces total a height of 15 meters, symbolizing heaven, earth, and humanity. This is all documented in historical records, such as in the silk paintings from the Mwangdui Han tombs. Quadrants refer to the 4 directions corresponding to the flower stand's location. The 5 elements denote that the east belongs to wood, the south to fire, the west to metal, the north to water, and the center to earth. Thus, one can observe that 5 banners, green, red, white, black, and yellow, have been unfurled at the 5 cardinal points of the flower pavilion, symbolizing the 5 elements. The bagua, or 8 trigrams, is reflected in the pavilion's 2-tiered structure, with the corners deliberately offset, creating an octagonal form reminiscent of a compass. Moreover, the art of iron flower is governed by the principle of 3 strikes and 3 abstentions. The 3 strikes represent auspicious years of abundance, joyous celebrations, and a flourishing era year after year. Conversely, the 3 abstentions pertain to years of famine, national mourning, and turmoil. There is indeed a tale surrounding the origins of this captivating craft. It is rumored that the tradition of iron flower dates back to the Northern Song dynasty. Legend has it that one year, the county of Kaisian suffered a severe drought. To alleviate the crisis, the villagers voluntarily donated funds to construct a temple and commissioned a large bell to be placed within. Consequently, households brought forth their iron implements to a designated open space, where blacksmiths melted them down into molten iron. Unexpectedly, a flock of crows descended from the sky, perching on the trees and cawing incessantly, impervious to all attempts to shoo them away. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the crowd, picked up 2 willow branches, dipped them into the molten iron, and struck them upward. The molten iron erupted into golden sparks, soaring several meters high, illuminating the sky like fireworks, causing the crows to scatter in fright. While the onlookers marveled at this sudden spectacle, the elderly man vanished without a trace. This tale bears resemblance to the story of using firecrackers to ward off the year beast. As Lindong meticulously narrated the tale, many spectators could not help but express their astonishment. They had not anticipated such a narrative. To be candid, previously, it had not struck a chord. But now they fully appreciated that this was the profound romance bequeathed to us by our ancestors in the Dragon Kingdom. Truly, a spectacle of fire trees and silver flowers. Indeed, having witnessed this, one often finds a sense of release. It is no wonder that Xiao Shiba has such a penchant for appropriating our culture. Who would not be enamored by these time-honored traditions? 2 hours later, the Iron Flower event was drawing to a close. Lindong prepared to conduct interviews. However, he could not locate Master Yang, and instead encountered Jiang Sun, who was taking a break. At this moment, Jiang Sun appeared somewhat disheveled, despite having taken precautions, such as wearing a hat and tying her long hair into a single ponytail. Her garment had been singed by the intense sparks, leaving numerous holes and her skin marred by burns. Noticing Lindong's gaze, Jiang Sun discreetly withdrew her hand, smiling as she remarked, "Director Lin has arrived." Lindong glanced over and gently responded, "I have some burn ointment in my car. I shall fetch it for you shortly." Jiang Sun, realizing her ruse had been uncovered, conceded with a hint of resignation. Theoretically, it shouldn't cause burns, but that is merely theoretical. Other iron flower displays lack pavilions, allowing the molten iron to be struck high and wide, cooling the iron shavings considerably. However, the display in Dushan has a pavilion. Lindong spoke softly, "It sounds arduous. By the way, I am quite curious. What inspired you to learn the craft of iron flower? Was it solely for the purpose of filming?" Jiang Jin smiled and said, "I used to be a chef, a food blogger, to be precise. However, while creating videos, I often delved into the history and anecdotes surrounding various dishes to enrich my content. Gradually, I discovered that the millennia-old cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom is truly fascinating, not only reflected in its culinary delights, but also in various other aspects. Thus, I decided to embark on a transformation. As for the iron flower performance, I suppose it marks my first venture into the unknown." Upon hearing this, Lindong suddenly felt a sense of admiration for the seemingly delicate girl before him. He thought to himself that he would find it challenging to reach such heights. At that moment, Jiang Jin suddenly inquired, "By the way, Director Lin, may I ask if there is still ice in Ice City?" "Ice?" Lindong was momentarily taken aback. "You mean the kind used for ice sculptures?" "Yes. I'm not sure about that. I'll need to check," Lindong replied after a brief contemplation. "What do you need the ice for?" "Isn't there an ice sculpture competition held in Ice City every year? I would like to participate." "Ah, you can sculpt ice?" Lindong's voice rose in surprise. "How impressive. It seems you possess a multitude of talents." Shoo. Jiang Jin blushed and quickly explained, "I studied this in university. I just never had the opportunity to practice. Moreover, this year is the year of the dragon, so I thought it would be fitting to carve an ice dragon. Initially, we planned to go to Jilin, but due to the unfinished filming of the Iron Flower performance, we were invited here. Besides, didn't the nation of Pickled Cabbage continuously claim online that they are the true descendants of the dragon? I thought perhaps I could create something remarkable in Ice City. Are you alone? I have a team. They should be arriving soon." Upon hearing this, Lindong couldn't help but smile, realizing the serendipity of the situation. He had initially feared that after the New Year holiday, the cultural tourism in Ice City would decline in popularity. Therefore, he had been brainstorming new projects to attract visitors. Now, however, it seemed that such concerns were unnecessary, as opportunity had presented itself so fortuitously. "All right, I will make arrangements. I recall that we should have some ice stored in the warehouse, as the ice sculptures in the ice and snow world occasionally require repairs. However, if larger blocks are needed, we can directly harvest ice from the river. After all, the masters will also be collecting ice blocks soon to prepare for next year's sculptures." "Thank you, Director Lin." A few days later, after the Iron Flower team from Dushan and Master Yang had completed their performance, they hurried back home in anticipation of the upcoming new year. In contrast, Jiang Jin remained in Ice City, and her team had arrived as well. To facilitate collaboration with her team, Lindong even allocated a room in the Cultural Tourism Bureau for the editors and photographers to stay in. Editing videos here would be far more convenient than in a hotel. It seemed Jiang Jin and her team had not anticipated Lindong's level of commitment, leaving them pleasantly astonished. However, Lindong found himself bereft of time to engage in further idle chatter with them. At that moment, Master Lu, who had traveled to Saudi Arabia and concluded the ice sculpture exhibition, had returned to the homeland. Upon disembarking from the plane, he immediately began to lament. "Alas, what a pity! Truly, what a pity! My heart aches. It aches terribly. Such exquisite ice sculptures. And now, they must be discarded after the event. Sigh. Yet, there is no remedy. The temperature is far too high, and the ice sculptures melt too swiftly. Director Lin, how are the ice sculptures from the land of pickled vegetables? Surely they cannot compare to ours. Ha ha ha. And what of the ice sculptures at our ice and snow world? This year's temperatures in Ice City are higher than in previous years. You must pay close attention to the condition of the ice sculptures. Listening to Master Lu's incessant prattling, Lindong couldn't help but chuckle. Master Lu, you truly cannot sit still, can you? Nonsense. Master Lu retorted with a glare. Moreover, we cannot afford to be idle this year. With so many tourists, we must present the finest offerings to everyone. Rest assured, you needn't worry about the ice and snow world. However, I do have another matter here that may require your assistance. What is it? Just speak, Director Lin. I am at your service. Master Lu assured with a pat on his chest. After all, he was genuinely grateful to Lindong for reviving Ice City. And this trip to Saudi Arabia had not only filled their coffers, but also enhanced their reputation and acclaim. It's nothing monumental. There's a video blogger who wishes to collaborate with us to create a colossal ice dragon, which will be displayed at our ice and snow world. Since you possess the finest craftsmanship, I would like to request your oversight. Absolutely. No problem at all. Director Lin, this matter is in my capable hands. Meanwhile, Engineer Lu chimed in with a playful tease. Old Lu, you can no longer call him Director Lin. It must now be Director Lin. What? Director Lin is now the Deputy Director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Haha. Engineer Lu, please refrain from teasing me. Now, this Deputy Director is incessantly called Director, and I feel it would be more comfortable to be called Director rather than Deputy Director. We cannot call him Deputy Director Lin, can we? What would Mr. Fu and Mr. Xing think? Nonetheless, with Master Lu's guidance, the creation of the ice dragon proceeded remarkably smoothly. Furthermore, Lindong gained some preliminary insights into Jiang Sun's team. In short, they were exceptionally talented. Particularly Jiang Sun herself, who boasted over 300,000 followers on a single account on Bilibili. The previous video of the Iron Flower garnered an astounding 8 million views within just a few days on one platform, leaving even Lindong momentarily speechless. Surely, such viewership must qualify as a viral sensation across the internet. Yet, observing Jiang Sun's dedication, Lindong could only express two words in his heart: admiration. Genuine admiration. It is indeed rare for anyone, let alone a woman, to endure such hardship. According to Jiang Sun, she is likely the first female apprentice of the Iron Flower craft in Duxian County, but she will certainly not be the last. However, under Master Lu's supervision, within just half a month, Lindong received delightful news. The colossal ice dragon had come to fruition. Soon, Lindong made his way to the ice and snow world. However, for other visitors, this magnificent ice dragon remains a mystery. Due to the throngs of tourists, and to avoid disrupting the collaboration between Jiang Sun and Master Lu, Lindong specially requested the staff to cordon off a section of space adjacent to the ice and snow world, enclosing it securely. Nevertheless, upon entering and beholding the ice dragon, Lindong was momentarily rendered speechless. In the vast expanse of the square, a resplendent ice dragon spiraled upwards, occupying the central position. Its length stretching several dozen meters, akin to an ancient deity awakening from a realm of frost. The crystalline ice formed exquisite scales along its body, each glinting with dazzling shades of blue and white under the sun, as if they encapsulated the profundity of the cosmos. The dragon's head was held high, its eyes ablaze with life, and it grasped a colossal ice orb, meticulously carved from ice crystals, exuding both majesty and pride, even in stillness. Every detail of the ice dragon was rendered with masterful artistry, from the sharp claws to the sinuous whiskers, all vividly discernible. In that instant of realization, Lindong could not help but utter an exclamation of awe. Goodness, this is simply magnificent. First the iron flowers, and now the ice dragon. This year's Ice City truly has struck gold. Observing Lindong's expression, both Master Lu and Jiang Sun could not suppress their pride. Master Lu took the opportunity to elaborate. Director Lin, this ice dragon is no ordinary creation. Judging by its size, I estimate it to be the largest single-piece ice dragon in the world. Just transporting these ice blocks took several days, and we had 8 ice artisans on the job. As for the base, it's the standard 1.5 meter block that we use every year at the ice and snow world. The key aspect of this dragon is that, being a single-piece ice dragon, we aim for structural integrity and aesthetic beauty, utilizing one solid block of ice. We even summoned a 70-ton crane to transport it all at once. Although it is made from a single ice block, ice is inherently fragile. While minor details can be repaired with a bit of water, the main structure must be flawless, which posed an extraordinary challenge. Fortunately, we succeeded in the end. Gazing at the imposing ice dragon before him, Lindong remarked, "Shouldn't we cordon it off?" "Why would we do that?" Jiang Sun inquired curiously. "There are many children visiting the Ice City, and I fear that its beauty might lead them to inadvertently damage it." Lindong sighed, recalling previous incidents. However, after a moment of silence, Jiang Sun replied, "Even with the best protection, come spring, as temperatures rise, it will inevitably melt. This year is warmer than usual, so it will likely dissolve even faster. Master Lu added, it's an unavoidable reality. Ice sculpture is indeed an ephemeral art. Upon hearing this, Lindong felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head and said, never mind, I was merely jesting. This masterpiece belongs to you. You may arrange it as you see fit. Director Lin, what is the cost of sculpting this ice dragon? Jiang Jin inquired, noting that Master Lu was responsible for finding craftsmen and handling transportation. Oh, the expenses? Lindong gazed at the ice dragon before him, as if he could see the once mighty ice city. No matter how grand it may have been, it ultimately succumbed to the fate of melting. Perhaps it would shine briefly for a season, yet the final outcome was always predetermined. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled and said, it's not much. There's no need for that. Let us consider it a sponsorship from the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Lu, please arrange for an invoice with the finance department and settle the accounts for the other craftsmen before the year ends. Ah, but that hardly seems appropriate, Jiang Jin replied. Does this ice dragon have a name? Actually, it does not. Jiang Jin paused for a moment. As a sponsor, may I name it? Well, if you wish, he consented after a brief contemplation. No matter how exquisite the ice sculpture, it shall eventually fade away. Yet, the most beautiful sights of this world find their eternal resting place in human memory. Let us call this grand ice dragon the dragon returning to the sea. That's a splendid name, Jiang Jin praised sincerely. By the way, when will this dragon be exhibited? There are still a few details to finalize, but many craftsmen are returning home for the new year, so it will likely be after the holiday. Then let it be after the new year, on the 6th day of the first month, just in time for everyone to return to work. Agreed. This year, the festivities nationwide were particularly vibrant. For instance, Guangxi's Spring Festival Gala invited 11 small sugar tangerines to participate. Naming the segment Fruit Babies Venture the World, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau honored its commitment by inviting Captain Xiao and his family to the gala. In that moment, the small sugar tangerines, who had initially thought they were being deceived, nearly burst into tears. Witnessing this scene, the audience felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but jest. Oh no, the little sugar tangerines have truly captured the big frozen pear. Tomorrow's training for the Ice City's police will be titled, Do Not Speak to Strange Children, Do Not Walk with Strange Children. I'm in stitches. But the emotion is indeed genuine. They really traveled thousands of kilometers. One might argue that this was far more captivating than the forced sentimentality of other shows and skits. The innocence of children is undeniable, and their affections cannot be concealed. Moreover, this exemplifies the essence of keeping one's word. Such a promise holds immense weight. This could be regarded as a most significant lesson for the young sugar tangerines. Meanwhile, at Lu Miao Miao's home, the bustling dining table was filled with family and relatives, laughter echoing throughout. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Lu Miao Miao suddenly felt a wave of sadness. She lifted her glass and walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black sky, silently sighing. The moon waxes and wanes, I understand that. Yet you insist on defying fate, creating an artificial moon. You illuminate others, bestowing romantic moments upon visitors. But why do you overlook me? After a moment, a faint, bitter smile crossed Lu Miao Miao's face as she shook her head and whispered to herself. The mountain birds and fish follow different paths. Parting is easy, yet reunion is fraught with difficulty. In the Ice City, at the residence of Boss Wang, the proprietor of a processing plant, the atmosphere is lively. After a few drinks, Boss Wang's face flushed with warmth. Honestly, I must say, our factory's success this year is entirely thanks to Director Lin. No, now he's Minister Lin. Oh, that young man. When he first joined, I was utterly perplexed. He immediately requested a slicer, and I thought to myself, who in our northeastern region would need a slicer? I even feared we might not recoup our investment. He was just so young. Yet, to my astonishment, within mere days, the slicer became a sensation. Not only that, but the refrigerator magnets and those various merchandise from domestic animations. Goodness, we will be quite busy next year. When we have the time, we must surely visit Minister Lin to express our gratitude. Simultaneously, in the Ice City, Boss Zhang Sheng of Tungfu residence was bustling about the kitchen, donning an apron. Ordinarily, as a restaurant owner, he would not need to toil over the stove, but during the New Year festivities, he had no choice. Being the best cook in the family, he had to take on the task himself. However, unlike previous years, this time he decided to take a different approach. He prepared a platter of frozen pears, followed by sweet tofu pudding, and then a dish of crispy pork cut into bite-sized pieces with scissors. Yet, as he placed these dishes on the table, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Dad, what on earth have you made? Why did you cut the frozen pears? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng's body stiffened slightly. Dear daughter, isn't this how they eat in the South? You're studying at university down there, aren't you? He thought to himself, if I could get used to it, would I still need to come back for delicious food? And what's with this crispy pork? Why is it cut into such small pieces? Although, this tofu pudding is quite good, why is it sweet? At this, everyone erupted in laughter. Jiang Sheng couldn't help but reminisce about a month ago when a young man had unexpectedly entered Tungfu residence. Initially, he thought the newcomer was a nuisance, with his frozen pear presentations, straws, and sweet tofu. While others deemed him eccentric, Jiangsheng opted to take a gamble. Ultimately, that gamble illuminated a promising future for Tungfu residents. Up until the new year, customers continued to flock in. Reflecting on this, Jiangsheng chuckled and remarked, "Well, I thought you'd be accustomed to it. No worries, no worries. I was merely letting you try. I won't serve that again." At the same time, in a room nearby, Songyi gazed out at the swirling snowflakes and a black horse frolicking in the snow, a smile gracing her face. Not far away, a little girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, nestled in a white blanket, was sound asleep by the hearth. Suddenly, as if troubled by a nightmare, the girl stirred, her eyes fluttering open. At that moment, the white blanket in her grasp began to move. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not merely a blanket, but rather a plump white fox. The little girl rubbed her eyes, sleepily inquiring, "Daddy, has Xiaoqi gone out to play again?" "Indeed," he replied. "Ever since Director Lin ceased to oversee him, he has returned to his old ways, proving obstinate to everyone but Director Lin." "Who is Director Lin?" she asked. "He was a guest of mine, a rather remarkable individual. You should aspire to learn from him when you grow up." "Oh, I see." It was uncertain whether the girl truly absorbed his words, as she sat beside the hearth for a moment, lost in thought, before suddenly bursting with excitement. She tossed aside the white fox in her hands and dashed through the door, chasing after the defiant black horse. Strangely enough, the once unruly Xiaoqi, under the little girl's gaze, exhibited a rare gentleness, even leaning in to nuzzle her affectionately. The sight elicited peals of laughter from the little girl. Meanwhile, at the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau, the clock struck 6 in the evening, and the sky had surrendered to darkness. The once lively office now glimmered with only a few scattered lights, one of which had been extinguished. A knock echoed at the office door, followed by a voice inquiring, "Director Lin, are you not heading home?" "Not just yet. Many tourists are spending the new year in Ice City this year, including numerous children. The bureau cannot entirely shut down. Someone must oversee operations," Lindong remarked with a sigh as he sat before his computer. "Since I have the time, I'll take the shift this year. Thank you for your dedication, Director Lin. I shall take my leave now. Wishing you a happy new year in advance." "Thank you. And happy new year to you as well. Please travel home safely." Soon, the office fell silent once more. It wasn't he that Lindong did not wish to celebrate the new year like everyone else. Rather, the identity he inhabited was rather too much of a protagonist. Orphaned, with both a car and a house, even if he desired to return home, it was impossible. Fortunately, Lindong seemed indifferent to the situation. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. "Damn it. All this time, people have assumed I have an impressive background. Perhaps they were unaware of my parents' passing, thinking I had some grand connections, possibly related to sensitive matters." This conjecture was certainly plausible. After all, this was merely the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, not the Public Security Bureau. One could not simply investigate at will. However, this was merely Lindong's speculation and not necessarily the truth. Just as Lindong pondered this possibility, Engineer Lu entered with a smile, asking, "Director Lin, do you have time this year? Why not celebrate the new year at my home? My family would love to meet you." Lu, having spent considerable time with Lindong, had a fair understanding of his circumstances. After all, who would choose to remain away from home during such a festive season, especially when they rarely made calls home? Nonetheless, Lindong shook his head in refusal. "No need. I have matters to attend to. You should return home to rest. You've worked hard this new year, and it's already almost the eve. Hurry back to enjoy the reunion dinner." Recognizing Lindong's determination, Engineer Lu could only bid farewell and leave. As Lindong gazed upon the desolate Cultural and Tourism Bureau, he shook his head and extinguished the last light in the office. The atmosphere was so somber that he decided to take a stroll outside. Despite it being the festive season, the nights in the Ice City remained vibrant. He activated a live stream, wandering aimlessly while interviewing tourists and engaging in casual banter with his audience. Not entirely. It's not a complete ban on fireworks and firecrackers. However, they can only be set off on the Songhua River, and only within designated areas with approved fireworks and firecrackers. "Hello, little one. Where are you from?" "Oh, from Taiwan. What might we call you?" "I just remembered. Guangxi has its sweet mandarins, and Sichuan has its pandas. Since you hail from Taiwan, how about we call you Little Angelica? By the way, do you know the national anthem? Just a bit? Could you perhaps sing it for the viewers on camera?" "Hey there, little one. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." Some viewers tend to oversimplify matters. This little one is not being rude or fearful, nor deliberately indifferent. They are from Yunnan and are genuine wild mushrooms. Have they considered how close they are to the Golden Triangle? The dangers they face are entirely different from ours. In their elementary schools, they even have a course called 3 Lives Education. The so-called 3 Lives Education encompasses life, survival, and living. Do not speak to strangers is merely the most basic rule in that course, which even contains a phrase stating, "If your life is threatened, cast aside all moral considerations and fight valiantly against your adversary." Do you understand now? After concluding the live stream, Lindong returned to the office of the Ice City Cultural and Tourism Bureau. However, just as he settled into his chair, an unexpected figure entered, a woman named Li Yu. She offered no pleasantries or formalities, merely stating, "My car is downstairs, and I have 2 hours before the New Year's Eve dinner at home. My father is waiting." Lindong's lips twitched, internally lamenting, "Isn't your attitude a tad too brusque?" "Well, there are still matters to attend to at the bureau," he replied. Uncle Dawei said there's nothing left to do at the bureau, and whatever issues there are can surely wait until after the holiday. At that moment, Lindong's expression twitched again. "Wang Dawei, you traitor. Well, this is a personal matter of mine. I can wait until you're done," Liu said, twirling the car keys on her finger. "But I assume Director Lin wouldn't want to keep my father waiting too long, would he?" In that instant, Lindong felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that not only was Li's father aware of his home situation, but she was also resolutely determined to treat him as family. With no choice but to comply, Lindong conceded, "All right. But I still need to wrap up this matter first. Give me about 10 minutes. Wait, you actually have something to do?" Li was slightly taken aback. "Otherwise, do you think I'm making excuses?" Lindong retorted, then added, "By the way, since you're here, could you assist me with something?" "What kind of help?" Lindong pointed to the phone and began conversing with the person on the other end. Shortly thereafter, Li Yu's expression transformed, as if she had encountered a ghost. "Wait, could it possibly be that certain someone on the line?" "What certain someone?" "They have a name," Lindong replied, exasperated. "It's the world-renowned director, Nolan. Batman, Inception, Interstellar, Dunkirk, these are all his masterpieces." "Are you going to act?" "No, Nolan is notoriously fond of shooting on location rather than relying on special effects and green screens. So, I reached out to him to see if we could blow up the ice and snow world." Lindong shrugged. Upon hearing this, Liu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, Lindong shook his head and explained, "We contacted the Meteorological Bureau, and this year's temperatures are significantly higher than usual. After the new year, the temperatures will rise rapidly, leading to potential melting of the ice sculptures in the ice and snow world, making it unsafe for visitors." "Are you suggesting that the ice and snow world will close?" "Yes, it will indeed close," Lindong lamented. "The data provided indicates that the ice and snow world may not even last 2 weeks post-New Year, so it seems prudent to let it showcase a bit of its remaining splendor before it departs." Did they agree? According to him, he has been contemplating this for quite some time. Wouldn't that mean the ice and snow world could become a filming location for his new movie? Presumably so. A sudden, awkward silence enveloped the two. After a long pause, Liu finally spoke. "It's coming to an end, I assent it?" Lindong gazed out the window. After yet another prolonged silence, he finally replied, "Yes, this year's tale has concluded. Yet, there will be stories for next year, the year after. The narratives of the future are merely beginning." The end.